Empress Xiao Ling Shuang, inadvertently arriving in a super prosperous county town, stumbled upon a shocking secret. Not only was the county magistrate an impostor, but the entire town was a facade. Gu Fei retorted, "What do you mean by fake? Our belongings are certainly real." The townsfolk chimed in, "Festivals abound: International Women's Day, Goddess Day, God of Men Day, and gifts for the occasions. Do real counties have such things?" Chapter 001. You understand. My lord is here to save lives. In the northern mountains of Shangyuan County, the sound of galloping hooves was deafening. 5 spirited horses, deftly maneuvered by 5 young maidens, raced through the forest. Suddenly, the tranquility of the woods was shattered by the whistling of arrows, followed by a girl's piercing scream. Her frail voice resonated with terror and despair. "Your Majesty, run!" A maid turned back, her eyes filled with panic, yet her stance was resolute as she shielded her mistress. The maidens atop their steeds, disheveled and pale, had beads of sweat mingling with tears, blurring their vision. Fear engulfed them as a pursuing cavalry, like relentless specters, closed in. The soldiers bore fierce expressions, arrows knocked in their bows, gleaming ominously as they flew through the air. Thud! A muted thump echoed as the maiden who had just protected her sovereign let out a blood-curdling scream. An arrow pierced her back, blood gushing forth. Her body convulsed and fell from the horse, landing heavily on the ground. Another maiden quickly took her place, but fate was unkind. Another arrow swiftly claimed her life. In her final moments, she cried out, "Your Majesty, flee!" Her eyes filled with unyielding regret as she could no longer grasp the reins, slipping away as the horse galloped on. With a thud, dust was kicked up from the ground. The Empress screamed, "Xiao Chui! Xiao Dai!" She understood that any moment of hesitation would lead to a similar fate, or perhaps something even grimmer. For she was Xiao Ling Shuang, Empress of the Northern Han Kingdom. The Chancellor, Yuan Du, and the Minister of War, Situ Xian, had conspired to lay an ambush, attacking her during her travels. "Hold on, we must endure." The Empress faintly recalled a passerby mentioning that if they continued southward along the mountain path for another 7 or 8 miles, they would reach the legendary counterfeit Shangyuan County. Once within the county, safety awaited her, as it was said the locals were fierce and skilled in battle. Suddenly, the pursuing cavalry reined in their steeds in unison, the horses rearing and whinnying. "Your Majesty, a cliff!" The last remaining maid, Xiao Rou, screamed in horror. Their mounts screeched to a halt. The pursuing soldiers laughed cruelly, their expressions twisted with malice. "Why have you stopped? Why not run?" Empress Xiao Ling Shuang, surveying the advancing soldiers, declared with icy resolve, "If I, Xiao Ling Shuang, survive this day, I shall eradicate the 9 clans of you, Wen Du and Situ Xian." Then she turned to her maid, Xiao Rou, offering a sorrowful smile. "Xiao Rou, let us be friends in the next life." With a heart full of determination, she leapt from the cliff. "Your Majesty!" Xiao Rou's anguished scream echoed from the precipice. By the banks of the Li River, the county magistrate Gu Fei was seated with 2 maidservants, indulging in his favorite pastime of fishing. This had become a ritual during his 5 years in this realm, especially on days of rest. It was here that he had awakened 5 years ago. "My lord, I've been fishing all morning and you haven't caught a single fish. Shall we not return home?" One maidservant complained, fanning herself against the blazing sun. Do you not know the saying, a fisherman never returns empty-handed? How could I go back without a catch?" Gu Fei replied, "If I return empty-handed, I would be the laughingstock of Zhang Biao and the others for a lifetime. My lord, we could simply say that the fish were released." Gu Fei turned to the other maidservant. "Arya, you are the last person I would trust with your words. Last time, I merely remarked that Yi Amlin had a generous bosom, and you ran off to tell her, leading to me being chased down the street. But my lord, she truly does. You foolish girl, you cannot say it was I who spoke of it." Gu Fei chuckled, recalling the cold sweat that still gripped him at the memory of Yi Amlin's furious gaze. "Sudendi, da yashiriakid, my lord. It seems a body is floating over there." Furrowing his brow, Gu Fei turned to follow her gaze, and indeed discerned a figure adrift in the river. The sunlight was blinding, but the body floated gently with the current, starkly visible. Goodness, could it truly be a corpse? Gu Fei murmured, his expression turning grave. In his jurisdiction, cases of murder were rare. Should it be a murder victim, it would be a disgrace upon him. "Quickly, Arya, fetch the long bamboo pole," Gu Fei commanded, resolved not to enter the water himself. "Yes, my lord." Area hurried to the riverbank, retrieving a long bamboo pole. Gu Fei grasped it, attempting to pull the floating body closer to shore. As he prodded, the water rippled, and the figure gradually neared. Daya and Arya stood behind Gu Fei, their faces etched with fear and curiosity. "My lord, is it truly a person?" Daya's voice trembled, her hands clutching Arya's sleeve. "By the complexion, it appears to be a recent death." Gu Fei muttered, but when the body was drawn nearer and revealed, he gasped. "My heavens, it's a woman!" Arya exclaimed. "This woman seems rather beautiful." Gu Fei murmured, secretly lamenting her fate. "Let us retrieve her from the water first." Gu Fei, feeling a surge of urgency, waved his hand, prompting Daya and Arya to assist him in pulling the woman from the river. Her drenched garments clung to her form, revealing a figure that was undeniably enticing. Adorned in luxurious attire, she exuded an extraordinary grace, her hands pale and delicate. This woman does not appear to be an ordinary person. Gu Fei swallowed hard. When he lifted her, he sensed warmth still lingering in her body, quickly placing her on the bank and checking her breath. There was none. He felt her pulse next. "Oh, there's a faint pulse. You two, step aside. I must save her. She is not yet dead." Gu Fei knelt beside the woman, various methods of resuscitation flashing through his mind. "You are fortunate to have encountered me," he murmured, pressing down on her chest, ready to begin compressions. Dia suddenly interjected, "My lord, how can you take advantage of her plight? I know this girl is more well-endowed than even Captain Yi, but you cannot do this." Dia and Arya misinterpreted their lord's intentions. Gu Fei shot them a glare, retorting, "Get lost. I am saving her." Then, with both hands stacked together, he began to apply forceful compressions between her breasts. Chapter 002. Artificial respiration. With each compression, Gu Fei felt his own heartbeat in tandem. He silently thought, "Don't let her die in my hands, or these two girls will surely misunderstand." Although large and soft, it would only be entertaining if she were alive. After several rounds of chest compressions yielded no results, Gu Fei leaned down, pried open her enticing cherry lips, and pressed his mouth against hers to commence artificial respiration. He pinched her nose, inhaled deeply, and breathed into her lungs. Once, twice, thrice, each breath seemed a desperate contest against the Grim Reaper. The elder girl observed Gu Fei as he completed the chest compressions, then promptly kissed the unconscious girl, only to be silenced by the younger girl. In hushed tones, she remarked, "Though I cannot comprehend whether this will save her, it seems the master has a steady rhythm, not merely indulging in her." As they spoke, their eyes remained fixed on Gu Fei's actions. At last, the woman's chest began to rise and fall slightly, and she suddenly coughed violently, spitting out river water. Following this, she gasped for breath and weakly opened her eyes, only to find a man hovering over her, desperately blowing air into her mouth. The woman's voice was faint. "Ha! She is awake." Gu Fei plopped down onto the ground, wiping the sweat from his forehead, laughing heartily. This girl's life was indeed tenacious. She could be revived under such circumstances. "What did you just do to me?" the girl asked weakly. "Naturally, I saved you." Gu Fei grinned. "Then why are you on top of me?" "That is also to save you." "Where am I?" "In Shangyuan County." "Oh." The girl tilted her head and fell back into unconsciousness. "Quickly, let us return to the city." Gu Fei recognized that the girl must have lost consciousness due to lack of oxygen. "Master, you haven't even caught any fish yet. How can we go back?" the elder girl teased. Gu Fei pointed at the girl on the ground, chuckling. "As a professional angler, how could I return empty-handed? She is simply a mermaid." Upon hearing such a humorous remark, the elder and younger girls burst into laughter. "Stop laughing and quickly help her onto your back so the master can carry her to the carriage." Gu Fei felt that the two girls were becoming increasingly unruly. The carriage sped along the city outskirts, the wheels creaking incessantly. The grinding sound was unbearable for Gu Fei, who cursed the wretched Chung Quan for undoubtedly forgetting to lubricate the rudimentary bearings. As they approached the city gate, the carriage was abruptly halted. The elder girl and younger girl whispered outside, "Sir, it's Captain Yi who has stopped us." Upon hearing that it was the girl Yi Amlin, Gu Fei felt irked and snorted. "Tell her to leave me be. She should not disturb me." "Lord Gu, please disembark. I have urgent matters to report." Yi Amlin's cold voice penetrated the carriage, akin to a shard of ice piercing Gu Fei's heart, sending chills from head to toe. It's a rest day today. Any matters can wait until tomorrow, Gu Fei rebuffed, unwilling to engage with Yi Anlin. At that moment, the girl inside the carriage began to awaken. In a daze, the Empress Xiao Ling Shuang stirred, overhearing their conversation. She furrowed her brow, realizing the one who saved me is the county magistrate, and that female constable outside? The local customs are indeed fierce. A female constable dares to speak in such a manner? However, she discerned that both were impostors, ultimately unworthy of high regard, lacking the education to conduct themselves properly. A sense of ridicule grew within her. Although she could not see outside, she already perceived this place as crude. Lord, if you do not handle this matter soon, there may be casualties at the Qing Garden Poetry Association. Do not blame your subordinate later. Yi Anlin's tone was laden with a threat. Could that shabby place truly result in casualties? Gu Fei nearly burst out laughing. Yeah, non skolfut. The young ladies from the Su and Song families are engaged in a poetic duel, evenly matched. They insist you judge them on the spot, threatening to leap into the river if you do not come, thus casting you as an uncaring magistrate. Moreover, their attendance may clash as well. What? Those two girls dare to use my reputation to coerce me? Just wait until I catch them and give them a sound thrashing. Captain Yi, go maintain order. I shall arrive shortly. Yi Anlin huffed. I implore you to make haste. Gu Fei turned to the carriage, noticing the girl had awakened and was gazing at him intently. His heart skipped a beat. What piercing eyes! She was also stunning, her figure undeniably superior to Yi Anlin's. Her damp clothing clung to her body, as if she were wearing nothing at all. Fortunately, the Empress Xiao Ling Shuang remained slightly dazed, failing to notice Gu Fei's unabashed stare. I shall first take you to my residence to change your attire. If you wish to witness the excitement, you may accompany me. Xiao Ling Shuang nodded softly. By the way, what is your name, and how did you end up in the water? Gu Fei, having saved her, would not neglect to inquire. Moreover, he could tell she was not a local, as he was familiar with nearly all the beautiful girls in Shangyuan County. I am called Lung Ling Shuang. I encountered bandits on the road, which forced me to leap off a cliff. Ah, you jumped off a cliff? You are quite fortunate to be alive. However, your name is rather cold. Not quite. There are no bandits within 20 miles of the county. You are lying. Gu Fei was confident in this. For any bandits within that radius had either been eradicated or frightened away, even recruited into his ranks. No surviving bandit would dare disrespect him. Xiao Ling Shuang scoffed inwardly. Such audacity! Yet, she knew those men were not bandits and continued. I cannot be certain they were bandits. They pursued me on horseback for quite a while. Upon hearing this, Gu Fei let out a sigh of relief. Then they are indeed not local bandits. Tell me where you were attacked. I will send someone to investigate. Lord Gu, I cannot recall. If I had not taken a wrong turn, I would not have been forced to jump. Alas, I am unsure if my maid is still alive. Please, Lord Gu, dispatch someone along the riverbank to search. Gu Fei noted the girl's tone had an air of command. Nevertheless, regarding matters of life and death, he dared not act recklessly. He quickly lifted the carriage curtain and instructed the soldiers stationed at the gate. Go find Zhang Biao and have him take some men to search along the riverbank for any girls who may have fallen in, whether alive or dead. Must be brought back to me. The guard saluted. Yes, my lord. I will seek out Brother Biao immediately. Through the curtain, Xiao Ling Shuang observed a soldier placing his hand at an angle beside his head. She pondered what this gesture signified. Chapter 003. The county magistrate is a glutton for greed in the city. Gu Fei hurriedly made his way, instructing the elder girl to purchase several sets of clothing before heading straight home. At that moment, the pavilion by the lake at Qing Garden had descended into chaos. A crowd of 70 to 80 people filled the space to capacity, threatening to overflow. Su Hui and Song Yin stood at the center, glaring at each other like two roosters ready to fight, the atmosphere charged with tension. When Lord Gu arrives, he will surely proclaim, "My poetry surpasses yours." Shu retorted. Song Yin retorted with a cold smile. Is that pitiful poem of yours worth anything? You merely wish to use this opportunity to seduce Lord Gu. Su Hui, unwilling to back down, huffed, dream on. How could Lord Gu ever take a liking to you? Song Yin puffed out her chest, triumphantly countering. Who says I'm not more beautiful than you? When Lord Gu sees me, he may indeed fancy me. I could very well become the county magistrate's wife. She recalled how Lord Gu would steal glances at her chest whenever they met, filling her with secret satisfaction. Beauty and allure were her assets. Su Hui suggested a wager, declaring that the loser would leap from the small bridge ahead. Su Hui rolled her eyes dismissively. "A bet it is. Who is afraid?" She retorted. "However, I shall add a stipulation. No one may intervene to save you, unless it is the esteemed Gu himself. Otherwise, you deserve to drown." Song Yin, undeterred, replied, "If you seek your demise, I shall oblige you. I have devoted nearly a month to perfecting this poem. I refuse to believe I cannot best this fool, Su Hui." Su Hui, too, was confident in her own work, having received guidance from the esteemed Lin Wenjun of the literary circles in Shangyuan County. Both women were aware that this was their singular opportunity to confront Gu Fei and demonstrate their superiority. Surrounding them were dozens of young ladies and gentlemen, already divided into factions, each favoring one side, intensifying the atmosphere of tension. Had it not been for the fear of Gu Fei's established rules, they would have long since clashed. In Gu Fei's courtyard, a carriage glided smoothly through the gates. Gu Fei disembarked, and the handmaidens, Dia and Arya, hurried to assist the Empress Xiao Ling Shuang as she descended. The moment she stepped out, her eyes widened in astonishment at the scene before her. The hard, gray ground was impeccably flat, devoid of any dampness or crevices. How had this place been constructed? Even the most exquisite tiles of the palace paled in comparison. The courtyard was adorned with pavilions and corridors, and a pond had been excavated, all reflecting a unique and thoughtful design. Neatly trimmed bamboo swayed in the breeze. Vibrant plants and beautiful flowers flourished in every corner, creating an atmosphere of elegance, tranquility, and warmth. The grand five-story residence of Gu Fei loomed impressively, evoking a sense of awe. Each window was framed with exquisite glass, a luxury rarely found even in palaces, and the white walls paired with red tiles presented a simple yet strikingly modern aesthetic. This house transcended her understanding of architecture, apart from the main entrance. Not a single wooden beam was visible. "Gu Darren, is this your home?" Xiao Ling Shuang inquired, astonished. Gu Fei nodded proudly. "Indeed, this is the residence of my family." "What do you think? Isn't it beautiful?" "Beautiful." Xiao Ling Shuang gritted her teeth, her simmering anger palpable. This wretched impostor of a county magistrate must have embezzled a fortune to erect such an outrageously magnificent abode. She vowed to exact vengeance when the opportunity arose. "Why are you still standing there? Hurry and change your clothes." Gu Fei's eyes roamed over her figure, hunger evident within. Noticing his gaze, the Empress coldly retorted, "What are you staring at? Be careful, or I might just pluck out your eyes." As she retreated towards the room with Dia and Arya, Gu Fei chuckled. "Aren't women meant to be admired by men? Why else would they be so beautiful? Besides, I just saved you. A glance in return is merely interest." The Empress halted, stammering, "Ew, shameless lecher." Gu Fei laughed heartily at the retreating Empress. This girl was quite entertaining. He mused on the prospect of persuading her to become his maid in the future. At a certain moment, Gu Fei's heart inexplicably fluttered as he entertained thoughts of the Empress. Marriage was out of the question. He was merely 20 and had not yet had his fill of life. He could easily choose 2 from the 10 most beautiful women of Shangyuan County. As the Empress stepped into the room, she nearly recoiled in shock. The floor was exquisitely tiled with gleaming porcelain, radiating brilliance and adorned with vibrant hues. The walls were white, creating an unprecedented brightness that left her awestruck. Dia and Arya led her to their room, which featured a vanity and a mercury mirror. When Xiao Ling Xiang beheld Arya holding a square glass mirror, she was once again astonished, exclaiming internally, "What a treasure! It's so clear, so real, I can even see the fine hairs on my face." Noticing the Empress lost in admiration, Arya gently urged, "Sister, please change your clothes. Our master is waiting for us." Arya sensed the Empress's aloofness, finding her beauty striking yet unapproachable. After a brief interval, The Empress emerged, clad in a simple yet exquisite dress made of soft silk that shimmered subtly, accentuating her slender waist with a jade-trimmed ribbon. Gu Fei found it difficult to divert his gaze from her. The Empress, uncomfortable under his unabashed scrutiny, felt as though her attire were transparent. Anyone who dared to stare at her in such a manner would have faced dire consequences. Having been astounded by Gu Fei's home, her greatest desire now was to explore the streets of Shangyuan County. If such luxury existed in the magistrate's residence, the streets must surely be in disarray, littered with destitute beggars. Let us go. Are you not taking me to witness the poetry duel? Chapter 004. Just a few million tales. The Empress was eager to ascertain whether this pretender to the magistrate's title possessed any knowledge of poetry. As the carriage rolled out of the estate, the wheels no longer emitted that irritating creaking sound. After a reprimand from Gu Fei, the butler, Cheng Quan, had efficiently applied oil to the axles, resulting in a noticeable improvement. Upon exiting the gate, there was none of the expected unevenness of cobblestone roads. She thought it strange. Even the capital lacked such comfortable thoroughfares. Though she had felt this softness upon her arrival, her mind had been too clouded to fully appreciate it at the time. What kind of road was this? As she lifted the carriage curtain, her eyes twitched in disbelief. This was no ordinary county. The shops lining the streets were uniformly arranged, vibrant yet unchaotic, exuding a sense of modernity. The bustling crowd was well-dressed and at ease, their faces radiating joy, with no beggars in sight. Xiao Ling Shuang stared in astonishment at the scene outside, her heart profoundly shaken. The pedestrians' appearance, attire, and the orderly streets surpassed her wildest expectations of a county. Even the splendor of the capital seemed to pale in comparison to the harmony and beauty of this small county. A mere pretender to the magistrate's title had managed to create such an enviable place and govern it so effectively? It was almost beyond belief. Had she not received concrete evidence, she would never have accepted that such a place truly existed. The Empress, Xiao Ling Shuang, found herself increasingly perplexed, her heart a tumult of emotions, as the scene before her utterly shattered her preconceived notions. Even during her secret travels prior to ascending the throne, she had never encountered such an orderly and rejuvenated atmosphere as that of this small county town. The architecture bore the unmistakable hallmark of recent construction, indicating that this city was no more than 5 years old, a brevity that was astonishing. This corroborated the information she had received from others, confirming its authenticity. Struggling to suppress the myriad questions swirling in her mind, she could not help but inquire, "Lord Gu, what is the meaning of this? Why is this place so prosperous?" Seated opposite her, Gu Fei responded to her inquiry with a hint of pride gracing his features. "Miss Lung, do not underestimate this seemingly inconspicuous county. My adept management and commitment to serving the people have naturally led to its flourishing." Maintaining her composure, she pressed on with her questioning. "Oh, might I ask, Lord Gu, is there a unique formula behind such governance?" Leaning back against the carriage wall, he replied leisurely, "There is no secret formula, merely a matter of adapting to local conditions and addressing the needs of the populace. As the ancients said, the people are the foundation. If one holds the welfare of the citizens in their heart, they will willingly follow you to create a thriving community." He then shifted his tone, contrasting the Empress with a disparaging remark. "Unlike that incompetent Empress who knows nothing, favors her kin, and indulges in nepotism, leading to a city's downfall, Northung now teeters on the brink of disaster. I wonder how long she can retain her throne. Alas, as the county magistrate, my heart aches for the people of Northung. How dare you slander Her Majesty the Empress?" Xiao Ling Shuang erupted, fury coursing through her veins. "This scoundrel dared to defame her, courting death. Ah, it seems you are quite the loyalist to the Empress, are you not? You must hail from the capital." Gu Fei retorted nonchalantly. He often encountered fervent supporters of the Empress who confronted him whenever he spoke ill of her. Miss Lung was neither the first, nor would she be the last. In recent months, many merchants from the capital had sought him out for business, drawn by the quality and affordability of goods in Shangyuan County, allowing them to profit handsomely. Seeing Gu Fei's indifferent demeanor only fueled Xiao Ling Shuang's ire. "Why do you not refute my claims?" she demanded. "Refute what?" You are not the Empress. Engaging in conversation with you is a waste of breath. You. Xiao Ling Shuang felt as though she were striking a cotton ball, seething with the desire to pounce upon this insufferable rogue. You are correct. I indeed hail from the capital. Have you considered that it is not the Empress's lack of desire, but her inability? She stands alone, with no choices available. At times, to balance certain interests, she must concede, allowing officials in the court to pursue personal gain. Ah, you seem quite knowledgeable. Is the Empress your relative? Did she confide in you? Gu Fei scoffed. Xiao Ling Shuang was incensed by his dismissive attitude. Wishing to reveal her true identity and execute this audacious impostor on the spot. Yet, she subdued her rage, knowing that even if she exposed herself, this audacious rogue would likely remain unafraid, bringing only further humiliation upon herself. Moreover, she was alone, and revealing her identity would only heighten her peril. Since Gu Fei spoke so freely, she decided to take the opportunity to discern what remarkable insights this rascal possessed. Taking a deep breath, she said coldly, "What if the Empress were to tell me herself? Are you not afraid I might return and inform her, leading to your execution?" Gu Fei chuckled derisively, waving his hand dismissively. "You wish to execute me? Humph." She cannot even manage the chaos within her own court. What could she possibly do to a mere county magistrate like me? Even if she were to learn of my existence, she would likely send a few incompetent officials to make a show of it, and with a little bribe, it would all be settled. The current state of North Hung speaks volumes of her incompetence. Xiao Ling Shuang clenched her fists, her fingertips nearly piercing her palms, her chest heaving with emotion. Yet she maintained a facade of calm. Do you understand that while North Hang's situation is dire, some matters are far more intricate than you imagine? What you see is merely the surface. How much do you truly comprehend of the underlying difficulties? Gu Fei's eyes flickered with surprise at her words, but he quickly returned to his previous languid demeanor. Intricate is simply a struggle for power. Miss Lung, since you come from the capital, you should know that the conflicts among the powerful are merely disputes over party interests. How many truly care for the people? I concern myself only with my own territory. As long as my citizens live peacefully, who occupies the throne is of no consequence to me. Lord Gu, I perceive that your county treasury must be quite substantial. Why do you inquire about this? Gu Fei asked, his expression turning wary. If you lacked funds, how could you possibly construct such a grand residence? The houses lining these streets must have cost a considerable sum. If you can afford such opulence, your treasury must surely contain a significant amount of wealth. The Empress's tones softened considerably. Gu Fei replied, "It is not as though it is vast. I likely have several million taels of silver." What? Several million taels? I could strangle you for this. Do you understand that the Empress, wept for an entire night to raise a mere 100,000 taels? Gu Fei was taken aback by her sudden outburst, and the thought of her attempting to strangle him was absurd. Stop! Are you playing a game? If you continue like this, you may as well leave." Annoyance crept into Gu Fei's voice. Why did this woman so easily lose control of her emotions? Surely, she must have been submerged in water too long, causing her mind to become muddled. Upon witnessing Gu Fei's irritation, the Empress ceased her aggressive actions. The two young women driving the carriage exchanged amused glances. They never worried for their master's safety, for his prowess was formidable enough to outmatch even the likes of Captain Yanlin. Seeing the situation, Gu Fei scoffed. Were it not for the rumor that the Empress is both aged and unappealing, I might almost mistake you for her. If you were truly loyal to the Empress and could convey messages to her, you would do well to advise her to abdicate and allow someone competent to take her place, sparing the people further suffering. Xiao Ling Shuang's chest heaved with indignation. How audacious of this scoundrel to speak such slander, nearly compelling her to leap upon him once more. Yet she restrained herself, coldly retorting, "You shall regret the words you speak today." Gu Fei remained unfazed. Regret? I would rather see who ought to regret their actions. As their conversation unfolded, the carriage gradually entered Qingfeng Garden, the lively sounds of a poetry gathering echoing from afar, infiltrating the carriage. Upon arrival at Qingfeng Garden, the Empress, sensing the change in atmosphere, prudently fell silent. Her interest had shifted from Gu Fei's poetry to the substantial wealth within his treasury. With such riches, she could hold her head high and converse with others on equal footing. An intuition whispered to her that Gu Fei might indeed possess considerable capability. After all, one must wonder why those noble women would go to such lengths as to seek his judgment. As the carriage rolled into the garden, Gu Fei leaped out to find Yi Anlin standing at the entrance, sword in hand, seemingly awaiting his arrival. Upon seeing the icy demeanor of Yi Anlin, Gu Fei smirked slightly. "Why are you not inside maintaining order?" Just as Yi Anlin began to respond, she caught sight of the Empress Xiao Ling Shuang, disembarking from the carriage. With a disdainful huff, she turned and walked away. It was the Empress's first encounter with Yi Anlin, and she could not help but think how stunning the female constable was, her figure exuding a graceful strength that could only be described as heroic elegance. Yet, something about the two seemed amiss. On the surface, Gu Fei was indeed Yi Anlin's superior. As soon as Gu Fei made his appearance, a flurry of voices erupted, quickly. "The esteemed Gu is here." The Empress was taken aback to witness a throng of excited young men and women rushing towards Gu Fei, their faces alight with enthusiasm and anticipation, joyfully exclaiming, "Master Gu." Observing the youthful crowd, Gu Fei's eyes glimmered with a hint of pride, and a barely perceptible smile graced his lips. He cleared his throat and gestured for calm, feigning modesty. "Please, everyone, remain composed. Today is not my stage. It is Song Yin and Su Hui who deserve your attention." As soon as he finished speaking, laughter erupted from the crowd, but someone quickly interjected, "Master Gu, if it were not for your judgment, who would dare claim the right to evaluate?" Gu Fei couldn't help but chuckle heartily and bowed in mock humility. "Very well. Since you hold me in such high regard, I shall humbly accept your expectations." The Empress stood off to the side, silently observing the scene, her brow furrowing in confusion. Why did these young individuals revere him so profoundly, exhibiting such fervor? She herself had never experienced such genuine adulation. At some point, Yi Anlin reappeared, her voice cold. "Enough of this charade. Step inside quickly, lest you keep your little lady waiting." The Empress, watching Yi Anlin fade from view once more, furrowed her brows, pondering why this head constable always spoke so sharply. What had Gu Fei done to earn such ire from her? Meanwhile, the crowd began to scrutinize the Empress, whispering among themselves about the great fortune that allowed her to stand beside Master Gu, sharing the same carriage. Ye Anlan, despite being hailed as the most beautiful woman in Xiwan County, had never garnered such favor from him. Countless hearts among the young women shattered at the thought that Master Gu had clandestinely taken a woman. As Gu Fei accompanied the Empress Xiao Ling Shuang to the pavilion, Su Hui and Song Yin, upon noticing the beautiful woman at his side, were immediately thrown into a flurry of emotions, urgently inquiring, "Master Gu, who is this young lady?" Yi Anlin, eavesdropping from the crowd, perked up her ears as well. Gu Fei smiled gently at them and introduced the Empress. "This is Miss Lung Ling Shuang, a merchant from the capital, here to procure goods from us." The women sighed in relief upon hearing this, while Yi Anlin's chest visibly relaxed, muttering softly, "So, she is merely a businesswoman." Initially, Yi Anlin had been taken aback by the Empress's beauty, which rivaled her own, and her figure was even more voluptuous. In that moment, Yi Anlin felt she had lost out on that front. It appeared that the issue was not hers. Gu Fei incited both affection and frustration within her. He neither treated her well nor ceased his flirtations, leaving her exasperated. Most critically, she had been following him for 3 years, and time was not on her side, which made her anxious. The last time he had teased her about her physique, she had chased him with a blade for quite some distance, and they had yet to reconcile. "Since you do not care for me, yet still tease me. What a scoundrel." At that moment, Su Hui chimed in, "I told you. How could our Master Gu possibly fancy some ordinary woman?" Noticing that, despite the Empress's beauty, her attire was of common style from Xiwan City, Su Hui spoke arrogantly, unaware that her words nearly incensed the Empress. "You insolent commoner, how dare you call me ordinary? I shall have you torn to shreds." Ye Anlan, equally incensed, interjected coldly, "Su Hui, do not waste the Master's time. Song Yin retorted to Su Hui. Indeed, even if Master Gu had poor taste, he would never look upon someone like you. The pavilion erupted into chaos as the two women clashed, their respective supporters mocking one another. The Empress, astonished, had never witnessed such a scene erupt over Gu Fei. She glanced at him, who appeared to be suffering from a headache due to the commotion. Silence, he bellowed. If anyone dares to disrupt again, I shall deduct 10 credits from your semester. His words acted like a spell, and the crowd fell silent in an instant. The Empress wondered what these credits were to instill such fear in them. Gu Fei, satisfied, continued coldly, "Now present your work for my review." The two girls simultaneously pointed to the stone table in the center of the pavilion. Gu Fei approached and picked up one of the sheets of paper. He read aloud, "The gentle breeze and azure waters reflect the red of the lotus. Emerging from the water, the lotus smiles in conversation, untainted by dust under the moonlight. Pristine, only its clear shadow lingers toward the sky." He mused inwardly. Quite well written. It seems the Xiwan Academy has been educating well. Their poetry skills have indeed soared. He remained silent and picked up another sheet. The emerald leaves stretch to meet the sun. Fragrant breezes fill the sleeves, conveying sentiments. Unaware of the lotus's heartache, only the flower's beauty reflects in the mirror. Gu Fei nodded slightly, his expression revealing a hint of satisfaction. This poem was also commendable, yet he maintained his stoic demeanor. The Empress, with her impressive literary acumen, recognized the quality of these verses, noting that even in the capital, such poetry would rank among the finest. She was astonished to encounter such talent in this seemingly insignificant county. However, Gu Fei's lack of reaction perplexed her. Perhaps she had overestimated his understanding of poetry and literature, leading to his impassive expression. Chapter 006. A leap into the river. The atmosphere remained quiet, punctuated only by the gentle flow of the river. The Empress furrowed her brow once more, pondering the nature of these credits that could so terrify the youth. "Master, you have read through our works. Would you kindly offer us your critique to discern whose composition excels?" Gu Fei glanced again at the unsigned verses and replied with a smile. "Since you have not identified whose is whose, my assessment shall indeed be impartial. Firstly, both poems possess their own merits. This also attests to the fact that you have not been idle at the academy, which pleases me greatly." He gently set the paper back on the stone table. The first poem elegantly depicts the lotus's purity, and the imagery of gentle breeze and azure waters is quite fitting. The phrase "only its clear shadow lingers toward the sky" serves as a brilliant concluding touch, evoking a sense of the lotus's serene, self-contained beauty, untouched by worldly affairs. Gu Fei's critique is indeed astute, and his last comment highlights his literary prowess. The Empress thought, regarding him with newfound respect. Had she misjudged him? Her keen gaze discreetly observed Gu Fei, while Yi Amlin noted her expression, contemplating why a merchant from the capital would regard him with such admiration. After a brief pause, Gu Fei turned to the second poem. As for the second, the opening lines, "Emerald leaves stretch to meet the sun, vividly paint the scene, while fragrant breezes fill the sleeves," conveying sentiments possesses a potent emotional resonance, as if the essence of the lotus penetrates the heart. The latter lines transition from the heartache of the flower to its surface beauty. Though the language is plain, it harbors depth, revealing the endurance and struggles hidden behind beauty. "Master Gu, which of the two poems do you deem superior?" Su Hui and Song Yin inquired almost in unison. Gu Fei's brow furrowed deeply. This was indeed a perplexing situation. As the two individuals observed Gu Fei's furrowed brow, it was evident that they were grappling with the dilemma of discerning the merits and faults of their respective poems. They were acutely aware that both of their works had caught Gu Fei's discerning eye, and a surge of excitement coursed through them. One on the left, and the other on the right, they clung to Gu Fei's arms, speaking in a melodious manner. "My lord, please do not put us in a difficult position. After all, you do not truly know who penned these two poems. Simply express your thoughts." The Empress was taken aback by the audacity of these two girls, so unmindful of hierarchy. Gu Fei felt the delightful bounce of their arms and internally lamented. Could you be any gentler? This old man would be quite distressed. He discreetly withdrew his arms and smiled. acknowledging that both poems were indeed commendable. If I were to judge, the second poem has a slight edge, possessing a more grandiose ambience. Ah. Su Hui, you have lost, Song Yin exclaimed, her face beaming with joy. Upon hearing this, Gu Fei slightly frowned, turning to regard the exuberant Song Yin. He then offered a comforting word to the visibly disheartened Su Hui. Su Hui, your poem is not without merit. In my eyes, you have made significant progress. Keep striving for excellence next time. My lord, please do not console me. Su Hui cried, covering her face and fleeing in distress. Tears streamed down her face, her chest tightened, and the world around her became a blur. She ran frantically toward the river's edge, her feelings of grievance and despair surging forth like a deluge. Is it merely progress you see? Does that not imply I shall forever be inferior to her? Su Hui bit her lip, consumed by a sense of unwillingness and shame. For this moment, she had endured countless days and nights, yearning for Gu Fei to regard her with favor, while also wishing to temper Song Yin's arrogance. Yet, she found herself outmatched. Gu Fei watched as Su Hui sprinted toward the riverbank and cast a glance at Yi Anlin amidst the crowd. Yi Anlin instantly understood and pursued after her. Su Hui, stop right there, she shouted from a distance. But Su Hui had already leaped into the river, the icy waters swiftly engulfing her. Gu Fei's expression shifted dramatically upon witnessing this scene. This is dire. The girl cannot bear to lose. He addressed the onlookers, raising his voice. Why are you all still standing there? Those who can swim, jump in and save her. The small river was a tributary of the Li River, its current swift, and Su Hui was swept away the moment she plunged in. Seeing a few youths hesitating, Gu Fei, in a fit of anger, swiftly discarded his outer robe and tossed it to the Empress. In a single stride, he dashed to the riverbank and without hesitation, plunged into the frigid water. His speed was so remarkable that the Empress barely had time to react. She watched as Gu Fei's figure desperately pursued the bobbing Su Hui in the water. His swimming prowess was astonishing. She had never witnessed anyone swim with such speed. In that moment, she thought to herself, how can a mere county magistrate display such courage and initiative in rescuing someone? At that instant, the Empress found herself reassessing her perception of this man, realizing he was not as insufferable as he appeared. She mused, if only the officials in the court possessed his capability and bravery, perhaps the Northern Hung would not be in such turmoil. With a heavy sigh, she pondered the current state of the capital, wondering how her half-brother, the second Prince Xiao Yang, was faring amidst the chaos. Meanwhile, Su Hui, lost in despair, made no effort to paddle or swim. Gu Fei was still a good 7 or 8 meters away when her figure vanished beneath the surface. Damn it, this is bad, Gu Fei thought, his heart racing as he watched Su Hui sink beneath the river surface. The crowd gasped as they saw him disappear as well. Yi Anlin, standing on the bank, panicked at Gu Fei's sudden disappearance, her anxiety escalating. She fervently prayed, Gu Fei, please do not come to harm. What will happen to the people of Xiwan County if you're lost? What will become of me? The Empress, having regained her senses, felt an unsettling tremor in her heart as she stared at the river. This fool cannot truly be dead. I still have many questions for him. As time ticked away, the crowd's spirits sank. The elder and younger sisters had already begun to weep openly. Yi Anlin, overcome with fright, berated herself internally for not having pulled Gu Fei back, thinking how foolish it was to let him leap in alone. Tears welled up in her eyes as she lamented. Why must you always act so recklessly? Perhaps it would be better if you were gone, then I could simply leave this all behind. However, in the next moment, her thoughts shifted to a desperate plea, but you must not come to harm. The onlookers were nearly frantic, their cries for their lord echoing across the riverbank. Beneath the surface, Gu Fei felt as if his lungs were about to burst. He had searched repeatedly in the water, but could not find Su Hui, and despair began to settle in. Regret consumed him. Had he known this would happen, he would have praised her poetry to the heavens, ensuring she felt valued and not inferior. Su Hui could not perish. Her father was a renowned merchant in Xiwan County, and her death would undoubtedly devastate Su Jinheng. if he were to learn that his daughter had taken such drastic measures due to Gu Fei's critique? Would he not harbor resentment toward him? Yet, it seemed as if fate had its hand upon him. Just as he felt oxygen depleting and was on the verge of surrendering, his fingers brushed against the hem of Su Hui's garment. A flicker of hope ignited within him as he grasped her clothing and swam forcefully towards the surface. At the moment Gu Fei emerged with Su Hui in tow, Yi Enlin instantly spotted him. Gu Fei is alive. A single tear cascaded down her cheek as a small smile graced her lips, muttering under her breath, "What a stubborn fool you are." The crowd erupted into commotion, rushing toward the riverbank. The elder and younger sisters, their eyes red from weeping, nearly dropped to their knees upon seeing Gu Fei's figure. "My lord, you are alive. This is wonderful." The icy water stung Gu Fei as he pulled Su Hui's arm, swimming with all his might toward the shore. Yi Enlin seized a rope offered by someone nearby and threw it with precision, landing it right by Gu Fei. He grasped the rope with one hand while tightly holding Su Hui with the other, dragging her back to land. Once ashore, Gu Fei quickly assessed Su Hui's breathing and discovered she had lost consciousness. Panic gripped him. There was no breath. He immediately commenced chest compressions and artificial respiration. This scene was witnessed by the Empress Xiao Ling Shuang, who had been hidden nearby. As she observed Gu Fei's rhythmic compressions, an unsettling familiarity washed over her. Moments later, an overwhelming surge of murderous intent surged within her. This was precisely the technique Gu Fei had employed to save her. At that time, her own lips had been unencumbered by a silk scarf. Contemplating this, the Empress's expression turned complex. She clenched her fist, struggling with a whirlwind of conflicting emotions. Gu Fei remained focused on his life-saving efforts, each compression deliberate and forceful, causing Su Hui's chest to rise and fall dramatically. This technique was one he had taught during lessons at Xiwan Academy, so the students were accustomed to it. Had anyone else attempted it, Su Hui might have resisted. Gu Fei feared that if others intervened, they might inadvertently squander the opportunity to save her. After several compressions, he leaned down, covering Su Hui's mouth with his own, breathing life back into her. After a few moments, Su Hui finally coughed, expelling water from her mouth. Slowly, she opened her eyes to see Gu Fei crouched beside her. Concern etched across his face. Her cheeks flushed as she choked out, "My lord, I feel as though I am utterly inadequate. What is the point of living?" Seeing Su Hui revive, Gu Fei's irritation flared anew. He coldly replied, "You know the taste of death is not pleasant, do you? Bring your father to the county office tomorrow to see me." He finished speaking, stood up, and faced the crowd, announcing loudly, "From today onwards, Shangyuan County will hold a creative handicraft competition every 3 months. The first prize will be 300 taels of silver, the second prize 200 taels, and so forth, with rewards for the top 10 contestants. There are no restrictions on qualifications or categories, as long as the work serves the public, enhances work efficiency, or is a novel invention. Anything beneficial to society is eligible to compete. Additionally, works deemed to have significant innovative value by this official will receive further rewards from the county office, with no cap on the prize." As his words echoed, the crowd erupted in astonishment, many eyes gleaming with excitement. This unexpected announcement undoubtedly ignited a fervor among the populace, particularly among the youth who enjoyed tinkering. The prospect of creating something they loved while earning money, especially with no upper limit on the prize, seemed like a chance for overnight wealth. Those who thrived on creativity and had ideas were grinning from ear to ear, feeling as if the county magistrate had just delivered them a windfall. Standing nearby, Empress Xiao Ling Shuang listened to Gu Fei's proclamation, pondering his intentions. Was he merely speaking whimsically, or did he have ulterior motives? Her gaze lingered on Gu Fei's somewhat disheveled figure, stirring a barely perceptible flutter in her heart. Despite their vastly different backgrounds and social standings, she found his words refreshing each time they met. Her thoughts drifted back to the moment she had plummeted off the cliff, believing she had reached the end. Yet, this seemingly insignificant county magistrate had snatched her from the jaws of death, performing chest compressions and artificial respiration. Though it was a breach of decorum, he had given her a second chance at life. Gu Fei, what thoughts occupy his mind? She mused. The Northern Hung Kingdom had always favored scholarship over martial prowess. The court was filled with scholars who argued for power and wealth, rarely considering the plight of the common people. Yet here was Gu Fei, initiating a creative competition in this fictitious Shangyuan county, harnessing grassroots innovation. Such thinking, if applied in the court, could yield unimaginable power. As she watched Gu Fei head towards the entrance of Qing Feng Garden, she cast aside her distractions and promptly followed him. Inside the carriage, Gu Fei sat across from the Empress, his demeanor serious and solemn, betraying none of his inner thoughts. Seizing the moment, he studied the woman before him, wondering who she truly was. Her elegance and poise suggested noble lineage, and her tone indicated familiarity with the Empress. Suddenly, he asked, "Lady Lung, who are you? You do not strike me as an ordinary person." The Empress's heart raced. Had he begun to suspect her identity? What persona could she concoct? Then she recalled the name of the Marquis of Jiulu, Lung Hongyi, and quickly replied, "In the Northern Hung Kingdom. There are only a few of us with the surname Long. Surely you can guess?" Upon hearing this, Gu Fei recalled that Northern Hung, though it had a population of only 4 to 5 million, indeed had noble families with the surname Long, specifically the Marquis of Jiulu. His eyebrows raised in recognition. "Are you a relative of the Marquis of Jiulu?" Realizing the implications of his words, the Empress thought, "This is not my deception, but your assumption." She nodded slightly. "I did not anticipate that you are indeed a relative of the Marquis of Jiulu. Shouldn't you express gratitude to your savior?" A smirk appeared on Gu Fei's face as he gestured nonchalantly. "Oh, nothing too extravagant. Just a casual 100 or 80,000 taels of silver will suffice." Though the Empress could not comprehend his jest, the mere mention of such an amount nearly caused her to faint. 100 or 80,000 taels of silver. Do you realize I once wept for an entire night over a mere 100 taels? The entire Northern Hung Kingdom has only about 500,000 people. How can you dare to request such a sum? Her cheeks flushed with indignation at his audacity. Observing her flustered expression, Gu Fei couldn't help but chuckle. Unwilling to give? Then perhaps offering yourself would suffice. Bold of you. A mere county magistrate dares to propose marriage to me. Indeed, you are truly an ungrateful person. Such is the nature of the nobility, Gu Fei retorted with mockery. Do not accuse me of ingratitude. I shall repay you for saving me, but not now. When I return to the capital, we shall see. However, I have never heard of this Shangyuan County or its magistrate in the capital. Surely you are not an impostor? Gu Fei paused momentarily, but then burst into laughter. It seems you possess considerable knowledge of court affairs. Indeed, this Shangyuan County is fictitious, and I am not a court-appointed official. I have declared myself as such. All the other officials here have been appointed by me. But does that truly matter? This absurdity nearly drove the Empress to madness. Does it not matter? You evade taxes and tributes, appoint officials, and build cities without sanction. To put it bluntly, you are merely a bandit. Do you not realize that every action you take is tantamount to rebellion, endangering not just yourself, but the entire populace of Shangyuan County? Gu Fei was equally incensed by her words. You label me a bandit and a rebel? Who do you refer to as an old hag? That old hag at court. Xiao Ling Shuang's anger surged. Do you truly believe I would need to rebel? Others have surely taken that step long before I would. Do you expect me to pay taxes and tribute? Not a chance. Gu Fei declared defiantly. If I must give, I would rather share with those in need than with her. Could she even safeguard what I give? It would merely end up in the pockets of corrupt officials. Even if the Empress herself stood before me today, I would dare to say this to her face. I shall have it out with you. How dare you slander me? I, the Empress of Northern Hung. With that, Xiao Ling Shuang lunged at Gu Fei, biting his arm fiercely and refusing to let go. It was said that one should never strike a person's face. Yet she had been openly humiliated, and even the most composed Empress could no longer restrain herself. Did he truly see her as insignificant, calling her old and ugly? My heavens! Gu Fei's exclamation echoed within the carriage, prompting the maid to hastily lift the curtain. My lord, I apologize for the intrusion. Gu Fei remained still, unable to move with the Empress clinging to him, though she had no intention of truly biting him. Let go of me. If you do not release me, do not blame me for being rude. Fearing his threat, the Empress reluctantly released her grip and, with a huff, began to rise from his embrace. In that fleeting moment, Gu Fei cupped her delicate face, gazing at her enticing lips, and suddenly lost his composure, leaning in to kiss her. Despite her struggles, he held her for a good 5 seconds before finally letting go. Just then, the maid peeked through the curtain and witnessed the scene. Startled, she exclaimed, "My lord, it was not my intention. It was all because of the saying that Lady Lung was in your arms. Gu Fei, you scoundrel, how dare you defile me? I shall have you torn to shreds." The Empress's chest heaved with fury, nearly overwhelming her. But this time she refrained from attacking Gu Fei again and turned her head away in indignation. Tears glistened in her eyes, shimmering incessantly. The humiliation was unbearable. She had never felt such disgrace. "I am the illustrious Empress of Bayang. Had I known, I would have preferred death." Gu Fei observed the Empress's shoulders trembling, and a sense of dread washed over him. He gently nudged her arm. "Hey, you're really angry, aren't you? This isn't our first kiss. You need to react so strongly." Little did he know, his words only exacerbated her distress. The Empress could no longer contain herself and wept aloud. "They bully me. And you too. Am I so easily oppressed in your eyes? Please don't cry." Gu Fei implored as he moved closer, gently pushing her shoulder. The Empress abruptly shoved him away, exclaiming, "Go away." The two maids exchanged glances, fearing impending punishment from their master. Just then, their savior arrived. Zhang Biao, accompanied by a group of men on horseback, galloped towards them. "Brother Biao, the Lord is here," the elder maid called out from a distance. Zhang Biao dismounted swiftly and reported, "My lord, as per your orders. We searched along the banks of the river for nearly 20 miles, but found no sign of the drowned woman." Upon hearing this, the Empress ceased her weeping. Zhang Biao's words plunged her heart into despair. Could it be that Xiao Rou had sunk beneath the waters? Gu Fei, upon hearing this, suggested, "If she hasn't been found, then send 2 more boats to drift along the river." "Understood, my lord," Zhang Biao replied. However, he continued, "My lord, while I was at the riverbank, I encountered a group of soldiers who seemed to be searching for the drowned person as well." Gu Fei turned and inquired, "Should we send you to join them?" "No, please don't." The Empress was nearly terrified. She had forgotten her tears. These people seemed intent on not leaving her in peace even in death. Gu Fei frowned. "Why? Those soldiers are enemies of my family," he realized, understanding the Empress's hesitation. "So, you are a fugitive," he whispered. "I am not." The external Zhang Biao overheard the murmurs from within the carriage and couldn't help but ask, "Who are you speaking to, my lord?" Gu Fei chuckled, "No one." "Find out where those soldiers are from." "Yes, my lord." The Empress listened as the horses galloped away. Gu Fei urged the elder maid to continue their journey home, feeling overwhelmed by the cold. He glanced at the Empress, now regaining her composure, and reassured her, "Don't worry, your maid will surely be fine." She shot him a glance but said nothing, prompting him to think, this girl is quite stubborn. His mind raced with possibilities. Perhaps the Lung family was in conflict with another faction, leading to an attempt on her life. Upon returning home, Gu Fei dashed to the bathroom for a hot shower, sensing the onset of cold. Curse that little girl Su Hui. The next day, he would scold Su Jinheng for raising such a fragile daughter. Meanwhile, as Gu Fei bathed, the elder and younger maids guided the Empress through his residence. They were cautious. If the Empress clashed with their master, they would bear the consequences, for he was not one to shy away from punishment. "Cold girl, this is called a toilet, used for..." "Well, the elder maid explained. "It's the most useful invention by our master. Most families in the county have one. After using it, just pull this rope and everything disappears, clean and efficient." Demonstrating, she pulled the cord and the water vanished, leaving the Empress astonished. "Where does the water come from?" she finally asked. The younger maid eagerly chimed in. "We have a large water tower on the roof, and the water flows from there." Proudly, she turned on the faucet, and water gushed forth, leaving the Empress bewildered. "A water tower? What is that?" The younger maid beamed. "It's another invention of our master. With it, we never have to worry about water again, whether for washing, cooking, or bathing. You'll experience it tonight." The Empress's heart raced at the thought. Even the simplest tasks had such intricacies. Just then, Zhang Biao burst in, exclaiming, "My lord, Those wretched soldiers are attempting to enter the city to search for people. The Empress felt her heart drop. Meanwhile, in the capital, at the residence of the Marquis of Chongqing, Yuan Du clutched a secret letter delivered by carrier pigeon. His eyes twitched violently as he crumpled the note in fury. Useless. You are all utterly worthless. Situ Xian, you can't even handle a mere woman, and now her fate is uncertain. Beside him, a retainer, Tianjing, whispered, "My lord, shall I go personally?" Yuan Du scoffed. "I orchestrated this scheme to lure her out of the capital, and this is the outcome. Hurry to that wretched place called Shangyuan County. I demand to see her, dead or alive." "As you command, my lord." Just as Tianjing was about to leave, a furious voice echoed from outside, causing Yuan Du's expression to darken. "Marquis Chongqing, is this how you fulfill your duties? That woman, Xiao Ling Shuang, is currently unaccounted for. How can I rest easy?" Yuan Du quickly stepped out from behind the desk, bowing respectfully. "Your Highness, I greet the second prince." "Oof. Had you not failed in your duties, you should be addressing me as your majesty." Yuan Du, hearing the second prince Xiao Yang's words, suppressed his disdain. "You're not worthy of such titles. If it weren't for me, you would have dressed in a suit of black armor." Situ Xian approached with a somber expression, tossing the horsewhip in his hand to a nearby associate. Xiao Yang felt a surge of anxiety, but quickly steadied himself, his heart racing as he stammered, "Situ Xian, it is unfortunate that I placed such trust in you, yet you have truly betrayed that trust. You cannot even deal with Xiao Ling Shuang." Situ Xian clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, replying, "Second prince, had it not been for that rascal Long Hongyi's interference, my men would have already eliminated Xiao Ling Shuang in Mo County. Yet, I have just received news from the High Priestess Guyuer that you will ascend the throne in 10 days. What do you have to fear? If that wretched girl appears when I take the throne, all our efforts will have been in vain. Oof. Let us not even speak of whether she is alive or dead after jumping off the cliff. Even if she survives, I will ensure she can never return to the capital." Situ Xian's words brought a sense of comfort to Xiao Yang. The few individuals in the room erupted into laughter, though each harbored their own ulterior motives. On the city tower of Shangyuan County, Gu Fei stood alongside the Empress Xiao Ling Shuang, observing a group of 20 soldiers below, brimming with murderous intent. He inquired, "Are they the ones pursuing you?" The Empress, her entire being radiating hostility, replied, "Indeed, they are Situ Xian's minions. They have always been our family's sworn enemies." "Gu Darren, can you assist me in eliminating them?" Gu Fei shook his head, maintaining his calm demeanor. "Miss Lung, Shangyuan County is not a battlefield for the aristocrats of the capital. Here, there are laws and rules. Should they wreak havoc here, I will ensure they do not leave unscathed. But why should I assist you?" The Empress, exasperated, retorted, "What do you fear from laws? You are not afraid of rebellion. Why fear the law?" Gu Fei chuckled. "The law I refer to is that of Shangyuan County. One does not provoke unless provoked. Unless what?" Xiao Ling Shuang's heart stirred. If she could eliminate this group, she could stealthily return to the capital. Once within the palace, these rebels would be powerless against her, especially with the likes of Marquis Zhu Lu Long Hongyi and General Yang Ling in her corner. "Unless you provide me with 100,000 taels of silver," Gu Fei stated. "Agreed, as long as you eliminate them. I will pay you 100,000 taels upon my return to Xanadu." The Empress, willing to pay the price to rid herself of these rebels, did not expect to actually give the money to Gu Fei, knowing he was also a rebel. If she did not kill him, he would be grateful to her. Thus, she readily agreed. Gu Fei raised an eyebrow, sensing her eagerness. Just days prior, she had hesitated to part with even 80,000 taels, yet now she seemed so willing. "Miss Lung, words alone are insufficient. If I risk my life to assist you in eliminating them, what guarantee do I have that you will pay? I cannot simply kill you as well. Indeed, Miss Lung, my master never engages in losing ventures. He will not take action without seeing the silver first." Zhang Biao, observing this exchange, was perplexed. How had his master suddenly come to know such a beautiful woman? It was evident that wherever his master went, women were sure to follow. The Empress, feeling exasperated by the banter, thought to herself, how could these two scoundrels have such little faith in her? Just then, Zhang Biao leaned in conspiratorially and said, "Miss Lung, you must show some sincerity. Mere words hold no weight. If you agree to become my master's woman, perhaps he might consider your request." The Empress nearly exploded with rage at Zhang Biao's proposition, her eyes blazing with fury. "You insolent fool! I am the sovereign, the embodiment of authority. How dare you suggest I marry a mere pretender like you?" Despite her anger, the urgency of the situation loomed large. With her absence, chaos surely reigned in the capital. Perhaps it would be wise to feign agreement for now. Upon her return, she could ensure he never saw her again. One day, when she felt displeased, she could dispatch a vast army to eliminate him without a trace. Gu Fei, amused by Zhang Biao's antics, was eager to see how the woman would respond. To his surprise, she seemed to have made a momentous decision, gazing intently at him. "Gu Darren, if you truly eliminate those rebels below, I, Ling Shuang, may consider your offer." With that, the Empress felt a sense of triumph. After all, it was Ling Shuang who would marry him, not Xiao Ling Shuang. But merely considering it showed a lack of sincerity. Absolutely not. Both Gu Fei and Zhang Biao shook their heads vigorously. Seeing their disbelief, the Empress's expression turned cold. "What must I do for you to trust me?" Zhang Biao cheekily replied. "Unless you kiss our master, I will not believe you." "You!" Her sharp eyes glinted with lethal intent as she nearly exploded with rage. Was this insufferable Zhang Biao sent by the heavens to torment her? At that moment, the soldiers below seemed to have exhausted their patience, and the guards at the gate shouted threats, preparing to storm in if not allowed entry. The guards, equally irate, scoffed at the audacity of this mere 20-man squad, asserting that they were in a county that was officially unrecognized. Gu Fei chuckled. "Miss Lung, you see, they are about to breach the gates. If they enter, you may find yourself in a precarious situation." Gu Fei, curious to see if the woman would take the initiative, found himself quite taken by her. She was intelligent, elegant, dignified, and undeniably beautiful, with a fierce gaze that demanded respect. The Empress, realizing the impending conflict, felt her heart race. Seizing the moment while Zhang Biao was distracted, she pulled Gu Fei's head down and kissed him, throwing caution to the wind. After all, it was not her first kiss with this rogue. Gu Fei, momentarily taken aback, soon regained his composure, only to find the moment had passed. "I have done what I needed to. Now, it is time for you to fulfill your promise." Gu Fei stood with his legs together, bowing in jest. "At your service, my bandit wife." Zhang Biao, lead the charge against those rogue soldiers. Zhang Biao was momentarily stunned. "Did she not just kiss you, master?" "I did not kiss you. Hurry and take your men to deal with them." "Do you want the guards at the gate to be injured without compensation?" "Master, if you kiss my sister Zhang Yao, I assure you she will be willing." "Get lost. Every day you wish for me to be your sister-in-law." With a kick from Gu Fei, Zhang Biao rushed forward with his men to confront the soldiers. The Empress watched as Zhang Biao brandished his sword and confronted the group of soldiers, demanding, "Who dares to cause trouble in Shangyuan County?" Upon hearing the words, the soldiers immediately displayed disdain, one of them drawing his sword and shouting, "We act under the command of General Sidu to apprehend traitors. How dare you, a mere county town, interfere with our affairs? Step aside, or else, should anything go awry, you shall all meet your demise." The guards, unfazed, burst into laughter. "Brother Biao, is there anyone in this realm, apart from the Lord, who dares to threaten you?" Zhang Biao spat. "Then you must be aware of the fate that befell those who previously threatened me, especially those corrupt officials who oppress the common folk." The guards nodded, recalling how they had dispatched a small leader among them. The centurion under Situ Xin observed the audacity of the local guards with a mix of astonishment and concern. He recognized that should a conflict arise, his numbers were not in his favor, and he was hesitant to engage, despite their habitual arrogance. Loosening his tone slightly, he addressed Zhang Biao with a sense of superiority. "I won't waste my time arguing with you lot. Summon your county magistrate or the county captain. They will surely allow us to search." Zhang Biao laughed heartily. "Our lord is watching you from the city tower. Take a look if you don't believe me." The group quickly glanced upward, and their eyes fell upon the Empress standing beside Gu Fei, causing their hearts to race with foreboding. If the Empress could stand side by side with the magistrate, It meant he was aware of her true identity. This realization struck them with dread. They were now on the brink of treason. With this thought, the centurion contemplated fleeing. However, Zhang Biao had already commanded, "Why are you all still dawdling? Eliminate them." Zhang Biao surged forward, his long knife aimed at the centurion, who was still in shock, and with a single stroke, Zhang Biao ended his life. The empress stood on the tower, transfixed, as Zhang Biao and his soldiers slaughtered the small team below without mercy, leaving them no chance to retaliate. In mere moments, the team was annihilated, leaving a profound impression of the combat prowess of the county, revealing it to be a den of ruthless bandits, executing their violence without hesitation or a word of remorse. She felt fortunate. Had it been an ordinary county, she might have fallen into the hands of these soldiers. In all of Beiheng, who would dare defy Dugu Xian's orders? Observing the scene, the empress noticed Gu Fei remained unfazed, his expression untroubled, his smile charming. Gu Fei recognized that the woman named Lung was watching him stealthily. He turned to her with a playful smile and said, "Madam, your husband has fulfilled his promise. Let us discuss when to hold our wedding and enjoy our nuptials." I. The empress was taken aback by his swift demand for fulfillment. Suddenly, she recalled that marriage required a matchmaker's words. "Madam, you cannot go back on your word," Gu Fei teased with a mischievous grin. No. Marriage is a serious matter, dictated by parental orders and matchmaker's words. If you truly wish to wed me, you must first seek my parents' consent in the capital, and then choose an auspicious day for our union," she replied, feigning calmness. Xiao Ling Shuang, observing him, muttered in her heart, "This insufferable bandit, how dare he be so audacious?" Gu Fei, with a sly smile, replied, "Oh, your words hold merit, but you owe me 2 lives. Surely you must provide some explanation? Otherwise, I cannot account for this to Zhang Biao." At that moment, Zhang Biao reappeared, chiming in, "Indeed, madam. I have been eagerly awaiting the chance to toast to our Lord's wedding." Truly, this wretched Biao was everywhere. Xiao Ling Shuang felt a mix of anger and urgency. Yet she suppressed her ire, coldly smiling. "I have already discussed matters with your lord. He must accompany me to the capital to propose before I can agree to marry him." With that, she deliberately turned away, signaling her disinterest in further discussion. Zhang Biao whispered behind, "Lord, perhaps you should just marry my younger sister. She desires nothing but your nod." Gu Fei kicked him away. "Get lost, and go arrange for those bodies to be burned." Zhang Biao, feeling dejected, replied, "My lord, I have already instructed them. I assure you, not even a trace will remain." The empress, overhearing their exchange, thought, what an extraordinary group of bandits, so adept at disposing of evidence. They must frequently engage in such activities. Once I return to the capital, I shall settle accounts with you all. Suddenly, Gu Fei sneezed. The empress seized the opportunity. Feigning concern, "You should return home for some ginger tea and a drink to sweat it out. Don't overexert yourself." Chapter 11. If you kiss again, Gu Fei felt it was time to return. The wind atop the tower was slightly uncomfortable, and he sensed a cold coming on. Before the empress, he stretched lazily, acknowledging, "Since the task is complete, I shall take my leave." Zhang Biao, keep an eye on the surroundings for any suspicious activity. Rest assured, my lord. Recently, I have ensured the guards carry their weapons during the night watch, unless thousands were to suddenly attack. Our county is as secure as an iron fortress. Very well. Gu Fei descended the tower with Xiao Ling Shuang. Along the way, he occasionally glanced at her, pondering if she truly belonged to the Lung clan. Her demeanor suggested she was indeed of legitimate lineage, not a mere branch or distant relative, for he could occasionally detect an air of authority in her expressions. The unexpected kiss earlier had stirred a mix of emotions within him. He had not anticipated her boldness. That moment had quickened his heartbeat. Yet, he swiftly regained his composure, adopting his usual demeanor. As they walked, he felt a heaviness in his head and a slight soreness in his nose, confirming his impending cold. Rubbing his nose, he forced a smile. "Miss Lung, the wind atop the tower was indeed quite strong. I fear I may be catching a cold. I must return for some ginger soup." Xiao Ling Shuang smiled faintly, replying, "If you are unwell, you should not linger. Jumping into rivers and climbing walls is hardly prudent." Gu Fei, displeased, retorted, "How can you say that? My cold is due to my efforts to save you and Su Hui. Xiao Ling Shuang reflected on this and realized he spoke the truth. Even her heart, once hardened like stone, fluttered unexpectedly. Seeing her silent, Gu Fei assumed she felt guilty and smiled, jesting, "Do not take it to heart. This humble county magistrate is made of iron. I fear not the slightest chill." No sooner had he spoken than he sneezed again, prompting Xiao Ling Shuang to suppress a laugh. "Gu County Magistrate, that hardly seems iron-like." Gu Fei chuckled awkwardly, realizing it was indeed time to rest. The two continued toward the town, while Zhang Biao remained atop the tower, contemplating how to persuade his lord to marry his sister. He murmured, "My sister, Zhang Yao, is as beautiful as a flower. Why does my lord remain unmoved?" Moreover, the head of the leaf-catching officials, renowned as the foremost beauty of Xiwan County, has never seemed to capture the heart of the dignitary. Suddenly, an astonishing idiom sprang into Zhang Biao's mind. The fondness of Long Yang? He was taken aback, a chill running down his spine. Upon this thought, he vigorously shook his head. "No way. The dignitary appears quite upright." "Surely not?" A shiver coursed through him. Along the way, Gu Fei sneezed again. The streets remained bustling, with passers-by occasionally encountering patrolling soldiers. Upon seeing Gu Fei, the soldiers would stand at attention, raising their hands to their ears in a military salute, before marching away in unison, resuming their patrol of the streets. Along the way, Gu Fei intermittently exchanged playful banter with Xiao Ling Shuang, alleviating the awkward atmosphere that lingered after their kiss atop the city walls. Yet, regardless of his teasing, Xiao Ling Shuang maintained her composure, only unable to suppress a smile when Gu Fei sneezed. Observing her surroundings, she noted the stringent order of Xiwan County security and the harmonious relationship between officials and civilians, secretly admiring the prosperity and planning of this small county. Particularly, the width of the streets astonished and puzzled her. The streets of Xiwan County were broad enough to rival the main thoroughfares of the capital, Zhuke Avenue, with some streets in the capital not even matching their width. The Empress estimated that even at the narrowest point, the street could accommodate 10 horse-drawn carriages at once. She wondered why Gu Fei had constructed the streets to be so wide. Unable to contain her curiosity, she inquired, "Why are the streets built so wide? They appear considerably broader than those in the capital." Gu Fei glanced at her, playfully replying, "My lady, if you kiss me again, I will reveal why your husband constructed these roads so wide. If you choose not to speak, then so be it." The Empress would not kiss him again. Had she not been compelled on the city walls, she would never have done so. With no imminent danger present, she would not fall for his trick again. Gu Fei understood that Lung Ling Shuang would undoubtedly not kiss him again. The two continued their walk, and the atmosphere gradually softened. Xiao Ling Shuang's gaze shifted from the street to Gu Fei, pondering in silence what sort of person this county magistrate truly was. He appeared unscrupulous, yet displayed remarkable wisdom and decisiveness, especially regarding his actions while she had been unconscious, which, although embarrassing, she had to admit were effective. Upon reaching a bridge, Gu Fei sighed softly. This bridge was once plagued by severe flooding, causing immense suffering for the common people. It took considerable funds on my part to connect this area with the Lijiang River, transforming it into flowing water, allowing the tide to rise and fall, enabling the people to fish and return to sell their catch. Look over there, those fishing boats have just returned from the Lijiang. Each day, seeing the smiles on the faces of the people, free from worry of hunger or clothing, brings me satisfaction. Xiao Ling Shuang nodded slightly, her perception of Gu Fei subtly shifting. Although he was often glib, he had evidently invested significant effort into local governance. What kind of person is he, really? Seeing her pensive silence, Gu Fei continued, "I know what you are thinking. Do you believe these streets and bridge are overly extravagant just to satisfy the fishermen? In truth, I am considering future development. Although Xiwan is a small county, broad roads that facilitate the movement of merchants will naturally attract more traders over time. When the people prosper, the county will flourish as well. Of course, there are even more distant plans, which I shall not divulge, as you would not comprehend them. It would be absurd to reveal that these roads were built wide enough for automobiles and tractors." Xiao Ling Shuang contemplated his words, recognizing that while his ideas were bold, they held merit. She mused, this rogue indeed possesses far-reaching vision. Which minister in the court could rival him? Gu Fei chuckled as he observed Ling Shuang lost in thought, smiling as he asked, "So, my lady, do you think my plans are commendable?" Xiao Ling Shuang replied nonchalantly, "There is indeed some insight." Her tone was unassuming, yet Gu Fei sensed that her demeanor was genuinely cold. The two continued onward when suddenly a shout shattered the tranquility. Gu Fei furrowed his brow, his gaze sharpening as he peered into the distance. "What is happening?" He murmured softly, then turned to Xiao Ling Shuang. "Let us go and see." Upon their arrival beside the crowd, the common folks, upon recognizing Gu Fei, seemed to have seen their savior, exclaiming, "Master Gu has arrived." They promptly parted to clear a path. The pair made their way through the throng to the center. Gu Fei's heart twisted at the sight of a mother and her daughter seated on the ground, both covered in wounds and whip marks. Murmurs of indignation arose from the crowd. This man is a beast. Even his own wife and child are not spared. Even the Empress gasped, wondering who could be so cruel as to inflict such suffering upon this mother and daughter. Gu Fei's eyes ignited with fierce anger. Such heinous acts occurring in Xiwan County, domestic violence, the beating of women and children. These actions are more barbaric than beasts. This is a slap in the face to me. Gu Fei, tell me, which family does this woman belong to? I shall seek justice for you. Gu Fei's voice was laced with cold fury, and those who knew him understood that this woman's husband was in for a grave reckoning. "Master, we have inquired. They are not from Xiwan County, but have come from a neighboring Shanshan County seeking refuge with relatives. Their husband, having lost money gambling, blamed this mother and daughter for bringing him bad luck, and then beat them mercilessly." Gu Fei sighed deeply upon hearing this. "I thought as much. It is impossible for Xiwan County to harbor such a malicious husband. If there were, I would ensure he faces severe consequences." The Empress, overhearing Gu Fei's words, felt a twinge of sarcasm. Are the men of Xiwan County not prone to beating their wives? Just then, a woman burst forth from the crowd. Upon seeing the pitiful state of the mother and daughter, she cried out in anguish, "My poor sister, how can your fate be so cruel? That wretched Wang Cheng has beaten you to this state. How many times must this happen before you agree to part ways with him?" The woman, upon seeing her sister, began to wail alongside her. "Sister, it is not that I do not wish to separate, but whenever I bring it up, he beats me mercilessly and threatens to kill both me and little Chui. Sister, I am at my wit's end. I came to entrust little Chui to you, for I shall return to confront that beast. Foolish girl, how can you undertake such a reckless act? Wang Cheng is a worthless life. Do you think you can defeat him?" Gu Fei admonished sternly. At this moment, the sister realized Gu Fei was present. She turned and knelt before him, saying, "Master, I am Qin Axiang. The women of Xiwan County are grateful for your protection. Within our homes, no one dares to bully us. We can even scold our husbands without fear, but my sister Qin, a Lien, suffers greatly. I beseech you, save her. I will bow to you," the woman exclaimed, her head striking the ground repeatedly without a hint of self-concern. Gu Fei, witnessing this, swiftly grasped her, preventing her from continuing. He then turned to Qin Lien, stating, "Should you wish for me to intervene, that is not a problem. If you can establish yourself in Xiwan County, then you are one of us. When you are wronged, I shall naturally take action." The sister quickly interjected, "Master, my sister will surely succeed." Gu Fei retorted, "I did not ask you to speak. Let your sister answer." The battered young woman looked at Gu Fei in surprise, trembling as she replied, "Master, do you truly wish to accept me, a harbinger of misfortune, in a Xiwan County? Are you not afraid I will bring you bad luck?" Upon hearing the words of the woman, Gu Fei immediately discerned her inherent kindness. He straightened his chest, clasped his hands behind his back, and confidently declared, "Misfortune. That is merely an excuse of the inept. In my Shangyuan County, such notions do not exist. However, not just anyone can settle here. Only those of merit will be welcomed into Shangyuan County. You appear quite youthful and in good health. It all depends on whether you possess a skill. As you all should know, Shangyuan County does not tolerate idleness." The Empress felt a stir within her heart. The slight affinity she had managed to cultivate was swiftly extinguished. leaving her with even greater disdain. It is merely a bandit-esque den, yet they are so choosy. The sister of the young woman spoke up urgently, "My lord, my sister is skilled with her hands. She is proficient in spinning and weaving and excels at making garments. She is truly talented." Gu Fei turned to her sister and asked, "Can you vouch for her?" Immediately, Qin Alien's sister replied, "My lord, I am willing to vouch for my sister, Qin Alien. Should any problems arise, I will take full responsibility." "Very well, with your sister's guarantee, I can make an exception for you. I can also assist you in annulment of your marriage. Furthermore, you need not worry about providing for your child. Should you agree to work at the spinning factory in the county, you will be more than capable of supporting both yourself and your daughter." "Ah, is that true? My lord, are you truly willing to let me work at your spinning factory like my sister?" The young woman could hardly believe it. Not only could she join Shangyuan County, but she could also work at the spinning factory that countless women from other counties dreamed of. The work was light. The pay was high, earning 2 taels of silver a month, amounting to over 20 taels a year. Additionally, during festivals, they would distribute grain and oil. With so many holidays, Youth Day, Children's Day, Women's Day, Mother's Day, Father's Day, and even the Grand Shangyuan County Founding Festival, which granted a 3-day holiday to the entire county, she could not help but envy those from other counties. "I, Qin Alien, am willing. I am willing," the young woman echoed, mimicking her sister as she bowed her head fervently. Gu Fei exclaimed, "Enough. Qin Alien, you need not bow any further. I merely perceive you as a decent person. Remember, upon joining Shangyuan County, you are no longer a lowly commoner. In our Shangyuan County, all are equal. As long as you are willing to work hard, you will surely lead a life far happier than those in other counties." Gu Fei called out to the crowd outside the door, "Come." The patrolling guards, who had long been present, quickly responded, "My lord, what are your orders?" Today, in Shanchang County, the vile man Wang Cheng had the audacity to harm our Shangyuan County citizens. "I command you to go to Shanxing County and bring him to justice." "Yes, my lord." At that moment, Yi Amlin arrived, and upon hearing this, she immediately said, "My lord, allow me to handle this matter." "Oh my, the head constable Yi is personally going to apprehend that Wang Cheng. He is doomed," the common folk murmured. Gu Fei, somewhat concerned, remarked, "That is well, but do be cautious of the Shanchang County magistrate, Li Tsai. He is no good man." Yi Amlin cast a glance at the empress beside Gu Fei and scoffed, "My lord, you worry too much. If this man is as he was before, I shall sever his head and kick it like a ball." "Fine, I should have said anything. Go ahead." The empress watched as Yi Amlin departed with the group, her hatred for evil palpable. She mused, "This Gu Fei truly acts protectively. Even outsiders receive such safeguarding. What manner of person is he? Is he not a bandit? Yet he engages in actions that earn the gratitude of the populace. Could it be he truly considers himself a magistrate? But without the imperial decree or seal, how can he annul this Qin alien's marriage?" A series of questions filled the empress's mind. The two pushed through the crowd of sycophants and made their way home. Upon reaching the doorstep, she could no longer contain her curiosity and inquired, "Gu Fei, what is this spinning factory you mentioned?" Gu Fei turned to look at her. "Is it so improper? Should you not address me as husband?" The empress, incensed, spun around and dashed inside. As she observed the enticing sway of his figure, Gu Fei rubbed his nose, finding it rather alluring. His physique was indeed quite impressive. Chapter 13. Unintentionally captivated by you, my lord. You have returned. Arya beamed sweetly at Gu Fei. He affectionately patted her cheek, noting how the two girls had blossomed into increasingly charming young women, destined to be stunning beauties in a couple of years. At that moment, Dia emerged from the kitchen. "My lord, today I have specially warmed some ginger wine for you and Miss Long, as I noticed you both seemed a bit under the weather. It will help to warm you during dinner. You truly know how to care for others. Unlike that Yi Anlin, who would rather see me dead." Dia smiled sweetly at his words. "When you saved me and Arya from those mountain bandits, we resolved to serve you for a lifetime." The empress stood aside, listening to the exchange between Gu Fei and his servants, finally realizing that Dia and you were both rescued by him. "Miss Lung, quickly wash your face. Dinner will be ready shortly." Xiao Ling Shuang. Despite her grievances towards Gu Fei, found the two adorable maids quite endearing. A rare smile broke across her face as she nodded in acknowledgement. "Daya, Eria, you must no longer call her Miss Long. She is now your mistress," Gu Fei interjected. Upon hearing his words, the Empress felt an urge to lash out at him. This wretched bandit sought to expose their relationship to all. Daya and Eria exchanged wide-eyed glances, then quietly asked, "My lord, are you certain you did not misspeak?" "Indeed, she, Xiao Ling Shuang, shall henceforth be my wife, Gu Fei. You must take good care of her." Eria then whispered, "My lord, are you not concerned about ye constable's displeasure?" Gu Fei retorted, "Whether she is pleased or not is of no concern to me." Eria thought to herself, "This is bad. This matter must not reach ye constable's ears, or else." Dia and Eria offered the Empress a gentle smile. "We greet the mistress. Please sit, dinner will be ready shortly." Wait, I'm not." The Empress was utterly speechless, having never encountered such a situation. "No, you are indeed my wife. We merely have yet to consummate our union." Gu Fei chuckled. "You are incorrigible," Xiao Ling Shuang scolded before swiftly retreating into the room. Gu Fei, rubbing his head, followed her inside, feeling quite dazed. Once in his room, he collapsed onto the bed and fell asleep. Xiao Ling Shuang, feeling bored after a while, ventured to the kitchen to observe how Dia and Eria prepare the meal. As an empress and former princess, she had seen the imperial kitchen. Yet Gu Fei's household was devoid of such grandeur. Only Dia, Eria, and two firewood carriers were bustling about. The kitchen was exceptionally clean, with white tiles covering the floors, walls, and countertops. Dia and Eria were working together to gut a fish. Upon noticing Xiao Ling Shuang's arrival, they cheerfully greeted her. "Mistress." Xiao Ling Shuang contemplated rebuking them, but quickly dismissed the thought. What did it matter to a sovereign like her, quibbling with a few ignorant maids? She chose not to respond or deny their address. Instead, walking over with curiosity, "In such a large kitchen, why are there only the two of you? Where are the others?" Xiao Ling Shuang observed that in Gu Fei's sizable home, aside from him, Dia, Eria, and the steward Chung Quan, there were no other individuals in sight. "Madam, in our master's household, there are only 4 of us girls, along with our gatekeeper, Brother Chung Quan." "Ah, not a single servant in sight." Xiao Ling Shuang could not help but exclaim. "Madam, our master is quite frugal. He claims that more people simply means more mouths to feed. If it weren't for the need to tend to the flowers and plants in the courtyard, he might even find our quartet excessive." "Ah, that scoundrel Gu Fei. If he is so stingy, why build such a grand house? Isn't that contradictory?" The Empress was momentarily perplexed, pondering what this forward planning truly entailed. "Surely, madam, you must think that such a large house is a waste, correct? In truth, it is not as you imagine. The citizens of Shangyuan County built this house out of gratitude for the prosperity and happiness the master has brought them. Therefore, this house cost nothing. He would never part with his money to construct something this grand." Upon hearing this, Xiao Ling Shuang felt a deep sense of frustration. When did these mountain bandits and outlaws become so enlightened, while those corrupt officials in the court remain oblivious to gratitude? It truly echoes the saying, "Integrity resides among the populace, while corruption festers in the halls of power." Madam, our master is truly a remarkable man. Marrying him is indeed a blessing accrued over several lifetimes. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ling Shuang nearly erupted in anger, thinking, "Am I, the sovereign of the realm, of such a noble status, truly fit for him? Hasn't he earned enough merit in 10 lifetimes?" "Indeed," Xiao Ling Shuang scoffed, "not one of the 10 most beautiful women in Shangyuan City would not wish to marry our master. Yet, alas, he remains unmoved. How curious that he remains indifferent to everyone, yet has taken an interest in me. Therefore, it is evident that you have indeed earned several lifetimes of merit to gain our master's favor." The Empress's chest heaved with indignation. She was nearly at her limit with the remarks of the second girl. "Here, madam, this is warm ginger wine brewed by our master himself. Please have a cup." The eldest girl had appeared with a bowl of warm ginger wine from the pot. The Empress had never heard of such a thing as yellow wine. However, gazing at the golden liquid in the bowl, she couldn't help but swallow hard. After all, she had not eaten anything all day, and the aroma wafting from the kitchen was irresistible. Moreover, Her body felt somewhat unwell and chilly. The arrival of a steaming bowl of ginger wine sparked an impulse within her to drink it all at once. Observing her hesitation, the eldest girl cheerfully said, "Madam, if you're concerned about the taste, fear not. I have added honey, goji berries, and osmanthus, ensuring it will warm you from within." Hearing this, Xiao Ling Shuang took the porcelain bowl into her hands. Slowly bringing it to her lips, the rich aroma of the wine caused her to furrow her brows slightly. Yet she still took a gentle sip. The sweet taste mingled with a hint of osmanthus made her eyes light up. The wine was unexpectedly delightful. She took another sip, and before long, within the span of half a stick of incense, she had consumed the entire bowl of yellow wine. How was it? Delicious, wasn't it? The eldest girl's round eyes squinted into crescent shapes, her expression reminiscent of a cunning wolf. Indeed, it was delightful. After drinking it, I feel invigorated. This yellow wine is truly exceptional. The Empress could not help but praise it. Then have a bit more. I shall take what remains in the pot to our master. The Empress nodded in agreement. Chapter 14. The two of them drink and unravel matters as the Empress savored the ginger wine. She subtly inquired about Gu Fei and everything pertaining to Shangyuan County. Having been kissed by him twice and reciprocating once, it was imperative that she knew something about him. The opportunity presented itself perfectly, as he was currently asleep, making it an ideal time to gather secrets. The eldest and second girls shared everything with the new mistress, responding to nearly every question posed. From the eldest girl, the Empress learned that Shangyuan City was established over 5 years by the citizens, boasting a population of nearly 60 to 70,000, a scale comparable to at least 2 counties. Upon hearing these figures, the Empress was taken aback, realizing that the capital of Beihang only had a population of slightly over 300,000. What astonished her even more was the existence of over 100 workshops of various sizes within Shangyuan City, with nearly every resident engaged in work. The goods produced here not only sufficed for personal use, but were also sold extensively, with cloth being the most traded item. The fabric produced here was of superior quality, finely woven, inexpensive, and durable. As the Empress examined her own attire, she noticed that the cloth indeed differed from that worn by the commoners in the capital. The threads were uniformly thick, exuding a subtle sheen, and the weave was consistently sized, unlike the coarse fabric that varied in texture and appearance. Therefore, Shangyuan City was genuinely prosperous. As for whether it held millions of taels in silver, the Empress remained uncertain. If such wealth truly existed, it could resolve several pressing issues facing the Beihang kingdom. With a mix of trepidation and curiosity, she ventured. "I heard your master mention that there is ample money in the county treasury." The eldest girl beamed with pride, nodding vigorously, wholly unaware that she was implicating their master. She added conspiratorially, "Madam, the master speaks the truth. The treasury is overflowing." I once accompanied him inside, and my eyes nearly dazzled at the sight of countless gold and silver coins filling the room. At these words, the Empress's eyes gleamed with desire, nearly drooling at the thought, quickly wiping her mouth to conceal her eagerness. "You saw it with your own eyes?" The eldest girl, sensing her mistress's disbelief, insisted. "If you do not believe me, let the master take you to see the treasury tomorrow. Then you shall know whether I have deceived you." The Empress's heart raced at her earnestness, a smile breaking across her face. "Yes, I trust you." Seeing the usually stern Xiao Ling Shuang suddenly smile, the eldest girl was momentarily entranced, unable to restrain her words. "Madam, no wonder the master chose to marry you. You are truly beautiful. While Captain Yi is the most beautiful among our 10 beauties, she pales in comparison to you." The eldest girl lacked the words to express it, but the difference lay in their demeanor. Upon hearing this, the Empress's curiosity was piqued. "Does Captain Yi harbor feelings for your master?" The eldest girl tilted her gaze, seemingly reminiscing before concluding. "Captain Yi likely does not fancy the master, nor does the master fancy her." "Why not?" the Empress inquired. "Because the master has never kissed her, while Captain Yi often scolds and intimidates him, never showing him a kind face. The master merely remarked on her ample bosom, and she chased him for 2 streets. Xiao Ling Shuang couldn't help but burst into laughter, realizing that these two were clearly at odds with one another. No wonder they both appear so stubborn. Indeed, indeed. But you, madam, look especially lovely when you smile. The title of madam irked the empress, yet her curiosity could not be contained. She understood that knowledge of both herself and her adversaries would lead to victory. Otherwise, how could she manage Shangyuan City in the future? She pressed further. How could Shangyuan County support such a large population? The eldest girl replied proudly, "Hee, it is because our Shangyuan County is simply too wonderful. Many come seeking refuge every day. Thus, the population continues to grow. However, it is not so simple to settle here. Without some skills, one cannot hope to establish a home." The eldest girl had indeed hit the nail on the head, for the empress had witnessed firsthand the process of Qin alien joining Shangyuan City. Without certain abilities, one truly should not attempt to settle here. The empress felt an unsettling discrepancy in the atmosphere, pondering whether the individuals surrounding her could all possess remarkable abilities. Thus she inquired, "Where did your original inhabitants of Shangyuan come from? Surely, the denizens of Shangyuan County cannot all be exceptionally skilled." Dia chuckled softly, responding, "How could that be possible? Most of the original residents were those who followed the great lord into battle, reportedly from the nearby mountains within 100 miles. The servant girl recalled that Bai O was one of them. The empress, realizing her conjecture was accurate, mused, "Indeed, they're all bandits and brigands. No wonder Zhang Bai O exudes such a roguish demeanor." "Is Zhang Bai O the leader of the bandits?" she asked. "Madam, how could there be a bandit chief in Shangyuan City? Our lord has vanquished all the bandits. Zhang Bai O was merely driven to the mountains due to desperation. Our lord has declared that all of this turmoil stems from that old, unsightly empress, whose incompetence has left the entire northern Hung in despair, with starvation rampant." The empress sighed. "Can we not steer the conversation away from myself?" Her small fist clenched tightly within her sleeve, fearing that if Gu Fei were present, she might be unable to restrain herself from lashing out at him. Whether it was from Dia's words or her own hunger, she felt increasingly lightheaded. Soon, it was time for dinner. After Dia had poured 2 bowls of ginger wine for Gu Fei, he felt considerably lighter and rose to eat. Perhaps due to his cold, he had little appetite, and after a few bites, he found himself unable to continue. Hastily consuming a couple more mouthfuls, he instructed Dia and Arya to attend to his rest, leaving the empress to dine alone. Having been famished for quite some time, the empress continued to savor her meal even after Gu Fei's departure. However, when Dia returned to the dining hall, after ensuring Gu Fei was settled for the night, she discovered that the empress had slumped over the table. "Oh no, the madam is exhausted. Arya, quickly help me carry her to the lord's bed," Dia exclaimed, her face full of confusion. Could it be that both of them have had too much to drink? Did I mistakenly serve a stronger liquor? Regardless, she concluded that stronger alcohol would yield better effects. Thus, the empress was undressed and tucked into Gu Fei's bedding by Dia and Arya, reasoning that since she was already their lady, sharing a bed with the lord was inevitable. Otherwise, he might blame them upon waking. Dia felt quite proud of her logic. In a state of drowsiness, Gu Fei's body began to heat up, and, as his head grew heavier, he felt a coolness from the bedding, soon followed by a body as warm as a furnace pressing against him, enhancing his comfort. The empress, in her fuzzy state, found herself enveloped in warmth. The night hastily passed. Chapter 15. The empress bites Gu Fei. The following morning, the melodious chirping of birds filled the courtyard, and the sweet fragrance of flowers wafted gently through the partially veiled window, intoxicating anyone who inhaled it. The Empress, Xiao Ling Shuang, awoke languidly in bed. The dizziness she had felt the previous night seemed to have dissipated. However, her mind was blank. As she opened her eyes to the bed canopy above, she slowly began to recollect the events of the previous night. How had she inexplicably fallen asleep? The bed was exceptionally soft, the blankets unusually warm, and her chest felt heavy. Suddenly, she sensed something amiss. A large hand was unrelentingly wrapped around her. The palpable heat radiating from that hand was overwhelming. Startled, she let out a scream. This outcry jolted Gu Fei from his slumber, and upon discovering that he lay naked beside the Empress, he too exclaimed in shock. However, Gu Fei reacted swiftly covering her mouth with his hand. At that moment, Xiao Ling Shuang felt as though she had plummeted into an abyss, contemplating her dire predicament. Her body stiffened, and she felt numb, frantically considering her future. She was no longer pure. How would she face Lung Feng? Gu Fei, observing the girl beside him, saw tears streaming down her cheeks, soaking his hand, her expression one of despair and hopelessness. This is a disaster. I have no idea how this happened, he thought, recalling that he might have done something, or perhaps nothing at all. Yet here they were, entangled without a shred of clothing. Even if they had done nothing, this situation was still grave. Judging by Xiao Ling Shuang's expression, he knew the gravity of the matter. He hurriedly spoke in the gentlest tone, Lady Long, this is all a misunderstanding. I have no idea how it came to this. I am just as bewildered as you are. Rest assured, I will not hold you accountable, although this is also my first time. Hearing this, the Empress, still grappling with her confusion, was instantly enraged. How could anyone say such a thing? This insufferable scoundrel not only lacks responsibility, but also expects me to take the blame. Fueled by fury, her body transformed from rigid to a frantic squirming. Gu Fei was puzzled. His words were innocuous, yet her response was extreme. She began gnawing at his palm with her teeth, and he realized that she could easily draw blood. Hey, can you please calm down? Even if you want me dead, there's no need to go to such lengths. Shouldn't we be thinking of a way to resolve this? Frustration welled up within Gu Fei. Why could she not comprehend his intentions? He too felt trapped in this predicament. Suddenly, he released his hold on her. If you wish to scream, then scream. No one is here to hear you. I swear I will tear you to pieces, she declared, sinking her teeth into his arm. Instantly, blood stained her teeth. Gu Fei remained silent, allowing her to bite him. Although it was unintentional, he understood the significance of her lost purity. He could see that Xiao Ling Shuang harbored no feelings for him. The metallic taste of blood proved unsettling for the Empress, and ultimately, she refrained from inflicting more harm. After releasing her grip, she began to sob helplessly. Gu Fei, unable to bear her distress, drew her into his embrace, reasoning that since they had already crossed a line, a moment longer would not make a difference. Remarkably, the Empress did not push him away and continued to weep, as if releasing years of pent-up grievances. No one in this world could, upon hearing these words. The Empress abruptly ceased her weeping, her tear-streaked face now cold and resolute as she glared at Gu Fei. With a tone laced with fury, she retorted, "How dare you presume to take responsibility for me? Do you possess the qualifications for such a claim? Do you think that with merely a few words, you can escape the fate of death? Dream on. Gu Fei, prepare to be torn to shreds. Very well. If it must be so, let it be. But can we at least refrain from tears for the moment? Your incessant crying is unsettling." Just then, the Empress forcefully shoved him away and coldly commanded, "Hurry and dress yourself, then leave. I do not wish to see you again." Gu Fei was more than eager to comply, hastily donning his clothes and bolting out the door. As he burst outside, he was immediately seized by Dia and Arya. "My lord, I heard the lady was crying. Did you bully her again after last night?" Dia exclaimed. "I heard from Granny Wang that newlyweds should not engage in intimacy consecutively. Otherwise, it could be unbearable for them. You clearly lack the sensitivity to cherish a delicate heart." Gu Fei stared at the two in shock and muttered, "Was it you two who brought her here last night, or did she come of her own accord?" Dia puffed her chest proudly. "Naturally, it was Arya and I who escorted her. How could the lady not share a bed with you?" Gu Fei lowered his head, utterly speechless, realizing that arguing with them was futile. Resignedly, he said, "Then hurry inside and assist the lady with her grooming. And do procure 2 sets of the finest fabric for her." "My lord, we understand." With that, Gu Fei hurried downstairs. Upon reaching the lower floor, he spotted Xiao Tao and Xiao Hua preparing breakfast. "Quick, fetch me some cloth," he instructed. Upon seeing Gu Fei's bloodied arm, Xiao Tao gasped, "My lord, what happened to you? Don't be nosy, just hurry." Gu Fei snapped, startling Xiao Hua into action. Meanwhile, inside the room, Dia and Arya stood before the bed, their faces betraying their guilt. Observing the lady in disarray, they timidly asked, "My lady, may we assist you in changing clothes?" The Empress slowly turned her head, her eyes radiating a chilling intent that filled Dia and Arya with dread. Chapter 16. Do you think I am handsome? The murderous aura emanating from the Empress Xiao Ling Shuang seemed almost palpable, causing an area to drop to their knees in terror. My lady, you were drunk last night, which is why we daringly brought you to the Lord's chamber. Besides, you did consent at the time. Upon hearing this, blood rushed to the Empress's head. The culprits were these two wretched maids. Gu Fei had not acted with intention. Xiao Ling Shuang was nearly driven to madness. Had this been in the palace, these two would have already lost their heads. Yet, circumstances were different now. Before she could speak, Deya and Arya stood up on their own accord. My lady, allow us to assist you with your attire. After a brief while, the Empress, supported by Deya and Arya on either side, emerged from the room. Although her eyes were still slightly red, her mood had at least stabilized. However, as she stepped onto the staircase, a sharp pain shot through her, nearly causing her to cry out. Noticing the Empress's sudden tremor, Deya and Arya exchanged glances filled with mischief. When the Empress, gritting her teeth against the pain, finally reached the dining area, Gu Fei had already vanished. A sense of emptiness washed over her upon his absence. Deya inquired, Xiao Tao, where is the Lord? He left for the magistrate's office without eating, Xiao Tao replied. Oh dear, look at the blood on his arm. My lady, please be gentler next time you bite the Lord, Xiao Tao pleaded, her eyes misting with concern. Deya thought Xiao Tao was being overly dramatic, reflecting on the two bloodstains on the bed linens. The Empress, feeling somewhat embarrassed, turned her face away without saying a word. As for Gu Fei, he stormed to the office without having breakfast, consumed by anger. The feeling was so disorienting that he questioned whether he had even slept through the night. Upon arriving at the magistrate's office, he immediately spotted Zhang Biao running towards him. My lord, why are you here so early? Zhang Biao exclaimed, astonished. Just as Gu Fei was about to respond, Zhang Biao continued, I know. You must be here regarding Captain Ye's injury last night. Gu Fei's expression hardened. What? Yi Anlin was injured? How did this happen? On the way back from Shangqing County, she was ambushed by a group. If it weren't for her exceptional skills, she might not have returned last night, Zhang Biao replied, his face filled with fury. Let's go see her. Yi Anlin was currently residing in a room within the magistrate's office. Gu Fei and Zhang Biao swiftly made their way to her quarters. Upon opening the door, they found Yi Anlin with her arm bandaged and her complexion pale. Gu Fei rushed forward. Is your arm badly injured? Let me see. Mind your own business. She shot back, glaring at him. Why must you be so stubborn? Let me take a look. Gu Fei insisted, forcibly grasping her arm. Despite the bandages, blood was seeping through, indicating a serious injury. However, seeing that she could still move her arm, he felt a flicker of relief, confirming that her bones were intact. Quick, someone fetch Xiao Fengxian. No need. It was Xiao Feng who bandaged me. It's just an abrasion that bleeds this much. Tell me what happened. I will avenge you. How dare they lay hands on my people? Seeing Gu Fei's wrath, Yi Anlin finally spoke with a hint of grievance. It must have been that band of mountain bandits led by Qiao Si from the south of Shangqing. Curse it, Qiao Si. It seems I have allowed you to live too long. Zhang Biao immediately rallied the man. I will take down their lair right now. Feeling a warmth in her heart at Gu Fei's concern, Yi Anlin urged, My lord, please don't be so impulsive. I only suspect it was Qiao Si's gang. As I heard Wang Chenglin mention them, Wang Cheng ran away. Gu Fei asked, bewildered. Yanlan no dit shipipish. No matter, leave this to Zhang Biao. Zhang Biao, send someone to investigate whether it was indeed Qiao Si's gang. And don't forget to track down that scoundrel Wang Cheng. We cannot let them think we are easy prey in Xiwan County. There must be a connection here. My lord, I will head out immediately. Zhang Biao sensed something unusual in Gu Fei's demeanor. He had never seen him show such concern for Yi Anlin before. Once Zhang Biao departed, Gu Fei pulled Yi Anlin to sit beside him at the table. Now that Zhang Biao is gone, tell me everything that happened in detail. Let us see if we can uncover any inconsistencies. Yi Anlin also sensed Gu Fei's odd behavior today, but recounted the entire ordeal in Shangqing County. After a while, Gu Fei rubbed his forehead, pondering that there did not seem to be any major issues. However, the only suspicious point was that she had found the county magistrate, who then sent people to take her to Wang Cheng's location. When When she and Wang Cheng were ambushed while on the road, the timing seemed too precise. Could it be that the magistrate or the constable had informed others to orchestrate this? But why would they harbor such malice against her? The reasoning eluded him, and Gu Fei felt like Zhuge Liang, deep in thought as he calculated the details. Yi Amlin gazed at Gu Fei, who was lost in deep contemplation, when a ray of sunlight fell upon his face. The intensity of his focus and his handsome features quickened Yi Amlin's heartbeat. This rascal, when not infuriating, is rather pleasing to the eye. Yi Amlin's beautiful eyes subtly scrutinized him, just as she was entranced by the sight. Gu Fei abruptly lifted his head and met her gaze, which was filled with surprise. Instantly, Yi Amlin's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. "Do you think I am handsome?" Gu Fei narcissistically inquired. "What nonsense! Your face is utterly detestable." The budding affection was swiftly shattered. "You're clearly being insincere," Gu Fei teased, pointing a finger at her with an expression of mockery. Enraged, Yi Amlin turned away. "After all this pondering, have you arrived at any conclusions? If not, kindly vacate my room. I would rather not have anyone gossiping about us," she haughtily declared. "Do you not realize who I am? Dashing and astute. I surely have considered the matter thoroughly." Chapter 17. Yet again, this fellow has deceived me indeed. Upon hearing Gu Fei's words, Yi Amlin's anger dissipated. "Speak plainly, or get to the point." "Ahem. Is there no sense of hierarchy? I am still your superior," Gu Fei replied, casting several scrutinizing glances at Yi Amlin. He noted that her physique was rather commendable, yet the one in his own courtyard seemed equally impressive. "If I am not mistaken, this could very well be a trap." Yi Amlin's brows furrowed slightly. "A trap? How could that be?" Gu Fei chuckled softly. "Do not be hasty. Allow me to elucidate. Perhaps their intention to ambush is merely a pretext, and the true target may very well be me." "How could that possibly be? Why would they want to ambush you?" Yi Amlin increasingly found herself perplexed. Gu Fei scoffed. "Now that we are prosperous in Xiwan City, I ask you, which nearby counties do not covet our bounty? You should know that Xiwan City is not even on the court's radar." Upon hearing this, Yi Amlin's expression turned grave, for Gu Fei was correct. The neighboring counties had long harbored ambitions to annex Xiwan City. They simply lacked the means. Yet their desires had never waned. There had even been several instances where multiple counties banded together to assault Xiwan City. But at that time, even their combined forces could not overpower it. "My lord, what is there to fear? Even if several counties joined forces, we would not cower." Gu Fei's cold laugh interrupted her. "That was then. Now, it is different. The court situation is increasingly complex, and society is in greater turmoil. They might unite their armies under the guise of eradicating bandits to attack Xiwan City. You must have observed the soldiers I vanquished at the city gate yesterday. They were under the command of Sito Xian, brazenly pursuing the daughter of the Lung family in broad daylight. This indicates that the internal strife within the court has escalated to a dangerous level. Was that girl you were with yesterday the daughter of the Duke of Julu, Lung Hongyi?" The thought of the girl who had clung to Gu Fei the previous day made Yi Amlin uncomfortable. How could the daughter of Lung Hongyi be with you? Gu Fei sensed a hint of discontent in her tone, but dismissed it. She was fished out of the water. "Did you save her? No wonder she followed you." Gu Fei chuckled. "Isn't it fortuitous? Our Xiwan County's recognition might hinge upon her." "Humph. Did you not claim to fear neither heaven nor earth, and to disdain the court's accolades?" "Indeed, I fear not. However, what are the people of Xiwan City? Shall they remain confined within these walls for eternity? What is wrong with staying in the city? Their activities within several dozen miles are ample. And what if they wish to visit relatives in other counties? You would surely argue that those counties are inconsequential, but what of the more distant ones? Will they recognize the power of Xiwan City? Thus, the fate of Xiwan City is either rebellion and independence or obtaining official status. This is the ultimate conclusion. Yi Amlin was taken aback by Gu Fei's words. Yet she quickly retorted, "If we gain official recognition, what becomes of your role as magistrate? Would you willingly relinquish the city you have painstakingly built, along with its treasury? Can you truly part with it so easily? Who dares to touch a hair on Xiwan City? Let them try, and I shall flay them." Gu Fei chuckled lightly, saying, "Shanxing County is rather far. Since Lord Li wishes to meet with me, let us find a compromise. The town of Tianlu, situated conveniently between our two counties, presents itself as an excellent choice. It boasts both mountains and lakes, along with some fine taverns. Kong Lao ere contemplated that his master had anticipated this very outcome, and he smirked. Ah, Tianlu town, indeed. How astute of my master. He then declared, in that case, I shall agree on behalf of my master. Tianlu town it is. How does the Sanqing Tavern sound? No problem at all. Gu Fei responded. Yi, please escort Kong Shirya and take those 10 chickens with you. Chapter 18. 10 chickens for you upon arriving at the rear courtyard. Yi Anlin exclaimed in exasperation. Are you truly planning to give that scoundrel 10 chickens? Gu Fei replied with a grin. Just fetch 10 rotten eggs instead. Tell him they hatch into a brood of chickens in a month. Yi Anlin couldn't help but burst into laughter at this. She knew that Gu Fei would never fail to amuse her. Kong Lao, just wait. I shall indeed find some genuine rotten eggs for you. Though her arm was injured, Yi Anlin was in high spirits. After a while, Kong Lao finally received the 10 chickens that Yi Anlin had prepared for him at the city gate of Shangyuan. Gongxi, these 10 chickens are a special gift from our lord, she declared. Do not underestimate these mere eggs. If you keep them warm, they will soon become 10 chickens. And with time, you will have an unending supply of eggs. Only then did Kong Lao realize he had been tricked by Gu Fei. Despite his bruised face, a broad smile spread across it as he responded, Yi Captain, you are correct. Please convey my gratitude to Lord Gu for his generosity. With that, he turned and left without a backward glance. Yi Anlin quickly stuffed the 10 eggs into a constable's arms, urging him to hold them tightly lest they escape. Watching Kong Lao flee in a fluster, Yi Anlin laughed heartily at the city gate. It was truly exhilarating. Inside the magistrate's office, Gu Fei summoned Zhang Biao to make some arrangements. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was midday. Gu Fei realized he had to return home for a meal and a check on the girl, Xiao Ling Shuang. After all, he had inadvertently shared a bed with her, so it was only right to offer some comfort. When Gu Fei quietly returned home, he found Xiao Ling Shuang lounging in a sunlit chair in the courtyard. Her graceful figure and fair, alluring face appeared serene and tranquil under the sunlight, adorned in a flowing purple gown that made her look like a fairy stepped straight out of a painting. Yet, her expression was clouded, lost in thought, and it wasn't until Gu Fei approached her that she noticed his presence. Upon seeing Gu Fei's sneaky demeanor, the Empress felt her previously suppressed anger flare up once more. Noticing her lingering ire, Gu Fei smiled and said, Continue resting. I shall check if the area have finished preparing the meal. If you wish to go shopping, I am free this afternoon to accompany you. He attempted to slip away, but just as he took a couple of steps, he heard Xiao Ling Shuang's icy voice call out from behind. You scoundrel, do your words this morning still hold weight? Gu Fei halted, feigning innocence. What did I say this morning? The Empress, nearly incensed to the point of fury, replied, Did you not promise to take responsibility? How could you forget? Truly, all men are worthless, especially you, the untrustworthy rogue. Listening to her words, Gu Fei struggled to contain his laughter, for her very speech indicated she had no grave issues. However, her bold claim of being without responsibility was somewhat insulting to him. Inquiring of anyone in Shangyuan City who would dare to claim such a thing, Gu Fei wished to suggest that she ask someone on the street. My words are as solid as nails. Once spoken, they cannot be retracted. Pray tell, how do you wish me to take responsibility? Shall I formally marry you? If you agree, we could wed tonight. Humph, you foolish official think too highly of yourself. I only wish for you to escort me back to the capital. Gu Fei appeared taken aback. Was it truly that simple? Would merely sending her to the capital resolve their entanglements? The Empress's heart burned with murderous intent. How could he think that their issues could simply vanish? Yet, she maintained her composure and nodded. Very well, take me back to the capital first. Returning to the capital was a straightforward task, especially since he had unintentionally gained her affections. Moreover, he could engage her in conversation during the journey, perhaps convincing her to intercede on behalf of Shangyuan City. The Duke of Jiulu, Lung Hongyi, though lacking in military might, commanded many capable officers. Describing him as a local tyrant would not be an exaggeration. Very well. When do you plan to depart? I shall make preparations. First thing tomorrow. Ah, tomorrow will not suffice. I have matters to attend to. The Empress's chest heaved with agitation. This man was indeed all talk. Are you attempting to evade your promise? Gu Fei chuckled. What evasion? I said I wouldn't send you back, did I not? You were the one who said tomorrow was not suitable. I never declared the day after was impossible. He continued. I have matters to attend to tomorrow. If you do not believe me, I can take you along for some fun. Hearing Gu Fei mention his engagements for the next day, the Empress fell silent. Though her impatience was palpable, each passing day posed greater risks, and she could only wonder what nefarious deeds the second prince, Xiao Yang, might commit in her absence. She could tolerate a delay of one day, but deep down, she contemplated that had they not shared an intimate bond, he would likely not consider escorting her at all. At that moment, Xiao Tao approached to announce, Madam, the meal is ready. Gu Fei nodded. Although the Empress, Xiao Ling Shuang, disliked being addressed as Madam by the maidservants, she deemed it unnecessary to correct them. Allow me to assist you, Gu Fei offered, noticing her struggle to rise from the chair. He hurried over to help her, but she coldly waved him away. Step back. I do not require your assistance. Gu Fei smiled wryly, thinking if you don't want help, so be it. I was merely concerned for your injury. The meals at Gu Fei's home were always hearty. Once seated at the table, Dia hurried in with a bubbling clay pot. Madam, you must try the beef stew. It is exquisite. Xiao Ling Shuang's face turned icy. Do you not realize that consuming beef is a crime in Beiheng? Gu Fei dismissed her concerns, picking up his chopsticks to serve her a piece of beef. In Shangyuan City, there is nothing forbidden to eat. Is not the purpose of cattle for consumption? Just like eggs and chicken. Eat, and they shall produce more. Xiao Ling Shuang was rendered speechless by his audacious words. However, the aromatic scent of the beef wafted towards her, tantalizing her senses. It seemed quite delicious. Though she held the title of Empress, she had never tasted beef. Yet, she understood it was a delicacy, often spoken of in hushed tones among the nobility of Beiheng. Go ahead, in my household. I guarantee you will be safe consuming beef. In all of Shangyuan City, you shall face no repercussions, as everyone partakes. Gu Fei encouraged her further. Unable to resist the enticing aroma, Xiao Ling Shuang's face flushed as she finally picked up a piece and tasted it, savoring its flavor. The meat was tender, elastic, and delightfully chewy, far surpassing the taste of that horse meat. In that moment, the Empress finally understood why some individuals would risk imprisonment for the sake of enjoying beef. It was simply delectable. Chapter 19. The Empress's disdain from her maid after finishing the meal, despite the awkward atmosphere. The Empress had consumed a considerable amount of dishes and rice. Whether it was due to the exertion of the previous night or the exquisite cuisine from the Gu family, the flavors and presentation were undeniably distinct from those prepared by the imperial chefs. The Empress feared that if she stayed here too long, she might find it impossible to return to the palace's meals. Post-meal, Gu Fei instructed the maid, winter is approaching, so this afternoon, have Chung Quan accompany you to the market to buy some pork and set aside some salted pork for winter and next year. Upon hearing about the purchase of pork, the Empress felt a jolt of intrigue. How could those wretched mountain bandits desire such unpalatable meat? It was unfathomable. She thought to herself that since she had already engaged with this fellow, she might as well voice her curiosity. After all, pork was virtually unconsumed in Beiheng. Once, in an effort to alleviate the people's hunger, she had commanded someone to procure a piece of pork from the market, only to nearly retch at its repulsive taste. The odor was foul and unpleasant, rendering the meat both distasteful and hard to acquire. The mere mention of pork now made the Empress feel slightly nauseous. Why are you, with your fine grains, still intent on purchasing such revolting and tasteless pork? Do you wish to demonstrate your versatility in front of me? What a farce. The Empress's face was a mask of mockery. The maid, upon hearing this, immediately expressed her discontent. Madam, you may be mistaken. Pork in our Shangyuan city is quite delicious. We cannot guarantee the same for other places, especially the braised ribs and red-cooked pork taught to us by the master. They are simply divine. Also, do you not find every vegetable today to be delightful? The Empress, recalling the 2 vegetable dishes she had just savored, nodded in honest agreement. The reason for their deliciousness was due to the pork lard used in the cooking. Upon hearing this, the Empress felt a wave of revulsion as memories of the pork's taste resurfaced. Gu Fei, noticing her cover her mouth, smirked and said, "Our Shangyuan city is unmatched in culinary prowess. While others steam and boil, we excel in stir-frying." Intrigued despite her displeasure, the Empress pondered what stir-frying could possibly entail, as she had always believed that cooking was limited to steaming, boiling, and roasting. Seeing her mood brighten, Gu Fei told the maid, "Take the Empress to the kitchen. She shall comprehend the essence of stir-frying." "Yes, master. Come with me, madam." The Empress, eager to learn about this stir-frying technique, followed without protest. The maid led her to a double-stove, round-bottomed pot, proudly stating, "Madam, this uniquely shaped iron pot is our master's invention." The Empress observed the pot, which sat quietly on the stove, its surface gleaming faintly, clearly well-maintained. Unlike the exquisite and ornate cookware in her palace, this pot exuded a rustic practicality, émanating en extraordinaire aura. Residue of oil and the lingering aroma of food hinted at the recent preparation of delicious dishes. The Empress's eyes sparkled with surprise and curiosity. She had never encountered such a uniquely designed frying pan. In her understanding, cookware was merely an auxiliary tool for cooking, never realizing it could significantly enhance the flavor of food. Unable to restrain herself, she remarked, "The shape of this pot is so peculiar and simplistic." The maid chuckled, "Madam, do not underestimate this seemingly ordinary iron pot. It can create unforgettable flavors." Turning to the second maid, she instructed, "Second maid, fetch that unused piece of pork from the cupboard. I shall demonstrate a stir-fried dish of vegetables and pork slices." Second maid quickly retrieved a palm-sized piece of pork from the cupboard, rinsed it, and swiftly sliced it into uniformly thin pieces on the cutting board. Meanwhile, the first maid reignited the stove and began the stir-frying process. As the flames danced, the iron pot heated rapidly, oil splattering as the pork sizzled and tumbled in the pan, releasing an enticing aroma that filled the air. The fragrance wafted into the Empress's nostrils, leaving her incredulous. It was undoubtedly pork, yet devoid of that nauseating odor. "Is this truly pork?" The maid, brimming with pride, replied, "Of course." "Second maid, bring the salt." When the second maid presented a jar of pristine white salt, the Empress was momentarily dazzled. Could this truly be salt? Such purity was rare in the world. The second maid proudly proclaimed, "Madam, what we have in Shangyuan City is unmatched. What others possess, we excel at." A mere few pounds of this exquisite salt, devoid of bitterness, was hardly significant. The Empress felt a wave of frustration wash over her. How could a dignified Empress be belittled by two young maids? Just then, the first maid presented a fragrant plate of stir-fried vegetables and pork slices. As the enticing dish was placed before the Empress, she could hardly believe her eyes. The pork, once repulsive, now appeared so tantalizing. Though she had just eaten her fill, she could not resist the urge to sample a bite. Taking the offered chopsticks, she delicately picked up a piece and placed it in her mouth. In that instant, her taste buds awakened. The pork's richness melded perfectly with the seasonings, causing her to forget her previous disdain. The unique aroma blossomed in her mouth. How can this be? Pork is this delicious? Especially the slightly crispy, golden brown piece. Its flavor lingered in her memory long after. Just then, Gu Fei entered, observing the Empress's look of rapture. "How do you find it? Do you believe now? Come, let me take you for a stroll in the streets. You leave in 2 days, and I shall buy you some gifts for the journey." The maid interjected, "Madam, you're leaving already?" Gu Fei rolled his eyes. Madam must return to her family, after all. Upon hearing his words, the Empress set her chopsticks down and left the kitchen without a backward glance. Did I say something wrong? Chapter 20. The Empress is not ugly. Even though the Empress was reluctant to converse with Gu Fei, she nonetheless followed him onto the bustling street. The thoroughfare was teeming with people, a vibrant tapestry of life. Through snippets of conversation, the Empress learned that many of the individuals present were merchants from afar, even catching snippets of accents from the capital. This realization stirred a complex mix of emotions within her. Why did so many know of this county while she remained oblivious? It was indeed absurd. Is there no authority overseeing your prosperous city, such as the governing prefect of Qingzhou? This was the first time the Empress had initiated a conversation since their encounter. Gu Fei smiled inwardly. Their relationship was subtly thawing. You mean Wu Yingxiong of Qingzhou? I pay him 100,000 taels annually. Do you think he cares to oversee us? The Empress's fingers nearly pierced her palm as she clenched her fists hidden within her sleeves. The memory of Wu Yingxiong's sycophantic demeanor toward her ignited a fury within her. What a scoundrel, Wu Yingxiong. It appears you all have been deceiving me. Beihan comprises 9 provinces with a total population of 5 million, namely the capital Yinzhou, Qingzhou, Lanzhou, Wezhou, Haizhou, Meizhou, Ganzhou, Shaozhou, and Zaiyu. Among them, Yinzhou is the largest with a population of 1 million, followed by Qingzhou with approximately 600,000 inhabitants. The Empress, increasingly agitated, wore a displeased expression. Gu Fei turned to her and inquired, "What troubles you? You look unwell. If so, we should return." Upon hearing Gu Fei's words, the Empress felt a warm flush and a slight tremor in her heart, realizing that he was genuinely concerned for her. "No, I am angry, infuriated by these despicable, corrupt officials." Gu Fei furrowed his brow at her words, pondering why she was upset over matters that did not concern her family. He chuckled. 10,000 taels a year is not much considering we have such a prosperous city to live in. You and Wu Yingxiong are in cahoots. You spend merely 10,000 taels while evading astronomical taxes, leaving the treasury empty and the common folk struggling to survive. Gu Fei bristled at this accusation, retorting, "Do I owe taxes? To whom should I pay? Will it reach the Empress? Furthermore, this money is earned by the countless citizens of Shangyuan City through relentless toil. Why should I part with it to benefit those corrupt officials? Not to mention, our Shangyuan County is not even recognized by the court. Why should we contribute? If everyone thought like you, would Beiheng still be called nation?" The Empress felt her composure begin to crack. This scoundrel was filled with rebellious thoughts, more treacherous than any traitor, and it was utterly exasperating. Suppressing her anger, she turned to him and asked, "Do you not desire to have your Shangyuan County recognized?" Gu Fei replied with a chuckle, "I both do and do not." "Why?" The Empress glared at him coldly. "I wish to bring convenience to the people. Yet I do not wish to be hindered by the court's meddling once we are officially recognized. You know, the Empress's governance skills are rather poor. I would be like a prized delicacy, and even if she did not keep watch, others would certainly take notice." Xiao Ling Shuang, overhearing Gu Fei's disparagement of the Empress, glared at him with gritted teeth. "You've never even met the Empress. How can you dismiss her governance skills so readily? Perhaps the issue lies not with her capabilities, but with the incompetence of her subordinates, who act contrary to her wishes." Gu Fei chuckled. "In the end, it still boils down to her lacking ability. You're a fervent defense of her. Do you truly share a close bond with the Empress? Then tell me, is she not old and ugly? Gu Fei, you dare speak of the Empress in such a manner? I will not hesitate to confront you. I assure you, the Empress is neither ugly nor old. She is quite beautiful." Gu Fei's eyes lit up. "Oh, what does she look like? Is she married?" Xiao Ling Shuang's cheeks flushed slightly. "Mind your own business. In any case, you must not speak ill of the Empress again." "Fine, I'll want to say a word," Gu Fei replied, sensing her irritation. Suddenly, he whispered, "Since you are on such good terms with the Empress, could you ask her to officially recognize our Shangyuan County? Just grant us an official identity. I will pay her 200,000 taels annually, and I shall also give you 10,000 taels as a token of gratitude." The Empress, upon hearing Gu Fei's proposal, was utterly stunned. This rogue, daring to entertain such notions, sought to bribe her. At that moment, she felt an urge to laugh in exasperation. "Given our relationship, you cannot simply stand by and do nothing, can you?" The Empress glared at him, her teeth nearly grinding in frustration. "Very well, I will consider it, but you must ensure my safe passage to the capital. Otherwise, all negotiations are off." The Empress was solely focused on returning to the capital swiftly. No matter what Gu Fei said, she would agree to it first. Once they reached the palace, she would regain her authority. She also noticed something alarming. Most people on the streets recognized Gu Fei. Be they passers-by or merchants, they greeted him warmly, calling out, "Good day, Lord Gu." Some merchants even offered him samples of their food, asking for his opinion on the taste, leaving the Empress and Gu Fei nearly bursting from their feast after walking just a short distance. The kind-hearted common folk, seeing her beside Gu Fei, could not help but speculate, as it was rare to see women around Gu Fei, with the exception of Yi Anlin, who usually accompanied him with her sword. Yi Anlin's frosty demeanor deterred many from approaching. Some bold individuals even jested, "Such a beautiful young lady. Is she your beloved, my lord?" Gu Fei smiled without answering, deflecting with a teasing guess. His interaction with the common folk filled the Empress with envy. She mused that this fellow truly seemed to care for the people. At that moment, they heard shouting ahead. The Empress saw a few patrol officers dragging a ragged individual away. Gu Fei called out, "What is happening?" Upon recognizing Gu Fei, the patrol officers immediately bowed and replied, "My lord, this man is too lazy and filthy. He has been reported by his neighbors and is being taken for sanitation." Gu Fei responded, "Check his points. If he lacks sufficient points, expel him from Shangyuan County. We do not need such individuals here. Laziness is one thing, but filth is unacceptable." "Yes, my lord." The Empress was taken aback by Gu Fei's words. "What do you mean by points? And what does sanitation entail?" "So this is why there are no beggars in Shangyuan County. They have all been driven out." She realized that Shangyuan County was not as pristine as it appeared. After the patrol forcibly removed the man, the Empress entered a mode of sarcasm. "You wretched bandit. This is your way of maintaining a facade of peace, is it? I wondered why there were no beggars in this city. It turns out you have driven them all away, showing no compassion whatsoever." Gu Fei, aware that her overly sympathetic nature was resurfacing, coldly replied, "How I govern my county is my affair. I do not tolerate beggars because they are unhygienic and can easily spread germs, leading to plague outbreaks. You may call me heartless, but let me show you something." He then seized the Empress's hand, refusing to let go despite her struggles. Eventually, she ceased resisting and followed him. The Empress also noticed that many couples in the city held hands while strolling. In the capital, such displays would likely invite scorn, yet here, it was commonplace. Gu Fei led the Empress to a house near the western city gate, where a line of ragged men, women, and children awaited outside. Several officers, their faces obscured by strange masks, called out, "Form a line and register. See what tasks you can undertake." Seeing this scene, the Empress inquired, "What are they doing?" Gu Fei retorted, "No need for words, just observe." Infuriated, the Empress abruptly yanked her hand away, only to be met by Yi Anlin, who had just come from outside. Seeing the two of them holding hands moments ago soured Yi Anlin's mood instantly. However, her icy demeanor prevented her from expressing her displeasure openly. Instead, her resentment toward Gu Fei deepened as she approached him and Xiao Ling Shuang, "My lord, what brings you here?" Gu Fei chuckled lightly. "Miss Lung claims that our Shangyuan County cannot accommodate beggars. So today, I shall bring her to witness how we manage them here." He turned to Yi Anlin. "Please explain to her how we provide for these beggars." Yi Anlin cast a wary glance at Gu Fei, pondering whether holding hands was truly necessary. Nevertheless, she responded affirmatively before continuing. "Today, a total of 39 individuals arrived, comprising 20 men, 12 women, and 7 children. They all meet the criteria. After a 2-week quarantine outside the city to ensure safety from the plague, they may enter the Western workshops to work. After a year, based on their performance, they can officially become residents of Shangyuan City." The Empress furrowed her brow, struggling to comprehend Yi Anlin's words. What was this quarantine and evaluation period? Why must their work performance be assessed before they could become official residents? Xiao Ling Shuang, perplexed, inquired how these people would survive during such an extended period. With winter approaching, they would surely perish outside before even entering the city. Yi Anlin sneered, "Miss Lung, you worry excessively. Do you see those houses in the distance to the west? They are temporary accommodations for them. If they work diligently, do you truly believe they will starve? Of course, if they are lazy and refuse to work, even if they starve, they would deserve it." Xiao Ling Shuang followed Yi Anlin's finger and gazed at the rows of white houses in astonishment, never expecting such beautiful structures would be designated for beggars. She was utterly taken aback. If the common folk of Beihing could reside in such houses, she would be content. Here in Shangyuan City, Such housing was allotted to beggars in that moment. Empress Xiao Ling Shuang felt utterly shocked. Gu Fei discreetly observed her expression, relishing the sense of superiority he derived from her bewilderment. However, the number of people today seemed unusually high. They appeared more like refugees than beggars, prompting him to frown and ask, "Why have so many come today, and they certainly do not resemble beggars?" "My lord, they are all fleeing from Yunzhou's Daoxian." The empress gasped, "How is that possible? How could they have escaped from Yunzhou? That is the location of the imperial capital. If you doubt it, I can call a couple of them over for you to inquire." Yi Anlin called out, "You two come here." Immediately, a man and woman from the crowd approached eagerly. They halted 7 or 8 meters away when Yi Anlin commanded, "Stand there and respond. Do not move." "Miss Lung, feel free to ask them." Gu Fei expressed his approval of Yi Anlin's caution. The empress observed Yi Anlin, who wore a square-shaped mask, wondering if it could truly ward off the plague. However, her primary concern was the situation in Yunzhou. Clearing her throat, she began her inquiry. "You two have come from Yunzhou?" The male refugee bowed slightly. "Yes, my lord. My wife and I have indeed fled from Yunzhou's Daoxian." The empress's face hardened, "But Daoxian is quite affluent. How could you have sunk to begging?" "My lord, you may not be aware we could barely survive in Daoxian, but recently, officials demanded 5 taels of silver from each household as a congratulatory gift for the new emperor's ascension. If we failed to comply, my wife would be taken to a brothel. Hence, we fled under the cover of night." "What? The new emperor ascends? How can this be?" The empress was taken aback, her face paling in shock. "We are as bewildered as you. Rumors abound that the empress has abdicated in favor of the second prince, Xiao Yang, who is set to ascend on the 3rd day of next month. Why must they leave the common folk with no means of survival?" The empress stiffened, her heart sinking into despair. She collapsed, her body going limp. Fortunately, Gu Fei was quick to catch her in his arms. Hey, wake up." The 2 refugees from Yunzhou were utterly startled by the empress's fainting spell, wondering why she would faint over an ascension. Thankfully, Yi Anlin instructed them to return to their group. Gu Fei carried the empress, Xiao Ling Shuang, back, while Yi Anlin, having removed her mask, hurried after them. Gu Fei wondered why she was so agitated, as she was not the empress. However, he recalled that Yi Anlin's health had not fully recovered yet, especially after their previous night's escapades. It was understandable for her to feel faint. Fortunately, the carriage was not far, and they soon returned home. Chapter 22. The Empress and I are good friends. As Gu Fei entered the door with the Empress in his arms, he heard the maid exclaim, "Master, what has happened to the lady?" Her words nearly caused Yi Anlin, who was following behind, to faint as well. However, Gu Fei was oblivious, as the weary Xiao Ling Shuang had regained consciousness yet remained weak. "Maid, fetch some sugar water quickly." Though the Empress felt dizzy, she could sense Gu Fei's concern. Tears streamed down her face as she recalled the grievances she had endured. At that moment, she could not discern whether she was crying from the humiliation or from the news of Xiao Yang's conspiracy to seize the throne. Gu Fei effortlessly carried her to the bed they had shared the previous night, gently laying her down. He gazed at the tearful Xiao Ling Shuang and softly said, "You're still unwell. No more outings for you." Yi Anlin watched Gu Fei's tenderness towards Xiao Ling Shuang, her heart stinging with anger. The maid's words had deeply wounded her. How could he call her lady and place this woman in his bed? With so many rooms in this house, could he not find another? Regret washed over her. Gu Fei had once invited her to move in, but she had stubbornly refused, only to have a newcomer occupy her place. As she stepped outside, tears began to flow uncontrollably. Inside, the maid brought the sugar water. Gu Fei quickly took it and urged the Empress, "Drink some sugar water to warm yourself." The Empress shook her head, refusing. Gu Fei's expression turned cold. "Regardless of your reasons, you must drink. With your condition, I want to allow you to return until you're better, lest you perish on the way." His words proved effective. The Empress reluctantly opened her mouth, and moments later, the bowl of sugar water was empty, her complexion visibly improving. As Gu Fei set the bowl down, the Empress grasped his hand tightly. "Gu Fei, can you take me back now? I will grant you any request. Are you mad? Just look at yourself. We agreed I would take you back the day after tomorrow." "No, it's too late." Tears streamed down her cheeks again. If Xiao Yang ascends, Beihan will be doomed. Gu Fei retorted, "You're not the empress. Why the rush? The one who should be anxious is the empress. Besides, didn't those two just say that the empress abdicated in favor of the second prince? No, it can't be. The empress would never cede the throne to the ambitious Xiao Yang." Gu Fei sensed a hint of conspiracy in the empress's words. "Are you suggesting they're forcing the empress to abdicate?" Yes. That's exactly it. I must return to the capital to seek help from Duke Julu and Duke Tuoba. They must send troops to rescue the empress." Gu Fei scoffed. "What can a girl like you do to persuade them? Why would they heed your words?" The empress fell silent, her heart filled with anxiety. What should Gu Fei do if this stubborn mountain bandit refuses to take her back? With 7 days of travel, if they hurry, she might still be able to prevent that treacherous rebel from ascending the throne. As long as she appears, then Xiao Yang could forget about becoming emperor for the rest of his life. The most crucial point is that the sudden demise of the crown prince was highly likely orchestrated by Xiao Yang. If Xiao Yang were to ascend the throne, the truth and the great enmity would be eternally unresolved. Just as the empress was about to take the plunge and reveal to Gu Fei that she was the empress, Gu Fei, with a self-satisfied smirk, asked, "You have such a good relationship with the empress. Are you two good friends?" "What does good friends mean?" The empress was momentarily bewildered, as Gu Fei uttered words that others could not comprehend. It means close friends. Indeed, I am a close friend of the empress and her personal attendant." "Oh, had you said so earlier, it would have saved us much roundabout talk. No wonder you claimed you could help me with the official certification." Suddenly, Gu Fei felt invigorated, nearly bursting into laughter. "If you agree to help me obtain an imperial decree from the empress to settle the official matters in Shangyuan City, I shall send you back tomorrow morning. You cannot even think about leaving now. You know your own condition." Upon hearing this, Empress Xiao Ling Shuang struggled to process his words. His speech was exceedingly convoluted. As she was about to respond, Gu Fei continued, "If you assist me in this matter, I assure you that you will arrive in the capital a day early." The empress was uncertain why Gu Fei was so confident, but her instincts told her he might indeed be capable of achieving it. It was no longer a matter of whether to agree or not. She had just stated that she would comply with any request as long as it ensured her return to the capital. Hearing Gu Fei's assurance, she nodded without hesitation. "I promise you, as long as you can get me to the capital early, I will do my utmost to help you settle matters in Shangyuan City." "Deal." Overjoyed, Gu Fei, in an impulsive moment, planted a kiss on the empress's lips. The empress was nearly rendered faint by his audacity. "I apologize. I couldn't restrain myself. How about you kiss me back?" Gu Fei said with a cheeky grin, leaving the empress utterly exasperated. She slumped in her seat, muttering, "You insufferable mountain bandit. Always bullying me. I shall kill you one day. You are more detestable than that rebel Xiao Yang." Tears streamed down her cheeks again. Seeing this, Gu Fei quickly wiped her cheeks. "I am truly sorry. If you dislike it, I won't do it again." Afterward, he exited the room. He needed to make arrangements regarding his meeting with the magistrate of Shanshan County, and his plans to go to the capital necessitated bringing along Zhang Biao and others. The safety of the city would be entrusted to Yi Amlin and Wang Tongji. As he descended the stairs, he bellowed, "Summon everyone. We shall convene at the yamen in half an hour." Lying in bed, the empress vaguely heard Gu Fei issuing commands. Although she remained angry with him, her heart felt somewhat steadied. Perhaps Gu Fei could indeed escort her safely to the capital. If she could arrive a day early, she would have ample confidence in defeating Xiao Yang. As for how to deal with Gu Fei, the empress's heart was in turmoil. Should Lung Feng discover Gu Fei's actions toward her, Gu Fei would undoubtedly meet a grim fate. Lung Feng had long harbored feelings for her, and she had always treated him with kindness. While many ministers in the court wished to marry their sons to her, Lung Feng was regarded as the most likely candidate, and he himself understood that he had the greatest odds among the elite. Half an hour later, in the meeting room of the Shangyuan County Yamen. Chapter 23. Preparations before departure. Upon hearing that Gu Fei planned to send someone to the capital, Yi Amlin was astonished, feeling both anger and surprise. After knowing him for only 2 days, he was already taking such steps, while she had known him for years without experiencing such consideration. Feeling wronged, she spoke up, "Sir, I wish to accompany you to the capital." Gu Fei regarded the stubborn girl with a cold snort. "Are you out of your mind? Your family has a vast estate to guard. I am taking only Zhang Biao and 10 others. I will not bring anyone else. The reason, as I explained earlier, is to secure an official identity for Shangyuan City, and Miss Lung has connections. Otherwise, why would I, your lord, go to the capital for no reason?" Yi Amlin's phoenix eyes scrutinized him, clearly indicating her disbelief. "You must be foolish." Regardless, Yi Amlin felt that Gu Fei was mixing personal motives with official duties. "Captain Yi, please comply with the orders." Gu Fei's final words were delivered with utmost seriousness. Fuming, Yi Amlin turned to leave. In the meeting room, the county lieutenant Wang Tongji smiled at Gu Fei. "Rest assured, my lord, with me here, if anyone dares to covet Shangyuan County, I will ensure they regret it." Gu Fei patted Wang Tongji's shoulder. "You are reliable, Tongji. I can rest easy knowing you will manage things here." Wang Tongji chuckled softly. "My lord, we are not blind. It is clear that Captain Yi is reluctant to part with you and is worried for your safety. After all these years, she is not a child anymore. You ought to treat her better. Why not just take her along? Get lost. You are always trying to matchmake me with Captain Yi." Gu Fei sensed the tension between Yi Amlin and Lung Ling Shuang. If both were on the road together, it would be disastrous for him. Nearby, Zhang Biao chimed in. "Then, my lord, can we bring my little sister Zhang Yao along to help take care of you and Miss Lung?" Upon hearing Zhang Biao mention that fiery little girl, Gu Fei felt a headache coming on. Although Zhang Biao had a point, the little firecracker could not be allowed to run amok. She had many tasks to oversee in the city. After much consideration, Gu Fei decided not to bring anyone. Given his current relationship with Lung Ling Shuang, there was no longer a need for convenience. They had already crossed that line. What more could be deemed inappropriate? "You insufferable Zhang Biao. Do you wish to incite a rebellion among the female workers? Do you not understand how important your sister Zhang Yao is? She cannot leave at will." He then turned to Wang Tongji. "As for Captain Yi, I know she's upset, but this is for the greater good. Please help me pacify her and assure her that I will return soon." Wang Tongji added, "My lord, do not worry. I will ensure Captain Yi is well taken care of and keep an eye on her emotions to maintain stability within the city." "Very well. You all await my good news from the capital, and we shall celebrate in due course." Meanwhile, although Yi Amlin stormed out of the meeting room in a huff, her heart was tumultuous. She was both angry at Gu Fei's insensitivity and worried for his safety on this trip. Yet that infuriating man refused to let her accompany him. Had it not been for her injured arm, which Gu Fei used as an excuse, she would never have agreed to this. Frustrated, she sought someone to confide in and decided to visit the factory department to find her rival, Zhang Yao. Only Zhang Yao could understand her feelings at this moment. In the meantime, Zhang Biao whispered behind Gu Fei, "My lord, should we bring firearms on this journey?" Gu Fei nodded. "Given the potential dangers we may encounter, go to the storeroom and issue each person a gun, 2 packs of explosives, and other gear. Also, take along 2 triangular wings." Zhang Biao frowned. "Why do we need the triangular wings, my lord?" Gu Fei explained, "As we travel to the capital, we must reach it with utmost speed. The 2 hills near the capital and the river Moluo between the peaks pose the greatest obstacles for our journey. Should anyone attempt to intercept us, using the triangular wings to fly over the river is the quickest route." "Understood, I will prepare." After organizing everything, Gu Fei returned home. Upon the return of the Empress Xiao Ling Shuang, she initially intended to avoid conversing with him. However, her concern about whether they could depart for the capital on time the next morning drew her near to Gu Fei, where she timidly inquired, "Hey, will we be able to set off for the capital tomorrow?" The tone of her voice surprised even herself. When had she ever spoken in such a manner? It evoked a sense of humiliation akin to that of a tiger fallen into the plains, being bullied by dogs. After all, I am a dignified empress. Xiao Ling Shuang felt a bit overwhelmed internally. Gu Fei turned to her, revealing a smirk that was neither a smile nor a frown. "You call me He? Can't you address me as husband?" You are not truly my husband," the Empress replied, frustrated, recalling how Gu Fei had tricked her into calling him that before. The memory of her having kissed him voluntarily made her want to stomp her feet in frustration. Gu Fei continued to tease, but I have done things that only a true husband would do. You, believe me, I could dismember you. Gu Fei, unfazed by the lack of menace in her words, gently flicked her delicate nose. Why must you always resort to threats? Why not adopt a more ladylike demeanor? Besides, if I were to perish, would you still wish to return to the capital? Who asked you to constantly bully me and take advantage of me? The Empress pouted defiantly. If the court officials were to witness her expression, they would surely drop their jaws in disbelief. Gu Fei chuckled, leaning closer to whisper in her ear, "This isn't bullying, this is affection. If I don't take advantage of you, should I wait for others to do so?" At this, her cheeks flushed crimson, resembling a ripened apple. She shot him a fierce glare. "You shameless rogue. You're nothing but a scoundrel. Once we return to the capital, I will make sure this shameless brigand begs for mercy on his knees." The Empress had silently vowed. Having received the answer she sought from Gu Fei, she turned and sat down on a nearby stool, choosing to ignore him. Gu Fei, observing the indignant Xiao Ling Shuang, could not help but wear a satisfied smirk. He thought to himself, this is easy to handle. Just as he was about to tease her further, a commotion from outside caught his attention. He furrowed his brow and approached the door, only to find Yi Anlin and Zhang Yao, Zhang Biao's sister, standing outside, their swords drawn as if ready to fight. Gu Fei hurriedly intervened. "Ladies, what drama unfolds here? Are you truly about to come to blows?" Yi Anlin, Fuming, retorted. "It's all because of her. She claimed you didn't take me to the capital because I'm not as tall or beautiful as she is. I may be just half a finger shorter than her, but I am the most beautiful in Shangyuan County." Zhang Yao, equally defiant, shot back, "Humph. You've admitted you're shorter. And about being the most beautiful, I only missed the event that day, otherwise you would have to settle for second place." Gu Fei, amused by the fiery exchange, remarked, "What does height and beauty have to do with whether I take someone to the capital? I'm going for serious business. You two should refrain from causing unnecessary chaos." Chapter 24. Those who come shall meet their end. "No, both of us must accompany you to the capital." Yi Anlin and Zhang Yao pouted, dissatisfied with Gu Fei's explanation. Left with no choice, Gu Fei resorted to his trump card. "How about this? Upon my return from the capital, I shall bring you both gifts. Will that suffice?" Upon hearing of gifts, both ladies' expressions brightened, with Zhang Yao, like a cunning little fox, asking, "What gifts do you plan to bring us?" "You know, ordinary gifts won't do. Have you not been eyeing the jewelry from Xiao Ling Shuang? I shall bring each of you a golden hairpin. How does that sound?" The two exchanged glances, their hearts filled with delight, and Zhang Yao quipped, "Now that is more like it." They then glared at each other before parting ways. Gu Fei watched them depart, shaking his head and muttering to himself, "These two little ones are truly a headache." Upon re-entering, he found the Empress gazing at him coldly, making him feel somewhat uneasy. "Did you hear all that?" he asked, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. The Empress replied icily, "Humph. I didn't expect this shameless brigand to be so popular with the ladies." Gu Fei, self-assured, lightly touched his forehead and boasted, "Of course. I am simply that charming." The Empress huffed, feeling an inexplicable discomfort in her heart. Suddenly, she admonished herself. How could she entertain such thoughts? This rogue has sullied my honor. I must ensure his downfall. Unbeknownst to Gu Fei, after parting ways, Yi Anlin and Zhang Yao quickly regrouped. "Do we not coordinate quite well?" Yi Anlin beamed with pride. "Indeed, our collaboration was effective. Otherwise, we wouldn't have gifts. But you should refrain from belittling me." Zhang Yao replied, "Hey, you are neither more beautiful nor taller than I. Remember, I am the primary wife, and you are the secondary. Outrageous. I am the primary wife, and you are but the secondary. We shall see about that." The two resumed their playful bickering. However, Zhang Yao suddenly paused and said, "Do you think that cold woman might have something going on with Gu Fei? My brother mentioned last night that Gu Fei seems quite fond of her and even made her call him husband." At Zhang Yao's words, Yi Anlin recalled the scene she had witnessed at Gu Fei's home, where both the eldest and youngest sisters referred to that woman as Madam. A sense of foreboding arose within her. Yet, she pondered, how could that woman achieve what I have not in all these years with Gu Fei? This thought only deepened her despondency. "Zhang Yao, instruct your brother to keep an eye on Gu Fei and ensure he doesn't get too close to that cold woman." Zhang Yao pinched her delicate nose and assured her, "Don't worry, my brother knows what to do. But you're right, I'll remind him. If he dares to neglect my sister's happiness, I shall deal with him." Yi Anlin thought Zhang Yao had a point. How could Zhang Biao not be concerned about his sister's future? Still, she felt uneasy about Gu Fei embracing Xiao Ling Shuang, especially considering the way the Gu family referred to her as Madam, which left her feeling anxious. As night fell, the stars twinkled in the sky, resembling deep blue gemstones. After dinner, the Empress sat in the courtyard, lost in thought. She had been away from the capital for several days and had no idea of the chaos that might have ensued. Could the Duke of Jiulu, Leng Hongyi, withstand the pressure from the Marquis of Chongqing, Yuan Du, and the second prince? Sighing heavily, the Empress lamented her uncertainties. Just then, Gu Fei approached, carrying a cup of hot water. He placed it before her, smiling. "Why the long sigh? Are you reluctant to leave this place?" The Empress shot him a glare. "Not at all. I was merely reflecting on some matters. Have a sip of this hot tea to warm yourself. We shall set off at dawn tomorrow." The Empress accepted the cup he offered, feeling a slight chill. Upon taking a delicate sip, her expression transformed in astonishment as her eyes brightened. The tea was infused with an exquisite aroma, and she had never tasted such a refreshing brew. "What have you added to this water? It is so invigorating. And why must we depart so early?" Seeing her delight, Gu Fei felt a surge of satisfaction. With a chuckle, he replied, "This is a local specialty, Biluakan tea. We leave early to maintain discretion. It wouldn't do for others to know I'm absent from the city." The Empress, Xiao Ling Shuang, nodded slightly, pondering the cunning nature of this mountain bandit. However, the tea named Biluakan was rather exceptional. In the capital, the common folk typically brewed tea by adding barley, goat's milk, mare's milk, and salt to boiling water, resulting in a greasy butter tea. Upon tasting it, the Empress found herself invigorated. Such a beverage was truly refreshing. Unable to restrain herself, she inquired, "May I take some Biluakan back with me?" Upon hearing her request for the tea, Gu Fei felt an even greater sense of pride. This tea was precious, and had it not been for her request, he would have been reluctant to part with it. Yet, who could resist granting a favor to his own wife? "Of course, I shall have someone prepare some for you shortly." The Empress, hearing his frivolous tone, scoffed. "I can't be bothered with you." She then asked, "Where shall I sleep tonight?" Gu Fei, with an impish grin, replied, "Naturally, you will sleep beside me. After all, we are husband and wife. Do you believe I would smash this teacup over your head?" The Empress glared at him frostily. Gu Fei, feeling bored by her demeanor, shrugged off her intensity. "Whatever. There are plenty of rooms at home. Choose one for yourself." With that, Gu Fei drained his teacup and walked outside, needing to inspect the defenses and arrangements of Shangyuan City. While he was away, it was vital that everything remained in order. Otherwise, if the place were to be robbed, it would spell disaster. Shangyuan City did not observe a curfew, and even at such a late hour, the streets were bustling with activity. Numerous carriages entered and exited the city, though the guards meticulously scrutinized each vehicle to prevent any unforeseen incidents. Since its establishment, Shangyuan City had endured numerous battles, each fought with bloodshed, hence their vigilance remained steadfast. However, as weaponry improved and advanced, the tension among the populace gradually eased. They were unafraid of anything less than a massive assault with tens of thousands of troops. They were ready to face whatever came their way. Nevertheless, Gu Fei ensured that the guards remained diligent, conducting thorough inspections of all individuals and goods entering the city. Chapter 25. Journey to the capital in the early morning. At the hour of the tiger, a contingent stealthily departed from Shangyuan City under the cover of night. Gu Fei opted not to use the cumbersome horse-drawn carriage, but rather, each person rode a horse for swiftness and convenience. A total of 12 steeds galloped along the woodland paths. The Empress was taken aback to discover that Gu Fei had brought 10 guards along, which assuaged her earlier anxiety. With 6 days ahead of them, and assuming they did not take much rest, they should reach the capital in 5 days. All she needed to do was locate her loyal ministers, such as Leng Hongyi, to assist her. She also felt a need to demonstrate her capabilities to the likes of Xiao Yang, Yuan Du, and Dugu Xen. Xiao Ling Shuang reflected that she had perhaps been overly lenient with certain individuals, leading them to perceive her as an easy target. Unbeknownst to Gu Fei, not long after their departure, Yuan Du subordinate, Tian Jing, appeared on the road heading toward Shangyuan City. Meanwhile, the county magistrate of Shansheng, Li Tsai, was busily scheming to capture Gu Fei and his companions at the tavern in Xinpan town today. Without Gu Fei, Shangyuan City would be akin to a headless dragon, making it easy for Li Tsai to manipulate. Yet, he could never fathom that his plans would come to naught, nor would he realize that had Gu Fei been present, it would spell his doom. Soon, they arrived at the spot where the Empress had once fallen into the water. Reminded of that day, she covertly glanced at Gu Fei, recalling the moment of her first kiss, albeit while she had been unconscious. The memory stirred a mix of heat and frustration within her. The sound of hoofbeats echoed beneath her, prompting her to lean closer to Gu Fei and ask, "Gu Fei, have you wrapped anything on the horse's hooves?" Gu Fei smiled slightly. "Of course, we have outfitted all the horses in Shangyuan County with specialized iron shoes. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to endure such an extensive journey." The Empress suddenly understood, though she remained unaware of the significance of these iron shoes to the military. If Long Hongyi or Dugu Xian were to learn of the iron shoes, they would undoubtedly claim credit for such an achievement. The wear and tear on a cavalry horse's hooves was the greatest source of loss. Once the hooves were worn down, no matter how robust or swift the steed, it would lose its utility. As they rode, Gu Fei stealthily observed Xiao Ling Shuang, noting her adeptness in horseback riding. However, few could endure such prolonged exertion without suffering from discomfort. Before long, they reached a small town where they planned to take a brief respite. After dismounting, Gu Fei noticed that Xiao Ling Shuang appeared somewhat stiff. "Are you unwell?" he asked with genuine concern. Though she often bore a cold demeanor towards him, having shared her body, he felt an obligation towards her well-being. Despite the warmth his concern evoked, the aching heat in her inner thighs deterred her from admitting her discomfort. "I'm fine, just a bit stiff," she replied, forcing a brave front. Observing her wobbly stance, Gu Fei, with an assertive grip, lifted her effortlessly from the ground. The Empress felt her face flush crimson under the gazes of onlookers, and she pounded her fists against his chest, exclaiming, "You rogue! Why did you pick me up?" Zhang Biao, witnessing their playful exchange, felt a twitch in his eye. If his sister were to see this, she would undoubtedly erupt in fury. He decided he must intervene to prevent further flirtation, else he would face her wrath upon their return. "Hey, why not set the young lady down? Look, you've made her blush." Gu Fei, wishing to kick Zhang Biao away for his meddling, retorted, "You rascal, you've embarrassed my wife. Hurry and fetch something for us to eat." Zhang Biao, chastised, hurried off, ensuring he could at least provide an explanation to his sister later, claiming he had prevented Gu Fei from getting too close to the Empress. Gu Fei, casting a discreet glance at the Empress, whispered, "Can you endure? If not, please tell me." Xiao Ling Shuang, feigning strength, replied, "Who says I cannot endure? Iem me perfectly fine." Clinging to her pride, she suffered in silence. Gu Fei, acknowledging her stubbornness, thought, "If she does not care, why should I?" After about half an hour, the group and their horses were well fed and resumed their journey. They traveled nearly 150 miles that day, reaching the limit of what their steeds could bear. Had it not been for the iron shoes, they likely would not have made it halfway. This journey left the Empress feeling as though a miracle had occurred, for soon they would enter the territory of Yinzhou. The cost of their swift travel manifested in the form of painful chafing on her thighs. She yearned to find a secluded spot to check for injuries. As Gu Fei approached her horse, extending his hand, she willingly leaped into his embrace, for she could no longer endure the discomfort. Beside him, Zhang Biao contemplated offering a few more words. Yet upon encountering Gu Fei's murderous gaze, he wisely opted to remain silent. Gu Fei gently cradled the Empress in his arms and remarked, "After a day like this, my thighs are nearly worn down to nothing." This was his way of providing the Empress with a graceful exit from the conversation. As expected, she nodded and exclaimed, "It hurts." Hearing this, Gu Fei took her hand and said, "Come, let us find a tailor to craft a cotton cushion. It will ease your discomfort." Just as the Empress was about to pull away from him, she overheard his words and thought to herself, "This cunning brigand is rather clever." At that moment, Zhang Biao and the others chimed in from behind. My lord, our legs hurt too. We want some as well. Gu Fei burst into laughter. You rascals. Then let each of you have one. He sighed. I forgot to ask Zhang Yao to make a few in the city. Zhang Biao, this is your oversight. I shall inform Zhang Yao later. Upon hearing this, Zhang Biao nearly spat blood in frustration, wanting to shout, My lord, how shameless you are. That night, they lodged in an inn, with the Empress occupying a separate room. After a day of toil, she was covered in sweat and dust, feeling as though ants were crawling all over her. Normally, she would have attendants to assist her with bathing, even at Gu Fei's residence. She was attended by the elder and younger maids. However, she had never bathed alone before, and the thought of being surrounded by a group of men made her uneasy. Yet, she knew she had to wash herself. Thus, she knocked on Gu Fei's door. Upon seeing the Empress, Gu Fei's heart leapt with joy, and he reached out to pull her inside. The Empress, however, had anticipated this move and dodged just in time. Gu Fei furrowed his brow and asked, My lady, are you not here to share the bed with me? Absolutely not. What are you thinking? The Empress replied, her face flushed with embarrassment. It was indeed a misunderstanding to knock on a man's door at such an hour. Then why do you knock? Gu Fei inquired softly, worried that Zhang Biao and the others would speculate. I want to bathe, but I'm afraid. On hearing this, Gu Fei's eyes lit up. How splendid. My lady, did you know I have a nickname? I don't know. The Empress replied, looking at him with innocent curiosity. Well, you should not know. My nickname is the Prince of Baths, renowned for my expert skills in massages and pampering. I am proficient in all forms of entertainment. You have chosen the right person for your bathing needs. Gu Fei beamed, thinking to himself that the lady, who appeared so serious, perhaps had a fondness for indulgence. The Empress, listening to his nonsensical chatter, felt an urge to bite him, questioning why she had sought him out. Get lost. I want you to guard the door. With that, she returned to her room, knowing Gu Fei would not neglect her. Through their interactions over the past few days, the Empress had gradually come to understand Gu Fei's character. He was a man of frivolous words, yet he acted with integrity when it mattered. If it had been another man, after they had consummated their marriage, he would have likely invaded her room that night, clinging to her. In truth, she had spent half the night worrying that Gu Fei might suddenly enter her room or sneak in while she slept. However, nothing occurred, leaving her uncertain whether to blame him or not. Inside her room, shadows danced as steam rose from the bathing tub. The Empress, blushing, shed her garments and slipped into the tub, gently caressing her skin. However, upon feeling the slight greasiness on her body, she suddenly recalled that Gu Fei's home had a substance called soap, which left her skin feeling wonderfully smooth and foamy. Damn it, how could I forget to bring it? She lamented, regretting her oversight. At that moment, a knock resonated from outside the door. Startled, she thought, why hadn't that brigand secured the door? She submerged herself in the tub and asked softly, Who is it? Gu Fei's voice came from outside. I brought soap. Upon hearing his voice, the Empress felt a mix of irritation and amusement. This insufferable brigand. Why hadn't he brought the soap sooner? No, that's unnecessary, she almost exclaimed, but caught herself just in time. Since using the soap, she felt that bathing without it would be futile and ineffective. After deliberating, she donned her clothes and cautiously approached the door, carefully unbolting it and extending her hand outward. Hurry up and give it to me, she commanded. Gu Fei, noticing her delicate hand glistening with water, smiled inwardly, recognizing that no woman could resist the allure of soap. Without further ado, he handed it to her. The Empress seized the soap, intending to bolt the door again, but slipped and fell backward, landing heavily on the floor. Hearing the thud, Gu Fei rushed to open the door, only to find the Empress sprawled on the ground, her hastily donned attire askew, and the soap nowhere to be found. He had no time to relish the sight he had longed to see. He quickly scooped her up in his arms. How careless you are! The Empress, still dazed from the fall, only registered that Gu Fei had caught her after she was enveloped in his embrace. She gasped, about to protest, but he swiftly covered her mouth with his own in a moment of urgency. Her mind went blank. Never had a man kissed her while she was fully aware. Previously, their encounters had been when she was in a stupor. The audacity of his tongue. The Empress, flustered, pushed him away with all her might. But Gu Fei quickly covered her mouth again, warning her, Do you want everyone in this inn to know you fell? You rogue. The Empress, Xiao Ling Shuang, felt utterly a loss on how to confront Gu Fei. She could no longer protest. He had already taken liberties with her body. Just then, Gu Fei declared, "Let me clarify. I did not enter intentionally, nor did I mean to kiss you. I merely acted when I saw you fall and was about to call out. You know how kind-hearted and pure I am. Many call me Gu Chunliang." With that, he adjusted her garments and hastily departed, leaving the Empress in a state of disarray amidst the warm steam. After a while, as the Empress lay in bed, she traced her delicate fingers over every inch of her skin, reflecting on how, in just 3 short days, she had allowed this man to touch her more than any other in her 18 years of life. Was this brigand truly her nemesis from past life? Filled with frustration, she splashed water in the tub, while outside, Gu Fei, listening to her exasperation, wore a smug grin. A woman as composed as her would surely be his, regardless of whether it was Yi Anlin or Zhang Yao. Either of them would have left him in a state of utter confusion had they found themselves in such a predicament. This was why he had hesitated to become overly intimate with either of them. After the Empress finished her bath, she lay on her bed, gently exploring the softness of her skin with her slender fingers. The more she touched it, the more enthralled she became. The smooth and tender texture was extraordinarily delightful, imbued with a fragrant osmanthus scent. She mused to herself that this soap was truly remarkable. Yet, she was also momentarily touched by that scoundrel bandit, who had surprisingly remembered to bring her soap. This thought brought an involuntary smile to her lips. However, in the next moment, her expression turned cold again. How could she allow herself to be moved by such trivial matters? She resolved to have him torn to pieces instead. In that instant, she felt as if she had returned to her throne, her heart steeled like iron. She understood that she must not let emotions dictate her actions, for that would render her incapable of accomplishing anything. The moonlight streamed through the window panes, casting a silvery veil over the room. The Empress, overwhelmed with thoughts, found herself unable to sleep as she contemplated how to deal with Gu Fei and how to eradicate the rebel Xiao Yang and his gang. She also pondered how to navigate her relationship with Lung Feng. If he were to discover that she had been compromised by that scoundrel Gu Fei, would he still remain loyal to her, unwavering as before, ready to obey her every command? As night deepened, the Empress remained sleepless, and the night swiftly passed. In the morning, upon rising for breakfast, she noticed that Zhang Biao and the others had already tended to the horses, ensuring they were well fed and hydrated. Waiting solely for her, a faint blush crept onto her cheeks. She had finally managed to fall asleep only to awaken later than usual. During breakfast, Zhang Biao chuckled. "Miss Lung, what were you and the Lord up to last night? Why did you both sleep in so late? You insolent fool, what nonsense are you spouting?" The Empress retorted, shooting him a glare. Zhang Biao burst into laughter. "Haha, it's just so similar." Fuming with embarrassment, the Empress demanded, "Similar to what?" "Similar to my lord. Your way of speaking is increasingly resembling that of my lord. Tell me, have you been indulging in too much of his saliva?" Upon hearing this, the Empress, Xiao Ling Shuang, smacked her hand down. "You dare, Zhang Biao. All right, that's enough. Stop pretending to be an empress." Gu Fei interjected just in time. Xiao Ling Shuang felt utterly speechless, secretly feeling wronged. After all, she was indeed the Empress. There was no need for pretense. She cast a disdainful glance at Gu Fei before resuming her meal. After breakfast, they resumed their journey, but the road ahead grew increasingly arduous. They needed to cover nearly 100 miles to reach another town for shelter. Otherwise, they would have to endure the elements and set up camp in the wild. Gu Fei felt this was particularly inconvenient, especially with a woman in their midst. If it were just a few men, they could manage without concern. The distance from the capital to Shangyuan County was less than 400 miles, yet the path became more treacherous as they progressed, particularly through the challenging terrain of the Big and Small Ridge Mountains, where traversing even 50 miles in a day would be remarkable. Once they exited the mountains, it would be smooth sailing straight to the capital. As they mounted their horses, the Empress seemed to hesitate, for her thighs appeared to be in pain, making it difficult for her to lift her legs. Gu Fei, having noticed the redness on her thighs from the saddle when he had held her the previous night, understood her discomfort. At that moment, he dismounted and approached her. "You seem to be struggling to mount. Let me help you." He then scooped her up in his arms. The Empress had been awaiting this assistance, yet she feigned reluctance, saying, "Who asked you to carry me, you scoundrel?" Gu Fei disregarded her words, for he knew that when a woman says she does not want something, she often truly desires it. They continued north for another 20 miles, gradually entering the rugged terrain of the Big and Small Ridge Mountains. The path became increasingly difficult. In some areas, they had to dismount and lead their horses. They also encountered numerous small streams. Despite the beautiful scenery, they were too preoccupied with their journey to appreciate it. Throughout the ride, Gu Fei admired the Empress Xiao Ling Shuang as she rode gracefully on her horse. Though he was accustomed to it, he could never tire of the sight. The attire crafted in Shangyuan City fit her exquisitely, accentuating her alluring curves. The Empress relished such garments, but felt uncomfortable under the gaze of several men, prompting her to stay close to Gu Fei, where she felt less exposed. Being observed by one person was far more tolerable than by many, especially someone she had become familiar with. However, as they ascended a small hill, an unexpected encounter awaited them. "This mountain is mine, this tree is mine. If you wish to pass, leave your women behind." If it were not for the Tang dynasty, Gu Fei might have thought he was facing Chang Yaojin. Before them stood over 30 bandits armed with knives, guns, and clubs blocking their way. The greed in their eyes glimmered as they beheld the Empress's beauty, her elegance, and allure. "Leave your belongings and women behind, and scram." Gu Fei found these ruffians unworthy of his words, yet the Empress was visibly frightened. Uncertain whether Gu Fei would abandon her and flee, as they were not related, he had merely promised to escort her back to the capital, not to engage in battle with bandits. However, she soon heard a commanding declaration that she would remember for years to come. "Those who dare to lay a hand on my woman shall die." Zhang Biao and the others, who had been eagerly anticipating this moment, were invigorated by his words. "Brothers, let us see who can slay the most today. We shall feast on extra meat for lunch." With that, he drew his long knife and charged at the bandits. Gu Fei gently set the Empress down from her horse, placing her in a safe spot, while he stood calmly watching as Zhang Biao and the others cut through the bandits like wolves among sheep. "Stay here and do not move," he instructed, positioning himself protectively in front of the horse. The Empress nodded obediently, feeling an unprecedented sense of security as she gazed at Gu Fei's steadfast figure. She clenched her fists, hoping that Zhang Biao and the others would remain unscathed. After spending 2 days together, the Empress had discovered that aside from their brashness, these men were quite commendable, though they faced 30 or 40 opponents. Zhang Biao and his comrades fought valiantly and coordinated seamlessly, quickly pressing the bandits into retreat. A scream shattered the air as a bandit was struck by Zhang Biao's blade, blood splattering everywhere. "Hurry, Tiger Lord, we cannot hold them back," cried a bandit leader, realizing the tide had turned and attempting to flee. "Thinking of escaping? Not so easily." Zhang Biao laughed menacingly, his burly figure darting in front of the fleeing bandit leader. With a swift stroke of his knife, he dispatched him. The battle concluded swiftly, with most bandits falling to the ground, leaving only a few trembling in fear. Kneeling before Zhang Biao and his comrades. "You dare to rob me, Biao? Do you not know that I was once in your position?" He grinned, revealing his teeth. "Please don't kill me. I'll tell you a secret." Gu Fei placed his knife at the bandit's throat. "Speak quickly. What secret?" The bandit, trembling, replied without hesitation. "This morning, we received a notification to capture a woman. She must be the one. If you don't believe me, Tiger Brother has her portrait." Gu Fei was taken aback and immediately instructed one of his men, Xiao Yu, "Go check." Xiao Yu searched the deceased Tiger Brother and indeed found a portrait along with some silver notes. Gu Fei took a look and confirmed the portrait was none other than Xiao Ling Shuang. "Kill them all," Gu Fei decisively ordered, ensuring their trail would remain hidden. Zhang Biao and his companions swiftly dispatched the mountain bandits, leaving no survivors. Upon seeing the portrait that Gu Fei handed over, Xiao Ling Shuang felt a sharp jolt in her heart. With the appearance of this image, she realized that the journey ahead would be fraught with peril. Let us proceed. Gu Fei spoke with an unwavering calmness, as if the recent battle was merely a trivial matter. Unbeknownst to Gu Fei, one bandit had managed to escape. He had been caught off guard by an urgent need to relieve himself. Once he returned, he found that his idol, Tiger Brother, had already perished. He concealed himself amidst the grass on the hillside, holding his breath until Zhang Biao and his group had finished scavenging the valuables from the fallen bandits, at which point he fled frantically into the forest. As they continued on their way, Zhang Biao and the others soon resumed their lively demeanor, as if they had not just taken lives. The Empress discerned from Zhang Biao's words that they had indeed been bandits. It was evident that Gu Fei was unfazed by her calling him a bandit. She covertly scrutinized him once more. Apart from his imposing stature, his fair complexion and refined demeanor exuded an air of scholarly gentility. This did not resemble the typical appearance of a bandit leader. In contrast, Tiger Brother, who had met his end at Zhang Biao's hand, embodied the ruggedness and skill of a true outlaw. Zhang Biao's mannerisms, however, did align closely with that of a rogue. The Empress found herself ensnared in confusion, pondering how it was that Gu Fei commanded such unwavering loyalty and admiration from Zhang Biao and the others. It was clear to her that they followed him wholeheartedly, without a hint of dissent. Zhang Biao even found himself playfully kicked by Gu Fei, laughing heartily afterward. She questioned how Gu Fei managed to lead such devoted subordinates, who would leap off a cliff at his command without hesitation. At that moment, Gu Fei spoke. From now on, Xiao Si and Xiao Suo, you two will scout ahead and report back immediately if you encounter any unusual circumstances. Understood, the two responded, spurring their horses forward with alacrity. By midday, the journey had been uneventful. As they approached another mountain peak, Gu Fei glanced at the sky and declared, "Let us rest and dine at the foot of that mountain." Zhang Biao and a few others, upon hearing this, left some team members behind and rode ahead to select a suitable spot, hoping to enjoy a meal and perhaps catch a brief nap in the shade. Soon enough, Zhang Biao found an ideal location beside a clear, sweet stream flowing down from the mountains, with several large stones and a few lush trees nearby. It proved to be a perfect resting place, providing both a chance to wash up and shelter from the sun. The group of 12 shared the unique provisions from Shangyuan City, soaking them in water to make do with a meal. The Empress was astonished to find that their palm-sized cakes expanded to the size of a basin after soaking. They tasted surprisingly delightful, with a hint of salty scallion pancake flavor. This was nothing short of miraculous, such an expansion of food, with 3 or 4 of these cakes alongside some fruit. The entire group was well fed. The Empress curiously inquired, "This food tastes just like the soaked bread. How is it made?" Zhang Biao chuckled, "You must ask the master. He guided us in making it." Gu Fei, noticing her inquisitive expression, explained, "It's quite simple. Just compress several pieces of cake together. We call it compressed biscuits. This is exceptionally suitable for long journeys and military campaigns." The Empress's eyes brightened at his words, fully agreeing with his assessment. Each soldier carrying a bit of food would mean they could manage for days without needing a cook. How convenient. Just for introducing this method of making compressed biscuits, Gu Fei would earn significant merit. Thus, she quietly asked, "If given the chance, would you present this method to the court?" Gu Fei paused, taken aback. "Why would I offer it to the court? Oh, give it to them, only for them to turn and strike me?" His gaze was filled with incredulity, making the Empress feel exasperated. "Do you not wish to contribute to Beiheng?" She challenged. "Contribution, can it be eaten? Our Shangyuan city has a population of 70 to 80,000, and how do we resolve our needs? The court?" The Empress was left speechless by his retort. Frustrated, she picked up a twig and began tossing its leaves into the stream, as if the drifting leaves might carry away her worries and anger. Gu Fei watched her with a slight smile. "Do not be angry. You are not the Empress, so why worry? However, if you desire it, I can give it to you. No one else is allowed." Upon hearing his words, the Empress felt a strange stir within her. Turning to him with a serious expression, she asked, "Are you serious?" Gu Fei, caught off guard by her intensity, thought to himself that he had never seen her so earnest before. Nevertheless, he replied resolutely, "Of course it's true. Who else would I offer it to if not you, my dear?" The first part of his statement please the Empress, but the latter part earned him a sharp retort. Shameless. The interplay between them elicited suppressed laughter from Zhang Biao and the others. Zhang Biao felt a pang of frustration, wondering why the master preferred to dally with her instead of his own sister, Zhang Yao, who would have been much more suitable. At that moment, two young individuals, a man and a woman, unexpectedly approached. The woman, adorned in a flowing blue gown, cast glances at the Empress as they drew near. Ah, what a fortuitous encounter. We siblings would like to rest here as well. Gu Fei and Zhang Biao remained silent, observing the newcomers. It was a rule of wandering through the world not to engage with strangers, to avoid unnecessary troubles. Yet, the way these two walked put Gu Fei on high alert. Their sudden appearance felt somewhat dubious. Gu Fei exchanged a discreet glance with Zhang Biao, who nodded in understanding. The woman then addressed the Empress. "Oh, what a lovely maiden. Does she have a betrothed? Might I offer her to my brother? Just look at how distinguished he is." Gu Fei scoffed. "Miss, you overstep your bounds. Are you not aware that I am her husband?" The woman appeared taken aback. My apologies. It was a mistake. Please forgive me." Gu Fei snorted and took the Empress's hand, leading her toward the nearby grove. "My lady, let us step into the grove for a moment." The Empress was about to admonish Gu Fei for his audacity, but upon seeing his expression, she nodded in acquiescence. As they entered the grove, the man and woman looked bewildered, questioning whether they had indeed mistaken their target. Hadn't he, the bandit, mentioned a group accompanying a woman in a purple dress? Inside the grove, the Empress asked Gu Fei if she thought the two newcomers posed a threat. Gu Fei, removing his outer garment, chuckled. "It seems you are not as witless as I presumed. Why are you undressing?" The Empress wondered, fearing he might take advantage of the situation. Unfazed, Gu Fei discarded a thin, soft armor and handed it to her. "It appears there are many who wish to do you harm. Wear this armor beneath your clothing, just in case." The Empress touched the warm armor, and Gu Fei's words stirred a ripple of emotion within her. The man, in his reckless pursuit, seems to disregard his own life. Could it be that he truly harbors feelings for her? Observing the Empress lost in thought while holding her armor, Gu Fei called out, "Why are you dawdling? Hurry and put it on." After speaking, he turned away. The Empress's lips trembled slightly as she softly replied, "Thank you." Chapter 29. The political landscape at that moment, a significant ripple stirred within Xiao Ling Shuang's heart. She had not anticipated that a man she had known for merely a few days would go to such lengths to protect her. Swiftly, she pulled aside her outer garments and donned a vest, only to find that one of the buttons was impossible to fasten. In a moment of urgency, she called out, "Hey, could you help me with this button? I can't seem to fasten it." Upon hearing this, Gu Fei turned around, a calm expression on his face as he regarded the flustered Ling Shuang, chuckling softly. "What a silly girl, unable to fasten a single button." He approached and quickly secured it, even adjusting her clothing for her. The Empress, having grown somewhat immune to Gu Fei's presence, was no longer as tense as before. Although a considerable amount of skin was revealed to him, she merely flushed slightly. Once properly dressed, the two emerged from the woods, only to find that the two women were still there. Upon seeing the Empress's flushed face, one of the women teased, "You two have been gone for quite some time. Could it be that you were occupied?" Gu Fei grinned. "So what if we were? I adore my lady, and I desire her at any time and place." With that, he playfully planted a kiss on the Empress's cheek. She pushed him away, exclaiming, "You annoying man." This left the two women bewildered. Could it be that they had misjudged their target? Just as their confusion mounted, Gu Fei and his companion mounted their horses and prepared to leave. They witnessed Gu Fei tenderly assisting the woman onto her horse, who responded with a shy smile. It was evident that they were a newlywed couple still basking in the bliss of their honeymoon. "Brother Feng, have we mistaken our target?" questioned one of the women. The man referred to as Brother Feng scratched his head in uncertainty. "I don't know. We have no idea what that woman looks like. Perhaps we should inquire with Lord Tianjing." After their exchange, they vanished into the woods. Gu Fei and the others had traveled a short distance when Zhang Biao remarked, "My lord, that pair of siblings did not follow us. Could it be that we were mistaken?" Gu Fei replied indifferently, "Regardless of whether we were mistaken, our movements have likely been exposed. We must tread carefully from here on." Gu Fei suspected that if their location had been revealed, it could very well be due to remnants of the bandits they had encountered earlier. However, given the complex terrain they had traversed, it was not surprising that a few had managed to slip through unnoticed. Thus, they could only proceed with caution. Gu Fei had not anticipated that after just over a day of travel, danger would arise. He covertly glanced at Ling Shuang, pondering whether this woman truly belonged to the family of the Marquis of Julu, Lung Hongyi. He had also learned that the Marquis of Chongqing, Yuan Du, was the Chancellor of Beiyang. What an ambitious man, holding both a marquisate and the chancellorship. Yet still dissatisfied, he sought to suppress his rivals. Did he aspire to become emperor himself? As they journeyed, the empress elaborated on the intricacies of the political arena and the current state of the Beiyang court, which was divided into 3 factions: an unwavering loyal faction, an opposition faction, and a so-called neutral faction. The leaders of these factions were Lung Hongyi, Yuan Du, and the neutral faction's elder prince, Xiao Yinan. The opposition, Yuan Du, consistently opposed the empress, intent on supporting the second prince, Xiao Yang, for the throne. Gu Fei inquired, why does Yuan Du persist in his efforts to re-establish the second prince as emperor? Has the empress encroached upon his interests? The empress had not anticipated that Gu Fei would pinpoint the crux of the matter so swiftly, realizing that perhaps the mountain bandit was not entirely devoid of merit. The empress nodded in agreement. You are correct. Indeed, it was the empress who encroached upon his interests. During the reign of the late emperor, well, let us just say he was not overly glorious, as he monopolized all matters of state. Gu Fei remarked, if he is truly dedicated to the welfare of the state, then what's the harm? This way, the empress can enjoy some tranquility. The empress coughed lightly, feigning nonchalance. If Yuan Du, as chancellor, were genuinely devoted to the people's welfare, that would be acceptable. However, he is duplicitous, forming cliques for personal gain, favoring his own, and seeking private profit, all while flouting the laws of Beiyang. Should such a person not meet his end? Indeed, if that is the case, he certainly deserves death. A chancellor, holding such power and yet indulging in corruption, is nothing short of a beast. Gu Fei continued, last year, Beiyang suffered a severe drought, and the people of Mo County starved due to his embezzlement of disaster relief funds, resulting in half of them perishing. Shouldn't such a man be condemned? Upon uttering these words, tears welled in Xiao Ling Shuang's eyes, her heart aching profoundly. I can scarcely believe it. A county must have at least 20 to 30,000 residents, and half of them starving is indeed a grievous sin, one unforgivable. With a disdainful scoff, Gu Fei retorted, a villain of such despicable nature deserves a brutal execution. His name alone, poison, is indicative of the maliciousness within him. Should he dare to set foot in my county, I would see him flayed alive. As a result of this, the empress had curtailed some of Yuan Du's powers, restricting his access to the Ministry of Revenue and the Ministry of Personnel, leading him to harbor resentment against her. Therefore, we must not allow him to support Xiao Yang's ascension. Otherwise, we would betray the people of Beiyang. Gu Fei observed the redness in Ling Shuang's eyes and thought to himself that this young lady possessed a commendable kindness, though she was not as kind towards him. If only she would smile more. My lady, you are correct. We must not allow that old scoundrel Yuan Du to succeed. We must devise a plan to apprehend him and his accomplices. The empress had grown accustomed to Gu Fei's endearment of my lady, finding it to be a clever guise. She nodded earnestly. We must indeed find a way to capture this villain and his faction to bring peace to the souls of the wronged. Thus, they resolved to reach the capital before Xiao Yang's coronation. Otherwise what? Otherwise, these two calamities, accompanied by a host of miscreants, will lead to even greater suffering for the people of Beiyang. Rest assured, should Yuan Du and Xiao Yang prove to be such beasts, I vow that he shall never ascend to the throne. Upon hearing Gu Fei's words, the empress offered a faint smile, thinking to herself that his arrogance was uncontainable. It was no wonder that there was an abundance of beef in Shangyuan County. He must have consumed much of it himself. The extent of Yuan Du's power was beyond his imagination, especially with the collaboration of the military leader, Dugu Xian. Even the father and son duo of the Marquis of Julu found themselves at their mercy, let alone a mere mountain bandit like him. The Empress remained skeptical that Gu Fei could truly assist her. Sigh, if only he could escort me to the capital, I would be eternally grateful. Chapter 30. Beyond the capabilities of the ordinary, as they continued their journey, Gu Fei and his companions adopted a heightened sense of caution, as ominous signs had already begun to surface. Should they remain heedless, they risked falling into treachery. In a courtyard by the banks of the Miluo River, Tianjing was huddled with dozens of cloaked figures, plotting with grim determination. Seated prominently, Tianjing surveyed the room with an air of cold menace. According to the intelligence provided by Su Feng and Shen Enyang, that woman is likely en route to this location. You must remain vigilant. We cannot afford to let her escape. Those who jeopardize the Marquis's plans will face dire consequences. My lord, rest assured we know what must be done. The assassins understood all too well the fatal repercussions of failure. There was but one path before them: death. After the assembly of cloaked figures departed, the tension in the air thickened. Tianjing spoke privately to the person beside him, instructing, "Please notify the local authorities to scrutinize every route leading to the riverbank. Additionally, all ferries must have guards. Individuals of unclear identity must not be allowed to cross." "Understood, my lord." The individual turned to leave. Once the surroundings were clear, Tianjing retrieved a long sword from the table and meticulously wiped it with a cloth, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "I hope this sword will aid the Marquis of Chongqing in ascending to the throne. The second prince, Xiao Yang, is nothing but a fool. Were it not for that old witch backing him, he would never be worthy of the emperor's title. What a farce." The old witch Tianjing referred to is none other than the Empress Dowager Jiyu of Beiheng, who is also Xiao Yang's own aunt. Xiao Yang's mother, Ji Qiu, and Jiyu are identical twin sisters, both married to the late Emperor Xiao Jian of Beiheng. Unfortunately, Jiyu bore a daughter, Xiao Xian'er, while her sister Ji Qiu bore a son, Xiao Yang. Meanwhile, Xiao Ling Shuang is the daughter of the first empress, Qin Wanrong, who not only gave birth to the crown prince, Xiao Qian, but also to the princess, Xiao Ling Shuang. Tragically, the crown prince passed away 2 years prior, leaving the Beiheng emperor heartbroken and despondent, leading to his own demise shortly thereafter. However, before his death, Emperor Xiao Jian issued a decree appointing his eldest daughter, Xiao Ling Shuang, as the Empress of Beiheng, stunning everyone. As the firstborn daughter, Xiao Ling Shuang naturally became the inaugural female emperor of Beiheng. The princes of Beiheng have not all perished. Aside from Xiao Yang, there are 3 other princes, making it utterly absurd for a woman to ascend to the throne, thus igniting a power struggle within the palace. It remains uncertain whether Emperor Xiao Jian orchestrated this, or if it was a result of his declining health, leaving no means to verify. What is known is that he summoned only Empress Xiao Ling Shuang before his death, and the two shared a lengthy conversation. Time passed swiftly. Gu Fei and his companions had been traveling for another 2 hours. This stretch of road had been uneventful, yet dusk approached, and they were still several miles from their intended town. At that moment, the scouts Xiao Shi and Xiao Suo hurried back from the front. Gu Fei observed their solemn expressions, indicating trouble ahead. "What have you discovered?" Xiao Shi reported. "My lord, a large number of people have arrived in the town, including officials who are meticulously questioning everyone entering. They are particularly thorough with women." Xiao Suo added, prompting a pang of anxiety in Xiao Ling Shuang, who asked, "What should we do?" Gu Fei stroked his chin, deep in thought. "Since they are stopping travelers for inspections, we cannot simply walk into their trap. It seems we must take a detour. But my lord, if we change our route, we are unfamiliar with the way," Xiao Ling Shuang remarked, her brow furrowed. "Indeed, with nightfall approaching, it will be difficult to navigate. If there are not many enemies in the town, we could eliminate them," she suggested. This statement caused Gu Fei to gasp in shock, realizing that Xiao Ling Shuang appeared undeterred by the prospect of bloodshed. Previously, during their encounter with bandits, she had shown no fear, maintaining her composure throughout. Could it be that she had truly inherited the Cold family's ironclad courage? Gu Fei hesitated, but this could lead to innocent casualties. Xiao Ling Shuang coldly retorted, "What a ridiculous notion. Do you fear mistakenly killing someone? Anyone who obstructs my path is guilty. They deserve death." With her words, Gu Fei felt challenged, asserting, "I only strike at those deserving death, never the innocent." The Empress scoffed again. "Those who block my way cannot be innocent. They all deserve to die. Rest assured, should anyone pursue this matter later, I shall take responsibility for you." Her declaration left Gu Fei momentarily speechless, realizing that she was perhaps more ruthless than he. With her protection, the question of culpability for the lives taken would not fall upon them. Gu Fei felt a weight lift from his shoulders. If they were to kill, then let it be so. With a decisive wave of his hand, he declared, "If you stand in our way, we shall slay you without hesitation." The Empress observed Gu Fei's near-instantaneous agreement with her plan and sighed deeply. Under normal circumstances, she would not wish to harm the innocent, but the present situation was different. Those who dared to hinder their passage were traitors and rebels, deserving of death. Thus, she felt no moral burden. "Some matters must claim lives?" Gu Fei quietly asked. "Are you concerned about returning too late to the capital, hence choosing this course?" The Empress nodded silently, then after a moment, stated, "From this moment on, anyone who dares obstruct our path may be slain without mercy. To do otherwise would endanger the Empress. Those who align with the second prince, Xiao Yang, must understand the consequences of their choices. You need only ensure my safe arrival in the capital. I shall clarify everything before the Empress. I can guarantee she will not hold you responsible." Gu Fei smiled. "Your Highness speaks true. No one can blame me for following your orders." Xiao Ling Shuang offered him a faint smile. Gu Fei smirked inwardly, thinking this woman, like her surname, could not be easily warmed. Were it not for that fateful encounter, he would have no reason to assist her. As for her claim of providing official endorsement, he remained skeptical. Such matters are not easily resolved, even with close ties to the Empress. Unless the likes of Yuan Du or Lung Hongyi intervened, he felt little assurance. He pondered whether this venture would yield profit or loss, resigning himself to take each step as it came. Chapter 31. This item is worth more than gold by now. Night had fallen. The distant town flickered with scattered lights against the darkening sky. Zhang Biao produced a long telescope from his pocket, peering toward the lights. "My lord." Based on the illumination, there appeared to be approximately 10 individuals at the intersection. He handed the telescope to Gu Fei. Upon inspection, Gu Fei confirmed Zhang Biao's assessment. Indeed, there were about 10 people, though it remained uncertain if others lurked in the shadows. The Empress gazed in wonder at this cylindrical object that allowed them to see such distances. "What is this device that enables you to see so far?" she inquired incredulously. "Ah, this is a specialty of Shangyuan County, known as a monocular telescope. It allows one to see several miles away." "What? It can see several miles? Is that not akin to a 1,000-mile gaze? How can that be?" The Empress, skeptical, demanded, "Let me see it." Gu Fei, sensing her disbelief, cautioned, "Be careful. This item is precious, worth more than gold." Gu Fei spoke truthfully. The crafting of such curved glass was exceedingly complex, requiring not only high transparency, but also multiple rounds of polishing and adjustments, a laborious process. Thankfully, Shangyuan County had a glass factory, making its production feasible. However, he would not disclose this to outsiders, fearing its potential devaluation should it become widely produced. The Empress, realizing the potential of such an invention, thought to herself that if it indeed allowed for distant observation, even if it cost more than gold, it would be worth it. In warfare, the ability to see the enemy from miles away would provide a strategic advantage, rendering it far more valuable than gold. She would readily exchange tenfold its weight in gold for such a miraculous item. Empress Xiao Ling Shuang, under the guidance of Gu Fei, adjusted the telescope. As she peered through the lens, her heart raced upon spotting a group of a dozen individuals standing at a distant intersection, illuminated only by a faint glow. The reality of the situation dawned upon her. This was indeed genuine, though the night was shrouded in darkness. The clarity of the sight was astonishing to her. It was akin to a revelation, for while Gu Fei and his companions could calmly strategize their approach, the adversaries remained utterly oblivious. In that moment, a desire bloomed within her to claim the telescope for herself. "Can you grant me this?" she inquired. Gu Fei and Zhang Biao were momentarily taken aback, thinking her audacity was rather unreserved. Gu Fei coldly declined a request, stating that this was a highly confidential item from Shangyuan County, one that could never be relinquished. The Empress was taken aback by his resolute refusal. Such a reaction only heightened her perception of the telescope's value. Once we reach the capital, I shall exchange gold for it, she proposed. Gu Fei chuckled, responding, I'm afraid this telescope is also known as the gold that cannot be exchanged. The Empress was infuriated, contemplating the notion of eliminating them upon reaching the capital. However, Gu Fei's subsequent words offered a glimmer of hope. If you truly desire the telescope, it could be arranged. Once we meet your parents and are betrothed, I could present it as a gift, adhering to the customs of Shangyuan County regarding the confidentiality of our treasures. Upon hearing Gu Fei mention meeting her parents, the Empress felt a wave of frustration. He truly harbored dreams of marrying her. How could she ever consider such a union? Moreover, where would she find his parents? Perhaps in the underworld? She, Xiao Ling Shuang, lacked the means for such a venture. Nevertheless, she resolved to acquire the telescope once they reached the capital. Reluctantly, she returned the telescope to Gu Fei, who then passed it to Zhang Biao, declaring, Let us divide our tasks for the mission. Zhang Biao, you shall form 2 groups, one in front and one behind. I will disguise myself with the lady as a newlywed couple. We shall boldly proceed. If they do not obstruct us, there will be no need for violence. Should they discern our true identities and attempt to harm us, we will act decisively. A splendid plan, my lord. As long as they do not seek their own demise, we shall remain our hands clean. The journey took merely the time of an incense stick to traverse. As anticipated, the roadblockers, upon noticing Zhang Biao's group lacked women, readily allowed them entry into the town. The Empress observed with relief as Zhang Biao was granted passage. It appeared that the ruffians were indeed as straightforward as Gu Fei had claimed. She and Gu Fei strolled arm in arm, carrying a small bundle, resembling a couple returning to the bride's family. With each step, her heart quivered, uncertain whether they would be stopped. Should they be halted? It was crucial that their words be believed. As they neared the intersection, Gu Fei, sensing her anxiety, reassured her, Do not fret. You are, after all, my wife, and we are merely returning home. The Empress, feeling a mix of annoyance and embarrassment at his double entendre, maintained a composed facade, revealing a hint of shyness as they approached the group that would potentially stop them. Stop! A leader shouted as they neared the group. Gu Fei, donning a fawning smile, inquired, Pray tell, why do you call upon this humble couple? At that moment, several armed men approached with torches. Upon seeing the Empress, their expressions transformed into astonishment, internally acknowledging her beauty. The Empress, feeling their gaze, instinctively turned her face to hide in Gu Fei's embrace. Gu Fei, recognizing her acting prowess, discreetly retrieved a small amount of silver from his pocket, smilingly saying, My lord, my wife is still shy after our recent marriage. I hope for your understanding. The leader, silently taking the silver, thought Gu Fei quite the smooth talker. Although captivated by the woman's beauty, he had no intention of troubling the couple further, especially after having received a token of gratitude. You may proceed. Both Gu Fei and the Empress felt a surge of relief and quickly replied, Thank you for your kindness. We shall take our leave. However, just as they took a few steps, the leader suddenly called out, Halt! Their hearts raced, fearing suspicion had arisen. Had they finally been discovered? Just as Gu Fei was about to shield the Empress and take action, the leader chuckled, Since she is your wife, why not steal a kiss in front of my companions? Gu Fei, without hesitation, lifted the Empress's chin and pressed his lips against hers. To his surprise, she did not resist, instead displaying a bashful demeanor. Ah, indeed, a newlywed couple. Their affection is palpable. If only I were allowed to kiss your wife, I would surely leave her lips swollen. You are quite fortunate to have such a lovely bride, the leader remarked, though he felt a pang of disappointment, wishing to have her company himself. With that, Gu Fei and the Empress proceeded into the town, unaware that the leader had begun to harbor doubts about their true identities. However, upon witnessing their intimate display, he misjudged them as a genuine couple, as the Empress exhibited no hint of rejection. Their familiarity in their kiss led him to wrongly conclude they were indeed just newlyweds. Once Gu Fei and the Empress entered the town with ease, The remaining 5 members of their group found it even simpler to follow suit. Upon entering, they gathered in a secluded corner to discuss their next steps. Gu Fei expressed concerns about the risks of staying in the town overnight, suggesting they leave immediately and find a hidden spot outside for a night's rest. The others concurred, recognizing the potential danger if their enemies were to realize their presence. Their mission was to protect the Empress and ensure her safe return to the capital. Failure was not an option. Thus, they stealthily slipped away from the town. True to their suspicions, merely an hour later, the 2 individuals they had encountered earlier, Su Feng and Shun Ernyang, arrived at the town's entrance. Upon seeing a group still scrutinizing passers-by, Shun Ernyang approached and inquired, "Have you seen a group of 11 men accompanied by a woman pass through here?" The leader replied, "We have not seen them." Shun Ernyang's brow furrowed in disbelief. "Surely you jest. We have traveled here searching for them. They must have stayed here, having received a message just an hour earlier." Both she and Su Feng were astonished upon seeing the portrait of the woman, recognizing her as one of the 12 individuals they had encountered earlier. Frustrated, they lamented their oversight, nearly bruising their thighs in frustration. Thus, they hastened their pursuit, arriving at the small town, only to find the ruffians claiming ignorance. Upon being sternly questioned by Shun Ernyang, one fellow scratched his head and replied, "Dao Ge, over an hour ago, 3 groups entered the town, totaling 12 individuals. Isn't that so?" Dao Ge thought to himself, what a meddlesome fool. However, he indeed realized the truth in the matter. 5 men in each group, along with a couple sharing tender kisses, made precisely 12. Contemplating this, a grim expression overtook his face. If this imbecile's count of the 3 groups amounted to 12, perhaps they were indeed the ones. 2 groups of 5 men, flanked by a pair of lovebirds. You fool, you let them in without even a hint of awareness. Lord Tianjing will not spare you for this. Shun Ernyang and Su Feng were on the brink of madness. Exasperated with this band of simpletons who allowed so many to slip away right under their noses, she barked, "Speak quickly, where did they go?" The fellow scratched his head again. "How would I know? They should be resting somewhere in the town." Su Feng drew his sword. "What are you all doing standing around? Go search every house." Instantly, the small town erupted into chaos, with others stationed at the roadblocks joining the frantic search. Just as they were nearing the end of their search, an old man, tending cattle, said he had seen the 12 riding north on 12 horses. Su Feng and Shun Ernyang nearly spat blood. Unbeknownst to them, Gu Fei and his companions were currently setting up tents in a secluded valley. They had chosen a strategic location where anyone coming from the town would easily spot them, as they would pass beneath. All were shrouded in darkness on the hill, preparing to rest. The Empress noticed that the tents from Shangyuan City were unlike any others. These small tents could be erected almost in a single breath. Though they appeared modest, she believed 2 could comfortably sleep within. Such items would be incredibly beneficial for the troop. She pondered how Shangyuan County, which was not engaged in warfare, could possess such remarkably combat-ready supplies. While she lay in the tent reflecting on the absurdity of recent events, she suddenly heard Xiao Shi's voice, "My lady, there are people approaching from that small town, and quite a number too." The Empress jolted up from the tent. From a distance, she saw a fiery serpent rushing towards them. It seemed there were no fewer than dozens carrying torches. At that moment, Gu Fei and Zhang Biao were observing through binoculars. She suddenly realized there was more than 1 pair of binoculars in the group. At least 3. A wave of frustration washed over her. Just then, Gu Fei's voice rang out. "Fortunately, we were cautious. Otherwise, we would have been caught unawares." Zhang Biao chuckled, "My lady, your foresight is as brilliant as that of Zhuge Liang himself." What on earth is this Zhuge Liang? While she would not claim to be a sage, she was well-read and had never encountered such a term. Unbeknownst to her, Zhang Biao's remarks stemmed from Gu Fei's tales of the 3 kingdoms shared during their idle moments. Nowadays, many in Shangyuan City were familiar with these stories, with storytellers recounting the captivating episodes heard from Gu Fei to the townsfolk daily. Shall we intercept and eliminate them? No, it's too dark, and we might inflict friendly fire. Gu Fei decisively abandoned the idea of ambushing the approaching figures. The Empress, overhearing Zhang Biao's words, was taken aback, contemplating the audacity of this man. Not to mention the unknown number of foes, the sheer number of torches suggested at least 30 individuals. How could they dare to intercept? What kind of people did Gu Fei lead? Beyond his imposing stature and robust physique, he appeared rather ordinary. After approximately half a stick of incense burned, the pursuing enemies finally passed by, brandishing their torches like a flowing dragon beneath Gu Fei's position. The hill they hit upon was merely a dozen meters high. Had they looked up carefully, they would have noticed something amiss. Eager to pursue, these individuals galloped northward. Once they had passed, Gu Fei remarked, "Tonight should be safe. Let us take the opportunity to rest well, for tomorrow remains uncertain." The group nodded in agreement and returned to their respective tents. The Empress cast one last glance before entering her own quarters. The moonlight spilled onto the ground like white frost. As she was about to fasten the tent flap, she spotted a snake several feet long, 5 or 6 meters away, flicking its tongue menacingly as if issuing a threat. Upon witnessing this, the Empress nearly fainted. Some people feel weak at the sight of snake. She refrained from screaming, instead bolting into Gu Fei's tent. At that moment, Gu Fei was preparing to close his tent flap when she unexpectedly collided with him. Had it not been for the lingering scent of soap on her, Gu Fei might have instinctively plunged a dagger into her chest. A snake! There's a snake outside! The Empress's voice quivered, though she held back from crying out. "Ah!" Gu Fei found himself pinned beneath her. Upon hearing her words, he quickly turned over, asking, "Where's the snake?" The Empress cowered behind him, pointing outside. "It was right there, but now I don't know where it went." "I can't sleep." Gu Fei stepped outside, using the moonlight to scan the area. Indeed, there was a meter-long snake, arrogantly raising its head. He swiftly hurled his dagger, declaring, "You think you can be so brazen?" The snake was instantly severed in two, demonstrating the sharpness of his blade. Upon inspecting it closely, Gu Fei discovered it was a poisonous snake and called out to Zhang Biao and the others, "Apply some snake repellent on yourselves. This area harbors venomous snakes." They acknowledged with a sound of agreement. Gu Fei then returned to the tent, saying, "The snake has been dispatched. You may return to sleep." Unbeknownst to him, the Empress shook her head vigorously. "No, I want you to keep me company tonight. O foul mountain bandit, I fear you the most." With that, she began to sob quietly. Gu Fei, hearing this, felt a surge of amusement within, thinking it was precisely what he desired. He nodded. "Very well. I will fetch your bedding." Moments later, Gu Fei returned with her bedding. The atmosphere in the tent felt somewhat awkward, but at least it was dark, and they could not see each other. Gu Fei reached out and touched the Empress's leg, prompting her to alertly exclaim, "You foul mountain bandit, what are you doing? I advise you to behave, or I shall not be gentle with you." "Calm down. I'm merely applying the snake repellent." Upon hearing this, the Empress paused, then huffed. "You should have said so earlier." Gu Fei retorted, "Must you always be so cold? Even if we are not friends, at the very least, we are familiar strangers. I believe I have treated you well enough. Is your heart truly so frigid?" The Empress offered no reply, seemingly lost in thought. Gu Fei remained silent as well, lying down beside her. Although the tent could accommodate two, the atmosphere felt particularly awkward at that moment. Both lay listening to each other's breaths, even the faintest heartbeat audible. The Empress sighed softly, murmuring, "You foul mountain bandit, my heart simply cannot warm. Otherwise, I might have perished long ago." Gu Fei's face twitched slightly upon hearing this, pondering the absurdity of her words. Did she intend to remain cold-hearted for a lifetime, just as her surname suggested? Gu Fei, perplexed, inquired, "Indeed, it seems that my fate in this life has long been sealed. I cannot afford to be overly kind to anyone, even if I desire to. I must exercise restraint. Is it merely because you serve beside the Empress? Must you learn to be as cold and ruthless as she, executing without a flicker of an eyelid?" History has shown that emperors are often devoid of affection. The imperial family is most heartless. Upon hearing Gu Fei's words, the Empress Xiao Ling Shuang felt a profound stirring within her heart. This fellow speaks the truth. His words possess a certain eloquence. Alas, I suggest you resign from this official position and return to Shangyuan County with me. I shall support you. Look, you haven't even returned to the capital yet, and you've already encountered several groups of enemies. Holding this office must be fraught with anxiety, especially for a young lady like you. Matters of violence are best left to men. The Empress fell silent, her heart murmuring that if only she had a choice. For all the world possesses the liberty to choose, yet I, alone, am bereft of even a sliver of such opportunity. With this thought, tears quietly slipped down her cheeks. At that moment, an arm suddenly reached out, forcefully pulling her body against a warm chest. The Empress struggled feebly for a moment before surrendering, exclaiming, "You wretched bandit! What do you intend to do? If you dare to continue your advances, I'd rather face a snake's bite outside." Though she spoke thus, Gu Fei's domineering embrace and the warmth of his chest left her somewhat dazed, enveloped by an overwhelming sense of security. She realized he was not roaming his hands indiscriminately or attempting to kiss her, but merely holding her tightly in his arms. The unique scent emanating from him captivated her, even enchanting her. It was a fragrance that promised restful sleep, one that felt strangely familiar. Noticing the girl in his arms trembling like a frightened fawn, Gu Fei softly said, "If one day you wish to leave the capital, just say the word, and I shall come to fetch you. And should anyone dare to bully you, I can stand up for you and help you reclaim your dignity." "You? How can you help me when you can barely protect yourself? Spare me your grandiose promises. I shan't be moved by them. Just loosen your grip a bit. I wish to sleep." For reasons unknown, the Empress felt an overwhelming urge to sleep at that moment. Perhaps it was the relaxation of her body that brought forth a sudden wave of fatigue. Gu Fei found himself at a loss with this elusive woman. Despite their intimate contact, they remained more estranged than strangers. At least strangers would greet each other with polite smiles. Reflecting on it, he realized that Xiao Ling Shuang had never once smiled at him since their acquaintance, not even the slightest hint of a smile. After a brief while, the beauty in his embrace began to breathe evenly. Gu Fei couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. She is said to be cold-hearted, yet here she lies, sleeping soundly in my arms. A true man indeed. Chapter 34. The enchanted moments in the tent. A night swiftly passed. The following morning, Empress Xiao Ling Shuang quietly opened her eyes, having slept exceptionally soundly, as if the weariness of recent days had dissipated into thin air. Her head was pressed tightly against Gu Fei's chest, her arms wrapped around his waist, while her legs awkwardly clutched one of his thighs. Upon waking, she realized how exaggeratedly she held on to him. In contrast, Gu Fei resembled a sage, one hand resting on her back, sound asleep. The Empress would never know that Gu Fei had wrestled with his own desires for quite some time the previous night, before ultimately choosing to act as a saint. He understood that forcing affection yields nothing sweet, especially regarding such matters. They must be mutual, or else the heart cannot find peace. Outside, Zhang Biao and the others were stirring. Xiao Ling Shuang, fearing further delay, cautiously shifted her legs away and slowly extracted her hands from beneath Gu Fei. Just then, Zhang Biao's voice unexpectedly rang out. "My lord, something's wrong. The cold lady is missing." Hearing this, the Empress's cheeks flushed crimson. Should Zhang Biao and the others discover her presence here, she would be utterly humiliated, for she is the Empress. Quickly, she nudged Gu Fei, whispering, "Hey, wake up." As Gu Fei stirred awake and beheld her flushed face, a smile crept onto his lips as he softly remarked, "Did you sleep well last night?" The Empress nodded, then urged, "Let us not dwell on that. Zhang Biao is calling for you outside. If he finds me here, my life will be forfeit." So that's what you fear. That is simple enough. If you kiss me, I will help you out of this predicament. How does that sound? Get lost. Why so stingy? I played the saint all night. You must feel some empathy for me. Just then, Gu Fei suddenly cradled her delicate face and leaned in, kissing her enticingly soft lips for a full 5 seconds. Just as the Empress was about to explode with anger, Gu Fei interjected, "Zhang Biao, stop searching. The lady is right here with me." "What?" came Zhang Biao's astonished exclamation from outside. The Empress nearly choked with fury at his words. Having kissed her, how could he lack such integrity? Just as she prepared to retaliate, Gu Fei continued, "Oh, you lazy louts, the lady has been up for quite some time. Helping me pack. Oh, is that so? We misunderstood." Laughter erupted outside, heightening the Empress's frustration. Unbeknownst to her, while she was on the verge of anxiety, Gu Fei's casual words had deflected the attention effortlessly. This scoundrel had just kissed her for what felt like an eternity, yet he acted as if nothing had occurred. After Gu Fei had been gone for quite a while, she stealthily emerged from the tent. Inside the tent, she hardly knew how to tidy up. Perhaps Zhang Biao had long since grown accustomed to the oddities between them, hence he thought nothing of it. Soon, Zhang Biao brought 2 bowls of hot water and compressed biscuits. Munching as he spoke, "My lord, I fear today's journey may be treacherous. For those rascals pursued us all night without success. They must suspect we are hiding somewhere along the way." Gu Fei nodded while eating. "You're correct, Zhang Biao. If my guess is right, they will likely lay an ambush for us at some point along the route. We have outsmarted them twice, and they are bound to repeat the same mistake for a 3rd time. However, we must deliberate on the best spot for their ambush. We have a considerable distance to cover before reaching the banks of the Miluo River. It goes without saying that those banks are undoubtedly heavily guarded. Attempting to cross now would be tantamount to walking into a trap." Indeed, Gu Fei's predictions were spot on. At that moment, Su Feng and Shun Ernyang were, with Tian Jing, the foremost assassin under Yu Wendu's command. "My lord, that woman is quite cunning. She has evaded our pursuit twice. Now that we are certain they have not crossed the river, they must be hiding somewhere between these 2 locations." Tian Jing, observing the 2 before him, revealed a sinister smile and slowly extended his hand, gripping Shun Ernyang's neck with malice, stating, "If you make the same mistake again, prepare to lose your heads." "Yes, yes." Su Feng not det vigo du sin. Tian Jing forcefully shoved Shun Ernyang away, barking, "Now get on my sight." The 2 fled in a panic. Once outside, Su Feng remarked, "Ernyang, if we fail again, he truly will kill us." Shen Ernyang knew this was not the place for discussions, whispering, "We will speak of this later. For now, let us hurry and find them." The 2 exited the courtyard. Shen Ernyang continued, "He has laid an intricate trap by the riverside. Even if that woman manages to escape, it bears little consequence to us. We shall simply do as he instructs." Su Feng inquired, "Who exactly does Tian Jing want us to kill?" Shen Ernyang shook her head, replying, "I am unaware. However, if Yu Wendu is going to such lengths and has dispatched his top assassin, this woman must possess significant status, perhaps a princess or a noble lady. Regardless, we ought to proceed with our preparations. This time, we will set multiple watch points along the route. I refuse to believe they can slip away from us." Although Su Feng spoke lightly, his eyes betrayed a deep-seated anxiety, for he was acutely aware of Tian Jing's ruthless nature and the gravity of their task. After half an hour of travel, Gu Fei, accompanied by the Empress Xiao Ling Shuang, sensed something amiss. Xiao Shi and Xiao Su, who had gone ahead to scout, had yet to return, causing Gu Fei considerable concern. Every individual in Shangyuan City was invaluable. Any misfortune befalling them would weigh heavily on his heart. "Zhang Biao, we must hasten our pace. I fear for Xiao Shi and Xiao Su." Just as they continued for another 10 minutes, the sounds of a struggle reached their ears. Without needing Gu Fei's command, Zhang Biao and the others rushed forward. By this point, Xiao Shi and Xiao Su had joined forces, yet were encircled by 6 or 7 assailants. Had they not been clad in armor, they would have surely succumbed. Zhang Biao, taking the initiative, shouted from a distance, "Xiao Shi, hold your ground. Brother Biao is here. These scoundrels shall meet their end today." With Zhang Biao's arrival, the assailants' fate was sealed. They barely had time to flee before being dispatched by the group. Seeing Xiao Shi and Xiao Su, exhausted yet unharmed, Zhang Biao and Gu Fei both breathed a sigh of relief. The Empress, witnessing their safety, felt a wave of reassurance wash over her. She pondered how every member of their party wore such exquisite armor, initially believing only Gu Fei and Zhang Biao were equipped. "What is happening?" Gu Fei asked gravely. "My lord, we were inadvertently discovered. There is another group ahead." "How many?" Gu Fei's brow furrowed. "Approximately a dozen." A cold smirk curled at the corners of Gu Fei's mouth. If there were a dozen, there were likely more lurking behind. In that case, we must eliminate these sentinels. Chapter 35. Preparing to soar at this moment, they had no choice but to adapt their strategy. The banks of the Miluo River were undoubtedly heavily guarded. Gu Fei was compelled to devise the most perilous plan, having brought 2 gliders from the outset. They could only utilize the gliders to traverse the river. However, This would necessitate a temporary separation of the 12 individuals. Once Gu Fei and his group located a suitable high point to launch from, they could afford to wait a couple of days. By then, the guards might be withdrawn, allowing for safer crossing. As they swiftly eliminated the second wave of sentinels, Zhang Biao declared, "It appears we must resort to Plan B. We will fly across the Miluo River." Fly across the Miluo River? Surely, that is a feat reserved for celestial beings. The Empress Xiao Ling Shuang exclaimed, incredulous as she stared at Gu Fei. "You cannot be serious." Gu Fei, understanding that explanations would be futile, simply smiled. "You will understand in due time. At this moment, I am the only one in the entire realm capable of evading these pursuers. You are fortunate to have crossed paths with me." The Empress scoffed inwardly. "I would rather sit upon you and crush you. Encountering you has brought me nothing but misfortune, tarnishing my pristine reputation." Gu Fei was well acquainted with the Miluo River from previous visits and had already envisioned the launch site for the gliders. Their destination was the towering Yinu Peak, which was optimal for takeoff. Had he been alone, Gu Fei might not have needed such elevation. Let's change course. Yinu Peak earned its name for its resemblance to a maiden gazing longingly at the river from afar, as if awaiting someone's return. Just as they entered the forest, a multitude of assassins pursued them, over 100, led by Shen Ernyang's group. They had been instructed to send back a messenger every half hour, and, upon waiting in vain, realized the gravity of the situation. Discovering their comrades slain, the faces of the remaining assassins turned cold. Does this imply they have concealed themselves in the woods? Su Feng suggested, "They must cross the river. Let us split our forces. Half will scout the mountain, while the other half searches along the base. We can coordinate our assault. Upon spotting the enemy, we will signal with a whistle." "Agreed. Ernyang, you lead the search on the mountain. I will pursue along the base and send word to Lord Tianjing." Before long, Tianjing, stationed at the riverside ferry, received the news, a sinister smile creeping across his lips. "Within a radius of several dozen miles, this is the only ferry. Let us see how you intend to cross the river. Even if I cannot kill you, once the second prince ascends the throne in a few days, your fate is sealed. Unless you can fly." Tianjing was now convinced of his success. Coldly addressing his remaining subordinates, he ordered, "Leave 20 here to guard the ferry. The rest shall pursue them up the mountain." At his command, another 100 black-clad individuals surged toward Yinu Peak. Gu Fei and his companions continued their ascent, reaching a high vantage point where Zhang Biao pulled out a telescope to survey the area below. "My lord, a large contingent is closing in." Upon hearing this, Gu Fei instructed, "Xiao Shi, you and the 8 of you take the horses and hide in the western mountains. Once the coast is clear, cross the river safely and meet us in Dadu." At this juncture, they had no option but to abandon their mounts. Xiao Shi and the others hastily exchanged their supplies and departed with 12 horses. Gu Fei retained Zhang Biao and his cousin Zhang Yong, a proficient duo well-versed in operating a glider together. Conversely, Gu Fei faced the challenge of guiding the inexperienced Xiao Ling Shuang, concerned that her timid nature might hinder their escape. Xiao Ling Shuang, watching the 8 depart, felt anxious, having learned from Gu Fei and Zhang Biao that they were pursued by at least 100 foes. Meanwhile, in Dadu, Yu and Du's residents, Xiao Yang and Du Gu Xian, were in a state of agitation. They had received word from Tianjing the previous night that the Empress had been spotted. If she crossed the river, the situation would become dire. The Marquis of Jilu, Lung Hongyi, and his son, Lung Feng, were also searching for the Empress. If they reached Dadu on the day the second prince ascended, it would spell disaster. The second prince, Xiao Yang, seethed with anger. "If that little vixen Xiao Ling Shuang returns to Dadu, all our efforts will be in vain. We cannot allow her to survive. Lord Changxin, devise a plan. Can we not advance the date of the ancestral temple worship to tomorrow?" Yu and Du regarded him with an expression of incredulity. "Your Highness, do you not realize that such a change would raise further suspicion? The ministers in court would vehemently oppose it. They have finally come to believe that the Empress has perished outside. If you are so impatient, the Duke of Jilu will undoubtedly be the first to oppose. For he does not believe in the Empress's death at all. How could he not believe? I have already had Xiao Ling Shuang, the Empress's personal maid, Xiao Rou, come forward to testify. How could they possibly doubt it? Reflecting on the maid Xiao Ro whom he had bribed, Xiao Yang felt a swell of accomplishment. He deceived Xiao Ro, promising that once he ascended to the throne, he would take her as a concubine, ensuring her complete obedience to him. Moreover, he had already taken her to his bed. She was now utterly devoted, following his every command without question. However, Lung Hongyi had stated clearly, one must see the living or the dead. Otherwise, he would never consent. Yuan Du let out a cold snort internally. Is it so difficult to obtain a corpse? In a few days, it shall be done. Now that they know the Empress's traces were found by the banks of the Miluo River, her body shall soon be transported to the capital. At that time, I shall see how Lung Hongyi will respond. As for the date set by the High Priestess Guyuer, it cannot be altered. Postponing the coronation is acceptable. But if Xiao Yang cannot wait these 2 days, it will certainly raise suspicions in Lung Hongyi and the others. After all, half of the military power in Beiheng is in Lung Hongyi's hands. If a true conflict arises, it is uncertain who will benefit. The only solution at present is to stabilize Lung Hongyi, and then, once Xiao Yang ascends as emperor, gradually strip Lung Hongyi of his military authority. By then, how to manage Lung Hongyi will be at Yuan Du's discretion. Chapter 36. The Empress Dowager Jiyu and her twin sister Jiqiu at the Duke of Jiulu's residence. The atmosphere was fraught with despair. Even Lung Hongyi, who was usually composed, felt as if the sky were about to collapse. If the Empress did not return in these final days, and Xiao Yang were to take the throne, it would spell doom for the Lung family. Lung Feng, as a guerrilla general, felt like an ant on a hot pan. If the Empress was indeed in peril, it would not only mean the end for the Lung clan, but would also shatter all his hopes and dreams. He harbored feelings for the Empress, sensing a unique bond between them, though the Empress had not yet decreed a marriage alliance with any clan. Lung Feng believed he was the most likely candidate. Father, I cannot believe that the Empress would encounter bandits and leap off a cliff. It must be that Xiao Yang sent someone to ambush her. That scoundrel is itching to ascend to the throne. There must be something sinister at play, Lung Feng exclaimed, his face filled with rage and an ominous premonition, feeling as if the very sky had darkened. Lung Hongyi scoffed. The Empress's fate is uncertain, and we lack any evidence to sway that rascal Yuan Du. Those we sent to search for the Empress have yet to return, and her personal maid is now under Xiao Yang's control. I cannot even find anyone to inquire about the truth. Father, that maid Xiao Ro has been hidden by Xiao Yang. I am currently seeking her whereabouts. If I find out where she is, I will do everything I can to rescue her. Just as the father and son were at their wits' end, a steward rushed in with a small note. Master, we have just received word that many are pursuing someone near the Miluo River, and Tianjing's figure has also been spotted there. Upon hearing this, Lung Hongyi's face lit up with excitement. Bring it to me at once. The steward handed the note to Lung Hongyi, and Lung Feng eagerly leaned in to read. The message on the note matched the steward's account perfectly, and Lung Feng's face broke into an expression of exhilaration. Father, it must mean the Empress is still alive. Furthermore, she must know about Xiao Yang's treachery and is heading to the capital. That scoundrel's henchmen are likely plotting to harm her on the way. Lung Hongyi agreed with Lung Feng's deduction. Fenger, you must take troops and head towards the Miluo River at once. Do whatever it takes to bring the Empress back. Understood. I will gather the troops and depart immediately. As Lung Feng turned to leave, Lung Hongyi called after him. If you encounter Tianjing or his men, kill them on the spot. Yes, father. Watching Lung Feng hurriedly depart, Lung Hongyi clasped his hands behind his back and murmured softly, Empress, I hope you are blessed. You must hold on. Fenger is going to meet you. As long as you return safely, I will ensure that the capital remains undisturbed. It was time for him to make some arrangements as well. Steward, go inform Xiao Wu and the others to come. I have matters for them to attend to. The steward nodded, but then furrowed his brow slightly and said quietly, Master, it seems the young lady has gone to see Yuan Du's son, Yuan Bing. Again today, Lung Hongyi's brow tightened, struggling to contain his anger. Send someone to bring her back and keep her under watch. She is not to leave the Duke's residence, even a step. Yes, master. The steward hurried away. Lung Hongyi struck the wooden pillar beside him with a fist, shattering a piece of it, revealing the depth of his fury. This girl, Lung Aoshue, is utterly disobedient. Even now, she is consorting with that Yuan Bing. It is truly disappointing. Before long, a troop of several hundred soldiers rode swiftly toward the Miluo River. Such a large movement naturally caught the attention of Yuan Du and others, including Dugu Xian. Yuan Du summoned Dugu Xian and sighed. It seems a complication has arisen. Lung Hongyi must have learned of the events at the Miluo River. Zhu Gu Xin, I do not care what means you use, but you must ensure that woman does not return to the capital alive, or we will all be finished. Rest assured, my lord, I will take care of it. Dugu Xian bowed and exited. Yuan Du chuckled coldly. I did not expect your life to be so resilient. To survive such a high cliff, you are not a cat, are you? I shall see if you truly have 9 lives. Meanwhile, the old prince, Xiao Yinan, and others at the royal protection mansion received similar news. The old prince smirked slightly. It seems my foolish niece is still alive. That little rascal Xiao Yang will likely be restless. The Empress Dowager Ji Yu also received the news, and upon hearing her servant's report, she snorted. Those 2 useless fools. Yuan Du and Du Guxin. At that moment, her sister, the biological mother of the second prince, Ji Qiu, came rushing over, her face filled with urgency. Even before she arrived, her voice could be heard. Sister, that little wretch is said to still be alive. Ji Yu looked at the foolish woman, thinking, how could someone be so dim-witted, just half a stick of incense after separating from the maternal womb? Do you want everyone in the palace to hear you? Ji Yu coldly replied. Sister, I'm just anxious. Ji Qiu protested. Anxiety will not help. Sister, yit kvu vinit playfully. Although this woman was not old, merely in her 30s, both were charming, the only distinguishing feature being the small red mole on their chests. How can I not be anxious? This concerns Yang's great ambitions. Besides, if he ascends to the throne, your position will be even more secure, won't it? I understand. Stop shouting. I have already arranged for you and Du to handle it. What good does your anxiety do here? Keep a close eye on Yang. Do not let him falter at a critical moment. I am sending Gu Yuwei over to see if the coronation ceremony can be advanced. Even if that woman is still alive, she will only be able to watch helplessly as the throne is claimed by Yang. Upon hearing that her sister had already summoned Gu Yuwei, Ji Qiu felt a wave of relief. If it could indeed be advanced, that would be splendid. So she cheerfully stood behind Ji Yu, helping to massage her back. Sister, with your words, I feel much more at ease. If it comes to fruition, then, dear sister, you shall be the true mother of Yang. Ji Yu cast her sister a sidelong glance, saying, is there truly any distinction? We are both born of the same mother, twins no less, and thus there exists no difference. She sighed inwardly, lamenting, if only Sienna were a son, I would not have to endure such troubles. Chapter 37. High Priestess Guiwei, rest assured, regardless of whether Xiao Ling Shuang is dead or alive, I have already devised a plan. You should return swiftly. Sister, I shall take my leave. The Empress Dowager, Ji Yu, waved her hand. After Ji Qiu departed, Ji Yu sat in contemplation for a moment before rising. Chun Tao. Yes, I shall go at once. Chun Tao hurried away on light feet. Ji Yu gazed out at a peach tree beyond the door. A gust of wind swept through, causing the blossoms to fall like confetti, as though the heavens were about to undergo a great upheaval. Bound by the machinations of Yuan Du, she realized that to preserve her status, she must engage in a delicate dance with him. Should Xiao Yang ascend the throne in a few days, her position would become much more secure. Ji Yu was acutely aware of Yuan Du's intentions. She touched her silk-like skin, sighing deeply. It is truly disheartening for one so young to be a widow. Before long, the High Priestess Gu Yuwei was summoned. Having returned from her studies at the Celestial Mountains of the West, she possessed an extraordinary talent for divination, capable of discerning the subtle shifts of fate's wheel. She was well-versed in the celestial arts, able to interpret the whispered secrets of the stars above. This transcendent ability rendered her a brilliant jewel within the Northern Hung Kingdom, naturally earning her the esteemed title of Royal High Priestess. Your servant has come before your majesty. May I inquire as to the reason for your summons? Gu Yuwei, the High Priestess from the Celestial Mountains of the West, with a vision of breathtaking beauty and grace. Her figure was as delicate as a willow, each step exuding an ethereal elegance. Clad in a flowing black robe embroidered with golden clouds, she appeared as though she tread upon clouds, untouched by earthly dust. Her proportions were flawless, and even in loose garments, her exquisite form remained evident. Ji could not help but envy Guiwearer's beauty. Had she been of the same age, she feared she would pale in comparison. High Priestess, I have called you forth to inquire whether the date of the ancestral temple's sacrificial rites could be moved forward, perhaps to tomorrow. Upon hearing Ji Yu's request, Guiwearer furrowed her brow slightly, realizing that the rumors circulating outside were indeed true. They were intent on pushing their advantage. With a flick of her feathered fan, she replied, Your Majesty, I have already calculated the celestial omens. It is imperative that the date remains unchanged, lest it disrupt the fortunes of the nation and every individual involved. Ji was taken aback. Oh, it could alter the fortunes of everyone. She pondered if Guiwearer was merely attempting to intimidate her. Thus, she inquired softly which fortunes might be affected. The lightest consequence would be a shortening of life, while the gravest could lead to demise. Such severity. Ji Yu gasped, frightened at the prospect of her own beauty and youth being cut short. The very thought sent a chill through her. Last night, I observed the celestial signs and noted that the Z-Way star had shifted eastward, fluctuating in brightness. There is much to unravel. I must return to conduct further calculations. Unless you have further instructions, I shall take my leave. Yi Ipsilonue, already unnerved by Guiwearer's words, waved her hand hastily. If the national master has matters to attend to, please do so. Your servant takes her leave. Guiwearer elegantly lifted her fan and walked towards her shrine. Along the way, she counted on her fingers, stating, Yesterday, I performed a divination for Her Majesty the Empress. I discovered that the star representing the Emperor, the Z-Way star, has suddenly brightened, albeit inconsistently. Could it be that the Empress still lives? I must return and calculate thoroughly. Meanwhile, far across the Miluo River, on the peak of Yinu, Gu Fei and the Empress Xiao Ling Shuang stood at the edge of cliff, with towering mountains behind them and a vast, tumultuous river before them, seemingly narrating millennia of change and secrets. Gu Fei was imparting the final instructions for their flight, for if they did not depart soon, their triangular wing would be discovered. He also wished to demonstrate to their pursuers his ability to soar over the Miluo River. Gu Fei grasped Xiao Ling Shuang's shoulders firmly. Ling Shuang, you must trust me today. You know I would never harm you, nor would I accompany you to your demise. Xiao Ling Shuang, trembling at the sight of the towering cliff, voiced her fear, but I am afraid. Behind them, Zhang Biao lowered his binoculars, declaring, My lord, we must leave immediately, or we shall be discovered. The Empress continued to tremble, the height of the cliff far exceeding that of the one near Shangyuan City, leaving her devoid of courage to leap. The prospect of survival lay ahead, while certain death awaited behind. As for Gu Fei's claim of flying her over the Miluo River, she could not fathom how they would accomplish such a feat with that triangular contraption. In her moment of uncertainty, Gu Fei suddenly cupped her face in his hands and kissed her deeply for at least a minute. Zhang Biao, witnessing the scene, thought, It's over. Little sister, I am of no help to you now. The Empress was left in a daze, her mind reeling from the kiss. Gu Fei then lifted the triangular wing from the ground, addressing her, We have kissed and embraced. If you seek vengeance, then hold on tightly. Thus, the Empress, like a marionette, clutched the crossbar of the triangular wing with all her might. Gu Fei shouted, Run with all your strength. Do not stop. If we halt, we shall surely perish. 3, 2, 1, go. At his command, they surged forward like arrows released from bows, racing towards the cliff's edge. The wind howled in their ears as the ground slipped away beneath them. In that moment, time seemed to freeze. Xiao Ling Shuang's scream echoed through the valley. But as she felt their ascent with the triangular wing, all fear was replaced by an exhilarating sense of freedom. They soared like eagles through the sky. Xiao Ling Shuang, open your eyes and behold. At that moment, she resembled a robot, obediently following Gu Fei's command. She opened her eyes to gaze down upon the Miluo River, which shimmered like silver under the sun, breathtaking in its beauty. she realized she was truly flying, swiftly gliding across to the opposite bank. In that instant, her gaze was fixed on Gu Fei, noting his intense focus as he expertly adjusted their position, clearly accustomed to such feats. Who was this person? She wondered. After several breaths, Zhang Biao observed the triangular wing gliding steadily towards the opposite bank of the Miluo River. Zhang Fei turned to his cousin Zhang Yong, saying, "Brother, we must depart as well." He quickly ignited several pine trees, and with Zhang Yong holding the triangular wing aloft, they leapt forward, swiftly flying to the opposite shore. Gu Fei had instructed them to ignite the trees atop the mountain to obscure their movements, allowing the thick smoke to conceal them from their foes. Zhang Biao admired Gu Fei's quick thinking. Chapter 38. The Leap Across the Miluo River. Under Gu Fei's deft control, the triangular wing glided smoothly towards the opposite bank. Yet, he felt a twinge of anxiety. He feared that Ling Shuang's terror would hinder her cooperation, resulting in their demise at the precipice of Yanu. Gu Fei had prevented Zhang Biao from taking Ling Shuang across the Miluo River, believing that his own luck as the protagonist would protect him from the clutches of death. However, a sense of anxiety still lingered within her heart. There were exceptions, of course. Wang Meng of the new dynasty met a gruesome end, ultimately losing his head. As she observed Ling Shuang's gradually relaxing expression, Gu Fei jested. "So, when I said I would take you flying, I truly meant it. Now, you can fully trust me, can't you?" The Empress, gazing at the scenery above the river, nodded earnestly. Was there anything more outrageous than this? She, Xiao Ling Shuang, was indeed soaring through the sky. Such occurrences were the stuff of mythology, yet here it was, brought to fruition by the man beside her. How had he accomplished such a feat? If only he could set aside his peculiar theories and that unwavering ambition for rebellion, perhaps he could be a valuable ally. Not only did he utter treasonous words, but he also shamelessly took advantage of her. This scoundrel, daring to kiss her in front of others, was simply intolerable. Once they reached the capital, she would ensure he faced consequences. The Empress, realizing her indignation, fumed inwardly. She was the sovereign, the true ruler, and this man repeatedly defied her authority, desecrating her dignity. The memory of that prolonged kiss before the irate brothers, Zhang Biao and Zhang Yong, made her cheeks flush with embarrassment, even as the brisk winds of their swift flight failed to cool her heated face. The triangular wings soared swiftly over the turbulent waters of the Miluo River. She had never imagined that humans could not only fly, but do so at such incredible speed. If they could maintain this velocity, they could reach the capital in mere hours, perhaps even a day or two ahead of schedule. "Scoundrel, can you carry me all the way to the capital like this?" Gu Fei chuckled. "Could you refrain from calling me scoundrel? If the folks in the capital hear that, they might just pelt me with eggs." "You're a scoundrel." "I am not. I am a county magistrate," he retorted, "and we are about to land. So prepare yourself." "So soon?" Xiao Ling Shuang exclaimed, as she and Gu Fei effortlessly flew over the treacherous and tumultuous Miluo River. They swiftly approached a mountain peak like a shooting star. Gu Fei grinned. "If I weren't carrying you, I could probably fly over 3 mountain peaks. But now, we must find a way to descend after we pass this one. If only I had a few more years to develop propulsion, I could potentially fly all the way from Shangyuan City to the capital without issue." The Empress felt a touch of irritation at his confidence. It seemed he truly had a contingency plan. If they could only fly over one peak, that meant they would still have to traverse the mountains for another day. But was crossing the river truly safe? No, it would only be more perilous. Smoke billowed from the peak of Yuna Mountain across the river. Gu Fei had instructed Zhang Biao to ignite the fire before they left, and the thick smoke obscured the river, preventing anyone from noticing their crossing. Their speed was remarkable. They descended onto a relatively stable hill, and under Gu Fei's guidance, the Empress cooperated earnestly, allowing them to land safely. Once on solid ground, Gu Fei quickly retrieved a dagger to dismantle and fold the triangular wing, seeking a concealed spot to hide it. The Empress inquired, "Why aren't we taking it with us?" "Beyond these mountains, there are plains where it is of little use," he replied. She nodded, somewhat understanding, realizing that such a device would indeed instill fear if it could continuously soar through the sky. As they finished packing, Zhang Biao and Zhang Yong also landed safely. My lord, from here on, I must rely on my legs. Gu Fei laughed. And what, pray tell, do you intend to do? Look for wild horses? If there were wild horses, they would only be found on the grasslands. You are making it difficult for me. Enough chatter. Let us proceed. 2 hours later, Tianjing stood atop Yuna Mountain, gazing at the empty peak, gnashing his teeth in frustration. Did the Empress deliberately set fire to the pines on Yuna Mountain to lure him here? But where had everyone gone? Examining the traces left behind, he was convinced that someone had been there, yet there was no sign of them now. He seethed, continue searching. I want that woman found, even if it means digging 3 feet into the ground. Su Feng and Shun Ernyang thought to themselves, surely this isn't our fault. We are hidden right under your nose. Lord Tian, however, with the river so wide and all the boats driven to the northern bank, the only vessel on the southern shore was under Tianjing's control. It seemed unlikely that those people could have crossed the Miluo River, so they must still be hiding in the mountains. Meanwhile, Gu Fei and his companions, to avoid detection, maintained a distance from Zhang Biao, walking ahead while Zhang Biao and his brother trailed behind, approximately 200 meters apart. Hand in hand, they strolled along the mountain path, pretending to be a loving couple. Unbeknownst to them, they were about to collide with the men sent by the solitary Xin from the capital. The mountain path was treacherous, with many steep inclines that required Gu Fei to assist the Empress. The slopes were numerous, leading most merchants to travel by boat directly to the capital. Had it not been for the Empress's urgency, sailing would have been a reasonable choice. Yet at present, both options, by boat or on foot, were fraught with danger. Moreover, choosing the river route would delay their arrival by at least 2 days. No matter how fast the boatmen pulled, they could not match the speed of traveling on foot. Furthermore, Duguxin and his men were convinced that if the Empress were alive and wished to reach the capital, she would not take the water route. By the time she returned to the capital, it would be too late. Once Xiao Yang ascended to the throne, her life would be of no consequence. As they crossed one mountain peak and faced 2 more, they were suddenly jolted by a violent tremor. To those familiar with the sound, it was clear that a large number of horses were charging towards them. Gu Fei quickly pulled the Empress in the nearby woods. At that moment, Tianjing, standing by the riverbank, suddenly spotted the summit of Yuna Mountain. Chapter 39. Overnight at the hunter Chongqing's home before long, he witnessed a troop of over 100 cavalry swiftly racing past them. The Empress, observing the soldiers' attire, spoke with a voice laced with lethal intent. Those are Dugu Xin's men. Gu Fei grasped Xiao Ling Shuang's hand, feeling the palpable intensity of her murderous aura. Do you recognize them? Even in ashes, I would recognize their banners. Gu Fei exclaimed in realization. Let us go. These men are hastening toward the riverbank. Have they discovered our crossing? That cannot be. Yet, Gu Fei understood that from this moment forward, every step they took must be cautious. As dusk approached, and with no tents in tow, Gu Fei found himself in a dilemma. How would they manage in this desolate place with the night air growing colder? An hour later, Gu Fei noticed that Xiao Ling Shuang was visibly trembling, realizing that she must be freezing. The temperature in the mountains was at least 10 degrees lower than on the plains. He shed his outer garment and draped it over her shoulders. The lingering warmth of his clothing stirred something within her, prompting her to say, "You should take your coat back. I am not cold." "Foolish girl, look at how you are shivering. How can you claim not to be cold? Just wear it. I'm a man. I can endure the chill." Witnessing Gu Fei, who also appeared to be shivering, even the Empress's icy heart felt a crack forming. "You are so kind to me. You will surely regret it in the future. Regardless of the circumstances, you are already my woman. This fact cannot be altered. Is it not my duty to treat you well?" The Empress turned her face aside, unwilling to hear his words. It was evident that there could be no future for them. At that moment, Gu Fei suddenly noticed a glimmer of light in the valley ahead. Peering toward the illumination, he discovered a household. Ling Shuang. Let us hasten to that residence for lodging. At that moment, Zhang Biao and Zhang Yong rushed over. "My lord, it is too dangerous for you to proceed. There may be ambushes. Allow Zhang Yong and me to scout ahead." Gu Fei thought it prudent. Be cautious. He watched as Zhang Biao and Zhang Yong ventured forth, feeling a twinge of envy from the Empress, Xiao Ling Shuang, towards their camaraderie. Zhang Biao was utterly obedient to Gu Fei, demonstrating a loyalty that was unwavering. As a sovereign, she found it disheartening that such trust was nearly non-existent in her own life. Gu Fei, why do they treat you so well? Xiao Ling Shuang inquired, perplexed. Gu Fei chuckled softly, amused by her naive question. People reciprocate sincerity with sincerity. If you offer your heart, they will, in turn, do the same. However, there is one exception. Who? He gently teased, brushing her nose. That would be you, Miss Lung. Your heart, like eternal ice, remains impervious to warmth. Xiao Ling Shuang fell silent upon hearing his words. After a long pause, she finally replied, I have my own difficulties that you cannot fathom. Upon hearing her words, Gu Fei's previously despondent heart felt a touch lighter. He spoke earnestly, in this world, there are countless things I can achieve. It merely depends on whether the person is worthy of my effort. If someone is deserving of my utmost assistance, I would find a way to help them ascend to the throne, even if they aim to be an empress. Such a rogue, always speaking of rebellion. Xiao Ling Shuang retorted, her irritation growing rather than being moved. Go on, keep boasting. Her lips curled in disdain. If rebellion were that simple, wouldn't everyone be an emperor? I knew you would respond this way. Gu Fei lamented with a hint of sorrow. Tell me, Ling Shuang, do you harbor feelings for anyone? Gu Fei asked abruptly. At this question, Xiao Ling Shuang's heart raced uncontrollably, conjuring images of Lung Feng's resolute visage, followed by the rather unsavory image of Gu Fei. Mind your business, she snapped, her expression icy. How could he always inquire about things she detested? Could it be that she had already found someone special? Gu Fei suddenly felt the weight of an immense green pasture atop his head. Oh, how disheartening. Nevertheless, he continued, it matters not whether you speak of it. If anyone dares to covet you, I shall ensure they meet a fate worse than death. Remembering the disparity between Lung, Feng, and Gu Fei, Xiao Ling Shuang couldn't suppress her retort of, You? Just then, Zhang Biao returned. My lord, we can proceed. I have inquired and discovered that ahead lies a hunter's home. However, we shall not stay there. You two may rest there for the night. Zhang Yong and I will find a sheltered spot to light a fire. Very well. Let us go. Under the moonlight, Gu Fei held Xiao Ling Shuang's hand, and they stumbled their way to the hunter's abode. The hunter's family was having dinner when two strangers unexpectedly arrived, instantly heightening their vigilance. However, upon observing Gu Fei and the beautiful maiden by his side, their demeanor shifted, easing into relief, realizing that these two were clearly of noble bearing. Young master, miss, what brings you here? Gu Fei noted that the hunter and his wife appeared to be in their 20s, accompanied by a young boy and girl. He stepped forward with a smile. Brother, sister, we were unable to return to the capital. May we impose upon you for a night's lodging? The hunter, Chang Qing, responded gravely. Everyone encounters hardships since we have met. It is fate. The wife, hearing her husband's words, promptly added, Come in, come in. Thank you, brother and sister. Gu Fei expressed his gratitude politely. The empress smiled at Chang Qing and his wife, whispering her thanks. Hurry, tiger girl and tiger boy, bring over some stools for uncle and aunt. Chang Qing inquired. Seeing you both like this, I presume you have yet to dine? Gu Fei nodded. Wife, go prepare more dishes. It is rare to have guests, and we must feast. Gu Fei felt a pang of embarrassment at their hospitality. Brother Chang, you are too generous. We truly feel unworthy. Nonsense, Brother Gu, we are bound by fate. Even if it were tiger meat, I would prepare it for you. The empress admired Chang Qing's sincere nature, thinking, what a refreshingly pure hunter he is. Such kindness deserves recognition. Brother Chang, if the opportunity arises, do visit my home. If not, you are welcome in my wife's family as well. Is that not so, my dear? Gu Fei nudged Xiao Ling Shuang, who, despite wishing to protest, nodded with a smile, conceding. Chang Qing then poured a warm cup of wine for Gu Fei, saying, Come, Brother Gu, have a sip to warm your body. Thank you, Brother Chang. The wine was light, and though Chang Qing suggested a sip, he downed the entire cup in one go, exclaiming, It has been ages since I have enjoyed such a hearty drink. Gu Fei could discern a person's character through their speech and drinking style. Chang Qing's unpretentious demeanor indicated he was a trustworthy companion. Thus, Gu Fei also drank heartily, feeling a kinship with this jovial hunter. Upon encountering Gu Fei, Chongqing swiftly drained the cup of wine before him. His spirits instantly lifted. However, Xiao Ling Shuang discreetly nudged Gu Fei with her elbow, signaling him to moderate his drinking, thinking to herself that they still had a journey ahead. Chongqing observed this exchange and remarked, "Ah, let me pour you a bowl as well, sister-in-law." "No, no. Chong, brother Chong, I cannot drink." Gu Fei protested. "What are you afraid of? Let Xiao come over and share a drink with you. It will warm your body. The nights in these mountains can be quite chilly," Chongqing insisted. "Come now, pour a half bowl for my sister-in-law," Chongqing commanded without room for dissent. Zhao Xiao, Chongqing's wife, promptly stood up with a sweet smile and addressed the Empress Xiao Ling Shuang. "This wine is not strong. A little will do no harm. Sometimes, I share a large bowl with my husband. It's quite sweet and pleasant." Before the Empress could react, she would serve a bowl of wine, showcasing the couple's warm hospitality. Gu Fei smiled at the Empress, encouraging her, "Just have a little. It will warm you up." Unable to refuse the couple's generous invitation, the Empress Xiao Ling Shuang smiled and nodded, then began to sip delicately. The wine seemed quite agreeable. After a couple of sips, she indeed felt warmer. The four adults, along with the two children, engaged in conversation while enjoying their meal, which lasted nearly an hour. During the meal, Chongqing inquired about Gu Fei's origins. Gu Fei explained that they had come from the vicinity of the Miluo River. Chongqing's expression sharpened slightly as he remarked, "The area around the Miluo River has been sealed off by the military recently. How did you manage to cross the river?" Realizing he had been careless, Gu Fei quickly clarified, "We actually arrived in this county a few days ago, but my wife was unwell, which delayed our journey." Chongqing regarded Gu Fei with some skepticism, though he chose to dismiss it. His doubt stemmed from the distinct accent of Xiao Ling Shuang, which was unmistakably from the capital, while Gu Fei's speech was ambiguous. It was clear to him that Gu Fei must be eloping with a young lady, much like himself. Noticing Chongqing's robust physique and agility, Gu Fei couldn't help but inquire, "Brother Chong, did you serve in the military before?" Startled by the question, Chongqing's demeanor stiffened, prompting Zhao Xiao to interject, "Brother Gu, you must be mistaken. My husband is merely a hunter." "Oh." Gu Fei, observing Chongqing's reaction, surmised that he had indeed been a soldier. Just as the Empress was about to ask why he did not wish to serve, Gu Fei interrupted, "Ah, Brother Chong, this environment is perfect. If we were not in a hurry to reach the capital, I would love to build a house here and live with my wife, raising a pair of adorable children like Tiger Boy and Tiger Girl for a lifetime." "That sounds wonderful. As long as you wish to come, you are welcome anytime. We could even be neighbors." Chongqing laughed heartily. He then instructed, "Xiao, prepare a room for our young friends to enjoy tonight." Gu Fei quickly stood up, saying, "I apologize for the trouble, sister-in-law." Soon, they reached an awkward moment. Gu and the Empress were led into a room by Zhao Xiao, and the Empress felt embarrassed to request they not share the same room. She was torn, wanting to be close, yet feeling discomfort. The thought of being apart from Gu Fei made her anxious, but being together also unsettled her. At that moment, Zhao Xiao brought in a basin of warm water, suggesting, "You two young ones should soak your feet. It will help you sleep better." Gu Fei then produced 100 taels silver note from his pocket and handed it to Zhao Xiao. "Sister Xiao, please take this." Zhao Xiao gasped upon seeing the note's denomination, exclaiming, "Heavens, 100 taels of silver could sustain their family for several years." She insisted seriously, "Brother Gu, this is far too much. I cannot accept it." Gu Fei replied, "Sister, please accept it. I feel a kinship with you all. Let this be for Tiger Boy and Tiger Girl to purchase clothes. Come, Tiger Girl, take this. Uncle Fei has bought you and your brother some clothes." "Ah, what am I to do?" Chongqing was deeply moved, recognizing Gu Fei's heartfelt generosity. A single meal had yielded 100 taels of silver, more than he could earn from 2 years of hunting. "Take it. My husband is not lacking in means, and this amount is insignificant to him. If you encounter difficulties, come to the capital to find me. If I am not present, seek my wife. Her family is also quite wealthy." The Empress suddenly interjected, seemingly eager to assist Chongqing and his family. Realizing this young couple were likely affluent, Chongqing felt a wave of gratitude wash over him, thinking he had truly met benefactors that day. Half an hour later, Zhang Biao and his brother stared at the now darkened room, pondering how their superior would fare that night. Suddenly, one of them sat up, concerned. What if the young lady and the master are sharing warmth in bed? How will I report that to Zhang Yao? Zhang Biao scratched his head, visibly troubled. Meanwhile, in the quiet room, Gu Fei and the Empress lay side by side on the bed, fully clothed. Despite having grown intimate over several nights, the Empress's heart raced with anxiety, especially after consuming half a bowl of wine, which left her flushed. Gu Fei, lost in thought, contemplated whether he should embrace her while she slept or wait for her to make the move. Having acted with restraint for several nights, he pondered if they might never meet again once they reached the capital. In a moment of boldness, fueled by the wine, he decided to seize the opportunity. With open arms, he firmly drew the contemplative Empress into an embrace. Just as she was about to retort, "What are you doing?" Her lips were captured by Gu Fei's fervent kiss. Overwhelmed by the passion, she instinctively responded, pressing her body against him. Just as Gu Fei felt it was time to further their intimacy, the Empress bit down on his tongue and coldly declared, "Should you make me pregnant, even if I do not kill you, you shall surely meet a grim fate, and the countless citizens of Shangyuan City would share your misfortune." The sudden pain of her bite jolted Gu Fei back to reality, and he grumbled, "Are you saying you don't want it, or you can't have it?" "I want neither. It's getting late. Please just stop the teasing." Gu Fei could hardly believe that she truly did not want it. However, the atmosphere had been irrevocably tainted, and he felt no desire to continue. Thus, he cradled her head and kissed her once more. The Empress, Xiao Ling Shuang, found herself loathing Gu Fei, this insufferable bandit, more than ever. It seemed never-ending. She resolved to keep her distance from this man in the future, for in his presence there remained not a shred of secrecy about herself. The thought filled her with profound embarrassment. Such secrets could only be safeguarded by silencing him. It must be said that her murderous intent towards Gu Fei deepened with each of his brazen advances. After a lengthy moment, they abruptly separated, fearing that if they lingered, they might both succumb to asphyxiation. Finally, they closed their eyes and drifted into slumber. At this juncture, the Empress was no longer opposed to Gu Fei. She nestled into his embrace and fell into a deep sleep. However, just as they had surrendered to rest for 2 hours, a knock echoed at the door. Gu Fei immediately became alert, for Chongqing was not the type to pry into other secrets. Glancing out, he noticed that dawn had yet to break. He donned his coat and stepped outside, whispering, "Brother Chong, what is it?" Chongqing replied urgently, "You must leave quickly. There are many soldiers stealthily approaching. I discovered them just as I was setting animal traps, so I hurried back to inform you." "Hurry, Brother Chong. You must wake your wife and the children. They are already awake." Gu Fei hastily shook the Empress awake. "Ling Shuang, rise quickly. Enemies are upon us." The Empress, lost in a beautiful dream, was roused by his call. Upon hearing of the impending danger, she dared not delay, fumbling in the dark to dress herself. Yet, the more anxious she became, the harder it was to put on her clothes. Observing her plight, Gu Fei stepped in to assist. In Gu Fei's eyes, their relationship seemed to draw closer once more. Just as they donned their garments and stepped outside, Chongqing's voice rang out sharply, "Who goes there?" Gu Fei had already drawn his bowstring taut. "It's us. Our young master and mistress are at your home." Zhang Biao quickly clarified. Chongqing turned to Gu Fei. "Brother Gu, do you recognize these two?" "Yes, indeed, they're my family," Gu Fei replied. "Phew, if they are your family, why did you not bring them along?" Chongqing inquired. "How could I?" At that moment, Zhang Biao urged, "Young master, we must leave swiftly. Dozens of soldiers are heading this way. They must have received word." The news echoed Chongqing's warning. "Brother Chong, we should depart together. They are likely pursuing us. However, if you remain, you may also be implicated." Chongqing nodded, then returned indoors to grab a quiver of arrows, slinging it across his back while bringing forth 2 robust yellow dogs. He scooped up Hunyo and declared, "Let us go. I'll lead you on a shortcut to the capital." Chongqing's decisiveness once again impressed Gu Fei. They left behind everything in the house, merely taking with them a bucket of arrows. leading Gu Fei to believe that Chongqing must be quite skilled in archery. Zhang Biao, Zhang Yong carry the children. Gu Fei instructed, noticing that Chongqing, while carrying Hunyou, was somewhat encumbered. It would be impractical for Zhao Xiuxiu to carry a child on the journey, as her physique was even more frail than that of the Empress Xiao Ling Shuang. Chongqing was surprised to discover that Gu Fei had two guards lurking in the shadows, pondering their identities. These individuals were generous and straightforward. He sensed that Gu Fei and the Empress bore no hostility towards them, which was why he had invited them to stay the night and was now leading them to the capital. Chongqing understood well that their return was not for any good purpose. Sure enough, just as they had been away for a mere incense stick's worth of time, flames erupted from Chongqing's home. Zhao Xiuxiu gazed at the inferno, tears streaming down her face. Though the place was dilapidated and drafty, it held her fondness. It was the happy little home she shared with Chongqing, now reduced to ashes. In a fit of rage, Chongqing struck a nearby sturdy tree, causing leaves to cascade down, revealing the force of his blow as he cursed. These beasts are as wicked as ever. This outburst hinted at his entanglement with the military. The Empress, too, was filled with righteous indignation, exclaiming, "These people are utterly lawless." Gu Fei interjected, "Brother Chong, I sincerely apologize for the loss of your home. However, rest assured, I will provide you with a new house. As long as we reach Beiheng, you may choose any you desire." Chongqing remained silent. No mere house could ever replace what had been lost. That dwelling was their sanctuary, filled with memories of their family's happiness. The flames of his home rose high into the sky, while hundreds of soldiers stood in formation before it. A general on a black steed displaying a twisted expression of fury. "You fools, why are you not pursuing them?" This general, Yao Chonghu, a trusted confidant of Dugu Xian, had heard from an old herbalist on the riverbank that he had witnessed two great birds descending from Yinu Peak, carrying two individuals beneath them. Yao Chonghu immediately understood the gravity of the situation. Surely, the Empress was among them, although he could not yet comprehend how she had been transported by birds. It was evident that she had crossed the Miluo River, and this matter had escalated significantly. Chapter 42. Flight Through the Mountains. Yao Chonghu gazed into the distance. When the mountains were shrouded in thick mist, his heart heavy with worry. It would be exceedingly difficult to capture them at this juncture. His arms trembled with barely contained frustration. Losing track of them would spell disaster for him. It was all that scoundrel Tianjing's fault. So many had failed to keep watch, allowing the Empress to slip away unnoticed to the other side of the river. He had already dispatched a boat across the river to inform Tianjing, like him, would likely be fearing punishment. The warmth of their bedding was still evident, indicating they had only just fled. His eyes seemed to penetrate the forest and mountains, searching. "Everyone disperse. Search towards the north. Also, inform Tianjing to send his men to assist in the search. Additionally, station people at all the northern roadways to intercept." Yao Chonghu raised his palm, finger splayed, then slowly brought them together, commanding fiercely, "I will encircle these mountains. I refuse to believe that woman can escape my grasp." Meanwhile, as flames soared into the sky, the son of the Marquis of Jiulu, the guerrilla General Lung Feng, spotted the distant blaze illuminating the horizon. One of his subordinates pointed towards the fire, declaring, "General, how could such a fire ignite without reason? There must be foul play. Send someone to investigate immediately. The rest of you, hasten to the riverbank to search. The remainder will accompany me to locate Dugu Xian's men." Lung Feng gazed at the crimson glow dominating the sky, his expression a blend of hope and dread. If Dugu Xian's men were still searching, it would mean the Empress was still alive. Both parties were on the hunt, and it would come down to who found her first. Whosoever discovered the Empress would tip the scales of victory in their favor. Approximately an hour later, the first rays of sunlight gently crept over the mountain tops, as if to bestow warmth upon all. At this moment, Tianjing had arrived beside Yao Chonghu. As the sun ascended higher, the search parties found no trace of the Empress and her companions, causing unease to settle in their hearts. "Brother Yao," he inquired, his expression grave, "do you think there may have been an error in your information? How could the Empress have flown here? Are there truly such enormous birds in this world? Perhaps that herbalist was merely spinning tales. Upon hearing these words, Yao Changhu thought to himself that this fellow still wished to shirk responsibility. With a roll of his eyes, he remarked, in this vast world, there are countless wonders. The steppes abound with eagles capable of snatching away children and goats. Thus, it is not unimaginable that a bird might also carry off an adult. However, I am perplexed as to how this hunter discovered our presence in advance. Could it be that we have a traitor among us? Yao Changhu's pupils suddenly constricted, his gaze darting around like a venomous serpent, causing the soldiers around him to feel their hearts racing uncontrollably. With a swift and unprovoked thrust, he plunged his sword into the chest of the near soldier. Coldly, he declared, "I have long harbored suspicions about you." The soldier, on the brink of death, desperately protested, I am not." But he was given no further opportunity to defend himself. At that moment, a pack of feral hunting dogs was brought forth by 6 or 7 soldiers, barking fiercely. "Bring me the person. If you fail to find them, you shall meet the same fate as him." The soldiers leading the dogs, upon seeing the already lifeless soldier, were filled with dread. General Yao Changhu was known for his bloodthirsty nature and ruthless temperament. They had no doubt that if they failed to locate their target, they too would perish. The soldiers with the dogs immediately steeled themselves and gave chase, following the scent that swiftly narrowed their search area. Yao Changhu turned his gaze to the capricious Tianjing beside him and sneered, "Tianjing, should I capture that woman, you will have much to answer for before the Lord, considering she originated from your side." Upon hearing this, Tianjing tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword, secretly wishing to cleave Yao Changhu's head from his shoulders. How could this man still be so eager for glory at such a critical moment? What? Does the renowned swordsman Tianjing intend to draw his sword against me? Despite his arrogance, Yao Changhu remained vigilant to Tianjing's movements. Ignoring him, Tianjing snorted coldly and led dozens of men in pursuit of the dog's trail. "What good is your sword? Can you even dare to draw it? Should you do so, you shall meet your demise." Yao Changhu scoffed, watching with disdain as Tianjing hurried away. To him, Tianjing was merely a pawn of the Chongqing Marquis family, no different from the dogs racing ahead. Unlike himself, who was a genuine 1,000-household leader with 1,000 soldiers at his command, capable of taking Tianjing's life at any moment. Chongqing, accompanied by Gu Fei and the Empress, finally halted after traversing a small stream for nearly an hour, allowing everyone to rest. Gu Fei dipped his hand into the stream, savoring the refreshing water, while Chongqing scattered some powder by the stream's edge. "Brother Chong, what are you doing?" Zhang Biao inquired, observing Chongqing's incessant activity. "I'm sprinkling some medicinal powder to mask our scent. This powder is what I prepare during hunts. I fear they may have dogs." It was a clever tactic to evade the hounds. Zhang Biao admired Chongqing's caution, while Gu Fei regarded him as calm and experienced, not a simple figure even within the military. Was it truly because he had run away with Zhao Xiao? The Empress pondered who Chongqing truly was, reflecting that without him, they might not have escaped even after crossing the Miluo River, avoiding the relentless pursuit of Donggu Exe. Gu Fei, noticing the fine beads of sweat on the Empress's forehead, gently asked, "Are you tired?" The Empress, Xiao Ling Shuang, acknowledged his concern, replying, "A bit weary, but I can endure." Meanwhile, the innocent eyes of Hua and Hunyu scanned the group. Upon seeing Chongqing return, they exclaimed, "Father, we are both so hungry." Chongqing affectionately ruffled Hua's hair, assuring them, "Just a little longer. I promise to prepare a meal for you by noon." "Yay!" At that moment, Zhang Biao produced a small piece of compressed biscuit and, using a dagger, cut it into several smaller pieces, handing them to Hua and Hunyu. "Uncle Zhang's biscuits are delicious." Gu Fei interjected, "You fool. You should have soaked it in water before giving it to the children. What if they choke?" Chongqing took a piece of the biscuit, sniffing it to find it quite aromatic, reminiscent of scallion pancakes, and questioned, "Just this small piece. Can it really fill the children?" "Indeed, this is compressed biscuit. Do not underestimate it. When soaked, it can expand to fill a small basin," Zhang Biao boasted. "What? A mere piece the size of a fist can swell to that extent?" Chapter 43. The Empress nearly explodes. Chongqing was astonished. Not only was he taken aback, but even his wife, Xiao Xiao, wore a look of disbelief. This unassuming yellow biscuit could indeed expand so dramatically. The distant clouds appeared beautiful yet intangible, while this biscuit lay before them, and Chongqing clearly found it hard to believe. "Brother Gu, it is hard for me to accept that this biscuit can swell so much." He candidly expressed his skepticism. Zhang Biao splashed some water from his water pouch onto the biscuit. Since words could not clarify the matter, he decided to demonstrate the reality to Chongqing's family. Hearing Gu Fei's words, Zhang Biao took another small piece and submerged it in his palm, drenching it with water. Chongqing's eyes were fixed on Zhang Biao's hand, anxious not to miss any detail. The small piece of compressed biscuit, about the size of a fingertip, magically swelled to 4 or 5 times its original size before Chongqing's eyes. His eyes widened in shock, his pupils constricting as he struggled to comprehend the transformation. Heavens! It truly can expand to such an extent. Witnessing Chongqing's expression, Zhang Biao felt a swell of pride. "Try it and see how it tastes." Without hesitation, Chongqing seized the swollen biscuit and placed it in his mouth. It was savory and fragrant, with hints of meat flavor washing over his palate. As he savored it, he found himself unable to identify the myriad of flavors it contained. What an extraordinary item. Had he possessed 10 of these back then, alas. Suddenly, Chongqing's eyes filled with bloodshot veins, his gaze reminiscent of someone recalling painful memories. "Let's go." Chongqing led 2 yellow dogs into the woods, while Xiao Xiao sighed inwardly, knowing that her husband bore a painful past, one where he helplessly watched his comrades starve on the battlefield, only to return to the capital and be ruthlessly betrayed by Donggu Xan. Gu Fei held the Empress's hand, walking at the rear. They both felt a pang of sympathy for Chongqing, recognizing that he was far from an ordinary man. The Empress had resolved that if she could safely return to the palace, she would surely employ him. This man was loyal and astute, far superior to those soldiers who relied on flattery. With Zhang Biao's biscuits satisfying Hua and Hunyu's hunger, the 2 children no longer complained as they continued their journey. After another hour, Gu Fei instructed Zhang Biao to distribute the remaining biscuits. If they did not eat something soon, not only would the children struggle, but even they would falter after climbing 2 hills, feeling utterly exhausted. Moreover, they had not had breakfast that morning. When Zhang Biao handed half a piece of the compressed biscuit to Chongqing, his expression remained pained. "Brother Chong, eat. In the future, if you desire more of this biscuit, my family has plenty. Take as many as you wish." Chongqing nodded, knowing that regret was futile at this point. "I must learn how to make this compressed biscuit when I have the chance. Just a simple matter." Zhang Biao swiftly consumed the biscuit in his hand and took a sip of water before selecting a tree to climb. He then retrieved a monocular telescope and began to observe his surroundings. Suddenly, he spotted several heads emerging from the hill ahead, startling him into exclaiming, "Young master, the enemy is pursuing us, just over that hill." Chongqing, peering at the distant hill, could see nothing and turned his gaze to the object in Zhang Biao's hand. "Can that thing in your hand actually see the enemy on the opposite hill?" Without offering an explanation, Zhang Biao beckoned him. "Come up and see for yourself." Chongqing, agile as a monkey, swiftly climbed to Zhang Biao's side. Zhang Biao handed him the telescope and pointed in the direction of the hill. As Chongqing grasped the somewhat heavy bronze telescope and looked toward the opposing hill, his astonishment grew upon seeing hundreds of soldiers, surpassing even the shock of encountering a field full of unclothed maidens. He quickly pulled the telescope away, realizing he could see nothing without it. After several repetitions of this action, he stared in awe at Zhang Biao. "Is this truly a divine artifact?" Zhang Biao chuckled. "Indeed, it can be called a divine artifact." 1,000-mile eye, filled with excitement, Chongqing leaped down from the tree and approached Gu Fei, exclaiming, "Do you have more of these? If so, may I have one?" Gu Fei, observing the enthusiastic Chongqing, smiled slightly. Such an item is not easily crafted. The Empress, seated beside him, smirked at this remark, recognizing that the rogue's words mirrored her own. Surely the next statement would be along the lines of, "This item is invaluable." However, the following words nearly sent the Empress into a fury. Gu Fei stated, although it is difficult to make when you visit my home in the future. I can give you one. Oh, thank you so much. Chongqing responded, elated. Gu Fei patted his shoulder, saying, you deserve to possess such a remarkable weapon. Whether for hunting beasts or vanquishing foes, it is indeed a rare tool. To Gu Fei's surprise, Chongqing did not argue, but rather nodded earnestly. The Empress, listening to Gu Fei's words, felt a pang of frustration. The rogue's refusal to accept her offer suggested that she was unworthy. Very well. Once we reach the capital, my first order of business will be to reclaim this from you. I shall see how you respond. At that moment, Tianjing arrived with a pack of dogs beside the creek where Gu Fei and the others had previously lingered. Observing the dogs that had come to a halt, he scoffed, a bunch of foolish dogs, the humans must be across the river, barking for no reason. Follow me, let us wade through the water. His subordinates dared not disobey, leading the dogs toward the opposite bank. Yet upon reaching the other side, the dogs lost their target and continued to bark loudly, wondering, where's the scent? Where has it gone? Seeing the dogs barking frantically after crossing the creek, Tianjing, infuriated, drew his sword, contemplating beheading one of the useless dogs. However, remembering that his sword was one of the renowned Chonghong blades of Beiyang, he thought it beneath him to sully it by slaying a useless old dog. Find them quickly, they must be nearby. The soldiers dispersed without hesitation. Meanwhile, Gu Fei and the others resumed their journey after a brief pause. Once they traversed the hill, they would have a clear path to the capital. Though the mountains appeared serene, with birds chirping harmoniously, danger lurked beneath the surface, ready to strike at any moment. After half an hour of travel, Gu Fei suddenly halted, having heard a sound. This is bad. The enemy is encircling us from the north. Upon hearing this, the hearts of the group sank. Chapter 44. I never abandon women, as Gu Fei's words fell. The two large yellow dogs beside Chongqing sensed the impending danger and began to bark frantically. Chongqing's expression shifted. Gu Fei then said, Brother Chong, you have aided me thus far. Let's part ways here. They are merely searching for us. The Empress's expression grew serious, yet she added, Indeed, you have your wife and 2 children. We cannot allow you to face further peril. Chongqing contemplated their words. They were indeed correct. With the enemy so close, his children and wife were his greatest vulnerabilities. Glancing at his beloved wife and 2 adorable children, he ultimately clenched his teeth and nodded. It is not that I, Chongqing, am unwilling to assist you, but my wife and children cannot be put in danger. Gu Fei felt a sense of relief upon hearing Chongqing's response, recognizing the normalcy of his choice. Faced with such a dilemma, his decision would undoubtedly mirror Chongqing's. He would never expose his family to danger. However, he soon realized he was mistaken. As Chongqing continued, once I ensure that Xiao, Huniyu, and Hua are safe, I will come find you. Brother Chong, there is no need for you to worry about Huniyu and Hua. We will take care of them. Chongqing nodded in agreement. Gu Fei then produced a silver note from his pocket and handed it to Chongqing. Take this, should any misfortune befall us. Please go to Shangyuan City in the south and inform the county chief Yi Amlin and county clerk Wang Tongji of the situation here. Chongqing did not hesitate, picking up Huniyu and departing. At that moment, Zhang Biao handed him the telescope. This is a parting gift for our acquaintance. Take it. I do not wish to lose your trust, and this is my promise to you. Chongqing nodded, his eyes reddening as he patted Zhang Biao's shoulder and said, Take care. He then vanished into the western woods with his family. The Empress, Xiao Ling Shuang, watched the Chongqing family disappear among the trees, letting out a deep sigh. A hint of sorrow crossed her face as she smiled at Gu Fei. They're searching for me. You should leave as well. How dare you? When have I, Gu Fei, ever abandoned a woman? Rest assured, as long as I still draw breath, no one shall harm a hair on your head. Each word from Gu Fei resonated deeply within the Empress's heart, cracking her once unyielding resolve. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears as she smiled at Gu Fei and gently remarked, You will regret this, you rogue. In my dictionary, there is no such word as regret. Zhang Biao affirmed, The people of Shangyuan City are not cowards. Indeed, my master is correct. Once we commit to something in Shangyuan City, we do not go back on our word. A mere few hundred foes, we can handle it. Master, should we signal for Xiaoxi and the others? Gu Fei shook his head, No, it is too late for them to come to our aid now. We will wait until the last moment. He understood that Xiaoxi and Xiaosao were not foolish. Upon seeing the enemy retreat across the river, they would swiftly cross over. It was better to wait until the last moment. At that point, they would either perish or escape. Gu Fei held Xiao Ling Shuang's hand, smiling. Are you afraid? I've already faced death once. Do you think I would still fear it? Xiao Ling Shuang finally met Gu Fei's gaze. Realizing that the man who remained steadfast by her side was unexpectedly him. Well, at least I have someone willing to face death with me. My life has not been in vain. The cool breeze rustled through the trees, carrying an ominous chill that hinted at the dangers lurking around them. After about half a stick of incense, the first enemy appeared. The soldiers from the north had discovered their presence, moving faster than those from the south. However, this unfortunate soul was unable to sound a signal before being silenced by Zhang Biao's swift hand. Observing the enemy struggling in Zhang Biao's embrace, the Empress realized that her safety was no longer guaranteed. Whether she would survive depended entirely on the whims of fate and the actions of Gu Fei and the three others. With the emergence of the first adversary, the second followed swiftly, and soon 4 foes appeared simultaneously. Zhang Biao and his brother Zhang Yong exhibited remarkable ferocity, undeterred by the onslaught of 4 of Donggu Xian's subordinates. They charged forth with the ferocity of ravenous beasts. Zhang Yong's dark dagger, exceptionally sharp, penetrated the armor of one soldier, plunging into his chest. Another soldier attempted to strike from behind, only to find that the enemy remained unmoved, merely tearing a gash in his robe. In a swift motion, Zhang Biao turned and drove his dagger into the chest of his assailant, demonstrating his superior strength as he dispatched 2 soldiers before they could even graze his clothing. After the skirmish, he taunted Zhang Yong. Your speed is too slow. Had there been 3 foes, you would surely have been injured. Witnessing Zhang Biao's incessant banter, even amidst peril, Gu Fei exclaimed, You impertinent fool! Hurry and flee before more enemies arrive. The Empress shared this sentiment, feeling that Zhang Biao's jesting was inappropriate. Zhang Yong had already exerted considerable effort, and had he not been armored, he might have been fatally struck by now. She glanced at Gu Fei, pondering how he maintained such a nonchalant demeanor at such a critical juncture. Gu Fei, observing the advancing enemies, urged, We must break through to the north. If we can escape this encirclement and make the enemy believe we are still within the mountains, we will find safety. Soon, the bodies of the slain soldiers caught the attention of Donggu Xian's men, and a cacophony of howls erupted, alerting Tianjing and Yao Changhu to Gu Fei's approximate location. Meanwhile, Lung Feng received the news. Hearing the distant howls from the southern hillside filled his face with unrestrained joy, confirming that the one he cherished was still alive. He trembled involuntarily. It seemed there were still protectors by the Empress's side. Otherwise, Donggu Xian's men would not have sounded the alarm. He shouted to his troops, All of you, follow this general and charge forward. If you encounter any resistance, kill without hesitation. At his command, Gu Fei felt a chill run down his spine as countless soldiers surrounded them. He turned to Xiao Ling Shuang, saying, Remember, do not stray from my side, no matter the circumstances. Xiao Ling Shuang understood that they were at their most perilous moment, and their ability to escape the encirclement hinged on this very moment. Just as they sprinted a few hundred paces, they were blocked by a dozen soldiers. Faced with this daunting group, Zhang Biao and Zhang Yong shouted, My lord, protect yourself, Lady Lung, and plunged into the fray without hesitation. Both brothers carried firearms, unwilling to use them unless absolutely necessary, for ammunition was scarce. Moreover, such divine weaponry, if unleashed beyond Shangyuan City, would spell catastrophe for the 70 to 80,000 civilians residing there. County Lieutenant Wang Tongji would undoubtedly resist. Yet all knew that Gu Fei was the true backbone and soul of Shangyuan City. Without him, the city could not withstand the onslaught for long. As several soldiers saw Zhang Biao and Zhang Yong embroiled in fierce combat, they charged towards Gu Fei. The Empress, witnessing the aggressive soldiers closing in on her and Gu Fei, hastily called out, Quickly, these rascals are upon us. At that moment, she dared not reveal her identity, fearing that such exposure would hasten her demise. For everyone, revealing her identity was a capital offense. and it would be a miracle if these men allowed her to escape alive. As the enemy drew nearer, Gu Fei gripped his dagger tightly, ready to strike down the approaching soldiers. In truth, the most formidable among them was not Zhang Biao, but Gu Fei himself. This was why Zhang Biao felt emboldened to wreak havoc amongst the enemy. Just as Gu Fei prepared to act, a sharp whoosh pierced the air. An arrow struck a soldier in the chest, causing him to collapse. Before the others could react, a second arrow flew forth, embedding itself in another soldier's chest. Gu Fei recognized the arrows. They belonged to Chongqing, who had just sent his wife and child away. The Empress recognized him too, her face lighting up with joy as she exclaimed, "It is Chongqing." In a brief moment, Chongqing loosed 5 arrows, claiming the lives of 5 soldiers. Meanwhile, Zhang Biao and Zhang Yong had nearly dispatched their adversaries. Covered in blood, they appeared as fearsome as the king of hell himself. Gu Fei regarded Chongqing as he approached, his expression grave. "Did I not instruct you to escort your family away? Why have you returned?" Chongqing replied with a smile. "They are safe in a secure location. I, Chongqing, am a man of my word. The money you provided will ensure they live without worry until the child grows. What do I have to fear?" Zhang Biao, having slain the last enemy, laughed heartily and approached Chongqing, delivering a playful punch to his shoulder. "Brother, if we survive this, let us become sworn brothers, feasting and drinking heartily every day." "Agreed." Chongqing and Zhang Biao exchanged a fist bump. Just then, Zhang Biao noticed a wound on Zhang Yong's left arm, and his expression turned serious. "You rascal, have you been hurt?" Zhang Yong, bloodied and grinning foolishly, replied, "It's nothing, I won't die." Seeing this, the Empress leaned her head against Gu Fei's chest. At that moment, her heart felt heavy. These men had risked everything for a mere promise. She whispered to Gu Fei, "It is all my fault. I have allowed the enemy an opportunity." Gu Fei sighed deeply. There was nothing more to be said at this point. Chongqing hurriedly retrieved the arrows from the fallen enemies, assessing their surroundings. "The enemy is fewer over there. Let us move in that direction." Gu Fei recognized that his survival skills in the mountains paled in comparison to Chongqing's, so he chose to follow Chongqing in their escape. The path Chongqing took indeed had fewer soldiers. Whenever a soldier appeared, Chongqing would take them out with a single arrow. Gu Fei thought to himself how advantageous ranged attacks were. Yet, it seemed their luck was about to run out. As they scaled a 2-man-high stone wall, they unexpectedly encountered a squad of 10 soldiers. Both sides stared at each other, momentarily stunned. Just as Zhang Biao braced for another bloody battle, Chongqing suddenly shouted, Biao, halt!" At that moment, one soldier, seizing the opportunity, drew his blade and viciously stabbed a fellow soldier beside him. That soldier, clutching his abdomen in disbelief, pointed at his attacker and cried, "Wu Ziki, you dare to kill me." Gu Fei, Zhang Biao, and the Empress froze in shock, bewildered by the unfolding events. Just then, the man who had struck out, tears streaming down his face, looked at Chongqing and exclaimed, "General, is that truly you? We thought you were dead." Chongqing's eyes welled with tears as he smiled, choking back emotion. "Little Wu, I never imagined I would see you brothers again in this lifetime." The remaining 9 soldiers quickly surrounded Chongqing, each embracing him tightly, as if afraid this reunion was a dream. "General, it is truly wonderful to see you alive." This heartwarming scene left the Empress and Gu Fei utterly astonished. No wonder Chongqing was so formidable. It turned out he was a general, adored by his men, indicating he must have been a good leader. "Little Wu, under whose command are you now?" Chongqing inquired, his excitement palpable. Wu Ziki replied, "General, all your former subordinates have been taken over by that scoundrel Yao Chonghu." Hearing Yao Chonghu's name, Chongqing sneered. "It seems my survival is thanks to him. He took advantage of my unguarded moment and pushed me off a cliff." Hearing this, Wu Ziki exclaimed, "That scoundrel Yao Chonghu dares to deceive us, claiming you fell off the cliff by accident." Chongqing let out a cold laugh, without evidence of his death. "He can say whatever he pleases. So, he is the one leading this time. General, it is indeed this man." Wu Ziki's eyes seemed to blaze with fury. "You must return with us to settle the score and avenge our fallen brothers." A hint of guilt crossed Chongqing's face as he bitterly smiled. I fear I am unable to assist in avenging my brothers. My intentions are strong, but my capabilities are lacking. Besides, I will never serve Dugu Xian again." At that moment, Gu Fei interjected, "Seeking revenge is simple. My wife can help you. If you escort her to the capital, Lord Lung Hongyi will reinstate you into the military." "Ah, that is splendid. In that case, we shall follow you, General." Chongqing continued to shake his head. "Xiao Wu, I fear I will disappoint my brothers. To lead thousands once more is an insurmountable challenge." The excitement in Xiao Wu's eyes visibly faded, transforming the once revered General Chongqing into a shadow of his former self. "Brother Chongqing, if you truly wish to avenge your brothers, there will surely be an opportunity. I can guarantee Yao Changhu's demise within a year. Even Dugu Xian will not escape my grasp." "Is that true?" Chongqing's demeanor shifted from despair to exhilaration upon hearing Gu Fei's words. "Rest assured, I have 100 methods to ensure their deaths. However, we must first reach the capital safely." Chapter 46. The first signal fire in history. Wu Ziki and his companions, whose spirits had begun to extinguish, were reignited by Gu Fei's words. They exchanged astonished glances, looking from Gu Fei to Chongqing. "General, who is this?" Chongqing, pondering Gu Fei's assertion, also felt a sense of curiosity. Could he truly possess the means to eliminate Dugu Xian and Yao Changhu? Noticing Wu Ziki's inquiry, he introduced, "This is my friend Gu Fei, and these are brothers Zhang Biao and Zhang Yong. This is Gu Fei's wife, Miss Lung." Wu Ziki turned to Gu Fei, then to the Empress, and said, "Miss Lung, since we have already slain Yao Changhu's men, it is impossible for us to align with him any longer. Once we reach the capital, will you be able to ensure our safety? If you cannot protect us, we shall have no choice but to follow General Chongqing and roam the world together." Empress Xiao Ling Shuang smiled slightly upon hearing their concerns for their future. The unexpected addition of 9 allies was a boon. Refusing them would be foolish. As the Empress of Beihong, safeguarding these individuals would be a matter of mere words. Filled with confidence, she declared, "You are choosing to abandon the shadows for the light. As long as you escort me to the capital, I will personally petition the Empress to advocate for your cause." Upon hearing Empress Xiao Ling Shuang's firm assurance, Wu Ziki and his companions exhaled in relief. They smiled eagerly. With Miss Lung's word, "We feel reassured." Understanding the significance of this woman, they realized that Yao Changhu would not have gone to such lengths to pursue her otherwise. Moreover, the fact that Lord Lung Hongyi's son, Lung Feng, had personally led troops to rescue her indicated her importance within the Lung family. Once their worries subsided, smiles illuminated Wu Ziki and his companions' faces. "General, we know the areas with the fewest people. We shall make our way out now. Oh, I almost forgot to mention. The eldest son of the Julu Marquis, General Lung Feng, is also on his way here. We have clashed several times along the journey, resulting in many casualties on both sides." Upon hearing the name Lung Feng, Empress Xiao Ling Shuang's face lit up with sheer joy. "Quickly tell me, where is Lung Feng located?" Her heart raced with excitement. She knew Lung Feng would not disappoint her. Observing her reaction, Gu Fei wondered if Lung Feng was her brother. "They should be over there." Wu Ziki pointed to the northwest. "What are we waiting for? Hurry and lead me to join them." The Empress's eagerness was palpable, as she seemed to envision being by Lung Feng's side, where she would finally feel secure. Wu Ziki felt a surge of satisfaction, with the Lung family as their backing. Yao Changhu posed no threat. Furthermore, with the Empress promising to plead for them personally, their safety was nearly assured, with 9 capable allies guiding them. The journey became much more manageable. When they encountered soldiers conducting searches, they skillfully evaded them, quietly maneuvering around. However, it wasn't long before someone noticed their unusual behavior. While everyone else was searching the mountains, these few individuals were moving downhill instead. The most critical issue was that one soldier in their group was related to the captain Wu Ziki had killed. This fellow frequently encountered Wu Ziki's group, and he immediately recognized the absence of his relative. "Hey, where's my brother Peng Zhong?" Wu Ziki hadn't anticipated encountering this troublemaker and could only grit his teeth, saying, "Captain Peng Zhong was called away by the general." "Oh, is that so? If so, why are you going in the opposite direction instead of searching the mountain?" This soldier clearly did not believe Wu Ziqi's words. It's nonsense for a small squad to be without their captain. Now tell me the truth. Where is my brother? Hearing this, the rest of the squad became alert. Wu Ziqi realized the gravity of the situation and forced a smile. Come, I'll only tell you one person. This is a secret that cannot be shared. But this fellow was exceedingly suspicious and immediately drew his long knife, shouting, There's nothing that can't be said. You stand right there and speak. If you can't explain yourself today, you won't be leaving. At the same time, he bellowed, Someone come. We found a spy here. Damn it. Wu Ziqi could not allow him to continue shouting and was the first to charge forward. Seeing the situation deteriorate, Gu Fei urgently called to Zhang Biao. Quickly help out, or there will be more of them soon. The soldiers, startled by the sudden appearance of 3 individuals from behind the rocks, raised their alarm even louder. Even if Changqing's archery skills were exceptional, he could not shoot down 10 men at once. As more soldiers began to surround them, Gu Fei's heart sank. Suddenly, he recalled that Lung Feng was not far to the north and shouted to Zhang Biao, Big Biao, toss me the signal flare. Zhang Biao retrieved a specially made signal flare from his waist and threw it to Gu Fei. The Empress observed as Zhang Biao tossed a bronze tube, about the thickness of a child's arm and half a foot long, and wondered, what is this? What is a signal flare? She then watched as Gu Fei swiftly ignited a gray line at the bottom of the bronze tube with a flint. Holding the tube aloft, he said to Xiao Ling Shuang, The enemy is growing in number. We shall see if Lung Feng is clever enough. If he is wise, he will surely deduce we are here. Xiao Ling Shuang scoffed at Gu Fei's doubts regarding Lung Feng's intelligence. She thought, if Lung Feng is not clever, then few in the world could claim to be so. Surely, once the signal is sent, even a fool should be able to see it. However, she was curious about what kind of signal flare he was referring to. Shouldn't a signal create a plume of smoke? The sparks at the bottom of the bronze tube crackled and flared as they burned rapidly. After about 2 breaths, boom, with a resounding boom, a crimson light surged skyward accompanied by a piercing wail. Its dazzling red brilliance traced a magnificent arc across the azure sky, only to explode in midair, transforming into a cascade of fiery stars. The Empress, Xiao Ling Shuang, stood in stunned silence as she beheld the small object in Gu Fei's hand, astonished that it could create such a commotion. This fellow seemed to possess a treasure trove of wonders the likes of which she had never encountered, each one a potent artifact for the battlefield. The cacophony of light and sound was impossible to ignore. If this signal went unseen, one would truly be blind and deaf. For the bronze tube had unleashed not just one, but a second and third round. 3 colossal fireworks erupted in the sky, each radiating a brilliant red light and accompanied by a continuous series of shrieks. Almost everyone noticed this extraordinary spectacle, halting in their tracks, gazing upward. Even the soldiers embroiled in battle paused momentarily. Seizing the opportunity, Brother Zhang Biao and Zhang Yong struck down 2 enemy soldiers in quick succession. Tianjing, Shun Ernyang, Su Feng, and others, though equally astonished by the 3 consecutive fireworks, exchanged no words and swiftly made their way toward the source of the illumination. They understood precisely what the sudden appearance of those red flares signified. Hundreds of meters away, Lung Feng, upon witnessing the fading fireworks, bellowed a command. All troops. He might order. Move towards the source of that red light. Chapter 47. The Empress is struck 3 resplendent fireworks detonated in the sky, acting like an extraordinarily powerful magnet, drawing soldiers from all corners. At that moment, an arrow, slicing through the air, was shot towards Gu Fei's back. It was as if he had eyes on the back of his head. He swiftly pushed the Empress to the ground. Before she could comprehend the situation, she saw an arrow strike the tree where she had previously sought refuge, quivering violently in the aftermath. Be exceptionally cautious. Xiao Ling Shuang nodded in response. Gu Fei grasped her hand firmly, leading her toward a less populated area. 10 soldiers had already been dispatched by Changqing and Zhang Biao. Their group hastened to break through the encirclement before Yao Changhu's men could surround them. Gu Fei pulled the Empress downhill, aware that descending was far more treacherous than ascending. One misstep could lead to a grievous fall. Despite the sweat pooling in her palms, Gu Fei held her hand tightly. Suddenly, a collective roar erupted from several hundred meters below. The Lung army is here. Who dares to cause trouble? Execute without mercy. The synchronized shout reverberated across the hillside, filling Gu Fei and his companions with relief. Lung Feng was indeed not foolish and had marked a clear path for them. Upon hearing the commanding chorus, Xiao Ling Shuang's long lashes fluttered, her expression easing considerably. In a sudden motion, Gu Fei's hand rested on her waist, beginning to wander perilously low. "We must move quickly," she said, her demeanor turning icy as she attempted to free herself from his grasp. Gu Fei sensed her change and retorted, "If you do not hurry." Another fierce battle looms. Perhaps she wished to reunite with her family and was reluctant to let him hold her hand, yet he was resolute. He intended to ensure the Lung family knew it was Gu Fei who rescued their child. Surely they would owe him a substantial debt of gratitude. Xiao Ling Shuang, despite her irritation, could hardly protest as the danger escalated. The stakes were too high to falter now. Meanwhile, Tianjing and Shun Ernyang spotted Gu Fei's group racing down the slope. Tianjing let out a cold snort, his speed surging as he and his companions, Shun Ernyang and Su Feng, pressed on, unwilling to allow the Empress to escape. Along the path, Changqing's arrows felled several foes, effectively deterring those who sought to close in. Gu Fei and the Empress made significant progress downhill when a pack of figures resembling hunting dogs charged down the mountain, shouting, "Where do you think you're going?" Gu Fei spotted another group rushing toward them. The Empress's heart soared with joy as she recognized Lung Feng and his soldiers, clad in golden armor, slicing through the ranks like a sharpened blade. Before they reached them, arrows were already flying in a protective barrage. Had it not been for Wu Ziki and the others standing guard beside the Empress, they would have been riddled with arrows. Lung Feng's eyes sparkled with delight upon finally seeing the Empress he had longed for. However, his joy quickly turned to despair as he noticed her delicate hand tightly clasped by another man, with the same man's arm wrapped protectively around her waist. No, it could not be. Surely this was merely a ruse to shield her. Yet, despite this reasoning, jealousy surged within him, and he struck the ground with his sword, sending sparks flying, a manifestation of his wrath. At that moment, the Empress was mere meters from Lung Feng. Tianjing and Shun Ernyang's hearts sank as they observed the imminent rescue. "Tian Darren, we are out of time." Suddenly, Yao Changhu emerged from the shadows, declaring, "Out of time? No one escapes alive from my presence. Bring me my bow." A soldier hastily presented him with a formidable two-stone bow. Yao Changhu, renowned for his archery skills, swiftly knocked 2 arrows, his arm muscles tensing as he drew the bowstring back with ease. With the Empress now less than 10 meters away from Lung Feng, he glanced upward and his heart sank. It was Yao Changhu, famed for his marksmanship. "Take cover. There are archers," he shouted just as 2 arrows whistled through the air, striking the Empress in the chest. Gu Fei barely had time to react, attempting to shield Xiao Ling Shuang beneath him, but she unexpectedly turned, placing herself in front of him. Thud! The arrows pierced the Empress's chest. From above, Yao Changhu reveled in his success. No one could survive being struck by 2 arrows simultaneously. Even if she lived, it would not hinder the second prince's ascension. Mission accomplished. Relay the order to retreat immediately. He feared Lung Feng would come after him in a blind rage. Xiao Ling Shuang coughed up blood, her eyes brimming with tears. "Gu Fei, why must you be so foolish?" she gasped, forcing a smile. "Do you not remember that your protection is my shield?" At that moment, the pain in her chest felt as though it had been struck by a boulder, rendering her breathless and teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. She gradually closed her eyes. "Ling Shuang," Gu Fei cried out desperately. Lung Feng had reached her side, fury boiling within him as he heard Gu Fei calling her name with such intimacy. Enraged, he kicked Gu Fei aside. "You bastard! I will kill you." Lung Feng assumed the Empress had succumbed to her wounds, pushing him to the brink of madness. Zhang Biao was about to rush forward, but upon meeting Gu Fei's gaze, he suppressed the raging fury within him. Gu Fei, on the other hand, etched this moment into his memory, vowing to repay it 100-fold in the future. He had once thought that Lung Feng was a formidable individual, only to discover his indiscriminate nature. Chongqing and the others also witnessed Lung Feng's actions, and their impression of the Lung family diminished significantly. Just as Lung Feng crouched down to assess the Empress's injuries, she suddenly opened her eyes. Chapter 48. The Cunning Empress, the Two Locked Eyes. When Lung Feng's sorrowful and indignant gaze met the Empress's, her heart fluttered inexplicably. She realized that before meeting him, she had yearned to see him, yet now she hesitated. Being beside Gu Fei provided her with an unusual sense of security, whereas Lung Feng's concern felt insincere. "I'm Fine," the Empress exclaimed. "Your Majesty," Lung Feng began, but Xiao Ling Shuang quickly silenced him with a glance, discarding the arrows in her hand. "General Lung, there's no need for concern." When Lung Feng saw the Empress toss aside the 2 arrows that had been resting against her chest, he was astonished, nearly leaping in surprise. "What? She wasn't hit by the arrows. She has protective armor." The Empress cast a sly glance at Gu Fei, thinking to herself, "If I do not feign injury, those people would not have retreated so hastily. Help me up, Gu Fei, come here and assist me." Lung Feng's outstretched hand froze midair. Gu Fei quickly nudged him aside, saying, "Let me handle this. You, as her brother, shouldn't be the one helping her." Lung Feng's jealousy flared anew. "Find me a soldier's outfit to wear. You all are treating me as if I had been shot dead." The Empress was well aware of Lung Feng's feelings for her and did not grant him much time to ponder. Before encountering Lung Feng, she had envisioned making him punish Gu Fei severely, yet now all those thoughts seemed to dissipate, especially when she recalled Gu Fei's anguished cries upon her injury. She felt a pang of hesitation. As Gu Fei helped her rise, she regretted allowing him to do so. "I must still be adjusting to this," she thought. Lung Feng's expression darkened. He could not fathom who this Gu Fei was, nor the identities of the others clad in the enemy's uniforms. After the Empress donned a soldier's attire with Gu Fei's assistance, Chongqing approached them. "Brother Gu Fei and Miss Lung, you are now safe. I must return to find Xiao, Hunyo, and Hua." Xiao Ling Shuang blushed slightly upon hearing Chongqing still refer to her as Miss Lung. "Go ahead. Just head to the Duke of Julu's residence and seek out Lung Feng." Chongqing nodded and clasped his hands. "Then I will take my leave." At that moment, Wu Ziki and his companions chimed in. "General, we will accompany you to fetch our sister-in-law." Chongqing paused, contemplating a significant decision, then replied, "If you wish to come, then let's go together." Before leaving, Wu Ziki turned to Xiao Ling Shuang and said, "Miss Lung, you promised us to speak on our behalf with the Empress." The Empress nodded. Gu Fei furrowed his brow, sensing that Chongqing would not follow them. "Brother Chong, wait a moment. I have something to discuss with you." They stepped aside, and Gu Fei whispered, "Are you not planning to join us in the capital?" Chongqing scoffed, "Brother Gu, I am a few years your senior. So let me offer you a word of caution. Be wary. I do not perceive Lung Feng as benevolent. Hence I shall not accompany you." Gu Fei's brow furrowed deeper. It was evident that Chongqing had discerned the truth. "Brother Chong, if you have nowhere to go, you must head south past the Miluo River. Remember what I told you about Shangyuan City? I am the county magistrate there. Everything is under my command, including whatever vengeance you seek." Chongqing's expression tightened. He had never heard of this before. However, he could tell that Gu Fei was not deceiving him, especially after Gu Fei had given him a substantial sum earlier. "Very well. I will consider it after I find Xiao and Hunyo. Do not hesitate. Heed my words and go directly. I assure you, this will be the best decision of your life. Hurry." Chongqing nodded. Meanwhile, the Empress was whispering to Lung Feng, "Remember, I do not wish to reveal my identity. I am now Lung Ling Shuang. Everything shall be discussed in the capital." "Then who is he?" Lung Feng asked, casting a wary glance at Gu Fei. The Empress hesitated, her thoughts becoming muddled. He is naturally my protector. General Lung, do not speculate too much. I will disclose what is necessary." Lung Feng regarded Gu Fei with a complex expression, pondering his true identity that warranted such secrecy from the Empress. At that moment, his feelings of goodwill towards Gu Fei plummeted from 0 to a -10. He dared not express outright hostility, for he was merely a guerrilla general, not the chosen one of the Empress. His duty was to safeguard her, and her intentions were of no concern to him. Should the Empress select him, he would not spare Gu Fei today. Even so, his animosity towards Gu Fei intensified, especially since the Empress rejected his assistance while allowing Gu Fei to descend with her. The jealousy within him threatened to unravel. Gu Fei sensed Lung Feng's hostility and pondered, what does this Lung Feng mean? Is he opposing my relationship with Lung Ling Shuang? This behavior before even entering the Lung household bodes ill for what may come. The capital was merely hours away. The Empress had not anticipated returning just in time for Xiao Yang's ascension, arriving 2 full days earlier. This provided her ample time to plan everything meticulously, ensuring that Xiao Yang and his allies would face inevitable capture. Though her chest still throbbed with pain, it no longer hindered her ability to ride. Several hours later, at the Duke of Chongqing's residence in the capital, which also belonged to the Prime Minister, Yuan Du, Tianjing, and Yao Chong who were present, their faces radiating joy. The second prince, Xiao Yang, was so exhilarated he nearly leaped into the air. Yao Chong who? I owe you a great debt for my coronation the day after tomorrow. I shall reward you handsomely. Your servant thanks your majesty. Even before his coronation, the two had begun to address each other as sovereign and subject, a rather shameless display. Yuan du en du Guxin échangé de glances, realizing that the second prince seemed to be losing his composure. Ahem, Yao Chong who? May I inquire if you are certain your arrow struck that woman? Yao Chong who bristled at the prime minister's doubt regarding his archery skills. Longxing Ho, my prowess lies in archery. This is indisputable. If you doubt me, you may ask Tianjing. He was present. Yuan Du turned to Tianjing, who nodded silently, putting his mind at ease. Instruct everyone to remain vigilant. We must prevent Lung Hongyi and his men from making a desperate move. We must hold steady through tomorrow and the day after. Only when the second prince has paid his respects at the ancestral temple and publicly declared his ascendancy can we relax. Understood. The group swiftly departed, preparing for the Lung family's last-ditch effort. Chapter 49. The news of the Empress's death spreads in the heart of Beiheng. All centers of power converge here. At the hour of the dog, the gates of the grand capital swung wide open. A contingent of soldiers, dragging a cart, swiftly entered the city, led by the solemn and grave General Lung Feng, whose demeanor suggested a significant event had transpired. As expected, within half a stick of incense after their entry, news reached the Longxin Marquis, Yuan Du, and even the Empress Dowager Ji Yu and her sister Ji Qiu in the imperial palace. Ji Qiu, brimming with excitement, hurried to Kuan Ning Palace, her face radiant with an uncontrollable smile. Before even stepping inside, she exclaimed loudly, "Sister, I bring monumental news. That little wretch has finally met her end. It is said that Lung Feng, with a face as dark as morning, has brought her corpse into the city." Yi Epsilonue, seated on a couch with a teacup in hand, cast her sister a disapproving glance. "When will you learn to be more composed? Is this something to shout about? Do you wish for those old fogies to be unaware?" After receiving Ji Yu's scolding, Ji Qiu, with her slender waist twisting, approached and wrapped her arms around Ji Yu's. "Sister, I am merely elated. Yang is almost assured of the throne. Am I not allowed a moment of joy? You are now 30, yet cannot shed your impulsive nature. Until I see Xiao Yang ascend the throne, uncertainties remain. Do not forget, he is not without rivals. The third prince Xiao Ding and the fourth prince Xiao Wan, whom we left as hostages in Daowang. Do they wish to see Xiao Yang as emperor? They are of his age. Why should we fear? In terms of lineage, it is Xiao Yang's turn. Why should Xiao Ding and Xiao Wan hold any claim? That is utterly foolish. Why then did the throne pass directly to that girl, Xiao Ling Shuang, and not to your Xiao Yang? The late emperor deemed him unfit for the crown. Sister, what do we have to fear from Xiao Wan? He is still far away in Daowang. And Xiao Ding? I have heard tales of him making connections with numerous court officials lately. What shall we do, sister? Ji Yu scoffed. So now you are afraid? Go back and inform Xiao Yang to remain calm, especially tomorrow. Tell him to stay put in the palace and not venture out. I shall have a word with Xiao Ding soon. Upon hearing this, Ji Qiu felt a surge of delight, thinking, with her sister's assurance, her son Xiao Yang's ascension was virtually guaranteed. Then I shall take my leave. As Ji Qiu departed, Ji Yu turned to her attendant, Chun Tao. Sumo yu wen du en du guxin. Yes. Just then, Xiao Xian'er bounded into the room. Mother, I wish to go out tomorrow. May I have your permission? Seeing her daughter, Ji Yu felt a headache coming on. Xian'er, you're no longer a child. How about I arrange a marriage for you? The third princely Ji from Da Huang will be arriving soon. Perhaps you can meet him? Ah. Mother, are you so eager to marry me off? If I wed into Da Huang, who will care for you? I refuse. Alas, it is not without reason. Had you been a son, the throne would have been yours. But as a daughter, it is a different tale. Mother, I have no desire to be emperor. I have seen my sister Ling Shuang weep over court matters. The burdens of being emperor are far too great. What if Xiao Yang does not wish to be emperor? What if Ling Shuang returns? Mind your own business. It is best you do not meddle. Very well. Then I shall go out tomorrow. Go ahead, go ahead. Ji Yu thought her daughter was blissfully unaware of the deeper concerns weighing on her heart. Meanwhile, at the residence of Lung Hong Yi, Gu Fei was swiftly apprehended by Lung Feng, who confined the three of them to a small courtyard. They needed Lung Feng's permission even to step outside. This cold family is quite unreasonable. After traversing through blood and turmoil to deliver her, should we not be treated to a feast? Zhang Biao grumbled. Less complaining, Zhang Biao. This is a chance to freshen up. Perhaps someone will come soon. Gu Fei, while voicing his displeasure, felt equally vexed, pondering Lung Ling Shuang's intentions. In the secret chamber of the Lung family, Lung Hong knelt before the Empress, his voice trembling. Your Majesty, I fear the worst for you. Do not be overly formal. Rise, she replied. Had it not been for my good fortune, I would have indeed met a dire fate. You Wen Du, Xiao Yang, and Du Gu Xen harbor treacherous ambitions, persistently pursuing your Majesty and failing repeatedly, a testament to heaven's justice. Indeed, it is a sign of providence. At that moment, Lung Feng interjected, Your Majesty, who exactly is Gu Fei? Why would he willingly risk his life to protect you? Upon hearing this, the Empress's thoughts drifted to Gu Fei's sly yet charming visage. How could she explain this to Lung Feng? Was she to divulge that she had bartered her body for his protection? This thought troubled her greatly. She had initially planned to eliminate Gu Fei upon arriving in the grand capital, ensuring her secret remained concealed. Forget him for now, for the next few days. See to his well-being. He is of great use to me. Do not allow him to leave the capital. Once I deal with Xiao Yang, I will speak with him. Lung Feng, dissatisfied with the response, felt a surge of frustration. What manner of person was Gu Fei, that the Empress intended to converse with him later? Was she to discuss feelings? Lung Feng sensed a growing estrangement between himself and the Empress. Her usual warmth had faded. Determined to uncover the truth, he resolved to confront Gu Fei directly. As he approached the courtyard, he found Gu Fei and his companions freshly attired, engaged in light-hearted banter. Chapter 50. Lung Feng's Fury. Just as Zhang Biao remarked on the dimness of the capital, Lung Feng stormed into the courtyard, his face a mask of fury. He confronted Gu Fei. You are Gu Fei, are you not? Seeing Lung Feng's scowl, Gu Fei could not help but scoff inwardly. This man wore a more menacing expression than even Lung Ling Shuang. Did the general forget his name after hearing it so many times along the road? With a resounding slap, Lung Feng struck the stone table. How dare you speak back to me? Just answer my questions. Do not assume that saving someone grants you leverage. Gu Fei retorted, his tone sharp. Leverage? We do not play such games. Unlike those who are ungrateful, we do not repay kindness with malice. Zhang Biao interjected, nearly provoking Lung Feng to explode. Gu Fei stifled a laugh at Zhang Biao's audacity. The situation was becoming quite amusing. With another thud, Lung Feng slammed his hand on the stone table again. A pair of eyes filled with murderous intent fixed upon Zhang Biao. The expression as if wishing to drag him out and execute him. What do you mean? Are you implying that this general is ungrateful and repays kindness with enmity? A scoff escaped from his lips. Some people are certainly aware of their own hearts. How dare you speak to me like that? Cold Feng, in a fit of indignation, refused to acknowledge the scoundrel Zhang Biao, and instead turned his gaze towards Gu Fei. Tell me, how did you come to know Ling Shuang? Gu Fei thought to himself. What do you mean? Should I confess that I fished her out of the water and performed mouth-to-mouth resuscitation to save her. A faint smile graced his lips. How I came to know Ling Shuang. Did she not tell you? You should ask her, as there are matters that require her consent before I divulge. Since Ling Shuang had abandoned them here, Gu Fei felt no obligation to shoulder any blame. You explain it yourself. Cold Feng had not anticipated that this fellow would be even more despicable than Zhang Biao, actually using the Empress to evade the issue. Most infuriating was that he dared to call her Ling Shuang. This was intolerable. Gu Fei, I warn you, the name Ling Shuang is not one you are worthy to utter. How I utter it is of no concern to you. I have probably said it thousands of times along the way. Cold Feng stood up abruptly. If you do not appreciate my goodwill, do not blame me for being merciless. Gu Fei remained unmoved, as Zhang Biao had already approached him. What? Is General Cold determined to confirm his reputation as a thankless ingrate? If it weren't for your residence, I would have beaten you to the ground for being a treacherous little man. Upon hearing Zhang Biao's words, the pent-up fury within Cold Feng erupted like a volcano. You think you are worthy to contend with this general? Zhang Biao had long found him displeasing. Whether you are worthy to fight is already evident. I have yet to express my disdain for your inadequacy, just a mere guerrilla general, perhaps only elevated by the shadows of your forebears. Zhang Biao believed that the three of them now stood on moral high ground, convinced that the Cold family would not dare to lose face. Let the battle commence. I shall provoke you at every turn, seeking the opportunity to thrash you thoroughly. Zhang Biao's words were akin to tossing a torch into a powder keg, igniting Cold Feng's fury. He loathed being accused of relying on his father for status, feeling it was not merely an insult, but a flagrant humiliation. Without warning, a fist flew toward Zhang Biao. Anticipating the treachery, Zhang Biao was ready. As soon as he saw Cold Feng's arm move, he knew the scoundrel was about to strike. They exchanged blows, and Zhang Biao staggered back 2 steps to regain his balance, while Cold Feng retreated 3. Is this the skill you possess, yet you dare to shout here? Today, let Zhang Biao teach you a lesson. The mockery in Zhang Biao's tone nearly drove Cold Feng to the brink of madness. Meanwhile, Gu Fei remained seated, fully aware that Cold Feng was no match for Zhang Biao. He did not intervene, but instead sipped his tea, crossing his legs, as if awaiting an entertaining spectacle. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I must have been careless. The two clashed once more, fists flying, figures darting. Zhang Biao's hand-to-hand combat skills were personally instructed by Gu Fei. Within mere moments, Cold Feng had been knocked down several times. At that moment, a young girl appeared outside the courtyard, Cold Hongyi's daughter, Cold Aoshua, having just entered from the front hall. She heard the sound of a brawl. Upon seeing her brother Cold Feng engaged in combat with a stranger, she rushed in, pushing past the guards. Stop this at once. But the two were too absorbed in their fight. Having already suffered a setback, Cold Feng was not about to relent. Cold Aoshua shot a glare at Gu Fei, who was leisurely sipping tea. Why don't you intervene? Gu Fei, surprised by the beauty of this girl from the Cold family, chuckled. Intervene? Someone needs to be taught a lesson. Just as he spoke, Cold Feng received another punch from Zhang Biao. Seeing her brother in distress ignited Cold Aoshua's fury. I command you to stop. Do you hear me? Zhang Biao, reveling in the spectacle, amplified the commotion. Today, I shall bring disgrace upon your ungrateful family. Cold Feng, rendered speechless, found himself in a dire predicament, knowing that admitting defeat would only provide fodder for mockery from the trio. Yet he also realized that continuing the fight would result in further punishment, as this opponent's techniques were exceedingly peculiar, rendering him unable to grasp the pattern. Adding to his humiliation, another bystander, Zhang Yong, remarked, at this level, even I could defeat you. Cold Feng nearly spat blood in frustration. Just as he was on the verge of losing consciousness, a commanding voice rang out. Cease this at once. Without needing to look up, Gu Fei recognized the voice belonged to Cold Ling Shuang. Zhang Biao, stop. If you injure him, we shall not escape unscathed today. As he spoke, he gently placed his teacup upon the stone bench. The Empress Xiao Ling Shuang entered alongside Cold Hongyi, her expression icy. Upon seeing Cold Feng's battered state, she gasped in shock, fully aware of his martial prowess, yet astonished that he had succumbed to Zhang Biao. What is happening here? Gu Fei rose. General Cold entered the courtyard, claiming we sought to repay kindness with malice. Zhang Biao merely countered with the accusation of ingratitude, and thus the fight ensued. General Cold, did I embellish even a single detail? I even omitted mentioning that we are unworthy to engage with him. Silence. The Empress's aura had transformed dramatically. She had never expected Cold Phone to be so petty. Although Gu Fei spoke candidly, he had laid bare the circumstances. She silently scoffed, knowing this man would never concede defeat. Observing Cold Feng's silence, she realized Gu Fei's words must bear truth. Alas, I still require Cold Hongyi's assistance to secure my throne and cannot criticize Cold Feng too harshly. Frustration brewed within Xiao Ling Shuang. Fenger, how could you act so recklessly? Cold Hongyi, witnessing his son in such a wretched state, felt his own dignity crumbling. After all, I am from a military family. What a disgrace. Chapter 51. Gu Fei's disillusionment. Gu Fei met Cold Hongyi for the first time. In his 40s, he was in the prime of life, exuding an air of stability paired with latent strength. His resolute features and penetrating gaze suggested a wisdom that could see through the hearts of men. However, upon witnessing his son's dismal condition, his internal fury simmered, though he maintained a watchful gaze upon Gu Fei and the others. The Empress had not even informed him of Gu Fei's identity, and yet his son had the audacity to provoke them. How foolish. Now, it seemed that Fenger's actions might offend the Empress and reveal his impetuous nature. With this realization, he approached them. I am Cold Hongyi, Duke of Jilu. I thank you, noble warriors, for your escort along the way. My son, in his youthful arrogance, has offended you 3 esteemed guests, and I sincerely apologize on his behalf. He bowed slightly, a rare gesture for one of noble rank. It was indeed uncommon for a duke to extend such an apology after an altercation. Given the circumstances, the Cold family could no longer remain there. Smiled and said to the Marquis, please do not take offense. We are all young and occasionally have matters of sentiment to discuss, which is harmless. Let's consider it a friendly exchange. He then turned to Lung Ling Shuang and remarked, I have safely delivered you to the Lung family, and I hope you will honor your previous promises. It is rather inconvenient for the 3 of us to stay in the Marquis's residence. Let us find an inn on the street to settle in for the time being. I will wait for you at the inn for 3 days. After that, we shall return. If you choose not to fulfill your promise, you need not come at all. The promises of 100,000 taels of silver and a marriage proposal seemed futile now that they were at the Lung family, leaving him with only his primary objective, to secure official recognition for Shangyuan City. If that could not be granted, it mattered little. He could simply declare himself. When the time came, his association with Beiheng would cease to exist. The Biaozi, the Yong, gather your belongings and let us depart. Having said this, Gu Fei paid no mind to those present and led the way out. The actions of the Lung family left him disheartened, but what pained him more was Lung Ling Shuang. At that moment, she seemed like a different person, an unapproachable figure enveloped in an aura of profound strangeness. You, the Empress Xiao Ling Shuang, watched as Gu Fei walked away without a backward glance, her pale face uttering a singular word. At that moment, it felt as if a piece of her heart was missing, leaving her with an uncomfortable ache. Once Gu Fei exited the small courtyard, Xiao Ling Shuang cast a harsh glance at Lung Feng. Then, with a flick of her sleeve, she departed. Remaining behind, Lung Hongyi slapped Lung Feng across the face. Fool. At a time like this, you are still jealous. It's one thing to be jealous, but to be humiliated in your own home. How do you expect Her Majesty to view you? Father, I just can't stand that, Gu Fei. Lung Feng protested. You dare speak. Lung Hongyi raised his hand again. I realized my mistake. Lung Feng quickly admitted. Only then did Lung Hongyi snort in response, his expression fluctuating as he followed the Empress's footsteps. Seeing her father leave, Lung Aoshue approached Lung Feng and asked, Brother, does it hurt? Of course it hurts. My face is swollen. Hurry and fetch some medicine for bruises. Lung Feng's eyes flickered with overwhelming fury. Gu Fei, just wait. You think you can escape my wrath just because you are in my home? Staying in only provides me with an opportunity. By the end, Lung Feng's face contorted with anger, startling Lung Aoshue. Brother, you should calm down for a few days. Father just seemed very angry, and he has forbidden me from going out. Otherwise, I could ask Yuan Bing for help. Mentioning Yuan Bing made Lung Feng grit his teeth. But suddenly a thought struck him. Aoshue, if you truly wish to help me take revenge, it is not impossible. You cannot go out, but you can send the servants to inform Yuan Bing. Oh, dear brother, how clever of you. I can't believe I forgot about that. Yes, I won't go out, but I can have Xiao Dai find Yuan Bing. Rest assured, if you cannot act, then leave it to your sister to help you take revenge. At this moment, Lung Feng was desperate. He knew that Yuan Bing had been entangled with Lung Aoshue. If Yuan Bing were to act, no one would suspect him. The two were utterly unrelated. With this thought, Lung Feng sneered. Even as pain throbbed on his face, he envisioned Gu Fei being beaten to a pulp by Yuan Bing. Dare to challenge me, Lung Feng? I will make you regret ever crossing me. Meanwhile, Gu Fei and his companions stepped out of the Lung residence, scanning their surroundings. Pondering where to find Nin, though he had not disclosed to Lung Ling Shuang where he would be staying, the Lung family's resources would surely track him down. Zhang Biao spat at the entrance of the Lung family home, provoking a guard who nearly charged at him. Finally out, the entire Lung family is nothing but scoundrels. Master, where shall we go now? Gu Fei replied, Naturally, we shall seek a tavern for a hearty meal, then find a decent inn for a restful night. And if Miss Lung does not come to find us in 3 days, then we shall return home. Though Gu Fei spoke lightly, he felt anything but at ease. After all, Lung Ling Shuang had shared an intimate connection with him, and they had spent several nights together. If she did not arrive after 3 days, it would confirm her utter indifference. He would have no reason to linger, and he would expunge her from his memory. Why should he continue to seek her favor? Returning to Shangyuan City as a carefree county magistrate, he could enjoy the company of Yi Amlin and Zhang Yao instead. Fortunately, the three of them had bathed and changed into fresh clothing during their time at the Lung residence. Otherwise, the sight of Zhang Biao and Zhang Yong, covered in blood, would surely draw the attention of the authorities. Gu Fei led the vengeful Zhang Biao and Zhang Yong into a large tavern named Lai Fu. Before they even reached the entrance, a server greeted them. 3 esteemed guests, would you like to stay here or dine? Zhang Biao boomed, we want both. Bring us your finest dishes and arrange for 2 top-quality rooms. Chapter 52. The Country Bumpkin. Disdained by this time, most patrons had already finished their evening meals, so the dishes arrived swiftly. Although Zhang Biao had requested the best food, Lai Fu Tavern only provided them with 3 vegetable dishes and 3 meat dishes. A total of 6 large bowls. Observing the meager offerings, Zhang Biao furrowed his brow. Disregarding the vegetable dishes, 2 of the meat dishes are fish and shrimp, and the last is some unknown meat. He quickly grabbed the server. Hey, did I not ask for the best dishes? What is this rubbish? The server chuckled bitterly. Esteemed guest, please bear with it. In a little while, we may not even have this to eat. Zhang Biao stared in disbelief. What on earth are you saying? Esteemed guests, you may not be aware. Winter is approaching, and the time to submit our annual tribute to the Dawaguo is near. How can we afford to bring out all the good food? If the emissaries from Dawaguo discover we are feasting, they will surely demand an increase in tribute. Our Beiheng might have to tighten its belt for the new year. Gu Fei, having spent so many years here, was hearing about Dawaguo for the first time. This meant that Beiheng was merely a vassal state. This was utterly absurd. No wonder things were so chaotic. He felt a sense of déjà vu, reminiscent of the rural folk of his past life. It had been a century since the Qing dynasty fell, yet people in the mountains still dressed in Qing attire. And even Ming attire. How isolated could they be? Seeing the astonished expressions on the 3 of them, the server could not help but ask, You 3 must be country folk? Country folk? How dare you? Zhang Biao nearly slapped the server across the face. Bring me the wine. Reluctantly, the server went to fetch the wine, while Gu Fei contemplated where Dawaguo might be, feeling slighted by the server's disdain. Even if he had questions, he could not pose them to this boy, for what could a mere server possibly know? As Zhang Biao watched the server leave, he muttered, I, Zhang Biao, have lived this long and never heard of a country called Dawaguo. Gu Fei let out a bitter laugh and said, Damn it, it's not just you. This is my first time too. We truly have been like frogs at the bottom of a well. I know this world is vast, but I never expected that Beiheng is merely a vassal state. Reflecting on this, Gu Fei felt a surge of displeasure, akin to being trampled upon, with grievances unuttered. Once the waiter brought the wine, the three immediately began to eat. They had scarcely eaten all day and, after a series of intense battles, were close to starving. In no time, half of the dishes on the table had been consumed, prompting the waiter, who was lurking in the corner, to cast a disdainful glance. They were clearly country bumpkins. If it weren't for the fact that Gu Fei and his companions had reserved 2 decent rooms, he would have demanded payment, fearing they might dine and dash. Just as Gu Fei and his companions were nearing the end of their meal, a new group of 4 entered, cursing as they did. "Damn it, we've been exhausted by Prime Minister Yuan's orders. In such a short time, we had to summon all the noble families to attend the second prince's enthronement ceremony. Our legs are about to break." Suddenly, one of them whispered, "Did you hear what they said at the city gate? The Empress is confirmed dead. Now the second prince can rest easy." "Shoo, are you trying to get us killed? Keep your voice down." Yet, the man grew louder. "What do we have to fear now? Soon, Prime Minister Yuan will hold all the power. Who in Beiheng would dare provoke us? Hey, you at the next table, do you dare to provoke us?" Zhang Biao quickly feigned a pitiful expression. "You guys are impressive." "We wouldn't dare." The man scoffed inwardly, thinking if not in the capital, he could easily send them flying 10 paces with a single slap. He was filled with disdain for the people of the capital. They all seemed to enjoy putting on airs, including the waiter, since these ruffians were unafraid to speak. Gu Fei seized the opportunity to inquire, "Gentlemen, did you just say the Empress has passed? Is that true?" Taken aback by the abrupt question, the group stiffened. "Mind your own business and eat your meal." These crafty fellows were rather shrewd. If they wouldn't divulge information, so be it. However, the news they brought was dreadful. With the Empress dead, any hope of gaining official recognition in Shangyuan City was dashed. Had he escorted the young lady, Xiao Ling Shuang, for nothing? All the danger and effort seemed wasted. Sighing, he recalled the exquisite figure of Xiao Ling Shuang and found slight solace in that thought. Having received no useful information, Gu Fei downed his drink and called for the bill. When he slapped a 100-tael silver note into the waiter's hands, the latter stared in disbelief, akin to someone in the future presenting $1 million for a simple fried rice. What the hell? These 3 are actually affluent country folk. The waiter was flustered. Zhang Biao chuckled. "Include 3 days of meals and lodging, and then bring the change to our room." "Of course, gentlemen." The waiter finally put away his condescending demeanor and hurried to find the manager. That single silver note was worth more than he could earn in 10 years. The others at the neighboring table were equally astonished. He had just casually spent 100 taels, while their annual salary was merely 20 to 30 taels. A few glances exchanged between them, and they seemed to understand one another's intent. Yes, they were preparing to concoct an excuse to rob Gu Fei and his companions. One of them, with a tacit understanding, stood up and approached Zhang Biao, placing a hand on his shoulder. "Brother, you look unfamiliar. Since you're so wealthy, could you treat us to some fun at the Baiwa Tower?" Zhang Biao brushed his hand away. "We don't have time for that. Time isn't an issue. Just cough up some of the silver you have." Zhang Biao was about to angrily tell him to scram when he noticed Gu Fei smiling and standing up. "Since my brothers wish to visit Baiwa Tower, we might as well join the revelry." Upon hearing Gu Fei's words, Zhang Biao's eyes lit up. He thought to himself, when had their master ever faced a loss? Chapter 53. Let me kick this scoundrel to death. The 4 ruffians were elated to hear Gu Fei wanted to take them to Baiwa Tower. Here, they wouldn't dare to rob them openly, but once they were in the dark alley, it would be their domain. Initially, they lacked the courage to commit robbery. But with the impending chaos in the capital, who would care about such trifles? Thus, both parties, each with their own ulterior motives, lured one another into a secluded alley. Zhang Biao and Zhang Yong were overjoyed to find themselves in the alley with these ruffians. Particularly, the scoundrel feigned fear. "Wait, aren't you taking us to Baiwa Tower? This doesn't seem right." As the 4 turned around, their true intentions revealed themselves. "Look at you brutes, not so dull after all. This isn't Baiwa Tower. If anyone is going, it will be us 4. You can forget about it. You're not taking the path of the Buddha, kid. Hand over all your silver notes, and we might just let you 3 leave alive," one of them growled menacingly. Zhang Biao crossed his arms, feigning fear. "Ah, so you're robbers. I'm so scared." "Good, you should be," they replied, excitement in their voices. They had seen Zhang Biao pay the bill and knew he had a thick stack of silver notes, probably over 1,000 taels. Zhang Biao, observing their arrogance, nearly choked on laughter. Then, his expression darkened. Indeed, I am afraid. But shouldn't it be you who should be scared? Turning to Gu Fei, he asked, should we stretch our muscles? Gu Fei, irritated by Xiao Ling Shuang's earlier frustrations, was eager to vent his anger on these four hapless fools. In the darkness, Gu Fei revealed a charming smile. Zhang Yong, your arm is injured, so don't bother. With that, he and Zhang Biao simultaneously swung their fists at the most obnoxious one. The alley was soon filled with the sounds of punches and kicks, accompanied by cries of anguish. About 10 minutes later, Gu Fei, satisfied, led Zhang Biao and Zhang Yong back to the Laifu Tavern, leaving behind 4 still warm corpses in the alley. Had they not been minions of Yuan Du, Gu Fei might have spared them. They were the ones responsible for the Empress's death, ruining his plans. Thus, they were destined to perish. From these 4, he learned that the Empress was indeed dead and seemingly murdered outside the palace, leaving Gu Fei speechless. Returning to Laifu Tavern, he buried his head in sleep, knowing he would wait for Xiao Ling Shuang for 3 days. If she hadn't sought him out by then, he would leave without hesitation. As the 3 drifted into a deep slumber, the capital was already abuzz with turmoil and danger. That very night, Yuan Du and Lung Hongyi had orchestrated the deaths of several individuals. By the time the sun approached noon the following day, Gu Fei awoke quietly, utterly exhausted from the continuous journey. After the 3 had their lunch, they prepared to stroll through the streets. Having come this far, it would be a shame not to explore. Moreover, they had promised to buy gifts for Yi Anlin and Zhang Yao. As they stepped out of the tavern, they had only taken a few paces when a group of fierce individuals armed with clubs stormed into the tavern, shouting, "Innkeeper, are there 3 guests residing here? One of whom is named Gu Fei?" Upon hearing this, Gu Fei's pupils constricted. The intent behind their words was unmistakable. It was highly likely that they were sent by the Lung family, either Lung Feng or Lung Hongyi. No matter how malicious Xiao Ling Shuang might be, she shouldn't resort to such tactics. "My lord," Zhang Biao murmured beside him. Gu Fei shushed him. "Let them search. We shall change inns. Within 3 days." It was best to evade trouble. He wished to leave the capital with dignity. If Xiao Ling Shuang arrived after 3 days, and hostilities had already escalated, it would only bring further complications to both parties. Thus, these 3 days would serve as a leisurely escape in the capital. A group of exuberant individuals rushed up to the 2nd floor of the inn, while Gu Fei chuckled, "Come, I have discovered some delightful places to enjoy." "What have you found, my lord?" Zhang Biao inquired. "Naturally, it is the Baiwa Tower. There, one can drink, revel, and even find companionship for the night." "How splendid! Let us go," Zhang Biao exclaimed, overjoyed. However, he suddenly recalled his younger sister, Zhang Yao. "My lord, shall we simply drink and not seek the company of women? If Zhang Yao finds out, I fear she might be furious." Gu Fei raised an eyebrow. "Then simply do not seek them." "My lord, it's not that I wish for you to find them," Zhang Biao replied, somewhat sheepishly. "You scoundrel. If none of us mention it, who would know?" Gu Fei kicked him playfully. This fellow always had designs on marrying his younger sister. "My lord, I do this for your own good. Imagine if you and my sister were to have children, and they learned that their uncle and father frequented such places. How dreadful! Zhang Yong, catch this scoundrel and let me deal with him." Gu Fei laughed heartily, amused that this rascal aspired to be his brother-in-law. "My lord, I believe Brother Biao has a point. Perhaps we should refrain from seeking women." Zhang Yong, usually dull-witted, even mustered the courage to oppose the idea of seeking women, further aggravating Gu Fei. "Fine, if you insist, then you shall wait at the door while I enter alone." "My lord, that cannot do. What if a woman harasses you? You need someone to ensure your safety." Zhang Biao shamelessly rejected Gu Fei's suggestion. "Zhang Yong, keep your mouth shut when you return. Don't spill everything to your sister at the slightest scare." "Brother Biao, shouldn't you be more concerned for your own safety? Look at you 2 fools, doubting yourselves. Off with you quickly." Gu Fei found this hilariously entertaining. Even before entering, these 2 had begun to bicker like dogs. Was Zhang Yao truly that fearsome? Gu Fei did not think so. However, He missed the boldness of Yi Yanlin, who dared to confront him even when she knew she couldn't win. He found himself strangely yearning for both of them. Baiwa Tower, while not the most prestigious establishment in the capital, was situated by a lake, offering a serene and elegant atmosphere, convenient for discreet encounters. The main building, a 3-story wooden structure, was complemented by a garden and rockeries, encircled by 2 layers of lower buildings. As Gu Fei, accompanied by Zhang Biao and Zhang Yong, arrived, they were immediately drawn inside by a throng of lively women. Facing the enthusiastic reception of the ladies, Zhang Biao turned to Gu Fei. "Innkeeper, I didn't wish to enter." Simultaneously, Xiao Xianer, the daughter of Empress Xiao, disguised herself and snuck in with a maid. "Princess, if the Empress finds out we are here, it would be catastrophic. What are you afraid of? We are merely here to observe, not to engage in wrongdoing. I simply wish to understand why men are so drawn to such places. But Princess, we should not choose this location." The maid, disguised as a boy, nearly shrieked as a striking woman pinched her cheek. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Xianer dashed into the bustling hall, thinking it unwise to venture to the Piaomiao Pavilion, where she might encounter someone from the palace. If recognized, she would surely face severe consequences, likely a 3-month house arrest from her mother. The hall was now teeming with patrons, the atmosphere vibrant and boisterous. The Baiwa Tower was officially in full swing, ready to entertain until the midnight hour, with overnight guests being a different matter altogether. At this moment, Zhang Biao and Gu Fei were ushered into a private room on the 2nd floor by 3 charming women of considerable allure. The location was superb, with a balcony overlooking the stage where performers dazzled below. To their right lay the room of Lu Monru, the star attraction of Baiwa Tower. Gu Fei generously arranged for a woman for both Zhang Biao and Zhang Yong, as the women of Baiwa Tower relied on such company for their livelihood. Gu Fei intended to treat them well, ensuring they felt the warmth of the city of Shangyuan. With a population of 70 to 80,000, Shangyuan did not possess such establishments, as everyone was occupied with work, and those who did not work were not permitted to remain. Thus, Zhang Biao's excitement at the prospect of visiting was palpable. The 3 women attending to Gu Fei were named Xiao Taoong, Sai Xia, and Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu was tasked with keeping Gu Fei company over drinks, while Xiao Taoong accompanied Zhang Biao. Among them, Xiao Yu possessed the most captivating demeanor. Though youthful, they were seasoned in the art of seduction, and after a drink or 2, they began to grow bolder in their advances toward Gu Fei and his companions. Gu Fei and his friend were not the type to shy away from such attention. Rather, they preferred a more subtle approach. "Xiao Yu, for today, simply enjoy our conversation and drinks." Gu Fei gently removed her hand from his thigh. "Is it that you find Xiao Yu lacking, and thus do not wish for intimacy?" Xiao Yu, thinking Gu Fei dissatisfied, paled at the thought of displeasing a customer, fearing retribution from her madam. Yet, upon noticing Gu Fei's handsome visage, she felt even if no payment were offered, she would gladly offer her company. "Not all. Come, let us pour some drinks." Seeing Gu Fei's lack of displeasure, Xiao Yu's anxiety began to dissipate. Gu Fei glanced at Zhang Biao and Zhang Yong, noting their eagerness. He chuckled. "You too. If your desires are overwhelming, take them away." Zhang Biao grinned. "As for the payment, you need only settle the bill. Be off with you." Zhang Biao and Zhang Yong promptly led Xiao Taoong away to the back courtyard. While Shangyuan lacked such establishments, neighboring Shanqing had several, and Zhang Biao and his friends would sneak away for a visit once or twice a year. After all, they were adults without wives, and in their youth, they needed an outlet for their vigor. Thus, Gu Fei, aware of their escapades, chose to turn a blind eye, as long as they remained healthy. Xiao Yu watched Zhang Biao and Zhang Yong depart with a sense of envy, regretting her choice to accompany Gu Fei. "Xiao Yu, as long as you keep me entertained with good drinks, you will not receive less than they do." "Ah, truly? Then I must thank you, Gu Gongzi." Though they could not advance further, enjoying Gu Fei's company was still delightful, and with only the 2 of them in the room, Xiao Yu's confidence grew. She nearly pressed herself against him, and with Zhang Biao and Zhang Yong absent, Gu Fei relaxed a bit. No one is as virtuous as Lu Xiaohui. It is a normal reaction for a man to act like Dong Yong, who steals garments. "Gu Lang, allow me to pour you a drink." Just as Xiao Yu leaned upon Gu Fei, tilting the wine into his mouth. The door was abruptly pushed open. Xiao Xian, accompanied by a young maid, burst in. Her gaze immediately fell upon Xiao Yu nestled in Gu Fei's embrace, and her cheeks flushed slightly as she hurriedly exclaimed, "I apologize. I apologize. We are in a bit of a predicament and need to hide for a moment." Gu Fei quickly discerned that these two fair and delicate youths were girls in disguise. "Ah, which young lady is this? Sneaking a visit to the brothel? Quite intriguing." With Zhang Biao gone, the atmosphere had turned dull. "No need for concern. Do have a seat." Xiao Yu poured wine for the two. Xiao Xian waved her hands in protest. "No, I cannot drink." Gu Fei, amused, replied, "Yet you dare to wander into a brothel without the ability to drink? How curious." His eyes sparkled with playful mockery. These two girls were indeed striking, particularly one with an extraordinary poise, fair skin, and a captivating beauty, her lips a vivid red against white teeth, her large eyes brimming with vivacity, and her proud form beginning to take shape. It seemed they were oblivious to their failed disguise. Even Xiao Yu stifled a laugh, knowing that Gu Fei had certainly noticed. "Gulang, please do not tease these young ladies," Xiao Yu chuckled. Hearing her words, Gu Fei burst into laughter. "Pray tell, how is it that two young ladies find themselves in such a place?" Xiao Xian and her maid Chun Yin looked at each other, disbelief etched on their faces. "Ah, so you have seen through her disguise?" Gu Fei's eyes sparkled with amusement as he chuckled. "How could I not?" Chun Yin, feeling the weight of embarrassment, stammered, "But I thought I looked quite masculine." Xiao Xian felt a profound sense of shame. "This is utterly humiliating. Woe is me. You must not laugh at me, or I shall bite. No, I will slay you." Gu Fei had never encountered a young lady so endearingly naive. "With such demeanor, you must be of a noble lineage. Given that your ruse has been discovered, do not fret. Do you plan to return here?" "Indeed, I, shall not return again. What is there to fear?" Xiao Xian considered Gu Fei's words to be quite astute, casting him a lingering glance, surprised by his good looks. May we linger here a while longer?" Gu Fei inquired. "Why is that?" Xiao Xian, her face flushed with embarrassment, replied, "Because my cousins are downstairs." Chapter 55. This young master paints the best in the world. Observing the whimsical Xiao Xian, Gu Fei smiled. "Ah, so you are concerned about being seen by acquaintances. Then please, let us sit until they depart," she said. I can sit, but I shall not drink with you." Xian regardet Gu Fei varidi. "I am aware of your schemes to intoxicate me and then take advantage. How astute you are." He retorted playfully, "Do not flatter yourself. We are not familiar enough for me to extend such an invitation." As if on cue, a voice from downstairs called out, "Everyone keep it down. We have the esteemed Lu Monru to grace us with a melodious tune." A gentle voice followed. "Tonight, I present to you Breezes by the Willow Bank, and I hope the gentlemen will offer their critiques afterward." Before long, the melodious sounds of guqin, xiao, sheng, and flute wafted through the air, enchanting all who listened. Gu Fei had never encountered this particular piece, yet the harmonious blend of instruments was undeniably delightful. As the prelude concluded, Lu Monru began to sing. The breezes by the willow bank caress the face. The rippling waves reflect the clear sky. The distant mountains veil in mist. A lingering melody entwines the heart. It must be said that Lu Monru's voice was exceptionally sweet. In a later age, she would surely have been a top-tier singing star. Her voice was unique, clear, and resonant. As her song ended, applause erupted around them. Gu Fei turned to see Xiao Xian gazing dreamily out the window, clearly moved by the performance. "Lu Monru possesses quite the talent," Gu Fei remarked softly. Xiao Xian returned her gaze to him, a smile gracing her lips. Indeed, to hear such beautiful melodies amidst this den of vice is truly rare. "Ah, you seem quite young, yet articulate," she teased, her pride swelling as she straightened her posture. "Naturally, consider how many esteemed individuals have instructed me." Suddenly, she fell silent, fearing further revelations might expose her ruse. Little did she know, Gu Fei was unfazed, which made her feel somewhat mocked. "Pray tell, what is your name, little girl?" Gu Fei inquired. "Xiao Xian," she replied, "but you may call me Xian." "Ah, a lovely name, imbued with the essence of immortality. How intriguing." Indeed, it is quite pleasant. Xiao Xian air beamed, her head tilting playfully, a smile gracing her lips. Why should I divulge it? You may simply call me Xian air. Gu Fei's lips curled into a slight smile, a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. A delightful name indeed. Surely it carries a story. Xiao Xian Elaukit. Her eyes sparkling. Oh, it is quite lovely. I heard that on the day I was born, a wandering monk passed my home. Upon seeing me, he declared that I was destined for greatness. Hence he named me Xian air, signifying I would possess an extraordinary aura and fate. How quaint. Do you truly believe the words of an old monk? Gu Fei teased. What hobbies do you indulge in, Xian air? She paused, then chuckled. Oh, I enjoy wandering about, observing the lively scenes, and occasionally dabbling in painting, though my works are rather unremarkable. Oh, you paint? How intriguing. Gu Fei expressed skepticism. Xiao Xian scoffed. Do you doubt my abilities? I assure you, my art has been praised by my teacher as a rare talent in the northern Hung region. Is that so? Coincidentally, I too am an artist. My teacher claims my work is unparalleled. Gu Fei mused that although Xiao Xian air appeared naive, visiting her home might provide a delightful reprieve from the subpar fare of inns and taverns, which had begun to skimp on quality. Having ventured to this grand city, he lamented the absence of a delectable meal. He had expected Xiao Xian air to be awestruck and plead for his guidance, leading naturally to a lavish banquet at her estate. Instead, silence ensued, only to be broken by a chorus of mocking voices from next door. Goodness, in this day and age, how audacious for someone to boast of being the best painter in the world. Lu Dejia, do you not find it amusing? I have gathered this ancient score from elsewhere, hoping you will find joy in it. Ah, young Master Ji, where did you acquire this ancient score? It is truly splendid. Upon hearing this, Xiao Xianer instinctively recoiled. It was her cousin's voice. Oh, who would have imagined that there was a sycophant next door, ardently fawning over a woman? Xiao Xianer nearly burst into laughter at Gu Fei's words. Had it not been for the fact that her cousin was next door, she would have laughed heartily. She was utterly astonished that Gu Fei could utter such a remarkable phrase. His voice was not particularly quiet, prompting laughter from those in the neighboring room. One of them pointed at Ji Yuan and burst into laughter. Ji Yuan, someone has called you a sycophant. Ha, what a novel term. However, I must say it suits you perfectly. Upon hearing the mocking laughter from next door, Gu Fei thought, well, there are quite a few people here. It seems they are all jealous. Wang Qing, are you seeking your own demise? How dare you insult me? Ji Yuan's eyes blazed with fury. To be publicly labeled a sycophant was infuriating, and even Ji Yuan had to admit the term was rather apartment. However, the one who spoke such words was truly despicable. They had struck his face in front of so many people. Could he endure this? That scoundrel next door, did you not claim to be the world's greatest painter? If you have the audacity, come and paint before everyone. You think I would paint on command? That would be utterly humiliating. Fortunately, Ji Yuan had a good upbringing and did not wish to lose face in front of the beautiful lady. He suppressed his anger and spat out. You little brat next door, do not provoke me further. Do you want me to come over and drag you here to paint? Gu Fei replied with a grin. If you have the guts, then do come. Xiao Xianer was instantly terrified at the thought of him coming over. Please, do not let him come. Gu Fei raised an eyebrow and looked at Xiao Xianer. Since you do not wish for him to come, why not help me paint a picture here? Xiao Xianer wrinkled her nose. This trouble is yours. Why should I bear the burden? No way. Oh, since you refuse to assist me, I shall summon them over. You. Fine, you leave me no choice. If it comes to that, we shall all share the same fate. Xiao Xianer stammiert in frustration. Suddenly, she pinched her nose and shouted to the neighboring room. Young Master Ji Yuan, our young master says he will personally paint a portrait for Lu Dejia. You should hurry and prepare the ink and brush. My young master's artwork is worth a fortune. Gu Fei exclaimed, what a bold little girl. Ready to burn the boats behind her. Chapter 56. The annoying guy named Gu Fei, upon hearing Xiao Xianer's words, Ji Yuan, Lu Monru, and the others were taken aback, astonished that the lad next door truly dared to embarrass himself. It was truly unbelievable. Lu Monru glanced at her maid. Xiao Huan, go prepare the ink and brush. She was eager to see if this fellow was indeed as boastful as he claimed. However, She had never seen someone visit a brothel accompanied by a maid. This person was truly peculiar. Not only was she curious about the painting, but she also wanted to see what kind of guest resided next door, who could conjure such novel and quirky terms. Lu Monru was certain that the term sycophant would soon become renowned throughout the land. Before long, Xiao Huan had prepared the ink and brush, along with the table. Lu Monru glanced over at the neighboring room and said, "Young master, you may come over now. We have prepared the ink and brush for you." In the room, Gu Fei chuckled, "Siener, since you have put me in this predicament, you shall act as my maid for the time being." Xiao Siener protested, "I cannot go. If my cousin finds out, I am finished. I beg you spare me." Gu Fei rummaged through Zhang Biao's bag for quite some time before finally retrieving a half-broken charcoal stick. He thought to himself how fortunate it was that this scoundrel had a pencil. Otherwise, it would have been troublesome. Xiao Siener watched as Gu Fei produced a stick no thicker than a pinky finger, looking perplexed. "What do you need that half-stick of wood for?" "Huh? You do not know? This is my paintbrush," Gu Fei said confidently regarding his figure-drawing skills. Xiao Siener looked at him as if he were foolish. "Why not just say your finger is your paintbrush? You truly have no talent for drawing. If you are not careful, my cousin will beat you up." Xiao Siener wore a look of glee, as if anticipating the outcome. "My artistic abilities are such that even the greatest painter of our time would kneel in reverence before me. In my previous life, I had acquired many artistic skills in a certain mysterious Eastern nation, mastering singing, dancing, painting, and playing music, among others. Especially, figure drawing was an essential skill." "Are you really not going with me?" Xiao Siener shook her head vigorously. "No way. Not going, not going." "Fine, just do not regret it." Gu Fei took the charcoal stick and exited the room, eager to discover what Lu Monru truly looked like that attracted such a throng of sycophants. The private room was right next door, and Gu Fei arrived in the grand private room within mere seconds. When Lu Monru, Ji Yuan, and Wang Qing saw the tall and robust Gu Fei approaching, their expressions momentarily froze. With every step Gu Fei took, he radiated overwhelming confidence. "I am Gu Fei. Pleased to meet you all." Gu Fei greeted them with a bow, exuding an impressive aura. "So this annoying fellow is named Gu Fei," Xiao Siener muttered softly. Ji Yuan cast a somewhat unfriendly glance at Gu Fei. He was the one who had just called himself a sycophant. Damn, if it weren't for his impressive stature, I would definitely make him pay. Ji Yuan thought to himself, calculating that if they were to engage in a confrontation, he and his servant might not be Gu Fei's match. He felt relieved for not having recklessly charged into the neighboring room earlier. If you can create a painting that pleases everyone, especially Lu Dejia, I may consider letting go of the humiliation you just inflicted upon me. At this moment, Gu Fei carefully examined Lu Monru, realizing that this woman bore a striking resemblance to the Hong Kong and Taiwan star Zhou H. Min, especially with her pair of expressive eyes, resembling pools of autumn water gazing back at him. "Young Master Gu, the ink and brush are prepared for you. Do let me witness your painting skills." Gu Fei glanced at the yellowed rough paper on the desk and nodded. Then he addressed Lu Monru. "Today, I shall create your portrait within the span of a single incense stick." "What? You wish to paint a portrait of me?" Lu Monru looked at Gu Fei in surprise. She had expected him to either paint a landscape or some flowers and birds. She had never experienced anyone wanting to paint her portrait, and she was filled with joy. Beside her, Ji Yuan saw Lu Monru's excitement and thought, "Oh no, this fellow can flatter even better than I can. Had I known she adored portraits so much, I could have painted one myself instead of spending a fortune on that wretched ancient score." Ji Yuan was furious enough to stomp his feet. However, he was prepared. If Gu Fei's painting did not measure up to his own, he could always present one of his own works. Suddenly, Ji Yuan seemed to recall something. "Wait. This fellow mentioned he would complete the painting within the span of a single incense stick. Is that even possible?" He felt he had grasped a perfect opportunity to humiliate Gu Fei. With this in mind, a smug expression crept onto his face. "Gu Fei, I believe I just heard you claiming you would paint a portrait for Lu Dejia within the span of a single incense stick. You must be joking." Gu Fei chuckled. "Oh, Ji Yuan, you are not as unpleasant as I initially thought. In fact, you possess a certain handsomeness that makes being a sycophant quite unfortunate." "Why?" "Dear brother Ji Yuan, Do you not believe I can accomplish this? How about we make a small wager? A wager? What are you proposing? Gu Fei thought to himself. Considering that Xiao Xian'er was frightened enough, perhaps he could assist her. If things went awry later, he could count on Ji Yuan to keep it a secret. Gu Fei, lacking any pressing engagements, found himself bored enough to entertain the idea of painting for Lu Monru. Unlike Zhang Biao and Zhang Yang, who could freely embrace the charming Tao Hong to indulge in their whims, he decided to wager a promise. Ji Yuan regarded Gu Fei with cautious vigilance, pondering that a mere promise seemed trivial. However, if he were to ask for a loan of 100,000 taels, he would be in dire straits. A promise? Perhaps he should suggest an alternative. This fellow appeared to be rather timid, clearly intimidated. Fear not. It's merely a matter of words. It shall not cause you any discomfort. A matter of words. Yet he claims it won't trouble me? Ji Yuan's brows furrowed slightly. Wang Qing, unable to restrain himself, interjected, "Is this all the courage you possess? If the Lu family looks down on you, I certainly do as well." What nonsense! You can't even risk a small wager. After all, it's merely a matter of words that shouldn't trouble you. Ji Yuan glanced at Lu Monru and noticed an expression of displeasure upon her face, causing his heart to tremble. If Lu Monru were to perceive him as someone who cannot take a gamble, it would be disastrous. Resolving to assert himself, he thumped his chest, declaring, "Who says I cannot take a gamble? I merely needed to contemplate for a moment." "Very well. It is but a matter of words. I accept your wager. Quickly, pick up your brush and commence your painting. If it fails to resemble the esteemed Lu family, then you shall lose." Hearing Ji Yuan's words, Lu Monru could not help but smile internally, realizing that he seemed to have forgotten to inquire about the conditions of Gu Fei's wager should he lose. Seeing his confident demeanor, it was likely he would not lose. Suddenly, everyone heard Gu Fei addressing Xiao Huan. "Kindly take the ink and brush away, lest you stain the paper." Upon hearing this, the group became agitated. I believe this lad is merely jesting with us. Pray tell, how can one paint without a brush? Will you truly resort to using your fingers? Gu Fei shot a sidelong glance at Lu Monru. She, noticing the smug Ji Yuan, replied coolly, "Sir Ji, do remain calm. Perhaps Mr. Gu has his own methods. Indeed, Miss Monru is astute." With that, Gu Fei produced a stub of charcoal from his sleeve. "Brother Ji, observe closely. As the greatest painter in the world, I shall not resort to your ordinary techniques." With a smile gracing his face, he pulled out a stool. "Miss Monru, please remain seated. This will take no longer than the time for half a stick of incense to burn." Although Lu Monru was skeptical about the stub of wood in his hand, her impeccable demeanor prevented her from displaying the mockery that Ji Yuan did. Instead, she smiled gently and nodded. "I shall wait here for your masterpiece, Mr. Gu." Wang Qing, not one to be easily fooled, regarded the charcoal stick with skepticism. Could it truly serve as a brush? Now I understand. Then please, Mr. Gu, do proceed. I am eagerly anticipating your artwork. Gu Fei, exuding confidence, grinned proudly. "Let us see how I portray Miss Monru." With that, he swiftly sketched a few lines on the yellowed rough paper with his remarkably nimble hands. Ji Yuan and Wang Qing gasped in unison. What is this? The brush is quite peculiar. It actually produces lines. Yet what are these chaotic strokes? I have never seen painting done in such a manner. Gu Fei abruptly halted his work. "Brother Ji, do refrain from incessantly chattering, as it disrupts my painting. If you do not wish to watch, you may as well retire to the restroom." "You!" Ji Yuan flared, his face paling with indignation. This scoundrel always had a knack for catching one off guard. Wang Qing fanned the flames, indeed. "You act like a petulant child, utterly devoid of composure. Wang Qing, do you seek your own demise?" At that moment, Lu Monru furrowed her brow. "Sir Ji, should you continue in this manner, I shall have no choice but to ask you to leave." Just then, several more individuals entered the room, curious to witness the spectacle of painting without a brush. Fortunately, the spacious room, akin to a stage, lacked complete walls, allowing easy access. These newcomers were well aware that although Lu Monru resided in the 100 Flowers Pavilion, she was a true songstress, offering her talents without compromising her virtue. It was clear that she was destined for a noble marriage, and thus, most young lords dared not offend her. A mere word from her could easily dismiss Ji Yuan and Wang Qing, as they beheld Gu Fei's hand deftly intersecting to create line after line. Their eyes widened in astonishment. With each passing moment, the chaotic strokes gradually took form, revealing the charming visage of Lu Monru. Ji Yuan, unable to contain himself, exclaimed, This is impossible. It appears as if Miss Lu has come to life on the paper, with Ji Yuan leading the charge. Seeing Gu Fei remain silent while displaying a self-satisfied grin, everyone erupted into exclamations of awe. This vividly lifelike sketch completely shattered their preconceived notions of painting. It was their first realization that art could manifest in such a manner. It was truly extraordinary. Lu Monru watched, her heart ablaze with excitement, while the room brimmed with admiration, and she felt as though she were the only one left unnoticed amidst the commotion. Meanwhile, Xiao Xian, unable to quell her curiosity, had stealthily joined the crowd. Upon witnessing the portrait of Lu Monru, nearly identical to her, she gasped, Heavens! Such a lifelike painting! I have never seen anything like it. It was understood that traditional ink wash painting aimed merely to capture the essence, allowing one to recognize the subject at a glance. But it was as if Lu Monru had stepped out from the canvas itself. It was a marvel. I have never encountered such extraordinary artistry in my life. This Mr. Gu must be the greatest painter of our time, surpassing the famed Wu Daozi of the Great Hua Kingdom by immeasurable degrees. Many young lords felt a surge of envy, their eyes gleaming with desire. If they could receive a modicum of guidance from Gu Fei, winning over any lady would surely be a trivial pursuit. Xiao Xian, filled with regret, lamented, This scoundrel Gu Fei spoke the truth. I never expected him to possess such skill. As Gu Fei's every stroke landed with precision, the portrait of Lu Monru grew increasingly lifelike. None had ever witnessed a painting that could capture every strand of hair, every eyelash, even the reflection within her eyes. Heavens! This was a realm of artistry far beyond what they could ever hope to achieve. He persisted, each stroke akin to the finishing touch on a masterpiece. Truly, Mr. Gu had not exaggerated. This painting was worth far more than mere gold. It was priceless. At this moment, even Yi Hui, the proprietor of the 100 Flowers Pavilion, could not resist approaching. Upon seeing the painting, she exclaimed, Miss Lu, this artwork must adorn our hall for all to admire for several days. Yes? Yi Hui understood that this breathtaking masterpiece would bring astronomical profits to her establishment. She then declared that all of Gu Fei's expenditures at the 100 Flowers Pavilion would be waived. Gu Fei had not anticipated that his casual painting would incite such a commotion. Unbeknownst to him, his unique technique had already become a requisite lesson for children in Shangyuan City. Indeed, the flow of information was terribly lacking. The time taken by Lu Monru to create her painting exceeded expectations, albeit by a slight margin. However, no one dared to suggest that Gu Fei had prolonged the process. In fact, they wished he would continue painting indefinitely. When the artwork was finally presented to Lu Monru, her joy was overwhelming. Her eyes, glistening with tears of happiness, fixed intently on Gu Fei, filled with admiration. Young Master Gu, I have never received such a precious gift in my life. How can I repay you? If you do not mind, I am willing to serve you tonight. A collective gasp echoed among the onlookers, for Lu Monru was known for her pride. Despite multiple invitations from a mysterious pavilion to perform as a central figure, she had always declined. She understood that accepting would allow her to meet more nobles. Yet her pride kept her from yielding. Thus, it was astonishing that she would now offer herself so willingly, shattering the hearts of the wealthy young men. Led by Ji Yuan, what was even more astonishing was that Gu Fei rejected Lu Monru's offer. The crowd was astounded, questioning if he had lost his senses. Lu Monru's face was a canvas of shock and humiliation. She had never imagined that her courageous advance would be met with such a heartless rejection. It felt as though her dignity had been stripped away in public, and if a crevice in the earth had appeared, she would have gladly slipped away, never to return. Many nobles longed for her, yet could not attain her. Young Master Gu, why do you refuse me? Do you believe me to be unclean? Tears streamed down Lu Monru's cheeks, intertwining humiliation and sorrow, almost suffocating her. I swear, my body has never been touched by another man. Observing Lu Monru's distress, Gu Fei was taken aback. He had not anticipated that his refusal would affect her so deeply. With sincerity, he replied, I admire how you, Miss Monru, remain untarnished in such a place. However, it is not that I wish to squander a beautiful evening with you. I simply adhere to a principle. My woman must share a profound emotional bond with me, and only then will intimacy blossom naturally. Furthermore, he added, you should cherish your body and not offer it lightly out of admiration. In my eyes, women and men hold equal standing in this world, not as mere possessions to be discarded at will. His words fell like a stone into still waters, creating waves of astonishment in the Hall of Blossoms. Countless women were deeply moved. They had never fathomed that a man could respect them so profoundly and advocate for gender equality. In their world, women were often seen as mere accessories to men, easily cast aside. This man possessed such insight and compassion. Xiao Xianer gazed at Gu Fei with awe and admiration, recalling her sister, Xiao Ling Shuang, feeling a tumult of emotions. Could women truly be equal to men? If so, why had her sister met such a fate? The constant opposition she faced was rooted in her gender. Had she been a man, who would dare to defy her? Lu Monru trembled, gazing at Gu Fei with tear-filled eyes. In my 2 years of performing, I have encountered countless individuals, all desiring to possess my body immediately. Yet, young Master Gu, out of respect for me, you resolutely declined. I feel utterly ashamed. This realization struck Lu Monru profoundly. Indeed, there existed men who understood the value of respecting and cherishing women. I, Lu Monru, deem my encounter with you, young Master Gu, worthwhile. I vow that my body shall belong solely to you from this day forth. And should I break this oath, may the heavens strike me down. Panic ensued among the men present, despair etched on their faces. Meanwhile, Xiao Xianer exclaimed with delight, hooray! Gu Fei, bewildered, realized that Lu Monru had latched onto him. What should I do now? He thought, bemused. Miss Monru, please retract your vow. This is no jest. Lu Monru smiled sadly. Since you respect women so much, why not allow me the choice to see if such men truly exist in this world? Caught off guard, Gu Fei could only resign himself to her decision, thinking he would simply leave in 3 days, leaving no trace behind. At that moment, Ji Yuan spotted Xiao Xianer, astonished by her disguised presence. Xiania, what are you doing here? Xiao Xianer quickly clung to Gu Fei's arm. I came with my master. If you dare reveal this, I will cry. Gu Fei nearly fainted. When had he become her master? Master, you just lost to her. Quickly, make her quiet. Enough, enough, Ji Yuan interjected. This little wager we spoke of is merely a matter of words. Gu Fei sighed in resignation. I knew my master cared for me. Xiania, oblivious to the implications of her closeness, hugged Gu Fei, oblivious to the stir it caused. Looking at Xiao Xianer's innocent expression, Gu Fei found it hard to expose her. He playfully pinched her cheek, admonishing her not to follow him. But now that her cousin knew, what could be done? I just wanted to learn painting from you. She replied innocently. Their master-disciple dynamic bewildered the onlookers, who marveled at Gu Fei's composure, even as he rejected Lu Monru's offer. Why had he come to such a place? Despite their disdain for him, many extended invitations to Gu Fei, including Ji Yuan, who envisioned Gu Fei painting a masterpiece for his mother. Gu Fei was surprised to learn that Wang Qing was the son of the Minister of War, Wang Chongling, who also invited him to visit. Gu Fei understood their intentions, but was too preoccupied with the recent loss of the Empress to entertain their requests, even without Xiao Ling Shuang's aid. Securing a favorable position through Wang Chongling would not be insurmountable. Thus, he declined all invitations. His refusals, however, only heightened the admiration for Gu Fei. As the hall fell into a chaotic buzz, Lu Monru felt overwhelmed. She stood to dismiss everyone but Gu Fei and Xiao Xianer. Young Master Gu, I would like to invite you and your apprentice to my room for a private conversation, if it is not too presumptuous. In truth, Lu Monru wished to invite Gu Fei alone, but including his apprentice provided a guise that they were not engaging in romantic escapades. Noticing that Zhang Biao and Zhang Yong had yet to return, Gu Fei thought a conversation could be beneficial. He had no intention of returning tonight, so he planned to ask Yi Hui to arrange a room for the three of them for a couple of days. Staying in and outside would make it easy for Cold Fang's lackeys to find them, leading to unnecessary troubles. It would be wiser to remain here, hidden from prying eyes. Thus, he decided to find a quiet place to converse. Gu Fei instructed Xiao Yu to return to their room and await the arrival of the brothers Zhang Biao and Zhang Yong, while he led Xiao Xian'er and her maid to a room with Lu Manru. Chapter 59. Revenge unsuccessful in the Cold Marquis's residence. Cold Feng glared sullenly at Cold Aoshue. His mood was exceedingly foul. Cold Aoshue had sent Yu Wenbing's men to teach Gu Fei a lesson, but not only had they failed to find him, even his whereabouts remained elusive. Aoshue, did that scoundrel Yu Wenbing heed your instructions to locate Gu Fei? Brother, what do you mean? Of course I sent them. Moreover, Xiao Dai accompanied Yu Wenbing's subordinates to Gu Fei's lodgings. However, by the time they arrived at the Live Food Tavern, Gu Fei had already left. But fret not. They reportedly paid for 3 days' stay, so they are bound to return tonight. You need not rush. Just be patient. Cold Feng recalled the Empress's words before her departure. His countenance, darkening as fury, simmered in his eyes. Cold Feng, I once believed you to be broad-minded, capable of bearing great responsibilities. How could you have become so petty in just a few days? You have truly disappointed me. He pondered that the root of all this turmoil likely lay with Gu Fei. No, send Xiao Dai to check if Gu Fei has returned. Until I see him receive his due punishment, I shall not rest easy. Brother, calm yourself. Father has repeatedly warned against reckless actions these next 2 days. If you jeopardize the Empress's plans, you shall face dire consequences. But she never considers me. I have toiled endlessly to find her, yet instead of a word of praise, I receive only reprimand. I, Cold Feng, cannot accept this. Observing her brother's agitation, Cold Aoshue felt a twinge of sympathy and softened her tone. Brother, you are her subject. You ought to serve her with utmost loyalty until your last breath. Such loyalty, had it not been for my Cold family's protection, she would have been stripped of her status by Xiao Yang and perished in the mountains long ago. What right does she have to scold me? Brother, do not be reckless. Remember, she is the sovereign, and you are merely a subject. Cold Aoshue felt compelled to distance herself from her increasingly irrational brother. His words were becoming dangerously absurd. If overheard by outsiders, they could lead to his execution. You, a subject, dare to raise your voice against the Empress? You truly seek your own demise. Alas, I wonder what is happening outside. Father forbids me from going out, which is quite vexing. Otherwise, I could at least see for myself. The gates of the Cold residence were heavily guarded by Cold Hongyi's troops. Since he and the Empress had secretly departed, no one was permitted to enter or exit. Even Xiao Dai was unable to leave. Unbeknownst to them, the Cold family's restrictions mirrored those of the Longxin Marquis' residence, where Yu Wenbing's lackeys were also deprived of timely updates from the outside world. These lackeys were not from his own household, but rather from the streets of Dadu, and even they were barred from standing at the gates of the Marquis' residence. Anyone with connections in Dada knew that the new emperor was set to ascend the throne the next day. To maintain stability in the imperial city, all city gates had been locked. Only exits were permitted. On a hill behind the Dadu Palace, Guiwer's Qingfeng Daoist temple was situated. Guiwer sat cross-legged on a mat, forming a seal in the air. Suddenly, her expression shifted, and she muttered softly, "This divination seems amiss." The Ziwei star appears to have returned to its rightful place. Is this a sign of the new emperor's successful ascension, or does the empress's fate still linger? Guiwerer hastily began another calculation, but the more she calculated, the more perplexed she became. Meanwhile, at the 100 Flowers Pavilion, Gu Fei was engaged in delightful conversation with Lu Manru. Xiao Xian'er had long since been dismissed. Brothers Zhang Biao and Zhang Yong had completed their tasks and returned to their room, only to learn from Xiao Yu that Gu Fei had been invited to Lu Manru's chambers. They exchanged knowing glances, realizing, so that's it. Indeed, Gu Fei is not one to be easily impressed by ordinary women. Since the master has instructed us to wait here, we shall do so, for there are food and drink along with the company of Xiao Tao and the others. Why not enjoy ourselves? However, Zhang Biao resolved to keep the matter of Lu Manru to himself, knowing that if Zhang Yao found out, she would surely wield her knife against him. In Lu Manru's chamber, Gu Fei learned of her lineage. He was surprised to discover that Lu Monru was originally a lady of high birth. Her father, a provincial official who lost his life due to certain events, leaving her mother unable to bear the loss and passing soon after. She had a brother named Lu Sheng, whose whereabouts were now unknown. She found herself at the 100 Flowers Pavilion, both for survival and in search of her missing brother. Gu Fei, reflecting on her tumultuous fate, felt a surge of sympathy. Life was indeed arduous, and everyone harbored their own stories, some filled with joy, others steeped in suffering. Suddenly, Lu Monru inquired, "Gu Gongzi, where do you hail from? Your accent suggests you're not a local." Gu Fei chuckled, "Indeed, I'm not a local." "Why does Miss Lu inquire so thoroughly? Are you afraid I might cling to you? Rest assured, I am not so shameless as to pursue such a lowly endeavor." Lu Monru's tone was noticeably irked, revealing her displeasure. Observing her irritation, Gu Fei leisurely sipped his tea before responding, "It's not that I refuse to tell you. It's simply that knowing may not yield any clarity." Lu Monru regarded him earnestly. "Before coming to the 100 Flowers Pavilion, I have traveled to many places. Pray, Gu Gongzi, enlighten me if I've been to any of them. Have you heard of Shangyuan County?" Gu Fei's eyes sparkled with anticipation and a hint of jest. If she knew of it, it would signify its renown. If not, it would surely cause her embarrassment. As expected, upon hearing Shangyuan County, Lu Monru's brow furrowed in confusion. After a long moment, she sheepishly admitted, "Forgive my ignorance, but I truly do not know where Shangyuan County is." With a sigh, Gu Fei felt a pang of regret. It seemed the unscrupulous merchants who frequently visited Shangyuan County had concealed its existence too well. Otherwise, a place as well-informed as the 100 Flowers Pavilion would not leave Lu Monru unaware of its name. Chapter 60. Devotion Until Death. Gu Fei laughed heartily. "See? I told you didn't know." While pouring in more tea, Lu Monru sighed, "I possess long hair, but lack worldly experience. I beseech you, Gu Gongzi, to guide me in the right direction." "Wait, do you truly wish to know?" "Indeed, I am curious to learn what kind of place could nurture a gentleman as respectful of women as yourself." In Shangyuan County, equality among all is a simple principle, yet you and Dadu regard it as something remarkable. If you ever have the chance to visit Shangyuan County, you will find that I speak nothing but the truth. Hearing Gu Fei's casual remarks, Lu Monru was taken aback, realizing that there existed such an enchanting paradise within Beiheng Kingdom. "Might I implore you, young Master Gu, to enlighten me on how to reach it? If given the opportunity, I shall certainly venture forth to explore it. Since you truly wish to go, I shall inform you. From the capital, head south, traverse Dao County, cross the Miluo River, and after a journey of about 10 days to half a month, you shall arrive. If you ride a horse, it would be significantly quicker, perhaps around 6 to 7 days." Lu Monru was momentarily stunned. "I had no idea it was so near. At most, it would take half a month to reach." With determination, she added, "If I have the chance, I must go at least once." She rested her chin on her hands, her eyes seemingly trying to engrave Gu Fei's visage into her memory. It was not until Gu Fei's gaze faltered that she smiled, a hint of mischief playing on her lips. "Should I truly embark on this journey, would you welcome me, young Master Gu?" Coughing lightly, Gu Fei's face flushed. "Isn't it often said that guests are to be welcomed? With someone as talented as Miss Lu visiting, naturally, I would be delighted." "Very well, it is settled then." Gu Fei nodded in resignation, and a sudden silence enveloped the room. The two exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words, the atmosphere becoming slightly awkward. "Young Master Gu, when you plan to leave Baiwa Tower?" Lu Monru finally broke the silence. "Me? I do not intend to leave today. I plan to remain here." Lu Monru's heart skipped a beat as she thought to herself, "Men truly cannot be trusted." He previously professed decency, yet now intends to stay. Noticing her peculiar expression, Gu Fei chuckled. "Why does it seem Miss Lu dislikes my presence here?" "It appears I have misjudged you, young Master Gu. You are no different from those scoundrels." Lu Monru replied indignantly. Gu Fei understood her misunderstanding and laughed. "I believe you are mistaken. My intention to stay does not imply a wish for your company at night. The capital is currently unrestful, so I intend to stay here for a couple of nights before departing with my brothers. Is there no accommodation for guests at Baiwa Tower? Upon hearing Gu Fei's words, Lu Monru's face flushed crimson. Forgive me, young Master Gu. I misunderstood you earlier. Should you wish to punish me, feel free. Seeing the innocent demeanor of the woman before him, Gu Fei thought, punish you? Should I make you undress or dance? He dismissed the notion of punishment, stating lightly, we are merely acquaintances. It is not to that extent. His nonchalant tone only deepened Lu Monru's sense of disappointment as she pondered, am I truly so mundane in his eyes, devoid of any allure? At that moment, an anxious voice from outside broke through, followed by an irate man's voice. Step aside. Today, I shall make her my bedfellow. This little hussy pretends to be aloof, yet she has reserved herself for that man alone. I shall claim her first and see what happens. Young Master Lu, please calm down. Monru is unlike others. She sells her art, not her body. Get out of my way. Lu Monru's heart sank as she recognized the voice of Lu Xiaojia, the son of Duke Lu, and she thought, what am I to do now? Gu Fei, having heard the exchange outside, quickly grasped the situation. This man had presumably learned of Lu Monru's public declaration of exclusivity, and now this desperate suitor sought to forcefully claim her. Gu Fei reflected that compared to Ji Yuan and Wang Qing, this man was less honorable. However, the situation was indeed troublesome, especially since he was currently in Lu Monru's quarters. Young Master Gu, I have already vowed my body belongs solely to you. If this debauched young man tarnishes my purity, I would rather not live. Lu Monru declared with fervor. Gu Fei, uncertain of her sincerity, inquired, you would truly prefer to entrust your body to me rather than to Lu Xiaojia? Young Master Gu, I am steadfast in my loyalty. Very well, in that case, we must act swiftly, lest he continue to trouble you in the future. As Lu Monru contemplated his words, Gu Fei swiftly scooped her up and hurried past the screen to the bed. Before she could react, her clothing was reduced to a mere undergarment. He then quickly changed into his own attire, and they both slipped beneath the covers. Just then, the door burst open with a loud crash as Lu Xiaojia stormed in, disregarding any barriers and strode towards the bed. His eyes fell upon Lu Monru, her shoulder exposed, tightly embraced by Gu Fei. She shrieked, unsure whether her scream stemmed from Gu Fei's hold or Lu Xiaojia's entrance. She buried her face in Gu Fei's chest. Who dares to ruin my enjoyment? Gu Fei bellowed. Seeing their intimate position, Lu Xiaojia erupted in furious laughter. You dare to touch the woman I have claimed. What do you mean your woman? Has she pledged herself to you or accepted your bride price? Get out of here. Lu Xiaojia seethed, wishing he could eliminate Gu Fei on the spot. But he restrained himself, fearing the repercussions it might have on his father's affairs. You may revel for now, but come tomorrow, I shall have both of you turned into mincemeat. Chapter 61. All Set Yu Hui stood beside the bed, observing the scandalous scene with furrowed brows. Enjoy yourselves now, but soon you shall encounter misfortune. Lu Xiaojia was notorious for his cunning, having ruined countless women under the protection of his noble lineage. Feeling empathetic, she urged, Young Master Gu, since Lu Monru is now with you, perhaps it would be wise to leave tonight. Lu Xiaojia is not to be trifled with. He means what he says. Gu Fei was taken aback by Yu Hui's warning. This Lu Xiaojia is truly a rogue. Should he seek trouble, I would not hesitate to send him to the netherworld. He threw off the covers, intentionally allowing Yu Hui to see that nothing had transpired between him and Lu Monru. You are mistaken. Lu Monru and I have done nothing. We merely pretended for Lu Xiaojia's benefit. Yu Hui's eyes widened upon realizing the truth. Gu Fei had not even removed his pants, while Lu Monru was left in only her scanty garment. She scoffed. Now I see that you two have done nothing. But Lu Xiaojia is serious about this. You should leave quickly. He truly is unpredictable. Frightened by the implications of Lu Xiaojia's reputation, Lu Monru trembled and asked, Young Master Gu, what shall we do? Seeing the fear etched on their faces ignited a fire within Gu Fei. He is merely Lu Xiaojia, nothing more. Bossy, rest assured, as long as Lu Xiaojia does not provoke me, all is well. However, should he dare to cross me, I shall ensure he learns how to write the character for death. Yi Hui, perceiving Gu Fei's words were imbued with authority, understood that it is difficult to dissuade a fool destined for doom. Kindness does not extend to those who sever their own paths. Very well. Since you are intent on your course, do not hold me accountable when trouble arises. With her temper flaring, Yi Hui stormed off. Seeing Yi Hui leave, Lu Monru immediately embraced Gu Fei. The warmth of her body caused Gu Fei's blood to surge. My goodness, so young Master Gu, I am frightened. Lu Xiaojie is indeed not to be trifled with. Luda, do not fear. As long as Lu Xiaojie does not provoke us, all will be well. Should he dare, I assure you he will regret ever existing in this world. Rest assured, if any misfortune befalls us, I will take you to Shangyuan City. It is 100 times better than here. The capital is merely populous. It cannot compare to our home. Lu Monru continued to cling to him, pressing closer, and Gu Fei could feel her heart racing faster. Her body grew increasingly warm. Yet, this was hardly the time for such distractions. There is no one left. Luda, you may release me. Young Master Gu, I do not know if I will survive until tomorrow. Why not take me as yours now? That way, I will not be breaking my word. Gu Fei gently patted her delicate, warm cheek and smiled. Do not worry. When I say I can protect you, I mean it. I will not go back on my word. We shall discuss this later. If, by that time, you still wish to fulfill your vow, we can certainly deliberate the matter. Lu Monru was perplexed by Gu Fei's thoughts. She clearly felt his intentions. It proved he was an ordinary man, yet he still refused to claim her. Could it be that such virtuous men truly exist? She lightly pecked his lips and then released him, allowing herself to fall naturally onto the bed. Your character commands my utmost respect, young master. I shall no longer doubt your words. If you say you can deal with Lu Xiaojie, I will believe you. Even should things go awry, I can only blame my own misfortune. I'm no longer afraid. Young Master Gu, please step behind the screen. I must rise. Gu Fei was astonished by Lu Monru's sudden clarity and breathed a sigh of relief. He truly wished to avoid entangling himself with too many women. With Yi Anlin and Zhang Yao at home, he was already overwhelmed. Cold Ling Shuang had wounded him deeply. He had never encountered such a heartless individual. Lu Monru busily dressed behind the screen, her hands trembling, struggling to fasten her clothing. She had resolved to accompany Gu Fei to Shangyuan City, eager to witness the place he claimed was 100 times better than the capital. Following such a man would surely be every woman's dream. She believed Gu Fei would treat his woman well. What do women seek in life? If not a man who cherishes them and does not view them as mere possessions to be exchanged? In Beiheng and even in Dahua, women are considered worthless in men's eyes. Aside from the legitimate wife, concubines are at risk of being sent away. Some men even tire of their concubines and exchange them with others. In summary, women hold no status in men's eyes, especially those with a modicum of talent, who are merely seen as playthings. Blushing, Lu Monru stepped out from behind the screen and softly said, I shall arrange rooms for you, young master. How many do you require? Gu Fei smiled slightly. 2 will suffice. One should ideally be spacious, as I wish for you to stay over tonight. Upon hearing this, Lu Monru was startled. Had young master Gu changed his mind? No, it is because I fear for your safety tonight. Do not misunderstand. I shall sleep on the bed, and you will take the floor. Lu Monru's cheeks flushed again, regretting her earlier words. Clearly, young Master Gu was a paragon of virtue. Why did she continually think in such terms? Flustered, Lu Monru hurried out to arrange the rooms, leaving Gu Fei alone to savor his tea as he contemplated strategies for dealing with Lu Xiaojie. Perhaps he could use this incident to ensnare Cold Feng or even Cold Ling Shuang. Meanwhile, Cold Ling Shuang was in a secret chamber discussing significant matters with several individuals. They planned to strike a decisive blow against Xiao Yang the next day, hoping to uncover evidence of his treason. Empress Xiao Ling Shuang looked at Cold Hongi. Have his soldiers been arranged for entry into the city? Your Majesty, they were prepared before your return, Cold Hongi replied. Satisfied? Xiao Ling Shuang turned to Minister of War Wang Chongling. How are your arrangements progressing? Wang Chongling nodded. The Imperial Guards and the Royal Forest Army have been fully organized. I assure you that, aside from the leaders of Dugu Xian, all the guards present at the ancestral shrine tomorrow will be our people. At this, Xiao Ling Shuang gazed toward the door, seemingly envisioning the events that awaited them. After a long pause, she declared, tomorrow, we must capture all those traitors in one fell swoop. We shall obey your command. Chapter 62. The Empress lives in the blink of an eye. The night passed swiftly, and the first rays of dawn quietly bathed the ancient and solemn ancestral shrine of the Beiheng dynasty. The shrine, steeped in countless historical memories and royal sacrificial rites, appeared even more sacred and inviolable in the morning light. In the square, thousands of soldiers clad in polished armor stood like an impenetrable fortress, their silhouettes elongated by the rising sun, bestowing an air of authority and dignity. The soldiers wore solemn expressions, their gazes filled with reverence, as if every nerve was taut, guarding with utmost respect the impending ancestral ceremony. Before the square lay 100 steps leading to 3 platforms. At the highest step of the shrine, High Priestess Guiweker stood behind the incense altar, performing various rituals. At times, she wielded a sword in a graceful dance. At others, she chanted incantations or struck peculiar poses. Once her rituals concluded, it signified the formal commencement of the ancestral ceremony. As the solemn and resonant sounds of bells and drums filled the air, the second prince, Xiao Yang, donned in splendid ceremonial attire, led a group of royal family members and high-ranking officials, stepping steadily up the stairs until he paused at the second step. Standing prominently in the center of the platform were Yu Wendu and Minister of War Wang Chongling, along with Cold Hongi. Many ministers observed Guiwerer on the high platform, still engaged in her various rituals, their hearts swirling with thoughts. For once the ceremony concluded, their own fates would be revealed. Some would ascend to higher ranks, while others might face peril to their lives. Yu Wendu and Cold Hongi stood confidently, heads held high. Suddenly, a massive flame erupted from the high platform, followed by the sound of a resounding gong. Then, Guiwerer's piercing voice rang out. "The auspicious hour has arrived." The chief eunuch promptly proclaimed, "The auspicious hour has arrived." He called it 3 times, then added, "If we do not read the sacrificial text soon, it may be deemed disrespectful to the late emperor." At this moment, Wang Chongling stepped forward calmly. "Your Majesty has yet to arrive. The ceremony cannot commence." Xiao Yang glared at Wang Chongling, his eyes filled with murderous intent. To delay the ceremony for the late emperor's longevity shows a lack of filial piety and virtue. How can Xiao Ling Shuang face the ancestors of the Xiao family? Meanwhile, several ministers, led by Cold Hongi, scoffed inwardly at these clowns, unaware that their misfortune was imminent. Yu Wendu, stroking his 2-inch goat beard, burst into laughter, exclaiming, "The second prince speaks most aptly. In such a momentous occasion, His Majesty has yet to arrive. I implore the second prince to read the sacrificial text, lest we waste precious time." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yang's heart swelled with delight. The era belonging to Xiao Ling Shuang had finally passed. Nevertheless, he feigned modesty, wishing to placate the fickle ministers. Alas, being absent from his rightful position, it would be difficult to silence the murmurs of the world. The ministers, led by Yu Wendu and Du Guexin, bowed deeply in unison, as if rehearsed, and proclaimed loudly, "It is the hope of us all that the second prince reads the sacrificial text." Xiao Yang, observing their reaction, felt a surge of satisfaction and, with a feigned smile, declared, "In that case, I shall accept this honor." Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed from the steps below. "How dare you, Xiao Yang? You presume to read the sacrificial text?" The icy tone sent shivers down Xiao Yang's spine, nearly causing him to collapse. All eyes turned towards the lower step, where Xiao Ling Shuang, clad in a black dragon robe adorned with 5-clawed golden dragons, ascended with an imposing demeanor. Gasps of disbelief swept through the ministers. "Your Majesty, you are alive." With an expression of cold authority, Xiao Ling Shuang approached Xiao Yang and seized the sacrificial text from his grasp. Turning to face the assembly, she declared, "I am the one destined by heaven. Who dares to usurp my role in reading the sacrificial text? Xiao Yang, Yu Wendu, Du Guxin, you all possess such audacity to conduct the sacrificial rites in my absence." Her words pierced like ice, instilling a profound pressure upon all present. Her gaze seemed to penetrate the very fabric of deceit and treachery. Many felt as though the Empress had transformed into an entirely unfamiliar being. No longer the one who relied on you when dues counsel before speaking. Xiao Yang's visage paled instantly, trembling as he attempted to voice a response, yet found himself utterly speechless. Yu Wendu's countenance shifted dramatically as he cast a venomous glare at Du Gu Exant, his eyes narrowing like those of a viper. It was as if he were accusing Du Gu Xin of betrayal. The latter, intimidated by the fierce gaze, nearly fell to his knees, equally bewildered. "Your Majesty, we did not intend to offend. It was merely—" Yu Wendu stammered, but his words faltered under Xiao Ling Shuang's formidable presence. "Merely what? Merely conspiring against the throne?" she retorted, her voice as sharp as frost, each word striking like a hammer upon the hearts of those present. "Seize Du Gu Xin at once." Wang Chongling, having anticipated this moment, nodded to the imperial guards below. Two soldiers promptly approached and restrained Du Gu Xin. "No, no. She is an impostor. She must be a pawn sent by Lung Hong. Do not believe her words. I have witnesses." In a moment of desperation, Xiao Yang blurted out this absurdity, calling for Xiao Rou. Xiao Rou swiftly appeared before the Empress. "Xiao Rou, you must declare she is an impostor," she implored, nearly fainting at the sight of the Empress standing resolutely before her. "Second Prince, she. The realization dawned upon her. All her dreams had crumbled. Just as she contemplated risking everything to accuse the Empress, a sharp slap resounded. Xiao Ling Shuang struck Xiao Rou across the face. "You wretched servant, conspiring with outsiders to harm me. Take her away. Your Majesty, spare me." Xiao Rou pleaded, her voice trembling. It was all for the second prince. At that moment, Xiao Yang rushed forward, snatching a dagger from a guard's belt, plunging it towards her. "You deceitful wretch, how dare you betray me?" The guards swiftly disarmed him, collapsing to the ground in fear. "Your Majesty, forgive me," Xiao Ling Shuang scoffed. "Seize him at once." "Wait, who dares?" A voice rang out as Ji Qiu supported her sister, Empress Jiyu, as they descended the steps. "Release the second prince at once. Are any of you plotting rebellion?" "Mother," Xiao Ling Shuang exclaimed in exasperation. "Your Majesty, you have been absent for a month." Xiao Yang's actions were for the good of Beihong. "I ask you, what crime has he committed for the sake of our nation? It is you, silent and absent, who neglects the duties of a sovereign." Empress Jiyu, with her sister's support, launched into a fierce critique of Xiao Ling Shuang, leaving her momentarily speechless. Wang Chongling, upon witnessing the Empress's arrival, realized that today would yield no resolution. He felt sorrow for the Empress. She could not execute Xiao Yang without evidence. Time was too pressing to gather such proof. Today, the Empress's safe return to reclaim her throne was already a significant victory, safeguarding their lives and families. The remaining matters would have to be addressed gradually in the future. "Your Majesty, you must continue with the sacrificial rites and attend to state affairs. The documents in your study are piling up. Xiao Yang, assist me back to the palace." Xiao Yang quickly extricated himself from the guard's grasp, approaching Jiyu with feigned affection and casting a disdainful glance at Xiao Ling Shuang before descending the steps. The sudden arrival of Jiyu had left Xiao Ling Shuang fuming. "Your Majesty, please proceed with the sacrificial text. The auspicious time is almost upon us." Yu Wendu prodded with a smirk. Xiao Ling Shuang, hearing this, coldly snorted and began to recite the sacrificial text. Yu Wendu, observing her, scoffed inwardly, thinking this was far from over. Soon, the third prince of Dehua, Li Ji, would arrive, and he awaited to see how she would pay her tribute this year. Meanwhile, Gu Fei, Zhang Biao, and Zhang Yong, who had been staying at Hua Lu, slowly awoke from their slumber. Gu Fei smiled upon seeing Lu Man, Ru sleeping on the floor. The young lady had concocted a flimsy excuse last night about the coldness of the floor, seeking to share a bed with him, but he had firmly denied her. As he gazed at the still, slumbering Lu Man Ru, he quietly rose from the bed. Today promised to be significant. Once Xiao Yang ascended to the throne, he would inevitably target the Lung family's faction. Yet, he pondered whether this individual would act immediately. If so, his departure from the Lung family would indeed spare him a calamity. He contemplated whether he should leave Hua Lu and seek refuge elsewhere. After much thought, He deemed it inconvenient to confront Liu Xiaojie while remaining here. If he could find a suitable place to retreat, it would certainly be much easier. At that moment, Lu Manru also stirred awake. "Oh, Gu Gongzi, you're up so early." Gu Fei smiled back at her. "Unlike you, who resembles a little lazy pig." Lu Manru's face flushed slightly. I'm not usually like this. It is not my fault you would not let me sleep in a bed, causing me to stay awake for so long." Lu Manru felt a sense of camaraderie with Gu Fei, recognizing that they shared a bond of mutual fortune and misfortune, allowing her to speak more freely than before. "Greetings. If you were to come over, what could this young master possibly do? I am ever at your service." "Alas, perhaps it is best to refrain. We shall endure just one more night, for at dawn, we must depart from the capital. Allow me to rise and prepare." Upon hearing Gu Fei's intention to return to Shangyuan City, Lu Manru was instantly invigorated, sleep vanishing from her eyes. Remaining in the capital held little allure, especially with the looming threat posed by Liu Xiaojie. It would be prudent to leave sooner rather than later. Thus far, not a whisper had emerged from the palace, which greatly vexed Gu Fei. Would Ling Shuang ever come to seek him out? 2 hours later, within the grand hall of the Beihing Palace, civil and military officials stood arrayed. Xiao Ling Shuang glared sternly at the assembly. At the forefront, Yu Wendu and others pleaded for the life of Dugu Exen. Yet, the Empress resolutely dismissed their appeals. On my way back, I encountered 2 individuals, Tianjing and Yao Changhu, who attempted an ambush. I ask you, to whom do these men belong? The Empress's tone was laced with fury as she glared at Yu Wendu and his faction. Had her gaze the power to slay, she would have dispatched them 1,000 times over. I demand to know, to whom do these men serve? The hall fell silent. The Empress thought to herself that if she did not eliminate Dugu Xin this time, all the suffering endured would be in vain. Anyone still wishing to plead for Dugu Xin, step forward. I can arrange for you to share a cell with him, so you may better understand the situation. Your Majesty, this matter requires more concrete evidence. While others hesitated, Yu Wendu boldly spoke. Should he fail to defend his subordinates, who would dare follow him in the future? Chancellor, do you imply my words lack weight? The Empress's rage was palpable. This scoundrel dared to oppose her still. Your Majesty, it is not that I doubt your words, but the public's perception must be considered. I speak for your authority. Otherwise, how will the citizens of Beihing perceive you? Should they think you engage in wanton slaughter without evidence? Very well, Yu Wendu, do you seek proof? Where is the Minister of Justice, Lu Wanzhong? Minister Lu promptly stood forth. Your Majesty, I am commanded to swiftly apprehend Yao Changhu. However, Lu's expression was laden with reluctance as he addressed the Empress. Your Majesty, capturing Yao Changhu may take considerable time, as I currently know not his whereabouts. Seeing Lu Wanzhong's reluctance, the Empress slammed her palm upon the dragon table. If you cannot fulfill this task, then retire to your home. I shall hasten to bring Yao Changhu forth. Your Majesty, since Minister Lu faces such difficulty, I propose I handle this matter, as I am most familiar with the military camp. Allow me to capture Tianjing and Yao Changhu. Cold Hongyi stepped forward. Granted. Lu Wanzhong pointed at Cold Hongyi, flustered and speechless. Cold Hongyi scoffed. Indeed, Minister Lu may as well retire, if he can't even articulate a response. Don't you all agree? The other officials laughed heartily. At that moment, Yu Wendu coldly interjected, if the Duke of Julu is to oversee the apprehension, then this matter is settled. However, Your Majesty, on the morrow, the 3rd Prince of Dahu, Li Ji, shall arrive in the capital to demand tribute from our Beihing. I wonder if Your Majesty is prepared? Yu Wendu, what do you mean by this? In years past, was it not your responsibility alongside the Minister of Revenue? The Empress retorted without reservation. You unjustly accuse this humble servant. Your Majesty, I am well aware this matter falls to me and Minister Zhao, yet the treasury now holds merely a few tens of thousands of taels. What can we do? Even the most skilled of homemakers cannot cook without rice. We believe you took this long to gather the tribute, yet it seems you were merely enjoying leisure. Yu Wendu, how audacious you are, to fabricate against me. I do not dare. I merely fulfill my duty, reminding Your Majesty to prepare early. Last year, The Dahu emissaries expressed interest in Yonghe City in the south. If this year's tribute remains unpaid, I cannot assure they will not demand we cede the city. Xiao Ling Shuang seethed at Yu Wendu's words, her chest heaving with indignation. At that moment, she yearned to sever Yu Wendu's head and send it flying. Glancing at the chief eunuch Lu Jing beside her, he promptly declared, "Court dismissed." In the imperial study, Xiao Ling Shuang swept all the memorials to the ground in a fit of rage, exclaiming, "This is infuriating. Yu Wendu, I shall ensure you meet a most untimely end." Exhausted, she sank into the dragon throne, burdened by the thought of the third prince of Dahu, Li Ji, arriving the next day to demand tribute. How could she possibly respond? Yu Wendu and Minister Zhao had emptied the treasury. What could they present? Sighing, she lamented her own exhaustion, questioning why she tirelessly pursued the truth behind her brother and father's demise. If Xiao Yang desired the throne, he could simply take it. What was she to do? Just then, Xiao Xian'er bounded into the room. The eunuch at the door, aware of the Empress's foul mood, swiftly barred her entry. "Princess Yonghe, please wait. The Empress is in a foul temper." "Ah, Your Majesty, elder sister, it is I, Xian'er. Let her in." Xiao Ling Shuang's voice rang out. Among all in the palace, perhaps the most innocent was this very Xian'er. She rushed into the study, leaping into Xiao Ling Shuang's embrace, tears streaming down her face. "Elder sister, they all said something had happened to you. I refuse to believe it, and seeing you now is such a relief." Gazing at the innocent Xian'er, Xiao Ling Shuang wiped her tears and asked, "While I was away, did anyone bully you?" "No one bullied Xian'er. I only worried for your safety." Suddenly, Xian'er appeared to recall something. "Elder sister, I have wonderful news. I have found an incredibly talented master. His painting skills surpass even that of the great Wu Daozi from Dahu. Who could possibly be so remarkable to earn your admiration?" The Empress mused, pondering if anyone could truly rival the painting Saint Wu Daozi. It seemed improbable. Surely, this girl had once again fallen prey to the deceptions of wandering charlatans, especially those mystics she found so captivating. Though initially displeased, Xiao Ling Shuang found herself intrigued to discover whom Xian'er had been duped by this time. Truly, is this master so extraordinary? What does he excel in painting? Elder sister, his portraits of women are unparalleled. They appear so lifelike, unlike ordinary painters whose lines are coarse. His strokes are as delicate as hair, rendering figures as if gazing into a mirror, even the eyelashes discernible one by one. Alas, that priceless painting has already found a buyer, and the owner refuses to sell. Otherwise, I would surely acquire it for daily admiration. Listening to Xian'er, Xiao Ling Shuang found it hard to believe that anyone could create such art. "Of course, I have witnessed it myself." Xian'er puffed out her still-developing chest with pride, her face glowing with triumph. "I shall seek him out again and insist he take me as his disciple." "Ah, I have yet to accept you as my disciple." Xiao Ling Shuang felt a bit disheveled, realizing that Xiao Xian'er was merely harboring her own feelings. Xiao Ling Shuang had studied the art of painting and calligraphy, yet she had never heard of this person. Could it be that Bei Heng has produced another remarkable artist? Originally, Xiao Xian'er's painting skills were commendable, but the level of her admiration left Xiao Ling Shuang skeptical. If this person truly hailed from Bei Heng, it would indeed be splendid to have him paint for the imperial palace each year. "Xian'er, is this person truly one of ours for Bei Heng?" Xiao Ling Shuang inquired. Xiao Xian'er raised her head, asserting that he must be from Bei Heng, though his accent certainly did not belong to the capital. "What is his name, and where is he now?" "Ah, his name is Gu Fei, and he should still be at Baihualu." With a sudden thud, Xiao Ling Shuang nearly stumbled, nearly forgetting the name that had just resurfaced in her mind. The image of that smirking rogue flashed vividly before her, who had so presumptuously declared he would await her for 3 days. "What? You say his name is Gu Fei. How old is he?" "Oh dear, Your Majesty, do not underestimate his age. He is merely a few years older than I, yet his painting skills are indeed extraordinary." A premonition washed over Xiao Ling Shuang. This Gu Fei was undoubtedly the insufferable rogue. "Wait, did you just say you saw him at Baihualu? How dare you venture into such a place?" Upon hearing the Empress's words, Xiao Xian'er hurriedly waved her hands, Your Majesty. Your Majesty. I was merely curious and went in for a glance. Please do not tell Mother. Humph. The esteemed Princess Yonghe dares to visit a brothel. If those ministers were to learn of this, you would be in serious trouble. The Empress felt a sudden surge of anger. That scoundrel had said he would wait for her, and yet he was loitering in a brothel. Xiao Ling Shuang felt insulted by this man. Very well. If it truly is you, I shall ensure you pay for your insolence. Xiao Xian heir, witnessing the Empress's visibly darkened expression, believed she was the cause of her anger and was genuinely frightened. Your Majesty, I truly did not intend to. With gritted teeth, Xiao Ling Shuang pressed for further details about Gu Fei, her conviction solidifying that the scoundrel at Bai Hua Lu was indeed Gu Fei. She waved her hand. Xian heir, go and amuse yourself. I have a great deal of memorials to review. Xiao Xian heir, feeling as though she had been granted a reprieve, dashed away, pondering that she had never seen the Empress so enraged. It seemed she could not visit that place again. Oh no. What about the master? If I cannot see him, how can I become his disciple? The Empress, Xiao Ling Shuang, called for Lu Jing to come closer and whispered a few words into his ear. Lu Jing's expression shifted subtly. Your Majesty, are you certain you wish to summon this person to the palace? Xiao Ling Shuang nodded. Chapter 65. A Great Brawl. Strike harder. The Empress watched as Lu Jing hurriedly departed, a cold smile curling her lips. Some matters must come to a close. Otherwise, I shall remain perpetually unsettled. As the day approached evening, Gu Fei, along with Zhang Biao and Zhang Yong, had not ventured elsewhere. However, Gu Fei was surprised to hear news in the hall during lunch that the second prince, Xiao Yang, had failed to ascend the throne, as the Empress had unexpectedly emerged at a critical moment. So she was not dead after all. This hidden truth was quite profound. Would that icy Xiao Ling Shuang fulfill her promise? Gu Fei felt a flicker of hope. Indeed, those who could ascend to the throne were never simple characters. The question remained whether Xiao Ling Shuang would seek him out. For the sake of the convenience of the 70 to 80,000 citizens of the city in accessing various places in Beihong, he contemplated whether he should make an effort. Suddenly, a peculiar thought crossed his mind. What if Beihong was willing to sell that piece of land outright, allowing his own Shangyuan city to exist independently of Beihong's governance? Given Shangyuan city's current strength, the establishment of a small kingdom, living freely, was not entirely impossible. While he was engaged in conversation with Lu Manru, Yi Hui rushed over, her expression frantic. Gu Gongzi, Lu Dejia, you both must leave at once. My people have spotted Lu Xiaojia leading a group towards Bai Hua Lu. Upon hearing this, Lu Manru was instantly alarmed, glancing at Gu Fei with fear etched on her face. Gu Gongzi, what should we do? Gu Fei was also taken aback. He had not expected Lu Xiaojia to dare come looking for trouble. Previously, he might have feared him a little, but now that the Lung family had solidified their position in this power struggle, he felt no fear of this Lu Xiaojia. It was time to bring forth the names of Lung Hongyi and Lung Feng as shields, lest Xiao Ling Shuang's reappearance remain uncertain. Do not worry. We shall surely navigate through this safely, Gu Fei assured Lu Manru with a reassuring glance. Zhang Biao, Zhang Yong, follow me to the entrance to see what Lu Xiaojia intends. As they resided within Bai Hua Lu, they could not afford to damage the establishment's property. Zhang Biao and Zhang Yong exchanged grins, their white teeth gleaming as they laughed. After staying here for 2 days listening to the same tunes, it was time to stretch their legs. Yi Hui interjected, Gu Gongzi, but Lu Xiaojia has 7 men with him. Can you truly contend with him? The strength of the guards in the Duke's residence is not to be underestimated. Yet in an instant, 2 of them were easily taken down by these 2 individuals. In the blink of an eye, yet another pair fell. At that moment, Lung Aoshue and Yuan Bing appeared in the distance. It was indeed the 3 of them. Yuan Bing, look, the people I asked you to find are those 3. Splendide. It seems we have indeed stumbled upon them. They've likely been hiding in the Baiwa Tower all along. TSK, TSK, TSK. Lu Xiaojia's subordinates are utterly incompetent. Yuan Bing glanced at his subordinates. Ada, you and your companions, go to assist Lu Xiaojia. Understood, young master. Ada was Yuan Bing's subordinate who had failed to apprehend the target at the Life Tavern. Seeing the individuals he had searched for tirelessly for 2 days right before him, he could hardly contain himself. The four of them charged toward Zhang Biao and his companion. Meanwhile, Gu Fei had already reached Lu Xiaojia's side and slapped him across the face. With such a foolish demeanor, you dare provoke me? The Lung family is not someone you can offend. He followed up with another forceful slap, leaving Yi Hui and Lu Monru, who were hiding at the door, utterly stunned. They had not anticipated Gu Fei's subordinates to be so formidable, nor did they expect Gu Fei himself to be even more fierce, daring to slap Lu Xiaojia. Lady Lu, why do I feel a sense of panic? Yehu remarqued, Kudachin had ample bosom, shakin. Lu Xiaojia has been struck. This is dire. Gu Gongzi is far too reckless. It seems we are now at an impasse. Suddenly, Zhang Biao shouted, Young master, be careful. They have reinforcements. Gu Fei turned to see Lung Aoshue and a young man with crossed arms standing not far away. The incoming individuals were those who had gone to the Laifu Tavern to gamble against them. Gu Fei's anger flared, and he commanded Zhang Biao, Strike harder, show no mercy. The Lung family truly has no shame. With a resounding slap, Gu Fei struck Lu Xiaojia's cheek again. He held Lu Xiaojia firmly, who found himself utterly unable to break free. His guards attempted to rescue him, but were swiftly taken down by Zhang Biao and Zhang Yong. Just as they subdued Lu Xiaojia's 6 subordinates, Ada and his trio charged at Zhang Biao and his companion. Zhang Biao realized immediately that these 4 were significantly stronger than Lu Xiaojia's men. Moreover, Zhang Yong's arm was still injured. The 2 brothers could only engage in a standoff against their 4 opponents. Lu Xiaojia finally spotted Yuan Bing and urgently exclaimed, Yuan Bing, are you just going to watch me get beaten? Hurry up and help. Upon hearing Lu Xiaojia call out to Yuan Bing, Gu Fei felt a surge of caution. Could this scoundrel be related to the Chancellor Yuan Du? Yuan Bing snorted, Lu Xiaojia, are you blind? Can't you see my men are already fighting them? Then save me. Aren't you supposed to be exceptionally skilled? Hurry up and save me. This rascal is about to beat me to death. To his surprise, Yuan Bing laughed heartily. If you want my help, it will cost you 10,000 taels of silver for a rescue. Deal. Lu Xiaojia agreed without hesitation. Yuan Bing stepped forward. Boy, release Lu Xiaojia at once, or I shall be compelled to take action myself. Gu Fei scoffed. And who do you think you are? What if I refuse? He thought to himself, if you dare approach, I shall make you a pig's head before Lung Aoshue. Very well, since you refuse my courtesy. Do not blame me for being impolite. Just as Yuan Bing prepared to attack Gu Fei, a sharp and commanding voice rang out. Who dares to fight in the streets? Cease this at once. Yuan Bing, do you not stop this? Both Gu Fei and Yuan Bing turned to see a middle-aged eunuch flanked by a group of younger eunuchs. Hastening towards them, from his demeanor and gait, it was evident that this man was a formidable figure, for Yuan Bing would not have been halted by mere words otherwise. Master Lu, what brings you here? Lu Jing coldly retorted, Is it not permissible for me to be here? Lu Jing served the late emperor and was the chief eunuch for the empress. During the empress's absence, he had nearly been eliminated by Yuan Du's faction, hence his disdain for Yuan Bing. Oh, is that not the second young Master Lu? How has he ended up in such a state? Lu Xiaojia flushed deeply, pointing an accusing finger at Gu Fei. Master Lu, it is this villain Gu Fei who is attacking me in public. Yuan Bing is assisting me in subduing this scoundrel. Ah, this rogue is attempting to shift blame. It is clear how shameless Lu Xiaojia is. Gu Fei, you're indeed Gu Fei. Yes, that is I. Ah, splendid. This is quite fortuitous. I have not had to exert much effort. Master Gu, I have a word? Gu Fei pondered. Why would a eunuch seek him out? Could it be that Ling Shuang had mentioned him to the empress? As Yuan Bing and Lu Xiaojia looked on, Lu Jing pulled Gu Fei aside to speak in hushed tones. Master Gu, I have come specifically to find you. Specifically to find me? What is the purpose of your visit, Master Lu? Gu Fei regarded the smiling Lu Jing and thought that this eunuch seemed agreeable. Do you remember Miss Ling Shuang? She has sent me to invite you to the palace tomorrow morning. Upon hearing this, a subtle smile graced Gu Fei's lips. Is that so? This is the token for entry tomorrow. Present it at the palace gate, and you will be escorted to your designated location. Be wary of Yuan Bing. He is the son of Chancellor Yuan Du. Gu Fei was taken aback. He had not anticipated Yuan Bing to be the son of Yuan Du, a top-tier second-generation heir. Thank you for the warning, master. I shall be sure to heed your advice. Gu Fei promptly produced a 100-tael note from his pocket and discreetly handed it to Lu Jing. Lu Jing noted Gu Fei's astuteness. It was no wonder the emperor had specifically requested to see him. Master Gu, remember to arrive early tomorrow. Lu Jing approached Lu Xiaojie and Yuan Bing, giving a cold huff. I hope this matter concludes here. You should be aware that the emperor is currently in a foul mood. Do not provoke any trouble. Yuan Bing glanced at Gu Fei but remained unfazed. Lu Xiaojie, having been struck multiple times by Gu Fei, seethed with indignation. However, he understood that if he dared to retort, the empress would surely be informed. Fuming, he turned and left, peering back at Yi Hui and Lu Monru, now aware of Gu Fei's significant connections, which had prompted a palace eunuch to seek him out. My goodness! Yi Hui suddenly turned to Lu Monru. Luda, you are destined for a prosperous life. Who would have thought that Master Gu had such a powerful background? Even Yuan Bing and Lu Xiaojie dared not retaliate. One can only imagine how formidable his influence is. Who is he, truly? At that moment, Lu Monru, rather than sharing in Yi Hui's excitement, wore a frown. Her heart heavy, she felt a bitter pang. With such connections, it was no wonder he had been reluctant to engage with her. Hearing Yi Hui's eager chatter, she could only smile faintly, swallowing her own sorrow. Who exactly is Aoshue? Yuan Bing cast an annoyed glance at Lung Aoshue, thinking that he had nearly been ensnared by her. Though Lung Aoshue had a good relationship with Yuan Bing, she was not foolish enough to divulge everything to him. With a quiet murmur, she stated, I do not know who he is. My brother should know, for he has been beaten by him. Upon hearing this, Yuan Bing's heart jolted. So, you are using me to seek revenge for your brother? Aoshue, could we possibly clarify matters next time? Yuan Bing harbored a desire to seduce Lung Aoshue, hoping to provoke Lung Hongyi in the process. Thus, he was almost always accommodating to her requests. Alas, I was confined at home by my father back then, unable to articulate my thoughts. Besides, I still do not know who he is. His subordinates assaulted my brother, and yet my father offered him an apology. Thank heavens there was no altercation today. Otherwise, would I have had to apologize myself? Could he be one of the third princes of Dahua? Who knows? Lung Aoshue coldly scoffed, pondering just how significant his capabilities must be to warrant such favor from the empress. That evening, Yi Hui's demeanor toward Gu Fei noticeably warmed. This fellow not only excelled at painting, but also managed to outsmart Yuan Bing and Lu Xiaojie, indicating a background far from ordinary. Although Lu Monru felt a tinge of anxiety, her heart remained joyful. After all, Gu Fei treated her without any distinction. She even inquired privately if she could accompany him to Shangyuan City, to which he replied that she was welcome to join, for it was 100 times better than here. This elevated her perception of Gu Fei's character. He did not look down upon others despite his elevated status. It seemed he was sincere about gender equality. Lu Xiaojie dared not approach, leaving Lu Monru feeling regretful, as it meant she could not share a room with Gu Fei that night. The following morning, Gu Fei set out for the palace gates accompanied by Zhang Biao and Zhang Yong. Upon arrival, they encountered Lung Hongyi, who was heading to court. Young Master Gu, you too have come. Lung Hongyi's face radiated a smile, leaving it ambiguous whether it was genuine or not. Gu Fei could only nod, acknowledging the Duke of Jilu. Shall we enter together? Lung Hongyi inquired with a smile that struck Gu Fei as insincere. Please, Duke, go ahead. I'm awaiting someone from Lu Jinggong's arrangements. Oh, then I shall proceed in. Gu Fei observed as numerous individuals hurried into the palace, all unknown to him, and likewise, he was unfamiliar to them. However, he recognized that anyone arriving at this hour was undoubtedly a pivotal figure in the northern Hun Kingdom. Before long, a young eunuch approached, calling out, Who is Gu Fei? I am. Just then, a tall, stern-looking middle-aged man approached Gu Fei, snorting disdainfully. So you are Gu Fei? Gu Fei was taken aback, wondering who this man was and what his intent could be. The young eunuch quickly smiled and said, Little Gizi greets the Duke of Zhangguo. With a huff, the man strode away. Gu Fei then realized that this hostile individual was Lu Xiaojie's father. No wonder. The young eunuch, witnessing the Duke of Zhenghua ignoring him, turned to Gu Fei with a blank expression. You may enter alone. The others must wait outside the palace. Gu Fei promptly told Zhang Biao and Zhang Yong. You two should head back. I do not know how long I will be here. Be careful, sir. We shall take our leave. After giving his instructions, Gu Fei followed the young eunuch named Xiao Gizi into the palace. Along the way, Gu Fei discreetly slipped a silver note into Xiao Gizi's hand. Indeed, with the silver note, Xiao Gizi's demeanor transformed completely, his heart filled with sweetness upon seeing the 100-tael note. He mused, no wonder this person was summoned privately by the Empress. He knows how to conduct himself well. Ah, young Master Gu, how can I accept this? Xiao Gizi's face was alight with flattery. Oh, it is merely a small token of gratitude. I hope you will take care of me, Xiao Gizi. Certainly, young Master Gu. We have some matters to discuss. Please do not forget, once we reach our destination, do not wander about, and when encountering nobles, avoid direct eye contact. Thank you for the reminder, Xiao Gizi. May I ask who I am to meet? Upon hearing this, Xiao Gizi quickly replied, young Master Gu is certainly someone who wishes to see you. Lu Jinggong has specifically instructed me not to disclose further details. Someone who wishes to see me? How peculiar. Before long, Gu Fei was led to a small courtyard. Young Master Gu, please sit here. I must report back. Xiao Gizi left Gu Fei alone in the courtyard and hurried off. Sitting on a stone bench, Gu Fei surveyed the surroundings, which appeared quite pleasant, resembling a small garden. After a while, boredom set in, prompting him to rise and approach a vividly blooming flower. As he leaned down to inhale its fragrant scent, he suddenly sensed someone behind him. He quickly turned around to find Xiao Ling Shuang standing there, her expression commanding. Without hesitation, Gu Fei embraced her, exclaiming, Ling Shuang, I knew you would not go back on your word. Gu Fei's unexpected action nearly sent Lu Jing into a panic. The heavens! The Empress was being embraced by this fellow. Ling Shuang, feeling the familiar sensation, momentarily lost her composure before regaining her composure. What are you doing? Release me at once. If someone sees us, you'll be done for. Just then, Lu Jing cleared his throat behind them. Gu Fei realized the inappropriateness of his actions, especially upon noticing Lu Jing standing behind Ling Shuang. Embarrassed, he released her. I heard you have been staying at the Baiwa Tower and have been quite close to a woman named Lu Manru. Ah, Ling Shuang, let me explain. It is not my fault. It was that scoundrel Lung Feng who caused trouble by conspiring with you and Bing. Had I not hidden away, you probably wouldn't have seen me. You can ask Lu Gonggong. If he hadn't intervened yesterday, I would have been beaten to death by Yu Wenbing and Lu Xiaojia. Lu Gonggong watched as Gu Fei complained to the Empress, thinking, isn't it you who was pressing the matter? Moreover, the Empress had been embraced, yet she did not explode with rage. Rather, she seemed startled. This was a monumental secret. If the Empress wished to keep it hidden, he would be in grave danger. Lu Jing felt his legs weaken. The Empress scoffed again, inexplicably saddened upon hearing of Gu Fei's stay at Baiwa Tower, her desire to eliminate him intensifying. Stay here. I have matters to attend to. Do not wander off. The Empress did not afford him the chance to speak and departed immediately, fearing that further conversation would lead to revelations. Watching her leave without exchanging more than a few words, Gu Fei felt disgruntled. Did she have to attend court too? In the Taishan Hall, Empress Xiao Ling Shuang sat upon the dragon throne, the imperial crown's 12 tassels cascading down her cheeks, concealing her expression. She quietly observed Yu Wendu, who stood proudly at the forefront of the ministers, feeling regretful and pondering how to bring this old fool to ruin. The Minister of War stood on the right, flanked by military generals led by Lung Hongyi, all wearing stern expressions, lost in their thoughts. Du Guxian's subordinate, Yao Changhu, had vanished without a trace, despite Lung Hongyi's relentless searches, leading him to suspect that Yu Wendu had silenced him. The Empress cast a cold glance at the defiant Xiao Yang, snorting inwardly. Turning to Lu Jing, the chief eunuch, he bellowed, If there are matters to address, speak. If not, dismiss yourselves. Your Majesty, I have something to report. Xiao Ling Shuang interjected. Yu Wendu sensed a newfound decisiveness in the Empress's tone today, but what did that matter? A sly smile crept across his face as he continued. Since Lord Zhu Lu has searched for 2 days without finding the perpetrator Yao Changhu, and since evidence remains elusive, perhaps your majesty should consider releasing General Dugu, Xian. Yuan, why the haste? The empress replied sharply, causing the assembly to gasp. Yuan quickly feigned terror, hands clasped. Your majesty sees clearly. I could never be an ally of Dugu Xian. Despite his outward display of fear, Yuan's heart was already coldly mocking, pondering what would happen when the third prince of the Hua, Li Ji, arrived. Yuan, since you are not, then cease your chatter. Until Dugu Xian is absolved of suspicion, he remains a suspect. I will neither wrong the innocent nor allow the guilty to escape. If Dugu Xian is indeed innocent in the future, I shall personally apologize. Do you understand my meaning, Yuan? Is there anything more? At that moment, Minister of Rights, Bao Long II, stepped forward. Your Majesty, the third prince of the Hua, accompanied by a retinue of envoys, is currently outside the hall. Hearing this, the empress thought to herself, what is meant to come will inevitably arrive. I shall see how audacious they are this year. Let them in. Announced the arrival of the Hua's envoys. As the third prince of the Hua made his proud approach to Taishan Hall, Gu Fei observed the jubilant Xiao Xianer, who was practically bouncing with joy, nearly causing his mind to stall. Xianer, how did you end up here? How dare you address the Princess Yonghe by name? Xiao shouted. Xiao Xianer's face darkened. You insolent servant, do you wish to die? Get away, he is my master. Startled by her words, the eunuch quickly retreated. Xiao Xianer then linked her arm with Gu Fei's. Master, what brings you here? Gu Fei hastily pushed her away and circled her. Indeed, indeed. The Princess Yonghe visiting a brothel. How very bold of you, Xiao Xianer. Ah, master, please do not mention that. If my mother hears of it, I am doomed. After saying this, she attempted to wrap her arms around Gu Fei again. Stop, stop. I cannot bear the weight of your title. Gu Fei quickly distanced himself from her, finding her too overwhelming. No, today you are my master, as I have already told my empress sister that you are my master. Xiao Xianer cared little for his protests and clung to his arm. If you do not agree today, I shall not let go, and then I shall accuse you of trying to take advantage of me. Goodness, this girl is truly unreasonable. Help! Someone! Gu Fei quickly covered Xiao Xianer's mouth. Just then, the same little eunuch who had overheard Xiao Xianer's shout stepped into the doorway, only to see her tightly embracing Gu Fei, who was covering her mouth. Get out! Before Xiao Xianer could finish, the eunuch recoiled in fright. Let go of her! I shall not! Unless you agree. Xiao Xianer clung to Gu Fei like a stubborn leech, driving him to the brink of madness. Fine, just release me. Upon hearing Gu Fei's acquiescence, Xiao Xianer immediately released his arm and, with a beaming smile, said, Disciple pays respects to master. Xiao Xianer had never encountered someone so entertaining. Others would cower before her as a princess, yet he was refreshingly different, unafraid, and even bold enough to raise his voice at her. This was thrilling. Master, you have yet to tell me how you ended up here. Gu Fei returned to a stone bench, commanding, Pour tea. Oh, of course. Seemingly unperturbed. The little eunuch at the door watched in disbelief as the beloved princess of the palace poured tea for Gu Fei, realizing he must never provoke this man. In his presence, the princess had become a docile kitten. Xiao Xianer, known for a fiery temper, warned, Do not pry in a master's affairs. Oh dear, master, how can you be so cruel? I am but your disciple. We are family now. Meanwhile, the third prince of the Hua, accompanied by 6 attendants, entered Taishan Hall. Li Ji, with an unremarkable appearance but a tall, sturdy build, strode in boldly, exuding an air of arrogance. As he approached the assembly, stopping beside Yuan Du, he clasped his hands. I am Li Ji. Greetings to the Emperor of Beihong. His greeting lacked any semblance of respect, and his flippant demeanor incensed the likes of Leng Hongyi. The Empress, Xiao Ling Shuang, could easily discern the arrogance of Prince Li Ji, but she remained unfazed. After all, his nation was far more powerful than Beihong. Be at ease, third prince. Xiao Ling Shuang replied in a flat, emotionless tone, which made Li Ji uncomfortable. As he thought, I came here to show you favor. Were it not for your reputed beauty, I would not have bothered. Pray tell, What brings the third prince of Dehua to our Beihong? Li Ji laughed heartily. Your Majesty, you feign ignorance. I have come to demand the overdue tribute. Last year, you owed us nearly 2 million taels, and with this year's 500,000 taels, you ought to repay us both principal and interest. My apologies, but this year Beihong has suffered extensive drought. Our treasury holds not a single coin. The third prince may be disappointed once again. Oh, is that so? If so, then the city of Yonghe, to your south, shall become ours. Preposterous. How can you speak of ceding our territory so casually? Moreover, that city is the fief of our Princess Yonghe. Wang Chongling, the Minister of War, known for his military background and fiery temperament, could not hold back his anger at such provocation. Ah, you refuse to pay and also refuse to cede land? Do you intend to defy the heavens and rebel against Dehua? Li Ji turned sharply to glare at Wang Chongling. His gaze as unsettling as that of a serpent. Third prince, Beihong is already in dire straits. We have nothing to offer. Wang Chongling retorted coolly. Li Ji let out a cold snort, fixing his gaze on the empress. Your Majesty should know that without Dehua's protection, your city would have long been seized by the kingdom of Qing to the west. Rather than allow that city to fall into their hands, it is more prudent to hand it over to us. We shall waive your tribute for 3 years. What say you? Your Majesty, this is a proposal we in Beihong may consider. Yuan Du interjected, feigning loyalty. Xiao Qingxian, enraged, pointed an accusing finger at him. Yuan, how can you, a chancellor of Beihong, lack such backbone? Xiao Yang chimed in, exchanging a city for 3 years of peace. What is wrong with that? Xiao Yang, you disgrace the Xiao family. I speak only the truth. Xiao Ling Shuang, witnessing the disgraceful behavior of Xiao Yang and Yuan Du, felt an overwhelming urge to hurl something at these two scoundrels. At that moment, another voice added, Ha, you two princes are correct. Our kingdom of Qing has long coveted that city of Yonghe. Who are you? Wang Chongling coldly stared at the man who spoke. This scoundrel turned out to be from the state of Qing. The empress's heart surged with indignation, thinking how dare he disregard me so blatantly. This rascal followed Li Ji here without even announcing his title. I am Jia Qingfeng, the national master of the state of Qing. National Master Jia. You come to my Tai Xian Hall to meet the emperor and don't even bother to greet us. Is this not an utter lack of courtesy? Long Hong yelled. Face is earned, not given. The state of Qing has always revered the strong. What face is there to speak of with those weaker than us? This was said by a woman beside Jia Qingfeng. What audacity, to dare to act recklessly in my presence. Do you believe I won't have you executed? Even with her remarkable composure, Empress Xiao Ling Shuang could not suppress her rage. Unfazed, the woman replied, Your Majesty, while you may drag me out and kill me, you cannot deny that in the next moment, not only will you lose Yonghe City, but even Beihong will fall to our state of Qing. Lizi lauga fartili. Your Majesty, you see how envious the state of Qing is towards you. So, shall we discuss the annual tribute? I present you with 3 options. First, you and Beihong pay the tribute immediately. Second, you cede cities. Or third. Li Ji leered at Xiao Ling Shuang. What is the third option? Xiao Ling Shuang retorted coldly. I wish for you, Xiao Ling Shuang, to marry me. That way, we will become one family, and the tribute will no longer be necessary. You scoundrel. Xiao Ling Shuang slammed the table. Li Ji, as the third prince of the Great Hua, you are truly unworthy, even if Beihong is in dire straits. I am not someone you can covet. If it comes to it, I shall fight to the death. Who fears whom? Your Majesty speaks wisely. We shall fight on the battlefield rather than live in shame, echoed the officials, their anger boiling over. Lu Jingcheng, the Duke of the Nation, glared at Li Ji and his cohorts, brimming with murderous intent. If the Great Hua and state of Qing are so aggressive, then we shall not shy away from a confrontation, as long as you are prepared to bear the heavy cost. At that moment, Jia Qingfeng, the national master of Qing, interjected, Third prince, the empress is already furious. Perhaps we should find a more agreeable way. Li Ji glanced at the furious Xiao Qingxian, secretly delighted, thinking that one day he would make her kneel beside his bed in servitude, a wicked smile creeping onto his lips. National Master Jia, Do you have a good idea to ensure I can collect the tribute from Beiheng? If successful, I shall reward your state of Qing with half of the tribute. Huh. We thank your highness, the third prince. Jia Qingfeng replied. I have a proposal that all may find acceptable. Let our people wager against Beiheng. Oh, that is a fine idea. Li Ji and Jia Qingfeng were in perfect harmony. Jia Qingfeng arrogantly addressed the Empress, Your Majesty, let us wager right here in this hall. That way, it shall not seem like we are bullying you. Empress Xiao Ling Shuang scoffed. What do you intend to wager? We shall gamble on a contest of wisdom and strategy. Jia Qingfeng grinned, his eyes sparkling with cunning. I have heard that Beiheng boasts many talents in the arts, no less than our great Hua and state of Qing. Let us begin with a painting contest. A painting contest? How shameless you are. Who does not know that your great Hua's Wu Daozi is a contemporary master of painting, with many disciples under him from your state of Qing? Even the civil officials of Beiheng found it hard to maintain their composure, with the Minister of Personnel, Yu Shernan, stepping forward. Such blatant bullying is truly shameless. At that moment, Yuan Du remarked sarcastically, surely, this wager cannot be limited to just one? Indeed, Minister Yuan, we plan to wager 3 rounds, utilizing a best-of-3 format. Whoever wins 2 rounds shall claim victory. What shall the other 2 rounds entail? Yuan Du inquired, ressembling à comique folle, inciting the ire of the Beiheng military officials. The other 2 rounds will involve martial and intellectual competitions. Of course, if the Emperor of Beiheng has his own ideas, he is welcome to propose them, and we shall accept. Your Majesty, I believe this contest is relatively fair. Even if we lose, we have 2 more chances, an official remarked. Before the Empress could respond, Wang Chongling interjected, I have seen elbows bending outward, but I have never seen a minister like Yuan Du so shamelessly self-serving. Do you still consider yourself the minister of Beiheng? Yuan Du, bowing to the Empress, Your Majesty, I merely spoke a truth. You know what you are thinking, Yuan Du? Xiao Ling Shuang shot back, showing no regard for his feelings. Yuan Du could only smile awkwardly, secretly reveling in the thought. You believe you will win the 2nd and 3rd rounds after losing the 1st? In any case, Beiheng cannot prevail. Suddenly, the Empress made a proposition. Minister Yuan, how about this? Let us wager once more. Yuan Du was taken aback, pondering what the Empress meant. You wish to wager against me? You are bound to lose. Yet you still want to gamble. The third prince has already privately promised me a handsome reward. Should Beiheng fail, I shall gain a fortune. Furthermore, when a great Hua and state of Qing annex Beiheng, I will still enjoy high office and wealth, with promises of the next minister position. At this thought, Yuan Du grinned cunningly, unaware of the Empress's intentions. What do you wish to wager, Your Majesty? I wish to wager your position as minister. If Beiheng triumphs, I will reclaim your ministerial position. Yuan Du's expression shifted instantly, his smile freezing in place. A tumult of emotions surged within him. He had never anticipated that Empress Xiao Ling Shuang would wager his position. Your Majesty, Yuan Du forced down his inner fury, barely managing a smile. What do you mean? Will you accept the wager or not? Xiao Ling Shuang glared at him, his heart racing. Yuan Du hesitated, but he maintained his composure. Very well, if Your Majesty insists. I shall agree. However, do remember, I shall not lose. This scoundrel is already certain we of Beiheng will lose. Wang Chongling and the others were incensed. Even the neutral elder, Lord Xiaoinan, could not contain himself. Minister Yuan, you have no faith in us at all. Yuan du retorted litli. This was forced upon me by the Empress. There is no need for you to be angry. What if Beiheng wins? Lord Xiaoinan gave Yuan Du a heavy stare. I am not blind. Minister Yuan knows very well. At that moment, the Empress turned to the third prince, saying, Li Ji, why don't we raise the stakes? Let us gamble for the ultimate victory. If our Beiheng artists can defeat your great Hua or state of Qing's painters, we shall claim victory. Li Ji burst into laughter as if he had misheard. Your Majesty, do you intend to concede, or are you offering Beiheng as a dowry to me? Since that is the case, I shall accept. Unbeknownst to them, the renowned painter Wu Daozi was hidden among the crowd, scoffing inwardly, thinking Beiheng must be insane. Who in the world could compete with him? How foolish to overestimate themselves. Meanwhile, Yuan Du chuckled lightly. I did not expect your majesty to jest with me. The empress retorted icily, I never jest. My words are gold. Lu Jing went to fetch the ink and brush, declaring that today he would take a significant gamble. If heaven did not wish for Bei Hong to perish, it would surely provide us with protection. I intend to sign a written agreement with you, in black and white, to prevent any future deceit. Li Ji laughed heartily, expressing his eagerness, for he feared the emperor might have a change of heart in court. Among the crowd, Princess Zhao, one of the Qin kingdom, was particularly pleased, as she was one of Wu Daozi's disciples. She thought to herself, who in this world could rival her master? Especially with him present today? This empress of Beihing truly did not know her own limits. At that moment, the empress summoned Lu Jing to her side and whispered a few words to him. Lu Jing hastily departed. The empress watched him leave, pondering whether this audacious brigand could indeed turn the tide. Unbeknownst to anyone, the empress had already seen the painting Gu Fei created for Lu Monru. Unable to sleep the previous night, she had Lu Jing send someone to the Baiwa Tower to retrieve the painting. She yearned to see what Lu Monru truly looked like. Upon viewing Gu Fei's breathtaking artwork, she felt a surge of jealousy, as if a bottle of vinegar had been overturned. How could this brigand create such a stunning portrait of a courtesan? The description provided by Xiao Xianer paled in comparison to the painting, which was executed with unparalleled skill, proving that Wu Daozi was indeed inferior. What? Lu Gonggong, the empress has asked me to compete in painting? Gu Fei was taken aback, pondering the meaning of this request. Lu Jing wasted no time in clarifying. Young Master Gu, Her Majesty stated that if you defeat the painter from Nahua, she will advocate for you regarding the matters in Shangyuan City. Is that so? Just one painting will suffice? Lu Jing nodded vigorously. Indeed, young Master Gu, our fate rests in your hands. If we lose to the Dahua painter, we shall forfeit the cities of Yonghe and Yongyuan. What? Dahua seeks to seize my territory. Xiao Xiane was instantly incensed. Master, you must assist Xiener. We must defeat that Dahua painter. She rushed to hug Gu Fei's arm, shaking it fervently. Gu Fei, realizing he had no reason to refuse, stood up, thinking that painting one picture seemed a small price to pay. Lu Gonggong, please send someone to fetch my brush from Baiwa Tower. The painting of Lu Monru displayed prominently in the hall had been personally retrieved by Lu Jing from Yihui. He knew Gu Fei's brush was unlike any other. Upon hearing Gu Fei's agreement, Lu Jing urgently dispatched someone to find Zhang Biao and Zhang Yong. Young Master Gu, let us proceed to the Tai-Xian Hall. Gu Fei nodded, surprised at how quickly he would meet the empress. Xiao Xiana chimed in, I want to go too. I wish to see my master press, that Dahua painter, into the ground. Under normal circumstances, Xiao Xianer would not have been allowed into the hall. But given the turmoil caused by Dahua and Qin Kingdom, Lu Jing did not object. The palace of Bei Hong was not as grand as Gu Fei had imagined. It could not compare to the palace built by Zhu Di in later times. He estimated it to be no more than 1/5 the size. Alas, it was a small nation, now being bullied at their doorstep. Gu Fei felt sympathy for the empress, recognizing the dire straits she faced. The palace had become a vassal state, yet the suzerain was leading the charge against them. What a pitiful state, he mused, burdened by both internal and external strife. What merit was there in being an emperor? Meanwhile, in the Tai-Xian Hall, Li Ji and others were growing impatient. Your Majesty, I have waited long enough. Who will you send forth to compete? He continued, Our Dahua boasts the presence of the holy painter, a privilege for you to witness. From the back, an elderly man in his 50s stepped forward, proudly introducing himself. I am Wu Daozi, honored to meet you all. His demeanor mirrored Li Ji's arrogance, dismissing those around him. What? The holy painter is here? Many ministers from Bei Hong became unsettled. This seemed to guarantee their defeat. They had expected a disciple of Wu Daozi to appear, not the master himself. Even the old prince, Xiaoyinan, was taken aback. He had anticipated that the empress would send the royal painter, Lan Qing, to face the Dahua representative, as Lan Qing was one of the most renowned painters among the nations. With Wu Daozi present, the competition felt futile. Xiao Yang smugly remarked, Your Majesty, is there even a need for a contest? With the holy painter here, how can we possibly win against Lan Qing? The Empress Xiao Ling Shuang snorted, "I did not expect the Hua and Qing kingdom to go to such lengths for our two cities. Since your holy painter is here, let us commence the painting. My people are still en route. Perhaps they will arrive by the time you are finished." Her tone was calm, devoid of any hint of anxiety, leaving many puzzled. How could she remain so composed in the face of impending defeat? Was she simply resigned to her fate? Wu Daozi stood in the center of the hall, his gaze piercing as if he could see through all of Bei Heng's cards. His presence was commanding. Despite his advancing years, his artistic prowess remained unmatched. Who dared to be so arrogant, believing there was no one in Bei Heng to rival him? Merely painting a picture? Gu Fei thought to himself, how effortless it would be. His eyes scanned the room, searching for Ling Shuang. After a prolonged search, he found no trace of her, leaving him feeling disheartened. He then stole a glance at the Empress, only to find her visage obscured by the 12 jeweled tassels of her crown. Judging by her figure, she seemed quite fair, causing Gu Fei to momentarily forget the warning from Xiao Gui not to stare the nobility within the palace, especially the Empress. However, no one was concerned with his gaze at that moment. Instead, speculation arose regarding his identity. Who was this person? Nearly 100 eyes turned towards Gu Fei as he walked in behind Lu Jing. The Empress, witnessing Gu Fei's audacious entrance, felt a rush of emotion. This brigand never knew when to restrain himself. "If you cannot defeat Wu Daozi, I shall not spare you." Cold expressions formed on the faces of Duke Lung Hongyi and Duke Zhengguo Lu Jingsheng as they recognized him. Yuan Du's eyes narrowed like a serpent's, staring at the seemingly indifferent Gu Fei as he approached with a swagger. Who was this fool, speaking so arrogantly? Surely he did not believe he could defeat Wu Daozi? Xiao Yang laughed loudly. "Your Majesty, how could you have chosen such a character? Surely, you do not wish to concede so pathetically." At that moment, a chilling voice pierced the silence. "Your Majesty, I have just learned of your absurd decision to gamble with the Hua over a painting to determine the fate of our cities. Are you unaware of Wu Daozi's reputation? It is utterly preposterous. I command you to annul this wager." The hall fell silent, the Grand Dowager's words striking like a hammer against the hearts of all present. All gazes focused on her as she entered, supported by palace maids, her beauty striking yet her expression severe. Gu Fei's heart raced. How could such a captivating woman be the Grand Dowager of Beihong? "Mother." The Empress Xiao Ling Shuang raised her brow slightly, her expression shifting to one of complexity. Since both parties have agreed to this contest and signed it in black and white, it would be impossible to nullify it now. Xiao Ling Shuang's tone carried an air of undeniable authority, as if she were asserting to Ji Yu that she, Xiao Ling Shuang, was the true emperor. Ji Yu smiled coldly, a hint of sarcasm flickering in her eyes. "Emperor? Do you truly believe that a mere youth could possibly triumph over Wu Daozi? If you lose, how will you explain yourself to the late emperor? How will you account for this to Xian'er, as it is her fief?" The Empress Dowager was right. Yuan Du approached Gu Fei, his voice dripping with disdain, declaring that this young man was nothing more than a braggart and could not possibly be compared to Wu Daozi. He regarded Gu Fei with a flash of contempt, as if the latter's existence was utterly insignificant to him. Xiao Yang added with a cynical laugh. "A boy who cannot even meet the gaze of the old painting sage dares to boast. He truly knows not the heights of heaven nor the depths of the earth." "Second brother, what nonsense are you spouting? My master is the best in the world. How could he possibly lose to that old man Wu Daozi?" Xiai Oxiania protested defiantly. Chapter 71. Who says one must use a brush to paint? "What are you saying, Xian'er?" Ji Yu questioned, doubting her own hearing. "Mother, my master simply cannot lose to that old man Wu Daozi." Xiao Xian'er ran to Ji Yu's side, clinging to her arm in a show of affection. What qualifications does he have to be your master? It's utterly absurd. Mother, please trust Xian'er's judgment. My master will undoubtedly win against that despicable and arrogant old man. Nonsense. Have you all lost your minds? Hey, people of Beiheng, are you going to compete or not? If you don't, this written agreement will stand as is. Li Ji scoffed, surveying those in the hall with disdain. Compete? Why not? If we are to compete, then let us all maintain some decorum. The noise is unbearable. No wonder your Beiheng is in disarray. The upper beam is crooked leading to a skewed lower beam. Upon hearing the words of Zhao Wan, the third princess of Qinghua, Gu Fei felt a surge of indignation. What we have here is harmony between ruler and subjects, akin to one big family. Only the dim-witted would fail to comprehend this. Gu Fei's words elicited a stifled laugh from Xiao Ling Shuang, though she suppressed it out of respect for her image and authority. This rogue's tongue was as sharp as his underling's, showing no mercy. Perhaps that underling had learned from him. Even the Empress Dowager Jiyu found merit in Gu Fei's remarks. Some Beiheng officials couldn't help but snicker, resembling the sound of a pig. "You, who are you calling dim-witted?" Zhao Wan fumed, pointing a finger at Gu Fei, wishing she could swallow him whole. Gu Fei snorted. "Whoever disrespects my Beiheng is. Rascal, you have the audacity to insult us, thinking we would not dare to kill you?" Li Ji glared at Gu Fei, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Unfazed, Gu Fei retorted, "Did I strike a nerve? The third prince of Dahu, and this is the extent of your wit? You Dahu and Qinghua look down upon our Beiheng for being small in territory and population. Do you not understand that a mountain need not be high to be famous if it has immortals, nor must water be deep to be spiritual if it has dragons? Such is the truth, a splendid saying. A mountain need not be high to be famous if it has immortals. Water need not be deep to be spiritual if it has dragons." The grand scholar Kai Shuequan stepped forward, stroking his little mustache, clearly pleased with Gu Fei's words, which he found exceptionally insightful. As this young man has stated, though Beiheng may be small, it indeed produces many talents. "May I ask this young man your name?" "I am Kai Shuequan, grand scholar of the Guozijian." "Kai Shuequan, pray tell, do you play basketball?" Gu Fei remarked, observing the elderly man with skepticism. Suddenly, Gu Fei recalled that since entering the Great Hall, he had yet to greet the Empress. "I have met Her Majesty the Empress." Upon hearing this, the Empress immediately cleared her throat, adjusting her tone. "Ahem. Minister Gu, rise and swiftly defeat them." Gu Fei recognized this as the opportune moment to make his request. "Your Majesty, has the cold lady conveyed my request to you?" The Empress coughed lightly. "Yes, I am aware." "Then, if I assist your Majesty in vanquishing this old man, it would mean safeguarding 2 cities for Beiheng. Will your Majesty grant my request? Should you defeat the painting sage Wu Daozi, I shall grant it." "Excellent. A gentleman's word is his bond. All present are witnesses." With a proud expression, Gu Fei turned to Li Ji and the others. "Painting sage Wu Daozi, shall we paint figures or objects? Who will propose the subject? You or I?" Wu Daozi, observing this excessively confident young man, mused that perhaps he was a prodigy in painting. Aware of his own status as the painting sage, he became cautious, fearing that Gu Fei might select a subject in which he was not proficient. He coldly huffed, "Though I am senior to you by 2 generations, I shall allow you to choose the topic first. However, let's paint a figure, as it is a fundamental requirement for every painter." Upon hearing this, Gu Fei chuckled with delight, thinking to himself that while he was lacking in other areas of painting, he would surely excel in figure drawing. "Very well then, let us both create a portrait of the Empress Dowager. This way, everyone can clearly see our work." Upon hearing Gu Fei's intention to paint the Empress Dowager, Xiao Ling Shuang felt a pang of disappointment. Nevertheless, as the emperor, she recognized that Wu Daozi was foolishly agreeing to compete with Gu Fei in figure painting. Initially, she had expected Wu Daozi to choose something difficult, which had caused her considerable worry. Little did she know, the old man opted for a human figure, which made her feel a sense of relief. As long as this rogue could produce a work akin to Lu Monru's painting, victory was assured. No, if he exerted merely half his strength, victory was his for certain. Gu Fei bowed to Empress Dowager Jiyu. "Might I trouble you to find a stool for me to paint? I shall create a portrait for you alongside old Wu." Ji was taken aback by Gu Fei's choice, knowing that Wu Daozi rarely painted for others. She had previously sought Wu Daozi to create a work for her, but he had arrogantly refused, leaving her quite vexed. This young man certainly knew how to curry favor. Even if he lost, at least she would have a true masterpiece from Wu Daozi, allowing her to recoup some of her losses. However, Ji was not one to let Gu Fei off easily. As she slowly sat on the chair that Lu Jing had brought over, her tone turned icy, I do not care what dealings you have with the emperor, but listen well. If you lose, I shall make you pay dearly. Gu Fei had never encountered someone so shameless. Here I am, competing for your beiheng against a hostile nation, and you dare to threaten me? I ought to strip you bare and whip you. What if by some stroke of luck I win? Will there be any reward? Ji Yu's beautiful eyes narrowed sharply as she regarded Gu Fei. If you truly defeat the painting sage, I shall allow Xiener to genuinely become your disciple. Gu Fei found himself speechless. If he could defeat Wu Daozi, what did he care for such a title? Empress Dowager. Actually, Enough. Hurry and paint your picture. Where do you find the time for such idle chatter? There is no decorum here. Ji Yu was clearly displeased with Gu Fei's slick demeanor. Yu Wendu and Xiao Yang, observing Gu Fei being scolded, felt a surge of satisfaction. Xiao Yang mockingly remarked, "Indeed, what are you waiting for? Get on with it." Wu Daozi cast a fleeting glance at Gu Fei, then calmly retrieved a scroll from his belongings, instructing a nearby attendant to bring ink and brushes, preparing to commence his artwork. Seeing this, Xiao Xiener hurried to Gu Fei's side, grinning broadly. "Master, let Xiener help you." Gu Fei would not dare to command Xiao Xiener in front of her mother. In solitude, he might endure a bruised backside without concern, yet at this moment, he truly felt hesitant to issue commands. He addressed Xiao Xiener, "Princess Yonghe, cease your antics. Lu Gonggong, please fetch me a wooden board of this size." Lu Jing paused momentarily upon hearing this. The Empress then commanded, "Lu Jing, do as he says." "As you wish." Lu Jing hurriedly departed, while Wu Daozi had already begun his work. Wu Daozi's technique was both skilled and graceful as he wielded his brush, seemingly endowing his strokes with an invisible force that captivated every onlooker. Each stroke, an ink mark appeared to narrate a silent tale. The atmosphere in the hall grew increasingly tense, with everyone holding their breath, afraid to disturb the brush saint's artistry. Meanwhile, Gu Fei continued requesting wooden boards from Lu Jing and searching for bricks. Xiao Yang and Yu Wendu immediately remarked, "You're just posturing. Surely you can't be so inept. If you lose this contest, I shall be the first to demand your life." Gu Fei, hearing their taunts, would not indulge them. "Since you are so formidable, why don't you attempt to paint instead?" Xiao Yang retorted, "We're not skilled in any form of painting." Gu Fei suddenly scoffed. "If you lack any ability, then kindly silence yourselves. Your shame is already quite evident." Gu Fei's assertiveness astonished both Li Ji and Princess Zhao, one of the kingdom of Qing. In truth, it was not only they who were surprised. Even the Empress, Xiao Ling Shuang, found herself taken aback, reflecting on how this audacious rogue showed no regard for royal authority. She pondered how, despite having shared a bed with him, there was seemingly nothing this rascal would shy away from doing. Soon, the 2-foot square wooden board that Gu Fei requested was swiftly brought to him by Lu Jing. Gu Fei accepted the board, dragged over a chair, and placed the board at an angle against the chair's back, propping it up with 2 bricks. He then secured the painting paper onto the board. Observing his labor, many officials skilled in calligraphy and painting expressed astonishment, questioning, "Is he not worried about the ink spilling everywhere with such an arrangement?" However, Xiao Xiener chuckled. "Who told you that painting must be done with a brush? Open your eyes and watch my master paint today. You shall witness something extraordinary." In Chapter 72, The Painter Saint, you have lost amidst the crowd's bewildered gazes. Gu Fei did not follow the customary practice of picking up a brush. Instead, he retrieved a pencil from his sleeve. This action instantly sparked hushed discussions within the hall, as astonished faces turned to one another. What is that he holds? Is he truly going to paint without a brush? Someone gasped quietly. Gu Fei smirked slightly, glancing at the Empress Ji Yu before gently touching the paper with the pencil, beginning to sketch the image of Ji Yu etched in his memory, stroke by stroke. The pencil danced nimbly between his fingers, flowing across the paper like water, swiftly outlining the likeness of the Empress. His movements were so rapid that the spectators stood in stunned silence. Even Wu Daozi and others were momentarily taken aback, pondering, this individual dares to paint without a brush, utilizing such rudimentary tools. Could it be mere bravado? Yet, Gu Fei remained unfazed by their scrutiny, his focused demeanor rendering the very air in the hall still. The Empress had never seen him so earnest before, realizing that when he concentrated, he possessed a certain charisma. Indeed, Gu Fei was intent on creating a remarkable portrait, for he was up against the illustrious painter Wu Daozi, a fact that weighed on him. In truth, were he to be measured against experts in a later era, he might not even be worthy of polishing Wu Daozi's shoes. However, the times had changed. He aimed to challenge their limited perceptions. Xiao Yang and Yu Wendu observed as Gu Fei began sketching erratically on the canvas. Xiao Yang burst into laughter, brandishing a broken stick. Even I could achieve a painting like that. I could snack on it. Second brother, if you wish to eat, perhaps consider this brick instead. It seems quite fitting for your hard-headedness. Xiao Xianer was unyielding in her banter with her second brother. Xianer, why are you siding with an outsider? Xiao Xianer retorted with a grin. Gu Fei is my master. How can he be an outsider? As for you, instead of supporting my master, you mock him alongside those from Dehua and Qinghua. You are the true outsider. The grand scholar Kai Shuequan observed Gu Fei's seemingly haphazard doodles, slowly discerning the logic behind each step. Though it appeared chaotic, there was an underlying structure. As time flowed, those officials beside Kai Shuequan shifted from disdain to surprise, murmuring, "Oh, can it truly be done this way?" Each stroke from Gu Fei led to unexpected revelations, causing a senior official to exclaim, "By heavens, at my age, I have never witnessed such a miraculous technique. It seems hope still lingers for Beihong," exclaimed Minister of War Wang Chongling, his face alight with excitement. They watched Gu Fei, who alternated between gentle strokes and firm marks, swiftly outlining the features of Jiyu. The majesty and beauty captured between her brows sprang forth vividly from the paper, each line seeming to breathe life into the artwork. As the image took shape, the audience was gradually enveloped in awe. Approximately 10 minutes later, a lifelike portrait emerged on the paper, its lines precise and fluid. The interplay of light and shadow remarkably layered, even capturing Jiyu's subtly proud expression with finesse. Xiao Xianer's eyes sparkled with brilliance as she couldn't help but exclaim, "Master, you are incredible. This looks just like the real person." In contrast, the atmosphere among the Dehua delegation grew increasingly tense. Princess Zhao Wan and Prince Li Ji gazed at Gu Fei's painting, their hearts filled with astonishment. In hushed tones, Zhao Wan remarked to Li Ji, "He can execute such techniques. It is utterly unprecedented." Li Ji's expression shifted from contempt to gravity, a storm of emotions swelling within him. He recognized that Gu Fei, challenging Wu Daozi, must be an exceptional artist, yet he had never anticipated such extraordinary techniques, nor their stunning effects. This painting resembles a living being. Beside them, Xiao Xianer observed how each of Gu Fei's strokes seemed to serve as a pivotal touch, her face brimming with pride as she whispered, "Did you see? This is my master's unparalleled skill, unmatched in the world." As Gu Fei completed the final stroke, he gently set down the pencil and revealed the artwork to the audience. The Jiyu depicted on the paper bore an air of poise and dignity, her serene gaze seemingly fixed upon each spectator. The ministers in the hall were momentarily stunned, murmuring in admiration. "It's as if the Empress herself is seated here," an elder exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment. Grand Scholar Kai Shuequan, trembling as he stroked his beard, declared, "This is unmistakably the living Empress captured on canvas. In all my years, I have never beheld such realistic, lifelike artistry." Empress Xiao Ling Shuang, seated upon her dragon throne, felt a stirring within her heart, contemplating how this individual consistently presented her with new forms of astonishment. Had she not witnessed his artistry firsthand, she might have been unable to restrain herself from descending to inspect the painting. Jiyu, posed regally on her chair, noticed the shock mirrored in the eyes of the ministers, pondering whether this scoundrel might truly defeat the world's foremost painter, Wu Daozi. Meanwhile, Wu Daozi, while painting, discreetly observed the commotion from afar. Though the distance obscured his view of Gu Fei's technique, he could hear the North Hung officials murmuring in awe, each remark laden with admiration. He snorted softly, fully aware that they were merely rallying for their own artist. Soon, he would reveal the prowess of the current greatest painter to them. As his brush once again glided across the canvas, the previously lifeless scene gradually blossomed with vitality. The characters' gazes began to deepen, and the intricate details became vividly animated. After approximately 10 minutes, Gu Fei halted his brush, revealing a lifelike portrait of Jiyu before the onlookers. Her eyes held a subtle smile, imbued with an aura of unwavering authority. The corners of her mouth were slightly upturned, yet they hinted at a trace of tenderness. It was as if she might speak at any moment. Then he proclaimed loudly, "Your Majesty, I have completed the portrait. Good heavens, it's so lifelike. Gu Fei, you forgot to leave your signature." "Oh, thank you for the reminder." "Scholar Kai." Gu Fei picked up his pencil and swiftly inscribed a line on the painting. "Portrait of Her Majesty, Empress of the Beiheng Empire." Below, he signed his name, Gu Fei, Duching, October 6th, painted in the Taishan Palace. "Quick, bring it here for me to see what this young man has captured of me." Lu Jing, unable to contain his excitement, took the painting and directly presented it to the perspiring Wu Daozi, exclaiming in a sharp voice, "Master of paintings, you have lost." Wu Daozi raised his eyes and beheld the portrait of Empress Jiyu. So lifelike, it seemed as though she could step out of the frame. His eyes widened in disbelief, and he shouted, "This is impossible. No one can create such exquisite likenesses." He could even perceive reflections within Jiyu's gaze. Beside him, the third princess of the Qing nation bitterly remarked, "Master, you have indeed lost to him. It appears as if the person lives within the painting." The members of the Great Hua delegation were astounded, unable to fathom that such a masterpiece could emerge from such youthful hands. Lu Jing waved the painting in front of Wu Daozi for a few moments before presenting it to Empress Jiyu. "Your Majesty, please take a look." Upon seeing such a stunningly realistic portrayal of herself, Jiyu, usually as cold as ice, could not suppress a flicker of emotion and softly remarked, "Gu Fei, your painting is indeed beyond my expectations." Her face betrayed an uncontrollable joy as she gazed again at the artwork, surprised by her own beauty. "Master of paintings, need I say more? You have lost." Listening to the Empress's words, Wu Daozi, despite his reluctance to admit inferiority, bitterly conceded, "I have indeed lost." His heart shattered. He had grown up amidst countless praises and had never encountered a rival until today. Gu Fei's painting was strikingly realistic, so much so that it mirrored the real person perfectly, even capturing the minutiae of her visage. The disparity between his work and Gu Fei's was as vast as a chasm between heaven and earth. Li Ji's face flickered with colors of embarrassment and anger. He had not anticipated that he would ruin such a favorable situation. How could he explain this upon returning? Not only had he lost the bets for this year and the next, but he had also waived last year's taxes. His mind became a chaotic flurry as he realized he had become the laughingstock of the Great Hua and many neighboring nations. As he stood there, his expression turned somewhat dazed. Empress Xiao Ling Shuang cleared her throat, her gaze fixed intently on Gu Fei. In that moment, all resentment she harbored towards him seemed to dissipate. This scoundrel had repeatedly saved her from peril, and now he had not only won the tribute for 3 years, but also safeguarded 2 cities. Such extraordinary merit was unmatched by anyone present, except for Duke Lu Jingcheng, who had achieved similar glory 2 decades prior. Empress Xiao Ling Shuang's heart raced with excitement. "Third Prince, you have lost. What more can you say?" "No, I refuse to accept this. We must have a rematch." "Yes, I too refuse to concede." "You win du stud allongcide." "What? Do you, the Great Hua, wish to backtrack?" Yuan Du's words pricked the hearts of many Beiheng officials like needles. "Yuan Du, do you not have any shame? You have already signed and sealed the agreement." The old prince, Xiao Yinan, could no longer hold his tongue and retorted, "Indeed, I have seen shamelessness, but never such audacity," Gu Fei added. "Yuan Du, from this moment forth, your position as chancellor shall be temporarily filled by Prince Xiao Yinan." Empress Xiao Ling Shuang declared coldly, granting Yuan Du no opportunity to respond. She would not relinquish such a rare opportunity. To do so would be uncharacteristic of her. Li Ji was momentarily stunned by Xiao Ling Shuang's words, feeling a flush of embarrassment. If this were to spread, it would surely tarnish his reputation. He turned to Xiao Ling Shuang and said, "The previous wager stands." I merely wish to wager once more. Huh. Third prince. Do you wish to reclaim your lost wager? Cold Hong, he scoffed, his face alight with derision. Has the embarrassment not been enough? Not to reclaim it. Rather, Lizio Guarli Kuntareth. At that moment, the third princess of the Qing nation interjected. The third prince means that, Gu Fei, your painting is indeed remarkable, but do you dare to wager with our Qing nation? Li Ji cast a grateful glance at Zhao Wan, thinking how timely her assistance was. He awkwardly reiterated, yes, that is precisely my intent. Upon hearing that Li Ji seemed to acknowledge the previous wager, Xiao Ling Shuang felt a slight easing in her tension. However, as she observed the Qing officials and Li Ji directing their gaze towards Gu Fei, she inwardly scoffed. Did they wish to regain their honor at Gu Fei's expense? What do you wish to compete in? Speak clearly, so I may determine its appropriateness. Gu Fei, sensing a familiar sentiment from the Empress's words, felt a sense of disappointment that she was not present for his remarkable performance. Very well, this time we shall not paint, nor shall we engage in martial competition. Instead, we shall compete in intellect. If you can solve the arithmetic problem posed by this princess, you shall be deemed the victor. This is rather shameless. Gu Fei has already surpassed the current master of paintings. We have been thoroughly impressed. He is merely skilled in painting. Gu Fei, hearing Zhao Wan's audacious challenge to a mathematical duel, wore a perplexed expression, appearing somewhat intimidated. This very expression sparked a glimmer of hope in the third princess of Qing and the great Hua's third prince, who believed they had found a chink in his armor. Exchanging glances, third prince Li Ji and Zhao Wan agreed that this strategy was viable. Gu Fei feigned trepidation, causing Xiao Ling Shuang to feel a pang of concern. It appeared the mountain bandit was not adept at arithmetic. Perhaps it would be wise to decline this challenge, having already won. How about it? I am a master of painting, and my arithmetic is not lacking either. Just look at my teacher. His arithmetic is excellent. Gu Fei, you wouldn't lack the courage to accept, would you? Zhao Wan prodded, hoping to provoke Gu Fei into a hasty agreement. Unexpectedly, Empress Xiao Ling Shuang interjected, Gu Fei, if you choose not to accept, they can do nothing to you. This is merely an additional wager, and it matters not whether you accept or decline. For we of Beiheng have already triumphed. Gu Fei, upon hearing her words, felt a sense of appreciation towards the Empress, finding her concern more genuine than Xiao Ling Shuang's. He feigned a moment of enlightenment. As you say, Your Majesty. However, Li Ji smiled faintly. Are you afraid? Do you not wish to hear what the third princess's wager entails? What? What is the third princess's wager? Seeing Gu Fei finally display curiosity, Zhao Wan seized the moment, determined to press forward. If you win against this princess, your reward will be 500,000 taels of silver. Upon hearing the sum of silver, Gu Fei couldn't help but feel a stir in his heart. This considerable wealth, if taken back to Shangyuan City, would allow for a prolonged period of indulgence. Even the Empress, Xiao Ling Shuang, felt a jolt at the mention of 500,000 taels. For her, it represented a significant income that could ensure a period of stability. 500,000 taels, how intriguing. Goodness, 500,000 taels. Do you comprehend the sheer volume of silver that accumulates to such a sum? The old prince, Xiao Yinan, was tempted to crack open Gu Fei's skull to discern his thoughts. Gu Fei then scoffed coldly. Your wager stands at 500,000 taels. But what shall be the stake from Beiheng? Surely, you cannot incorporate the previous wager. Zhao Wan laughed derisively at Gu Fei. If you are willing, it matters not to me, but I desire a simple wager from you. What sort of simplicity do you propose? Your life. Zhao Wan's gaze pierced Gu Fei like a viper. Should you lose, your life shall belong to me. Upon hearing this, gasps echoed throughout the hall. The kingdom of Qing audaciously sought Gu Fei's life, demonstrating their resolve that he must not triumph over Li Ji. Yuan Du and Xiao Yang exchanged knowing smiles, silently urging Gu Fei to acquiesce, as they too wished for his demise. Xiao Ling Shuang's pupils constricted, a wave of killing intent radiating from her. How dare that wretched Zhao Wan seek to extinguish the life of the mountain bandit? Though she found Gu Fei somewhat detestable, he should not perish at Zhao Wan's hands. Gu Fei, upon hearing her words, sneered disdainfully. He had not anticipated that this despicable woman would go to such lengths merely to claim his life. Was this her way of avenging Li Ji's previous loss? Gu Fei chuckled coldly to himself, but then a thought struck him. Chapter 74. No money. No bet since the wager involved his life. Would that not entitle him to the silver? What do you say? Are you willing to gamble? Should you win, you will receive 500,000 taels. Should you lose, only your worthless life. Xiao Yang interjected with a mocking tone. You wagered with the third princess. Win, and you shall claim 500,000 taels. Lose, and you lose, but your life. What a lucrative deal for you. Xiao Yang, should you dare to speak thus again, I shall tear your mouth apart. Xiao Ling Shuang was once more incensed. She vowed that Xiao Yang would eventually meet his end at her hands. At that moment, Gu Fei addressed the Empress with a respectful clasp of his hands. Your Majesty, if I were to win this 500,000, may I take it back with me? Absolutely not. Gu Fei rolled his eyes at her response. Then, in that case, I shall withdraw from this wager. To win and receive nothing, yet to risk my life? You may find another to wager with. How about you, second prince? Xiao Yang immediately sought refuge behind Yuan Du, muttering, You're the one she called out to. Not me. Why implicate me? Yuan, perhaps you would like to take my place? Gu Fei disregarded the prime minister entirely, eliciting a scoff from Yuan Du, who chose not to respond. Gu Fei spread his hands, addressing Zhao Wan and Li Ji. You have all seen and heard. It is not that I refuse to wager. It is simply unnecessary. Winning against you would be trivial. Alas, how regrettable. His expression radiated insolence. You are merely afraid to gamble. Zhao Wan seethed. This man was only intent on embellishing his own image, refusing to engage in the wager. I could defeat you in mere moments. Gu Fei's disdain was palpable. Moments. What do you know of moments? Zhao Wan was oblivious to the significance of the term. Xiao Ling Shuang observed Gu Fei. Realizing he was still entangled in trivial banter with Zhao Wan, her irritation growing. The most crucial matter was that he sought to monopolize the 500,000 taels. This could not stand. If she withheld the silver, he would not wager. Xiao Ling Shuang had a premonition that should Gu Fei engage in this gamble, he might indeed secure victory. However, should he lose, there would be no future for him. Contemplating this, she hesitated to push Gu Fei into such a perilous situation, especially after he had rendered her such a significant service. Forcing him to gamble could ruin her reputation if he were to lose. Both Yuan Du and Xiao Yang would surely exploit the situation. After much deliberation, she coldly declared, Gu Fei, you may take your leave. Sienna will escort you. Remain where you are and do not wander. Do not let him leave. Zhao Wan attempted to intervene. Gu Fei chuckled. If you wish to prevent my departure, let us alter the wager. Should you lose, you will serve as my bed warmer. What say you? You. Zhao Wan was on the verge of fury. You wouldn't dare gamble. With that, Gu Fei swaggered out of the Taishan Hall, leaving a stunned assembly behind. Zhao Wan's carefully crafted plan to eliminate Gu Fei had crumbled, leaving her in a state of profound frustration. She turned to the third prince, pouting, What shall we do now? Li Ji, witnessing Gu Fei being dismissed by the Empress, felt a surge of resentment towards Gu Fei, whom he deemed the source of his own misfortunes. Without Gu Fei, victory would have been assured. Gu Fei must perish. He cast a glance at Yuan Du, surmising that perhaps the old man had betrayed him. With a huff, he declared, Since the people of Bei Hung lack courage, we too shall take our leave. However, Your Majesty, do not forget that the annual hunt and duel tournament is fast approaching. At that time, the elite from various nations will gather, and it is inevitable that standings will be determined. I wonder if the pillars of Beihang will still be cherishing life as they do today. He emphasized the phrase, cherishing life, with heavy sarcasm. Xiao Ling Shuang's expression hardened as she replied coolly, Beihang has always valued talent. Why must the third prince fixate on a feudal life-and-death wager? We triumphed last year, and this year we shall do so again. Xiao Ling Shuang remained unperturbed, her gaze icy. She was fully aware that Li Ji sought to sow discord between her and Gu Fei. Zhao Wan, seizing the opportunity, smirked and added, In that case, Beihang need not fear showdown at the hunt and duel tournament. Do not shy away from battle. The two lowest-ranked nations must send 3,000 soldiers to the Western Front to confront the Huibei people. Upon hearing this, Xian'er could not help but retort. Should my master wish to defeat you, it would be a simple task. Do not be so presumptuous. Last year, you were utterly defeated by Beihong. Have you forgotten? You. Zhao Wen was seething with indignation. Li Ji, listening to Xian'er's defense of Gu Fei, grew increasingly malevolent, resolving that Gu Fei must be eliminated, for he would become a significant threat in the future. He clenched his fists, contemplating how to force Gu Fei into a corner. The Empress Dowager, Ji, observed her daughter fiercely defending Gu Fei, feeling a twinge of displeasure. The already tense atmosphere became more strained. Xian'er, return to me. This is no place for a child. Mother, I'm going to find my master. Ji instinctively responded with a non-committal hum, only to realize too late that Xian'er had already dashed away. She sighed inwardly, letting her daughter go. She had intended to use this opportunity to foster a connection with the third prince, but instead, the relationship had soured. However, the one solace for everyone present was that Beihang's wealth and fortifications remained intact, seemingly leaving no further matters to discuss. She cherished her only daughter, Ji, and was reluctant to see Xian'er wed far away. The Great Hua had consistently exploited Beihong. All present understood their strategy. Great Hua aimed to suppress surrounding vassal states, ensuring they remained barely self-sufficient, unable to thrive. For if they were to develop, they would not only gain nothing, but they would also create a rival capable of resisting their dominance. The purpose of their vassal states is to keep you perpetually unsatisfied, yet unable to perish, thus ensuring their eternal dominion over you. This is precisely why De Hua mandates annual tributes while simultaneously hosting gladiatorial contests. The nations that lose these contests must send 3,000 soldiers to the battlefield of De Hua each year, with only a scant few managing to survive in the end. Observing the third prince and Zhao Wan leave the Taishan Hall in a huff, the empress let out a cold snort and resolutely declared, "Today, Gu Fei has rendered an immense service to our Beihong, allowing us to not only reduce our tributes for nearly 3 years, but also to thwart the ambitions of De Hua and Qinghua to annex our cities of Yong, He, and Yongyuan. My esteemed ministers, assist me in determining how best to reward him." Upon hearing this, Yuan Du scoffed. It was merely a painting. What great merit could it possibly hold? Xiao Yang echoed his sentiment, asserting, "Indeed, Minister Yuan speaks most accurately. It was just a single painting." The Empress, upon hearing their words, struck the imperial table forcefully and commanded, "Guards, expel Yuan Du and Xiao Yang from the Taishan Hall. They are not to return without my summons." Chapter 75. The reward is bestowed. The Empress utilized her cunning to cast Yuan Du and Xiao Yang out of the Taishan Hall, leaving their faction in stunned silence, filled with trepidation. They sensed that the Empress's demeanor had shifted dramatically. She no longer spoke with the carefulness of times past, carefully gauging Yuan Du's reactions before uttering her thoughts. Those present in the hall recognized that Yuan Du had been excessively arrogant today, overtly aligning himself with De Hua and Qinghua. The audacity of a prime minister to betray his sovereign for personal gain was indeed despicable. However, they understood that had Gu Fei not appeared today to produce a breathtaking portrait that turned the tide, most of them would be wearing frowns, distressed by the situation. As the Empress watched Yuan Du and Xiao Yang being forcibly ejected by the palace guards, her gaze fell upon several ministers who typically enjoyed a close rapport with Yuan Du. In a chilling tone, she inquired, "Are there any among you who wish to plead for Yuan Du and Xiao Yang?" The Dowager Empress, Ji, opened her mouth to speak, but ultimately refrained. She found it impossible to defend Yuan Du and Xiao Yang today. With the Dowager Empress silent, Yuan Du's allies dared not voice their opinions either. They were acutely aware that the Empress was in a foul mood, and none wished to be the scapegoat. After several moments of silence, the Empress observed the usual sycophants of Yuan Du lowering their heads, avoiding her gaze, which brought her an inner satisfaction. Yet, she was not inclined to let one particular censor, Zhang Jie, escape her scrutiny. This individual was particularly irksome, always ready to debate her decisions, and was closely affiliated with Yuan Du. Zhang Jie, do you believe it was appropriate for me to expel Yuan Du and Xiao Yang from the Taishan Hall? The Empress's tone was icily authoritative. Startled by the sudden inquiry, Zhang Jie took a step forward, despite feeling a surge of trepidation. The day's events had unfolded in ways he had not anticipated, especially with Gu Fei's astonishing artwork altering the course of the situation, leaving Yuan Du and Xiao Yang in disgrace. After a moment of contemplation, his face pale, he cleared his throat and respectfully replied, "Your Majesty, I too believe that the Prime Minister and Second Prince may have overstepped today. However, given the Prime Minister's past merits, excessively harsh treatment might destabilize the court and incite unnecessary alarm. I beseech your Majesty to reconsider your decree." Upon uttering these words, an immediate hush fell over the hall, all eyes turning to Zhang Jie. His audacity to defend Yuan Du and Xiao Yang was remarkable, and both the neutral faction and the Empress's supporters eagerly anticipated the outcome. The Empress let out a cold laugh, her gaze sharp as a blade directed at Zhang Jie, her voice unwaveringly frosty. "Zhang Jie, I ask you, what is the essence of the Prime Minister's role? What constitutes the duty of a loyal minister? Is it not treachery for a Prime Minister to defend the enemies of the court?" Zhang Jie froze, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He recognized the immense fury behind the Empress's words, which brooked no dissent. Overcome with fear, he lowered his head and murmured, "I did not intend to defend the Prime Minister. I merely wished to prevent turmoil within the court." Realizing that further argument would likely lead to his own punishment, he sensed the Empress's growing impatience. Xiao Ling Shuang interjected with a disdainful scoff, "In Beihong, I could easily find 5 individuals to fill the Prime Minister's role. Eu venduish inconsequentio. Would the absence of such a treasonous minister truly throw our realm into chaos? I have merely dismissed him from his post, considering his past contributions." Xiao Ling Shuang continued to survey the courtiers, her words cold and resolute. "Should any minister emulate Yuan Du and disregard the welfare of our Beihong, I shall show no mercy. Today's events serve as a warning. Your Majesty is wise." The elder prince and new prime minister, Xiao Yinan, immediately expressed his support. Observing the elder prince's endorsement of the Empress's actions, the others chimed in, exclaiming, "Your Majesty is wise." Xiao Ling Shuang had never witnessed such a harmonious scene. Straightening her posture, she stated, "Now, let us continue our deliberations on how to reward Gu Fei. However, I had previously promised him one matter. Gu Fei has led thousands of citizens to establish a new city in Qingzhou named Shangyuancheng. I wish to formally incorporate this city into the court's jurisdiction and appoint him as its county magistrate." At the mention of this, Censor Zhang Jie immediately interjected, "Your Majesty must reconsider. How can you arbitrarily establish a new city without knowing its scale, its population, or the complexities within? If it is overrun with bandits and outlaws, would your Majesty not be aiding their cause?" As soon as Zhang Jie spoke, the Empress's displeasure was palpable. She raised her hand to silence him and coldly responded, "Zhang Censor, do you presume that I am unaware of the situation in Shangyuancheng, or do you think my decisions are rash?" Zhang Jie, intimidated by the Empress's aura, managed a forced smile, replying, "I harbor no such thoughts, merely to err on the side of caution. Should the new city contravene court regulations, it could breed calamity." The Empress's expression remained unchanged, yet her tone intensified. Shangyuancheng was established solely by Gu Fei, with the citizens willingly relocating there. The order within the city is commendable, and trade is flourishing. Were it not for Gu Fei's noble intentions, how could such prosperity and tranquility exist? The court has permitted him to establish this city. It is only fitting that he be formally promoted, instilling confidence in the people and fostering development. Should the court obstruct the well-being of the populace? Zhang Jie felt the weight of the Empress's concealed fury pressing down upon him, cold sweat trickling down his back. Yet he remained obstinate. "Your Majesty, should we not conduct a thorough investigation before bestowing such honors? What if this man were previously a nefarious villain or a threat to the court?" Upon hearing this, the Empress coldly scoffed. "Do you not wish to know where I have been hiding during these days of pursuit? I can now reveal that I have been residing in Shangyuancheng to evade my assailants. Moreover, Gu Fei has saved me from peril on multiple occasions while en route back to the capital. Such merit, Zhang Censor, how do you propose I reward it?" Zhang Jie stood in stunned silence, fully aware of the number of assassins dispatched by Yu Wendu and Xiao Yang to ambush the Empress. The realization struck him. The Empress had survived precisely because she was concealed within Shang Yuan Cheng. He understood that if he dared to utter another word of dissent, he would surely be the next to be expelled from the Taishan Hall. Upon contemplating this, he clasped his hands and declared, "Your humble servant has no words to offer." The Empress, upon hearing this, scoffed disdainfully and turned her attention to the other ministers, continuing, "Though Gu Fei does not hail from noble lineage, his achievements merit this grace. I have previously promised that Shangyuan City would receive the court's recognition. Thus, I hereby issue an edict designating Shangyuan City as a territory under the court's jurisdiction, appointing Gu Fei as the county magistrate, and bestowing upon him the title of Baron of Shangyuan to signify this favor." The old prince, Xiaoinan, seized the moment to speak, smiling as he remarked, "Your Majesty's actions truly reflect a discerning eye for talent. Gu Fei, a mere commoner, has safeguarded the peace of this realm. Such loyalty is precisely the kind of talent our dynasty requires." The other ministers, witnessing this, readily concurred, exclaiming, "Your Majesty is wise. Gu Fei's contributions are indeed remarkable and warrant generous rewards." Xiao Ling Shuang observed the minister's enthusiastic response, a satisfied smile gracing her features as she nodded slightly, stating, "Very well. This matter is thus decided." She straightened slightly and added, "Today's discussions conclude here. You may all take your leave." Meanwhile, Empress Dowager Jiyu, realizing that Gu Fei had disrupted her grand plans, felt a surge of murderous intent. An hour later, in the courtyard where Gu Fei and Xiao Xianer were situated, Xiao Xianer animatedly conversed with Gu Fei. Suddenly, she heard a sound behind her. Turning around, she was greeted by Lu Jing's obsequious smile. "Princess Yonghe, His Majesty summons you." Without suspicion, Xiao Xianer quickly informed Gu Fei, "Master, please wait for me. I shall return to continue our conversation." Gu Fei smiled and nodded, thinking that Lu Jing must be bearing the imperial decree regarding his reward. His eyes brightened at the thought of the acknowledgments finally coming his way after his considerable efforts. Unlike the frigid Xiao Ling Shuang, who was utterly heartless, Lu Gonggong, you hold the imperial edict. It must surely be the proclamation from His Majesty, correct? Lu Jing, observing this bold man who dared to embrace the Empress without reprisal, felt a pang of clarity, were it not for the necessary protocols. He believed the edict would have been unnecessary. With a face full of flattery, Lu Jing replied, "Young Master Gu, this edict, well, we will discuss it shortly. Please remain seated for now." With that, the old fellow dashed off with the decree in hand. Blast it! Is this truly a reward or not? At least give me a hint. Gu Fei felt an urge to catch Lu Jing and give him a thrashing. Just as he prepared to sit back down and have some water in annoyance, Xiao Ling Shuang appeared at the entrance. "What? Are you growing impatient?" Gu Fei looked up to see the cold Xiao Ling Shuang entering and scoffed inwardly. "What brings you here now? You missed my splendid performance in the Taishan Hall." The Empress, observing Gu Fei's sulking demeanor, nearly burst into laughter. "Ahem, I was occupied with matters earlier." Upon hearing this, Gu Fei expressed his disappointment. "Alas, you missed such a glorious moment for this county magistrate. Do you not know that I defeated the current foremost painter, freeing Bei Heng from 3 years of tribute? Sigh, had it not been for the Empress's stinginess, I would have secured 500,000 taels of silver. Greed, such excessive greed. Even if she had suggested we split it, I would have been satisfied, yet she offered me naught. Why should I have exerted myself so?" The Empress Xiao Ling Shuang's heart sank at his words, reflecting, "Had I known you would suggest a 50-50 split, perhaps I would have acquiesced. Did you truly have the confidence to win? I have heard that losing could cost you your life." She feigned disbelief. "No one in this world has yet been born who can defeat me." Regardless of what question that Zhao Wan from the Qing kingdom posed, any test of intellect is child's play for me. Do they truly think my painting is my forte? Allow me to disclose. The knowledge within my mind is my greatest asset. Xiao Ling Shuang's heart raced, as if she had missed a golden opportunity. "So, painting is not your strongest skill? What then resides within that mind of yours?" Watching Xiao Ling Shuang lost in thought, Gu Fei hastily inquired, "Pray tell, has the Empress consented to assist me?" The Empress has indeed consented. Truly, she has granted me the official status of Shangyuan City. Indeed, not only have you received official status, but you have also been bestowed the title of Baron of Shangyuan. Upon hearing this, Gu Fei's joy knew no bounds. The Empress was indeed generous, granting him a noble title. By heaven, does this mean I shall henceforth be referred to as Baron Gu? What unexpected fortune. No wonder Lu Jing had that fawning smile earlier. Suddenly, Gu Fei embraced the Empress and leaned in to kiss her. At that moment, Lu Jing stealthily peered through the doorway, his eyes widening in shock. Heavens! Not only did he embrace the Empress, but she seems to be enjoying it. Lu Jing recoiled in horror, pounding his chest in disbelief. You, audacious fool! The Empress, momentarily caught off guard, quickly extricated herself from his embrace. Her face flushed and radiantly beautiful, tempting Gu Fei to lean in for another kiss. After all, this might be his final opportunity. Just as Gu Fei's boldness surged, the Empress suddenly called out, Lu Jing, come forth to announce the decree. Gu Fei's annoyance flared. Had she not just relished the moment? He then observed Lu Jing, his demeanor grave as he approached. This fellow, clearly up to no good, stood in the courtyard, clearing his throat. Lord Gu, receive the decree. I shall receive it. He then proclaimed in a booming voice, by the will of heaven, the Emperor decrees, in recognition of his merits. Gu Fei is hereby granted the title of Baron of Shangyuan County, appointed as the county magistrate, and entrusted with the governance of Shangyuan County. Thus is decreed. Is that all? Gu Fei's expression momentarily faltered. This might be the briefest edict ever. Lu Jing chuckled. Lord Gu, ISNT all that you need stated within. We aim for brevity and clarity. Very well. Had it not been for the royal palace setting, Gu Fei might have doubted the authenticity of the decree. Lu Jing was indeed a trusted eunuch of the Empress. Regardless, this visit had not been in vain. Gu Fei's eyes sparkled with delight, and he raised an eyebrow. Feeling quite pleased with himself, he clasped his hands in gratitude, casting a playful glance at the Empress. Seeing Gu Fei's triumphant demeanor, the Empress feigned displeasure, stating, Gu Fei, this reward is not a reason for you to become complacent. Though Shangyuan County is now part of the court's administration, it is in dire need of revitalization. Should you fail to govern it well, do not blame me for seeking to retract the title from you. Come now, why must you always dampen my spirits? Shangyuan City is far superior to this grand capital. Gu Fei retorted, unperturbed. Lu Jing, overhearing Gu Fei's audacity, gasped, Brother, how can you dare call the Empress a woman? Unfazed, Gu Fei asserted, with my presence in Shangyuan County, it shall surely flourish within 3 years. The Empress, upon hearing this, felt her chest heave with indignation, nearly bursting with fury at this rogue mountain bandit who dared to refer to her in such a manner. Lu Jing, your presence is no longer required, she commanded coldly. Lu Jing hastily thrust the decree into Gu Fei's hands and fled. Unable to contain herself any longer, Xiao Ling Shuang lunged at Gu Fei. Are you seeking death? Calling me a woman? Who are you referring to as a woman? Outside, Lu Jing heard Gu Fei's anguished cries and thought to himself, alas, this Lord Gu still has not realized that the person before him is none other than the Empress. Alas, His Majesty harbors such fondness for him, yet wishes to conceal his identity. Could it be a means to safeguard Lord Gu? It must be so. How could Gu Fei continue to restrain her? He cast the imperial edict onto the stone table and swiftly embraced the Empress, Xiao Ling Shuang. Held tightly in his arms, her heart raced uncontrollably. She gazed at Gu Fei in a daze, contemplating when they might meet again. Strangely, the Empress Xiao Ling Shuang felt a sudden reluctance to part with Gu Fei. You scoundrel, release me, she exclaimed. Ah, if I do not embrace you now, I may never have the chance again. Ling Shuang, will you miss me when I return? I do not know. Let me go. If others see us, you'll be doomed. The Empress, her heart in turmoil like a startled fawn, felt herself nearly weaken in his grasp. Today, I have been promoted. Do you not wish to congratulate me? Perhaps join me for a drink? Gu Fei did not wish to press her too forcefully. Then, release me first. At that moment, he let her go. Xiao Ling Shuang steadied herself, the blush on her cheeks undiminished, her shyness evident. After regaining her composure, she slightly turned aside, a smile gracing her lips, her eyes glinting with a teasing light as she softly said, "Scoundrel, do not take advantage of me. Moreover, you are to leave Baiwa Tower tonight. That place is not suited for you." Gu Fei, upon hearing this, queried, "Are you jealous? What do you think?" She turned and slowly departed, her voice lingering. "Take care of yourself." Gu Fei observed her retreating figure. "Hey, will you not join me for dinner? I shall consider it. You should leave the palace now. Remember my words. Exit Baiwa Tower immediately." Chapter 77. The Empress Dowager's Bath Mishap. Gu Fei pursed his lips. This woman seemed less frigid than before. "I shall see if you will indeed join me for dinner tonight. If you do, it shall prove you possess at least a shred of conscience." Their parting was amicable, with Gu Fei achieving his desires, and Ling Shuang safely escorted to the capital. Once she departed, Gu Fei lowered his head and walked toward the palace exit. Just as he passed through 2 doors, a palace maid halted his path. "Lord Gu, please wait." Gu Fei thought to himself, "What now? I only know Ling Shuang, none other." The maid appeared to be a court lady. "May I inquire what business you have with me, my lady?" His tone was laced with a rustic air, which elicited a giggle from Chun Tao, the maid. "Lord Gu, you are truly forgetful. I am Chun Tao, a maidservant of the Empress Dowager. We have met previously in the main hall. Your painting was truly breathtaking." Before the beautiful Chun Tao, Gu Fei wondered if she had come to request another painting. "Ah, Chun Tao, what do you seek from me?" Chun Tao smiled sweetly, resembling a charming young bride. "It is not I who seeks you, but the Empress Dowager." Gu Fei raised an eyebrow. "The Empress Dowager seeks me? What could this mean? Surely, she does not desire another painting. Come now, Lord Gu, the Empress Dowager awaits." Without waiting for Gu Fei's response, Chun Tao proceeded ahead, leaving him no choice but to follow. Observing her walk, he surmised that she had likely lost her virginity. However, considering her age of at least 27 or 28, it was hardly surprising. As they walked, he admired Chun Tao's alluring figure, a sight to behold. Unbeknownst to him, Chun Tao quickened her pace, perhaps sensing his gaze upon her. Gu Fei, growing increasingly anxious, realized he was indeed in the imperial harem. Along the way, they encountered several noble women. Eventually, Chun Tao led him to a place called the Jinhua Hall. Upon entering the Grand Hall, Gu Fei did not pause, but followed Chun Tao as she led him around until they arrived at a room at the back. Chun Tao turned to him, smiling gently. "Lord Gu, the Empress Dowager is inside awaiting you. You may enter. I have other matters to attend to." Gu Fei pondered the situation, wondering if this was a trap to ambush him. Yet, since he had come this far, he felt compelled to investigate. Upon stepping inside, he was greeted by a haze of mist and a delightful fragrance. Looking around, he wondered where Empress Dowager Jiyu was. He noticed a door nearby and pushed it open, revealing what appeared to be a woman's private chamber. Engrossed in his surroundings, he inadvertently stumbled upon a stool, causing a loud crash. The mist inside thickened and the scent intensified. He could even hear the sound of water splashing, as if someone was bathing. "Is that you, Lord Gu?" Suddenly, Jiyu's voice emerged from within, startling him. "What the hell? She truly is bathing. Your humble servant responds to the Empress Dowager." "Oh, then please wait there. I will be out shortly." Gu Fei felt perplexed. If she was bathing, why summon him here? His mind raced with possibilities, imagining the alluring figure of the beautiful Empress Dowager behind the screen. While lost in thought, he suddenly heard a crash, followed by a cry of distress. "Empress Dowager, what has happened?" Gu Fei's brow furrowed. "Lord Gu, I have fallen. Could you come in and assist me?" "Ah, are there no maids?" Hearing Jiyu's words, Gu Fei was filled with apprehension. Was this a plot to ensnare him? "There are none. They were called away for tasks," came Jiyu's pained response. It was evident she had sustained a serious injury. "Oh dear, Empress Dowager, do you truly require my assistance?" "Yes. Please come in and help me." "Very well, but should I offend you in any way, do not hold me accountable." Gu Fei felt a mix of trepidation and resolve, realizing he had no real enmity with her, and had even painted a piece for her. Moreover, her daughter seemed intent on taking him as her teacher, which would place him on equal footing with the Empress Dowager. He steeled himself and stepped inside. The room resembled the luxurious Huaqing pool, with a steaming hot spring in the center. However, what amazed him was the sight before him. Empress Dowager Jiyu lay on the ground, resembling a peeled egg, her skin fair and tender. She had indeed fallen. Gu Fei hurried to her side, exclaiming, "Your Highness, forgive my intrusion." He swiftly lifted her, and the sensation was unmistakable. Her skin was astonishingly supple, betraying no signs of having borne children. As Jiyu lay in his arms, she winced in pain. "Gu Fei, I am in agony. Please carry me to the bed." Tears welled in her eyes, revealing the severity of her injury. "Where's the bed?" "Over there," she indicated through her pain. "Please bear with me a moment." Gu Fei cradled Jiyu, whose weight was surprisingly light, and in a few breaths he crossed into the Empress Dowager's chamber. Then he beheld an imposing, luxurious rosewood bed. He hurriedly placed Jiyu gently upon it and thoughtfully covered her with a quilt. Throughout this entire process, Jiyu's gaze remained fixed upon him. It must be said that her long-dormant heart was momentarily stirred, as if a stone had been cast into a tranquil lake, creating ripples of emotion. Gu Fei, with his rosy lips and pearly teeth, tall and strikingly handsome, ignited a sudden flutter within her, which had remained dormant for so long. Just as Gu Fei tenderly adjusted her blanket, Jiyu unexpectedly grasped his hand. Chapter 78. The sisters were confused. Gu Aiqing. "My knees still hurt. Could you possibly massage them for me? It hurts so much." The Empress Jiyu pointed to a small black porcelain bottle on a nearby table, containing medicinal liquor for bruises. This woman was acting coy with him. Gu Fei was at a loss. However, it was not a difficult task. Rather, it was something many men would dream of. Her legs seemed quite exquisite, long and straight. "Well, I shall dare," Gu Fei declared as he sat down and gently extended her bruised leg. He began to massage her snowy white limb. Jiyu closed her eyes in pain. The massage was indeed quite painful, but when Gu Fei applied the medicinal liquor, it elicited a soft moan from her. That sound was utterly captivating to Gu Fei. It was not merely a sound of pain, but a melody of seduction. "How can a young man like me manage this?" Gu Fei pondered. As he continued, it seemed to ease her discomfort. At that moment, Jiyu's delicate hand glided over Gu Fei's larger one. With her eyes hazy, she softly murmured, "Gu Aiqing." "I." Gu Fei understood instantly. In the blink of an eye, half an hour had passed. Jiyu felt revitalized, as if the pent-up frustrations of many years had been swept away. "Gu Aiqing, when will you return to Shangyuan City?" "I shall depart early tomorrow morning." Gazing at Jiyu's bashful countenance, Gu Fei sighed deeply, realizing he had inadvertently crossed a line. Suddenly, the voice of Xiao Xianer echoed from outside. "Mother, mother, I heard from Chun Tao that my master has arrived." "Where is he?" Gu Fei was startled, leaping from the bed and hurriedly donning his clothes. Jiyu chuckled. "Quickly, jump out the window." Gu Fei nodded, smiled at Jiyu, and said, "Until we meet again," before gracefully leaping out of the window. As he did, Xiao Xianer's voice rang out in the room. "Oh, mother, are you unwell?" "No, mother merely slipped while bathing." "Ah." Xiao Xianer's tone was filled with concern. "It's nothing. Mother has already applied the medicinal liquor." Listening to the voices within, Gu Fei stealthily made his escape. He had not anticipated such an extraordinary encounter with the alluring empress. Fortunately, the old emperor of Beiheng had long since passed. Otherwise, for the audacity of stealing away the empress, his life would not suffice. Navigating through the corridors, Gu Fei evaded detection until he reached the main hall. Just as he was about to enter, he spotted Jiyu approaching from outside. Gu Fei was instantly flustered. "What are you doing here? Has your leg stopped hurting?" Without hesitation, he embraced Jiyu and passionately kissed her until she attempted to push him away. "Until we meet again," he exclaimed, fleeing in haste. Yikviu, perplexed, had scarcely comprehended the situation before being caught in a fervent kiss. By the time she regained her wits, he had vanished without a trace. "Who dares to kiss me? I shall have him punished." Jicho was about to call for help when she suddenly paused. "Wait, why is there a man in my sister's quarters? That rogue must have mistaken me for her." Could it be that sister, unable to endure her solitude, sought out a young eunuch? With a huff, she determined to inquire further. Jicho swiftly made her way to her sister's chambers. Before even stepping inside, she called out loudly, "Sister! Sister! Kia! Why are you shouting? I am here." Having uttered this, Gu entered the room. "Oh, Sienna, what are you doing here? Who was that person I encountered at the palace gate?" Jiqiu was in a state of confusion. Upon hearing her sister's question, Jiu's face turned crimson with embarrassment, realizing in horror that Gu Fei had likely been seen by her sister. As she stammered, Xiao Xian'er suddenly chimed in. "Annie, the person you just saw must be my master, Gu Fei." "Oh, so is Gu Fei." Jiqiu's teeth clenched in frustration. Jiu's heart raced, fearing the worst, that Gu Fei had indeed mistaken her for Jiqiu. "What happened with Gu Fei?" Jiu inquired with trepidation. I mustn't let sister know that this rogue just kissed me." "Sister, it was merely an accident. Gu Fei bumped into me and rushed off without even apologizing." Upon hearing this, Jiu felt relief wash over her. That clumsy fool, he barely arrived before leaving. Neither Xian'er nor I had a chance to converse with him. Is that so? Jiqiu's thoughts lingered on the lingering warmth of the man's embrace, a sensation she had not felt in many years. "Gu Fei, is it? I will ensure he pays for this." "Wait, Gu Fei, what did you say your master's name was?" Jiqiu's mind raced, her thoughts nearly overwhelmed. Gu Fei. Gu Fei. Ah, so it is him. He has thwarted my son's ambitions. I shall find someone to make him pay dearly. As Jiqiu turned to leave, Jiu interjected, "Chou'er, why are you so reckless? Gu Fei has already been scolded by me. He merely acted inadvertently to save that girl." "Sister, how can you defend him?" Jiqiu was nearly choked by her sister's words. "Defend him? I too wish to see him punished. Yet, he inadvertently became Xian'er's master. What was I to do? I could only call him over to scold him. Sienna was present to witness. Indeed, Auntie, Mother's scolding was quite fierce. It almost brought him to tears." Xiao Xian'er's timely interjection prompted another weary sigh from the Empress Gu. Finally, she remarked, "He likely felt aggrieved after bumping into you and chose to flee in frustration." Upon hearing this, Jiqiu felt conflicted. No wonder that rogue had dared to kiss her so brazenly before running off. Perhaps he sought to vent his emotions. Despite this, I shall secretly seek my revenge upon him for ruining my son's prospects. Chapter 79, A Fight. Jiqiu was deeply conflicted. She had never encountered anyone so audacious as to kiss her. Gu Fei's kiss seemed to awaken every cell within her body. Alas, she regretted not observing his features more closely. She had only caught a glimpse, but he appeared rather handsome. "Mother, I shall seek my master." She rose, intending to pursue him. "I forbid it. You shall remain here to accompany me." Jiu's expression was somewhat complicated as she spoke. Angered, Xiao Xian'er sat down again by the bed. Jiqiu, seeing her sister lying in bed so early in the day, asked, "Sister, what is the matter?" Jiu's face flushed again as she sighed. "I just fell and hurt my knee." "Ah, let me take a look," Yikvu exclaimed, reaching to lift the covers. Jiu hurriedly stopped her, saying, "No need to check." She thought to herself, not a single piece of clothing adorned her body. If she were seen, it would be a disaster. "Sister, you are so strange. Can I even show concern for you?" Jiu replied, "You both should leave. I wish to rest." Although Jiu and Xiao Xian'er were reluctant, they dared not disobey the Empress Dowager's command. After they departed, Jiu realized that her long untouched muscles had been suddenly exerted, leaving her quite fatigued, as though her body were falling apart. She soon closed her eyes and drifted off to sleep. Meanwhile, Gu Fei had just stepped out of the palace gates. Upon exiting, he spotted Zhang Biao and Zhang Yong anxiously waiting for him. Seeing their worried expressions, he furrowed his brow and asked, "What happened that makes you both so restless?" "Sir, it is terrible. Miss Monru has been taken away by Lu Xiaojie and Yu Wenbing." "What?" Gu Fei's eyes filled with murderous intent. If it were not for him, Lu Monru would not have suffered such a fate. "She has been taken to the Misty Pavilion." "How long has it been since she was taken?" Gu Fei coldly inquired. "For over half an hour. Not far ahead. Let's go rescue her." Gu Fei sighed, hoping that half an hour would not lead to anything too dire. Back in the palace, upon hearing Lu Jing's words, the Empress, holding her cinnabar brush, abruptly halted, allowing the red ink to drip onto the memorial. She furrowed her delicate brows. What? He was summoned by the Empress Dowager for an hour? Then she added, he has offended many today. Send someone to keep an eye on him and ensure he suffers no harm. Yes, your majesty. After Lu Jing departed, the Empress Xiao Ling Shuang contemplated for a moment, pondering. What could mother want with him? Is it concerning Sienna? With that thought, she returned to her work. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the misty pavilion, the atmosphere was lively. As it was lunchtime, with carriages arriving and departing incessantly, the opulence of each carriage indicated that those arriving were of significant status. The misty pavilion, one of the premier establishments for indulgence in North Hung, was a stark contrast in scale and decoration compared to the 100 Flowers Tower. Gu Fei, accompanied by the rugged bodyguards Zhang Biao and Zhang Yong, who exuded an intimidating presence, approached. The welcoming attendants and a group of enchanting women quickly greeted them. Young master, please come in. Where can I find you Bing and Lu Xiaojia? Ah, you seek Master Yu and young Master Lu. They are in the Emperor's private room on the 3rd floor. Upon hearing they were looking for Yu Bing, the attendant's smile widened. A voluptuous woman, with a serpentine waist, smiled seductively at Gu Fei and his companions, saying, allow me to escort you up. Gu Fei replied coldly, no need, we can find our way. But I insist on guiding you, she said, perhaps fearing to offend Yu Bing. Gu Fei relented and allowed her to lead them. Entering the grand hall of the misty pavilion, Gu Fei noted the layout was somewhat reminiscent of the 100 Flowers Tower, albeit larger and more lavish. Inside, the atmosphere buzzed with energy as scantily clad dancers performed sensuous dances on the central stage, eliciting gasps from the men at the sight of their bare thighs. Nearby, courtesans sang unknown tunes. Had it not been for the monotonous instrumentation, it would have been a visual feast. Inside the private room, the atmosphere was thick with tension. Lu Monru sat on a soft couch, her gaze fiery, rage simmering within her, bound at the wrists. Her fingertips nearly pierced her palms as she glared angrily at Lu Xiaojia and Yu Bing. You little wretch, you truly don't know your place. You're nothing but a worn-out shoe now. Do you think this young master still cares for you? Soon, I shall let my subordinates enjoy you thoroughly. As he spoke, he grasped her face roughly, a derisive smile curling his lips. Where's your wild man? Why hasn't he come? He laughed. I'm quite eager to see how he reacts when he sees you in this predicament. Rest assured, I have sent someone to the 100 Flowers Tower to wait for him. If he dares to come, I'll let him witness what happens. You scoundrels, bullying a weak woman like me. If not for the protection of your families, what could you achieve? Even if I fall into your hands today, I shall never bow to you. Lu Xiaojia's expression darkened at her words, and he shoved Lu Monru onto the soft couch with a vicious glare. Stubborn, we shall see how long you can hold out before begging for mercy. Trembling with anger, Lu Monru fought back tears, biting her lip, secretly praying for Gu Fei to arrive in time, yet fearing his arrival. This room was filled with powerful figures, all waiting for Gu Fei. Just then, the door to the private room was suddenly pushed open, and a tall figure barged in. Gu Fei, flanked by Zhang Biao and Zhang Yong, exuded an overwhelming presence as he entered the room. In an instant, a glimmer of hope flashed in Lu Monru's eyes, and she instinctively stood, only to feel a wave of panic wash over her. Gu Gongzi, hurry and leave. They are luring you here. Lu Xiaojia and Yu Bing, taken aback by Gu Fei's arrival, quickly erupted with fury. Lu Xiaojia stood, his expression darkening, pointing at Gu Fei with a cold sneer. You dadikome, it seems you are tired of living. Today, I will teach you what it means to overestimate yourself. Gu Fei's gaze swept over them like a sharp sword, unwavering as he met Lu Xiaojia and Yu Bing's eyes. You dare to harm my people, Lu Xiaojia and Yu Bing? You are truly courting death. Zhang Biao, Zhang Yong, make sure they don't recognize their own mothers. Without hesitation, Gu Fei lunged towards Lu Xiaojia. No one shall escape today. With a resounding crash, Lu Xiaojia was sent flying by Gu Fei's kick, crashing into the wall of the private room. The wooden wall creaked ominously under the impact, as though it might shatter at any moment. Lu Xiaojia lay sprawled against the wall, his limbs weak, blood trickling from his mouth. Gu Fei's kick had nearly rendered him unconscious. He gazed at Gu Fei with wide eyes, filled with shock and disbelief, clearly not expecting Gu Fei to act so fiercely and with such strength. The woman who had guided Gu Fei up, realizing she had caused trouble, screamed and fled downstairs, throwing the entire misty pavilion into chaos. The patrons had never anticipated that the esteemed sons of the capital, Yuan Bing and Lu Xiaojia, would be assaulted. Such an occurrence was rare. They were usually the ones doing the beating. Just then, Lung Feng and Lung Aoshua entered, hearing the commotion above. Lung Feng's face revealed a hint of disdain. Yuan Bing and Lu Xiaojia are nothing but bullies, but as he listened more closely, he realized something was amiss. It was not they who were attacking, but rather they were the ones being attacked. The siblings exchanged astonished glances, wondering who had the audacity to strike Yuan Bing and Lu Xiaojia. Meanwhile, inside the room, Zhang Biao and Zhang Yong continued to engage in a fierce fight with Yuan Bing's subordinates. Yuan Bing gazed in shock and fury as Gu Fei effortlessly sent Lu Xiaojia flying with a single kick. The gravity of Lu Xiaojia's status weighed heavily on him, and his anger surged at the ease with which Gu Fei had dispatched him. With a gaze filled with murderous intent, he declared, "Yesterday, the presence of palace officials spared you, but today, on my territory, you shall surely die. Kill him." Gu Fei responded with a cold snort. "The officials of Shangyuan City are here to apprehend the assailants. Any who dare obstruct us shall meet with no mercy." "Yes, my lord," Zhang Biao and Zhang Yong immediately echoed, having learned en route that Shangyuan City had been officially recognized by the Empress. They were now legitimate officials, and with the order given, they would not hold back. Though Yuan Bing's subordinates were formidable, the brothers felt no fear when their lives were threatened. They would draw their weapons and retaliate without hesitation. Thus, rather than retreating, they grew bolder. Lu Manru stood beside Gu Fei, her eyes wide with astonishment. She had never witnessed such a fierce side of Gu Fei before, and the sheer power of his kick left her feeling a mix of fear and exhilaration. She realized that today, she would not suffer further humiliation at the hands of these people. "Yuan Bing, I advise you to be wise and command your men to stand down, or the consequences will be beyond your capacity to bear," Gu Fei warned, his voice low and menacing. In a fit of rage, Yuan Bing drew the sword hanging on the wall, its blade glinting ominously as he thrust it toward Gu Fei. "A mere unknown local official? I will ensure you perish here today." With a contemptuous glance, Gu Fei suddenly moved, closing the distance to Yuan Bing in a flash. He struck with a punch that landed like thunder against Yuan Bing's chest. The sound of clattering metal echoed as Yuan Bing's sword fell to the ground, and he was sent crashing into a round table, shattering it into pieces. His face paled as he felt as though he had been struck by a bull, the pain forcing a groan from his lips as he collapsed like a marionette severed from its strings, unintentionally landing atop Lu Xiaojia, who had just regained his breath and nearly spat blood once more. Yuan Bing's eyes were filled with disbelief and shock. "You fools are truly overestimating yourselves," Gu Fei scoffed, turning to Lu Manru and freeing her from her bindings. Lu Manru gazed at Gu Fei, her emotions a tumultuous mix. She had never imagined he possessed such formidable strength. At that moment, her fear and anxiety dissipated, replaced by an inexplicable sense of security. She understood that she would no longer be subject to their torment. "Do you wish to continue?" Gu Fei asked coolly. Yuan Bing and Lu Xiaojia, lying on the ground, exchanged terrified glances. "Tianjing, I am on the verge of being killed here. What are you waiting for? Attack him," Yuan Bing bellowed. No sooner had Yuan Bing's words left his mouth than a white figure dashed in like a specter from the doorway, thrusting a sword at Gu Fei. Instinctively, Gu Fei felt a jolt of terror. He had never encountered anyone with such speed. In that fleeting moment, he felt the shadow of death loom over him. He instinctively recoiled, narrowly avoiding the vicious thrust that grazed his chest, causing cold sweat to bead upon his forehead. This person was undoubtedly a master. Tianjing, clad in white, looked at Gu Fei with surprise and a cold smirk. "If you can evade my blade in this world, it seems you possess some skill, but let's see if you can dodge this one." He lunged again, his sword aimed at Gu Fei from an uncanny angle. Just as Gu Fei braced himself for what seemed an unavoidable strike, a gunshot rang out. Zhang Biao had timely fired, hitting Tianjing's arm. The lack of armor on Gu Fei meant that if Tianjing's sword struck true, it would lead to severe injury or death. In that instant, Zhang Biao acted without hesitation, his thoughts racing with rage at the audacity of anyone attempting to harm his superior. Tianjing, quick on his feet, fled toward the exit almost as soon as he was shot. What kind of hidden weapon is this? He shouted, clutching his arm and eyeing the dark, gleaming device in Zhang Biao's hand, from which wisps of smoke still curled. This is a deadly tool, Zhang Biao retorted fiercely. Dare to harm my lord, and you'll face my wrath. Another gunshot echoed, and in a desperate attempt to fend off the bullets, Tianjing swung his sword with remarkable speed, but it was futile. Despite his agility, Zhang Biao's shot struck true, hitting his shoulder. Tianjing, having sustained his second injury, executed a backward leap from the third floor. Yet the sight of him retreating in such disarray sent chills down the spines of Yuan Bing and Liu Xiaojie. They were well aware of Tianjing's prowess, the foremost swordsman of Beiheng, and the fact that he had been driven away without even coming close to engaging spoke volumes. Amidst their bewilderment, Yuan Bing and Liu Xiaojie's group tumbled down from above, having been forcefully kicked down. They had not descended voluntarily. They had been thrown from the third floor. As Cold Edge and the others witnessed Gu Fei, Zhang Biao, and Zhang Yong as the ones responsible for their downfall, their expressions darkened. Brother, how could it be them? Cold Edge sneered. With Yuan Bing in this state, he likely won't survive the night, saving me the trouble of intervening. As if to affirm Cold Edge's words, the moment he finished speaking, over 20 henchmen from the mysterious pavilion surged up from below. Seeing reinforcements, Yuan Bing's expression twisted in rage as he shouted, "Kill those 3 for me. I will bear the consequences with Liu Xiaojie." Yuan Bing had never felt such humiliation in his life, especially in his own stronghold, a place he had considered inviolable. Confronted with the oncoming tide of henchmen, Gu Fei remained remarkably composed. He gently patted Lu Monru's shoulder, signaling her to remain calm. Lu Monru met Gu Fei's reassuring gaze, feeling her sense of security swell. "I'm not afraid. My lord, Zhang Yong, protect Miss Liu," Zhang Biao declared nonchalantly, stepping forward to confront the incoming assailants. How dare these mere thugs flaunt their bravado before us? With a cold snort, he readied his gun, prepared to fire. The new henchman, unfamiliar with the power of firearms, exhibited no fear, advancing with even greater arrogance. "Do you dare obstruct the official business of Shangyuan City? Do you understand that it is a capital offense?" Zhang Biao stood his ground, unconcerned by the narrow staircase that could only accommodate 2 at a time. He had no doubt he could dispatch the front 2 in an instant. Just then a voice boomed, "You lot charge." However, as they prepared to strike, Zhang Biao suddenly pivoted, delivering a powerful hook that sent one assailant flying. What? The onlookers were struck with astonishment, having never witnessed such rapid prowess. Zhang Biao did not pause. The sound of his fists whistled through the air, each blow landing squarely and sending his adversaries reeling. Yu Wenbing's eyes flickered with fear. He had not anticipated that Gu Fei's subordinates would possess such formidable strength, overpowering even the meticulously trained henchmen of the Piamiao workshop. Moreover, Tianjing had just fallen victim to Gu Fei's hidden weapons, further fueling his trepidation. Both he and Liu Xiaojie exchanged glances, each recognizing a glimmer of fear in the other's eyes. Liu Xiaojie whispered, "Perhaps I should flee first. Otherwise, we might find ourselves in dire straits." Yuan Bing thought that if he fled now, he would become the laughingstock of the capital. What kind of place was this Shangyuan city, where the inhabitants were so fierce? It was one thing for that fellow to be strong, but he fought without honor, resorting to underhanded tactics with hidden weapons, both despicable and ruthless. Just as Zhang Biao fought his way down the stairs to the hall on the first floor, the sound of armored footsteps echoed from outside. Someone shouted, "The city defense battalion has arrived." Upon hearing this, Yuan Bing and Liu Xiaojie looked as if they had seen their long-lost father. The leader of this contingent was also one of their kin, a man named Du Yu. When Lung Feng and Lung Aoshue saw Du Yu arrive with his men, a smirk of schadenfreude spread across their faces. It seems the real spectacle is about to begin. Gu Fei is surely doomed this time. Once they take him to the city defense battalion, how could he possibly escape? A fierce glint of malice appeared in Lung Feng's eyes. For he knew that even if Yu Wenbing and Lu Xiaojie refrained from striking, he himself would find a way to eliminate Gu Fei and his companions, as at least half of the battalion consisted of his family members. Du Yu, capture those ruffians. Du Yu, leading a small squad of 12, had not yet spotted Yu Wenbing when he was drawn to the sound of his voice. Upon realizing the identities of Yu Wenbing and Lu Xiaojie, he nearly erupted with laughter. Yu Wenbing, Lu Xiaojie, what brings you here? Yu Wenbing, with a venomous glare, pointed towards Zhang Biao and Gu Fei. Those 4 miscreants. They are maliciously injuring others. Seize them at once. However, Du Yu was not devoid of intellect. Though his father belonged to Yu Wenbing's faction, Du Yu himself was a top-tier scion, albeit less renowned than the likes of Yu Wenbing. He quickly assessed the strength of Gu Fei and his companions, although he had not witnessed Zhang Biao's combat prowess firsthand. The sight of the fallen henchmen and the state of Yu Wenbing and Lu Xiaojie indicated that these 4 were far from ordinary. Nonetheless, Du Yu was not overly intimidated. In the capital, none dared to assault the city defense personnel. Once the city gates were closed, no amount of numbers would help them escape. With his hand resting on the hilt of his sword, Du Yu approached Gu Fei and his companions. Gentlemen, since you have injured others here, this is now a matter for the city defense battalion. Let us take a trip to the battalion. Gu Fei scoffed. Is your city defense battalion truly this unreasonable? Do you not intend to understand the circumstances? If they were taken to the battalion, it would spell disaster for him. Very well. I shall grant you the opportunity to explain, but it will be at the battalion. If you have justification, I will release you. This is a marketplace, and we cannot disturb their commerce. Can we? Gu Fei found Du Yu's words infuriatingly shrewd. What a fine excuse for not disturbing business. General Du, that is quite unnecessary. One sentence suffices. I'm the magistrate of Shangyuan County. This is Zhang Biao, the constable, and this is Lu, a citizen of Shangyuan. Lu was forcibly abducted from the Baiwa Tower by Lu Xiaojie and Yu Wenbing. I am merely rescuing a citizen of my county. Perhaps, General Du, you could assist me in apprehending those 2 ruffians who brazenly abducted a respectable woman in broad daylight? As Gu Fei pointed towards Yu Wenbing and Lu Xiaojie, the latter groaned upon hearing Gu Fei declare himself the county magistrate. What a joke. It turns out he is merely a lowly county magistrate. Are you still dawdling? Do you expect my father to personally come and ask you to act? Du Yu chuckled at the audacity of a mere county magistrate daring to cause a ruckus in the capital. Coincidentally, his father was the deputy minister of personnel, overseeing officials like Yu Wenbing. Without further ado, he waved his hand decisively. City defense soldiers, apprehend these 4 ruffians. At his command, the 12 soldiers charged towards Gu Fei and his companions, surrounding them. Gu Fei, taken aback by the prevailing arrogance of the official's offspring in the capital, realized he might soon encounter the Empress again. It appeared he would have to inflict a severe beating upon these men to attract her attention. Once he stood before the Empress, given his performance today, he was confident of emerging unscathed. With that thought in mind, he cast a cold glance at Du Yu, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. General Du, are you indeed determined to indiscriminately oppose us? Do not forget, we are officers of Shangyuan County. If you obstruct our duties, have you considered how you will justify your actions? Du Yu's brows furrowed deeply at Gu Fei's words. Justify? My father is the deputy minister of personnel, specifically overseeing you. Besides, whether your claims are true remains to be seen. Soldiers, obey my command and apprehend them. Is there still any law? Humph. In the capital, the Yuan family represents the true law. Yu Wenbing sneered. Today, you are doomed. Then do not blame me for being unreasonable, Gu Fei declared. Zhang Biao, Zhang Yong, engage. Zhang Biao and Zhang Yong, protected by their armor, were unafraid of Du Yu and his men, especially in the confines of the building where weapons could not be properly wielded. Moreover, Du Yu and his men had never anticipated that anyone would dare to confront the city defense personnel openly. The city defense battalion typically relied on their numbers, lacking the combat experience of even Yu Wenbing's subordinates. Du Yu was taken aback. He had not expected Gu Fei's group to openly resist the city defense battalion. Quick, seize them, he shouted. The soldiers, faced with the fierce onslaught of Zhang Biao and Zhang Yong, were no match for them. accustomed to bullying others. They had never experienced genuine combat. Consequently, under the retaliatory strikes of Zhang Biao and Zhang Yong, they swiftly fell into a disadvantageous position. Yu Wenbing, witnessing du YQS prédicament, felt his face darken. He truly wished to flee. He had never expected Gu Fei to be audacious enough to challenge the city defense personnel. At that moment, Lung Aoshue leaned towards Lung Feng and whispered, "Brother, did you send someone to summon reinforcements? Will the city defense personnel arrive in time?" Lung Feng, wearing a sinister grin, replied softly, "Do not worry, they won't escape. When the time comes, we shall simply hold them back." However, to Lung Feng's surprise, Gu Fei and his group had no intention of leaving. Instead, they found a few chairs in the hall and sat down, seemingly waiting for someone. Meanwhile, within the palace, upon hearing the report from the young eunuch, Lu Jing's face turned pale. If Gu Fei suffered in the capital, it would be disastrous. He hurriedly dashed to the Empress's study. Upon learning that Gu Fei had ventured into the Piaomiao workshop and clashed with Yu Wenbing and Lu Jingqing's son, the Empress was incensed, her teeth grinding in irritation. "Has he taken my words lightly? Your Majesty, it seems that it is not the right time." Lord Gu has not yet returned to the Baiwa Pavilion when he received the news that Lu Monru has been abducted by Yu Wenbing and Lu Xiaojie to Piaomiao Fong. Lord Gu has ventured forth this time to rescue Lu Monru. Lu Jing felt that having accepted 100 taels of silver from Gu Fei, it would be remiss not to speak a word of justice on his behalf. Moreover, Gu Fei is the consort of the Empress. He had witnessed Gu Fei's intimate moments with her. Let him perish. The Empress, visibly agitated, placed her brush down upon the desk. Lu Jing stifled a chuckle. So the servant is not to be concerned? He feigned an intent to leave. The Empress stomped her foot in anger. "Lu Jing, take some men over there to protect him and arrange for a safe place for him to stay. Ensure he does not wander about. Tonight, I intend to dine with him, and he must return to Shangyuan City promptly." "How utterly vexing!" Lu Jing chuckled. "The servant knew your Majesty could not bear to part with Lord Gu. Begone, you wretched eunuch. Speak such nonsense again, and I shall have your head." Lu Jing hurriedly fled. In the imperial study, the Empress furrowed her brows. Do I truly care for him? Yet this despicable mountain bandit brings no profit to her. Remembering the loss of 500,000 taels from Qinghua, she stomped her foot in frustration once more. Suddenly, she brushed against the precious armor hidden beneath her dragon robe, and the scene from that day replayed in her mind, as if the armor still bore Gu Fei's warmth. This rogue, he is willing to let me wear such fine armor, risking everything. Sigh. The Empress's face fell into melancholy. After just a brief absence, her thoughts were consumed by that insufferable mountain bandit several times. Once he returns to Shangyuan City, what excuse shall she devise to summon him to the capital, or perhaps she shall visit him instead? The Empress found herself caught in a web of longing and uncertainty. Meanwhile, Lu Jing sought out the captain of the Imperial Guards, Xiong Lai, and quickly led a small team towards Piaomiao Fong. Should anyone dare to bully Gu Fei, Lu Jing knew not what the Empress might unleash in her wrath. As a seasoned man, he understood that while the Empress professed her disdain for Gu Fei, she harbored deep concern for him within her heart. After all, he was her future consort, and he must be treated with utmost favor. Furthermore, Gu Fei was no mere county magistrate. It was inconceivable that the Empress would allow him to remain in such a desolate place indefinitely. Sooner or later, she would find a reason to summon him closer. At that moment, a contingent of over 100 city defense troops, led by a man named Yu Ping, arrived at Piaomiao Fong. This individual was a direct descendant of the Long family. Inside Piaomiao Fong, the commotion outside did not go unnoticed. The troops, having been drawn from the barracks, were clad in armor and shouted a battle cry upon reaching the entrance. Upon hearing the noise, Yu Wenbing and Lu Xiaojie felt a surge of hope, as if victory was within their grasp. Meanwhile, Diu secretly rejoiced, thinking he had finally found an excuse to extricate himself from this awkward situation. Gu Fei, did you hear that? This time, escape shall be impossible for you, Yu Wenbing declared triumphantly. However, Gu Fei showed no signs of panic. He merely smiled faintly. "Oh, has a greater official arrived? How fortuitous, for I too wish to inquire why he permits his subordinates to behave so recklessly." As his words fell, a well-equipped contingent burst through the door, encircling Gu Fei and his companions. Yu Ping strode in with an imposing demeanor, casting a discreet glance at Lung Feng. "Who are you, daring to cause a ruckus in the capital? Do you wish to meet your demise? Seize them." Yu Ping glared at Gu Fei and the others with an air of authority. Gu Fei pondered who this man was, but he quickly noticed that Yu Ping had exchanged glances with Lung Feng, realizing that this rogue had indeed summoned him. How splendid! Both factions have now been drawn into enmity. Perhaps in the Empress's eyes, the Duke of Julu was her staunch ally, but to Gu Fei, they were all the same. Whether it be Yu Wenbing or Lung Hongyi, he cared little for either of them. "General, I am a magistrate of Shangyuan County. Today's events transpired in defense of the safety of the citizens. If you apprehend me without discerning right from wrong, it may not sit well with the public." Lung Derun furrowed his brow. "Humph, as a magistrate, you dare to break the law. What more is there to discuss? Seize him. We shall deliberate slowly at the city defense camp." Gu Fei, hearing that this man intended to take him to the city defense camp, scoffed. "You have made multiple attempts to drag me there. What is it you truly intend? Only you know." Lung Feng, suddenly called out by Gu Fei, was taken aback, then quickly responded, "This is your mess. It has nothing to do with me." Gu Fei retorted coldly, "Are these not the people you summoned?" Lung Feng, exposed by Gu Fei, saw no point in maintaining his facade. "Yu Ping, why waste time with him? Seize him." At that moment, a clear voice rang out, "Today, we shall see who dares to lay a hand on Lord Gu." Everyone turned towards the entrance, where several eunuchs led a group of imperial guards, marching in with great fervor. Upon seeing that the leading eunuch was Lu Jing, Lung Feng's expression darkened considerably. Gu Fei felt a surge of amusement upon seeing Lu Jing hurry in with a team of imperial guards. Lu Jing was quite commendable. He seemed to be a reliable ally, and Gu Fei resolved to reward him in the future. Upon Lu Jing's arrival, even Yu Ping of the city defense camp turned pale. He had not anticipated that the chief eunuch, a trusted confidant of the Empress, would come to aid this young man. Meanwhile, Lung Feng's anger flared further at Lu Jing's presence. It was evident that the Empress was protecting Gu Fei, which left him feeling quite vexed, especially since the Empress had not summoned him even once since her return, as though he were forgotten. As Lu Jing stepped into the hall, his hands clasped behind his back, he surveyed the fallen assailants, and his expression turned cold. "Lord Gu, are these individuals the aggressors?" Gu Fei nodded. Lu Jing turned to Xiong Lai. "I appreciate your assistance, General Xiong. Seize them all and send them to the capital's Yamen for further proceedings." Yu Wenbing and Lu Xiaojie were once again taken aback. How was it that Lu Jing seemed to be everywhere? Could it be that this rascal was Gu Fei's lackey? "Lu Gonggong, I." Yu Wenbing protested, glaring at Lu Jing. Lu Jing coldly replied, "Young Master Yu and young Master Lu, you shall also go to the capital's Yamen for further proceedings. You sought to confront Lord Gu, yet you remain unaware that he is a distinguished hero of Beiheng. Having recently defeated the third prince of Dahua, Li Ji, and the third princess of Qinghua, Zhao Wan, thus safeguarding 2 cities and saving the treasury of millions of taels, you dare to act recklessly, relying on the protection of your forebears." Gu Fei remarked dismissively, "But I feel quite inclined to give them a slap as a form of reprimand. My mood would not be right otherwise." "Gu Fei, you dare." Gu Fei scoffed. "Xiong General, restrain them." Xiong Lai nodded to his men, and immediately 4 imperial guards seized Yu Wenbing and Lu Xiaojie, rendering their faces ashen. Yu Wenbing, his expression twisted in rage, shouted, "Gu Fei, you wish to die? My father is the current chancellor. Do you dare strike me?" Gu Fei coldly replied, "Do you think I would hesitate?" However, to everyone's surprise, Gu Fei turned to Xiong Ping and added, "Please also restrain Lung Feng as he summoned these men. If I do not strike him, my heart will bleed with frustration." "Gu Fei, you dare." Lung Feng's eyes burned with animosity. "Do not presume upon the Empress's favor, you ungrateful wretch." Gu Fei's eyes turned cold as he warned, "If you continue to shout recklessly, I shall strike you down as well." Regarding Lung Feng, Xiong Lai hesitated to capture him, for Lung Feng was a man of Lung Hongyi and by extension aligned with the Empress's faction. Gu Fei discerned Xiong Lai's uncertainty and scoffed, "General Xiong, Should anything happen, I shall personally report to Her Majesty. Even Lu Jing wore a wry smile as he quietly remarked, Lord Gu, he is the son of the Duke of Jiulu. Gu Fei coldly retorted, it is precisely because I know he is the Duke's son that I dare to act. Lu Jing's heart jolted, realizing Gu Fei was indeed a formidable character, unafraid to offend both factions simultaneously. If he were to be called out in court, he would find himself utterly alone. Gu Fei was acutely aware of their thoughts. He turned to Zhang Biao and Zhang Yong. You are too cowardly. Allow me to take charge. Zhang Biao, Zhang Yong restrained him. Lung Feng could hardly bear the insult and shouted at Yu Ping, today, I care not who he is. Kill him. I shall bear all consequences. Yu Ping, a staunch supporter of the Lung family, drew his sword and lunged at Gu Fei with lethal intent. If the blade found its mark, Gu Fei would surely be gravely wounded. Lu Jing and Xiong Lai were taken aback. Had Lung Feng truly lost his mind? Lu Jing barely had time to shout for him to stop when a loud thud echoed through the hall. Suddenly, Yu Ping's sword was mere inches from Gu Fei's chest, yet he was abruptly thrown backward. With a clang, his sword clattered to the floor, and the onlookers gasped in shock as they beheld a perfectly round hole in Yu Ping's head. His eyes, however, remained filled with murderous intent. This was the last sight he would ever witness. His body crashed to the ground, bouncing slightly. The hall erupted in screams as the onlookers realized the gravity of the situation. How foolish to threaten our master. He was willing to spare you, and yet you sought his demise. Do you truly believe he is made of clay? Zhang Biao declared, lazily aiming his still-smoking weapon at Lung Feng. Yu Wenbing and Lu Xiaojia were once again rendered speechless, astonished by the weapon's immense power. Lung Feng, should you dare to have someone kill my master, I shall pronounce your death sentence today, he declared, preparing to fire. Cold Ao Shui, terrified, began to cry, hiding behind Lung Feng. Lu Jing quickly stepped in front of her. Young Master Gu, you must not. If you kill him, the Empress, Lu Jing's expression was one of desperation, almost on the verge of begging Gu Fei. Gu Fei's face darkened as he coldly ordered, why are you all still dawdling? Restrain this scoundrel. Lu Jing could see the overwhelming intent to kill in Gu Fei's eyes, causing him to tremble with fear. He instinctively felt that Gu Fei was truly capable of killing Lung Feng. After all, Lung Feng had just recklessly threatened Gu Fei before the commander of the Imperial Guard. Lu Jing urgently urged Xiong Lai, General Xiong, why are you still standing there? Xiong Lai was stunned by the weapon in Zhang Biao's hands. He had heard of Yu Ping's prowess, yet never imagined he could be dispatched with such ease. This weapon was astonishingly powerful. Should someone wield it against him or the Emperor, no one could withstand it. Heaven, this was the dream artifact of every soldier. Yet, there was no time for further contemplation. He nodded to his subordinates and rushed forward to subdue the pale-faced Lung Feng. It must be said that Lung Feng, too, was taken aback. He had not anticipated Gu Fei's attendant would be so ruthless as to take Yu Ping's life. Gu Fei approached Yu Wenbing, delivering a resounding slap to his face, followed by another. You are as treacherous as Lung Feng. Consider this a warning. Should you cross me again, you will meet your end. Yu Wenbing did not utter a sound, feeling a sense of balance as he saw Lung Feng being restrained. After all, he was not the only one to be humiliated. Gu Fei then delivered 2 more slaps to Yu Wenbing's face before moving to Lu Xiaojia. If I hear you dare to force women again, I shall have your manhood severed and fed to dogs. With that, he struck 2 more slaps. Lu Xiaojia trembled, realizing Gu Fei was serious about killing. Gu Fei then gripped his face. Remember my words. Even the Duke of the State cannot save you if you defy me. Lu Xiaojia nodded repeatedly. I won't dare. I won't dare. Finally, Gu Fei faced Lung Feng, who still bore an expression of defiance. Gu Fei delivered 2 slaps and, grinning menacingly, said, You still refuse to submit, do you? Slap. Slap. Do you think I hesitate to kill you? Today, I spare you for Lu Jing's sake. But should you dare disrespect me again, even the King of Heaven cannot save you. Gu Fei's murderous intent was palpable. Lu Jing, hearing Gu Fei's words, puffed out his chest proudly, thinking how this god of death seemed to honor him, realizing their family's influence was indeed considerable. Lung Feng turned his face away, ignoring Gu Fei, who retaliated with 2 more slaps. What is this attitude? Do not think I truly hesitate to kill you. Lu Jing, if you'd step aside, I shall finish him, and you can help collect his remains afterward. Lu Jing's face fell at the suggestion, seeing blood trickle from Lung Feng's lips. He urgently pulled Gu Fei aside. Lord Gu, please temper your anger. We still have dinner plans. He whispered, let us keep the peace. We have friends at Wangshuan Tower, and I can arrange for Xiao Gizi to take you there. Upon hearing Lu Jing's words, Gu Fei's anger subsided by half. He nodded, but then delivered one last slap, specifically aimed at that treacherous and despicable person. You conspired against me with your underhanded tactics. Of the 3, you are the most vile. A chuckle escaped from Yuan Bing, who found humor in the situation, finally feeling relieved that he was not the most humiliated. However, Lung Feng, witnessing this laughter, lost his composure, shouting, Gu Fei, I shall never forgive you, before fainting from rage. Looking at the unconscious Lung Feng, Gu Fei shook his head in disdain. What a fool. Why bother? Clapping his hands, he called out, Manru, Big Biao Yong, let us depart. He led Lu Manru, Zhang Biao, and Zhang Yong out of the Miaofeng. Lu Manru marveled at Gu Fei's capabilities, realizing they were beyond her imagination. Was he truly just a county magistrate? He had just humiliated the sons of the prime minister, the duke of the state, and the duke of Julu in the most disgraceful manner. Yet, Gu Fei himself seemed remarkably at ease. Knowing Lu Jing's arrival surely meant someone had informed the empress. Utilizing her authority, he had merely reclaimed a modicum of dignity. Was that too much to ask? How liberating it felt to have dealt with these adversaries. Xiao Gizi chuckled. Lord Gu, you have truly impressed me. These young masters, usually so arrogant, were brought to heel by you today. Half an hour later, Yu Wendu and Duke Zheng, Lu Jingcheng, arrived with dark expressions, retrieving Yu Wenbing and Lu Xiaojia from the Metropolitan Government Office. Although Yu Wendu had lost his position as prime minister, he still held a marquis title and remained a powerful court official due to his other positions. The Metropolitan Government Office dared not utter a word, promptly releasing Yu Wenbing and Lu Xiaojia. The 2 individuals proceeded to the palace to prepare for their grievances. Meanwhile, the Cold family and the Duke of Julu's residence cast dark glances at the bedridden Lung Feng. At this moment, Lung Feng had already awakened but was too ashamed to meet anyone. The slaps delivered by Gu Fei felt more painful than death itself, particularly since they occurred in the Misty Pavilion. It would not take an hour for the entire capital to learn of Lung Feng's humiliation, and he had no means to reclaim his dignity. His father, Cold Hongyi, was truly tempted to chastise him. You are utterly worthless. Now, it seemed even the Empress might be aware of his sordid undertakings. He had attempted to mimic underhanded tactics, only to be caught red-handed. If he sought revenge, there were countless opportunities, yet he chose to do so within the Misty Pavilion, provoking Gu Fei at a moment when he enjoyed the Emperor's favor. The thought of it only fueled Cold Hongyi's anger further, especially since they had lost a direct descendant in the process. Even if he refrained from mentioning it, His Majesty would undoubtedly investigate. After much contemplation, he decided that entering the palace to appease the Empress was the best course of action. At that moment, Lu Jing stood beside the Empress. Upon hearing that Lung Feng had the audacity to order the assassination of Gu Fei in front of Lu Jing and Xiong Lai, her eyes nearly ignited with fury. She slammed her palm onto the imperial table and exclaimed, Lung Feng, how dare you? Lu Jing's presence at the site was akin to her own arrival, and yet Lung Feng still dared to commit murder in her presence. It was time to admonish him. The guerrilla general needed to be reprimanded. All the goodwill Lung Feng had accumulated in her eyes shattered in an instant. She had not anticipated such treachery from him. Although the mountain bandit was cunning and astute, he had always acted with integrity. The contrast was stark. Soon, even the Empress Dowager Jiyu in the Jinhua Hall became aware of the situation. The information relay from the Misty Pavilion was astonishingly efficient. Jiyu recalled that Gu Fei had just left her bed moments ago, only to become embroiled in such chaos. Lung Feng had the audacity to command the assassination of Gu Fei in front of Lu Jing. And Gu Fei's act of killing that youth named Yu Ping was indeed deserved. The heads of the three families dared to come forward with their complaints. Chuntao, accompanied this dowager to the imperial study. Chun Tao was taken aback, thinking, did not the dowager dislike Gu Fei? Why the sudden concern? Could it be that, due to his connection with Princess Yonghe, she had developed a fondness for him? Soon, the Empress met with Cold Hongyi, Yuan Du, and Lu Jingchen, along with the Minister of Personnel, Yu Shernan, and the censor, Zhang Jie. The Empress surveyed the gathering and thought, ah, so these factions intend to unite? This unprecedented scene has been orchestrated by that wretched mountain bandit. Esteemed ministers, you have gathered together. What grave matter has transpired? Yuan Du and Lu Jingchen quickly praised, clasping their hands. Your Majesty, you must arbitrate on our behalf. Gu Fei, emboldened by imperial favor, has repeatedly assaulted the sons of both my family and the Duke of Zhenghua. We beseech your Majesty to punish this man severely. Upon hearing this, the Empress internally scoffed, truly the height of shamelessness. She turned her gaze toward Cold Hongyi. Duke of Julu, do you have anything to add? Cold Hongyi clasped his hands. This humble servant also seeks to bring Gu Fei to justice. This man, relying on imperial favor, unjustly killed the commander of my city's defense battalion. We implore your Majesty to punish him. Listening to Cold Hongyi's words, the Empress Xiao Ling Shuang felt a twinge of disappointment. These are individuals who cannot bear even the slightest loss. Chapter 85. This is not right. Seated behind the imperial table, the Empress gazed at the assembly of ministers, appalled by their distortion of truth, nearly laughing in disbelief. Particularly appalling was Cold Hongyi's audacity to lament. For had it not been for Lung Feng's underhanded schemes, would that young Commander Yu Ping have met his demise? The Empress gently placed her vermilion brush back onto its stand and disdainfully remarked, reflect upon your conscience. Are your claims factual? I ask you, why was your son struck? Was Gu Fei the instigator? And Duke of Julu, I have yet to inquire about Yu Ping. How is it that Lung Feng ordered him to kill Gu Fei? And he, without hesitation, attempted to do so in front of Lu Jing? Do you still regard me with any respect? Instead of reflecting upon your own conduct, you come to me demanding justice. Should I imprison your sons? I ask you, what wrong has Gu Fei committed? Xinan Zhang, yeah. Step forth and articulate where Gu Fei has erred. Yu Shernan stammered, Your Majesty. This, Yuan Du, Kodongji, Lu Jingchen, and the others exchanged glances, pondering what had transpired to transform the Empress from her previous meek demeanor into one of such assertiveness. Even Zhang Jie hesitated to speak, sensing a shift in the Empress's disposition. Cold Hongyi felt sweat bead on his forehead, realizing the honeymoon period between him and the Empress had been alarmingly brief. My son Feng once ventured to rescue you from the Great and Small Ridge Mountains. How could you favor Gu Fei while neglecting Feng's sacrifices? This thought left him with an uneasy feeling. He clasped his hands. Your Majesty, setting aside the facts, Gu Fei has indeed taken a life. Yu Ping was truly killed by one of his subordinates. The Empress, upon hearing Cold Hongyi's anger-fueled words, chuckled. Cold Hongyi, you speak of disregarding the facts. Can there be any discussion then? Yu Ping disrespected the throne by attempting to kill Gu Fei before my envoy. Had Gu Fei not acted, I would have. Do any of you have further objections? If so, I shall personally investigate this matter and bring everyone to the capital's court. Those deserving of execution shall face it. Those deserving of imprisonment shall be imprisoned. At that moment, the voice of the Empress Dowager Jiyu echoed into the chamber. What has transpired to incite such fury in the Empress? Yuan Du's heart leapt with joy upon seeing the Dowager. Now he could watch whether the Empress dared to oppose her. We pay our respects to the Dowager. Upon seeing Ji Yu's sudden entrance, the Empress Xiao Ling Shuang felt a chill run through her. It seemed the Dowager had come to advocate for the punishment of Gu Fei, which posed a significant dilemma. Rising from her seat, the Empress declared, Your servant pays homage to Mother. The Emperor may rise. You may all rise, Ji Yu said, taking a seat on the chair Lu Jing had brought. Yuan Du quickly clasped his hands, feigning immense sorrow. Dowager, you must advocate for our children. Gu Fei, relying on imperial favor, has run amok, brutally assaulting my family as soldiers and young Master Zhenghua as son, turning them into mere caricatures. And that is not all. This vile criminal has even killed a commander of the city defense forces. We await your majesty's judgment, and you must also advocate for us. Yuandu nearly broke into tears. Gu, sensing his demeanor, felt a wave of disdain. Previously, she had regarded him as competent. Now, she realized he was no better than the rest. Reflecting on the months of scheming by so many, only to have it all thwarted by Gu Fei, she felt a surge of relief that Gu Fei had emerged to confront Northern Heng's threat and rejuvenate her own stature. Now, these individuals still had the audacity to seek her intervention on their behalf. A dream indeed. Upon reaching this thought, she let out a cold snort. Emperor, do reiterate the decision you just made for this grieving one. Xiao Ling Shuang mused to herself, contemplating whether the emperor truly intended to meddle in this matter. With a huff of indignation, she recounted her previous reprimands to several individuals almost verbatim. Ji listened in silence, while Yuandu, Duke of Zhenghua, and others, including Lung Hong, Yi, and Yu Shinan, internally urged the Empress Dowager to express her stance. Seeing Ji Yu's impassive expression, Xiao Ling Shuang had already resolved that. Even if Ji Yu intended to impose severe punishment on Gu Fei, she would staunchly oppose it. After all, she was the emperor of Beihong. She respected Ji Yu enough to call her mother empress, yet she would not be disrespected. In her eyes, Ji Yu was nothing without her. With her father no longer present, the infamy she bore was already considerable. One more accusation mattered little. Xiao Ling Shuang now found herself increasingly aware of how remarkable that stinky mountain bandit truly was. She felt a twinge of reluctance at the thought of Gu Fei leaving, uncertain if his departure would plunge her into further turmoil. Such worries were indeed vexing. All present awaited Ji Yu's declaration, confident that if she pressed the emperor, Gu Fei would surely face dire consequences. Time dragged on agonizingly. At long last, the beautiful and elegant Empress Dowager of Beihong spoke. She surveyed Yuandu and then turned to Lung Hong Yi, letting out a long sigh before articulating, "You insist on my opinion. Yet I must confess that I find the emperor's words to be quite just." The room fell into stunned silence at Ji Yu's proclamation. This Yuandu stammered repeatedly, convinced his ears were deceiving him. The Empress Dowager was not meant to align with their sentiments. Empress Xiao Ling Shuang was equally taken aback, but soon felt a surge of elation. She thought to herself, "At last, Ji Yu stands with me." Perhaps it was due to Gu Fei's role as Xiao Xian'er's mentor that Ji Yu spoke in her favor. A flicker of malice crossed Yuandu's eyes as he coldly remarked, "The Empress Dowager believes Gu Fei is without fault?" His tone was far from respectful. Yi Epsilonue, well aware of his nature, merely smiled mildly. "Lord Chang Xin, Gu Fei has indeed committed no wrongdoing. He did not instigate any provocations or take lives. It is your children who incessantly provoke and seek to harm him. I wish to inquire how you all are educating your offspring. I fear that should they rise to power, they might become even more reckless. Emperor, let us proceed according to your wishes." For the first time, a smile graced the Empress's face, prompted by Ji Yu's words. With the Empress Dowager's approval, Yu Shinan announced, "Draft an edict to demote Yuan Bing, Lu Xiao Jie, and Lung Feng by 1 rank each. Yuan Bing and Lung Feng shall be reduced from 5th rank UG General to 6th rank Zhen Wei Xiao Wei, while Lu Xiao Jie, lacking any official title, shall receive 20 lashes." The Empress's words left Yuandu and the others dumbfounded. They exited the imperial study with grim expressions. Upon reaching outside, Yuandu scoffed. "Jiulu Marquis, who would have thought, after all your efforts for His Majesty, your son has been punished?" Cold Hong, he felt a surge of irritation at Yuandu's words. "If a mistake was made, punishment is warranted. Is that not so? Beside, I pity you." Had the second prince ascended, a mere Gu Fei would have been of no consequence. I would have left him to live or die as he pleased. With a disdainful snort, Cold Hong turned and departed, leaving Yuandu laughing heartily as he remarked to Duke of Zhenghua, Lu Jingcheng, that one should not jest with such individuals. Although they wore smiles, both harbored discontent towards the Empress Dowager, as their greatest reliance lay in using her to suppress the Empress. Unexpectedly, the Duke spoke again. "Are we truly powerless against that Gu Fei? Is he not the newly appointed magistrate of Shangyuan City? We could exploit that angle." Yuandu paused, a realization dawning upon him. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have overlooked it. Tomorrow during the morning court, let us bring this matter forth, urging the court to intervene in Shangyuan City. I will ensure it descends into chaos, never to find peace. The Duke chuckled. Has Lord Chang, Xian, forgotten? The Emperor currently forbids you from entering Taishan Hall. Yuan Du scoffed again. Fear not. Even in my absence, I shall ensure this unfolds, and one day, the Empress will personally summon me back. With that thought in mind, he began to scheme. The third young master of Dehua and the Princess of Qinghua had yet to depart. There was potential for collaboration. He quickened his pace, intent on consulting the third prince, Li Ji. Among all the vassal states of Dehua, Beiheng had the smallest population and land area. The position of prime minister was trivial. If Qinghua or Dehua could offer him a role commensurate with a prime minister, he would find it immensely desirable. At that point, he could swiftly bring about Beiheng's downfall, for he, Yuan Du, knew Beiheng intimately, understanding the weaknesses of every military and civil official. Knowledge of oneself and the enemy guarantees victory in every battle. Half an hour later, the third prince of Dehua was conversing with Princess Xiao Ling of Qinghua in the residence of the Dehua envoy when they learned of Yuan Du's arrival. Li Ji snorted, deeming him useless and ordering him to leave. This scoundrel has caused me to forfeit 3 years' worth of tribute, preventing me from taking action against Yonghe and Yongyuan cities. Zhao Wan quickly interjected, Third prince, do you not wish to hear what this old man has to say? Let him in. I shall hear how he intends to explain this matter. Upon entering, Yuan Du was met with Li Ji's mocking gaze. You still dare show your face, Yuan Du? You are the reason I lost so much tribute, leaving me unable to report to my father. Calm down. It's merely 3 years' tribute. Li Ji's anger flared further. What do you mean merely 3 years' tribute? You can pay me back. Lord Chang Xian, you speak without thought. The third prince is nearly at his wit's end, and you jest? Zhao Wan shot a fierce look at you when Li Ji coldly interjected. You will not leave until you provide a satisfactory explanation for your blunder today. Li Ji's imperious tone irked Yuan Du, who thought to himself, what blunder? This is merely the customary tribute. It was your foolishness to gamble. However, he dared not voice this. His eyes, which held a hint of malice, now sparkled with a cunning glint. Third prince, consider this. It is merely 3 years' tribute. What if we were to exchange it for the entirety of Beiheng? Yuan Du wore a shrewd expression. Li Ji, intrigued, inquired, what do you mean? Yuan Du whispered into Li Ji's ear, and suddenly, a smile illuminated Li Ji's face, dispelling the clouds of anger in his eyes. Zhao Wan, witnessing this, scoffed inwardly at the mysterious old man. Yuan Du, should this succeed, the credit shall be yours. Unable to contain her curiosity, Zhao Wan pressed, Third prince. What did he say to bring you such joy? Haha, that is a tale for another time. The matter was too significant for Li Ji to disclose to anyone just yet. Zhao Wan pouted, playfully chiding, You want to even share with me? How cruel. Li Ji affectionately stroked her face. I shall tell you in due course. Wanner, be obedient and go play elsewhere for a while. Zhao Wan understood that these two surely had some secret matters to discuss. Reluctantly, she swayed her slender waist and departed. Zhao Wan's ultimate aspiration was to marry Li Ji, and ideally to assist him in advancing further. Of course, she would not mind acquiring the throne as well. Once Zhao Wan had left, Li Ji turned to Yuan Du and said, Sit down, and let us discuss how to implement this plan. A subtle smile crept upon Yuan Du's face. If this scheme were to succeed, Beiheng would likely crumble into chaos instantly. For the hunting competition, we could alter the rules. Besides the 3,000 soldiers, we could also invite the emperors from various nations to witness the event in person. This way, whether on the journey there or back, we would have numerous opportunities to strike and capture them all at once. In the event of any turmoil, the ambush troops prepared by the third prince would swiftly intervene to seize control of Beiheng's situation. With the full support of Qinghua, would Beiheng not fall into the third prince's grasp? Li Ji hesitated, saying, But my father may not consent to this. It might be a bit difficult to have the emperors present. Oh, third prince, Yuan Du replied. You could persuade the emperor of Qing to speak to his majesty on your behalf, and then utilize your spare time to convince the other nations. Just tell them that if their emperors attend the great Hua hunting competition, you could grant them a delay in their tribute for the following year. I believe they would be inclined to agree. Li Ji's eyes widened as he smacked his thigh, exclaiming, of course. How could I have overlooked this? Moreover, with the Empress's trust in Gu Fei, she will certainly bring him along. Once that fellow steps on a great Hua's territory, won't the third prince have him completely under his control? Yu Wenda maliciously proposed another idea. The two grew increasingly animated in their discussion, and before they knew it, 2 hours had swiftly passed. Meanwhile, outside Wanchuan Tower, the Empress, accompanied by Lu Jing and Xiong Lai, had disguised themselves and arrived at the entrance. Chapter 87. Parting approaches, it must be said, when Gu Fei beheld the Empress, Xiao Ling Shuang, truly standing before him, he felt a surge of joy within. The two were seated at a table alone, with others assigned to different tables. What is the matter? You seem a bit discontented since I approached. Gu Fei remarked with a smile. Not at all, but just the thought of this parting possibly being the last time we meet makes it hard to feel happy. Hearing Gu Fei's words, the Empress felt a pang of melancholy. At that moment, she realized that this bandit was the one she trusted most. Only in his presence could she be genuine and unmasked. With this thought, she bestowed Gu Fei with a rare smile. You. Trouble follows you the moment you leave the palace. Seeing Xiao Ling Shuang smile, Gu Fei's spirits lifted. Look how beautiful you are when you smile. It's like you're a different person. The Empress felt a twinge of discomfort at his words, thinking, do you believe I don't enjoy smiling? It's just that I mustn't tea. Is that so? Xiao Ling Shuang regained her composure. From a distance, Lu Monru had been stealing glances at Gu Fei and the Empress for some time, reflecting on how she had waited for this moment. Although she could not hear their conversation, their expressions revealed a bond that was undoubtedly extraordinary, akin to those in love, stirring a sense of envy within her. She turned to Zhang Biao, asking, who is that woman? Zhang Biao glanced at Lu Jing and then at the stern-faced Xiong Lai, thinking, if my lord doesn't know, how would I? Ah, she's our lord's friend. Isn't that right, Lu Gonggong? Lu Jing quickly smiled at Gu Monru, saying indeed. The Empress treats her exceptionally well, which is why she always sends us to protect her. Isn't that so, General Xiong? Lu Jing's words, though off-topic, served a purpose, providing cover for the Empress. Otherwise, how could a mere eunuch always appear in such places? Xiong Lai, unsure of Lu Jing's intent, could only nod in agreement. He eventually understood the implications of Lu Jing's words. Who else could warrant the Empress risking her safety to dine with? Only Gu Fei. The atmosphere grew somewhat ambiguous, yet awkward. Bandit, after you leave the capital, live well. If you have the chance, do come visit me in the capital. The Empress gazed at Gu Fei, her eyes starting to glisten. Gu Fei, taken aback by the normally aloof Xiao Ling Shuang suddenly expressing such sentiments, almost blurted out, who would care? But upon seeing her eyes misty, he quickly amended. As long as you wish to see me, I will come. If you prefer not to see me, then I shall not. The Empress huffed, suit yourself. You have no talent for flattery. Gu Fei smiled gently, adding, and if you ever wish to visit Shangyuan City, you are most welcome. I can assure you food, lodging, and even a place to sleep. Upon hearing Gu Fei's flirtation, the Empress chuckled softly. You bandit, you will never change. Do you know that such a personality will lead to your downfall? Be cautious on your way back. You have offended many, and I fear someone may trouble you along the way. Yes, I understand. Gu Fei replied solemnly, fully aware that those rascals would continue to seek him out. However, once he rejoined with Xiao Shi and the others, he feared nothing. Suddenly, the Empress interjected, and without my permission, you are not allowed to touch any other woman. At this, Gu Fei furrowed his brows, intrigued by her words. You don't want me to touch anyone else. Does that mean you expect me to rely on my 5 brothers? This seemed to imply that he was indeed her man. He knew that to reach a woman's heart, one must first navigate her. Having completed the first step, it appeared effective, as the Empress's attitude towards him had shifted dramatically. This seemed rather challenging, unless she acknowledged being his woman. The Empress, being one who valued her pride, could hardly admit to being his, merely huffing in response. Seeing her pouting, Gu Fei quietly asked, then you are not allowed to touch any other men. You are indeed something. I naturally would not. Observing the Empress fidgeting, as though she had much more to say, Gu Fei suddenly stood up, taking her hand and saying, "Come, let us continue this conversation in my room." Without regard for her consent, he led her away. Xiong Lai and Zhang Biao, witnessing their ascent, wished to follow but were halted by Lu Jing, who said, "Rest assured, they must have private matters to discuss. Let us not disturb them and continue our meal." As Lu Jing sat down, watching the Empress and Gu Fei disappear from view, he mused with their impending separation. How can one deny them a moment to speak their hearts? Yet, the Empress is still concealing Gu Durin's identity at this point. These two are truly interesting. Come, let us drink a few. The Empress was pulled into the room by Gu Fei, and just as she opened her mouth to speak, he enveloped her in his arms. She was momentarily stunned, and before she knew it, their lips met. In that instant, they were lost in each other, the kiss enveloping them in a haze, leaving the Empress breathless and weak. "Bandit, you!" Gu Fei gazed at the Empress, who was nearly collapsing into his embrace, and swept her up, heading towards the bed. Their garments were soon strewn upon the floor in a heartbeat. Since the last time the Empress felt a sense of confusion, she has been somewhat stirred within. At this moment, both of them understood that their parting was imminent, and they worked together harmoniously, shedding all their obsessions. Soon, a divine union was established, and the realms of Yin and Yang began to communicate. After a considerable time, Gu Fei employed the technique of Conlong Yui, and in an instant his thoughts flowed freely, and his limbs felt at ease. The Empress, akin to having consumed a miraculous tonic, felt her limbs weaken and gazed at Gu Fei, her heart brimming with joy, her face adorned with a blissful smile. "Gu Fei, if you have time, you must come to the capital to see me. All right?" At this moment, the Empress appeared extraordinarily docile, a sight Gu Fei had never witnessed before. She was bashful and charming, her beauty radiating in a manner that was utterly fitting. "All right, as long as I have the time, I will come to see you," Gu Fei replied earnestly, feeling a newfound sense of responsibility resting upon his shoulders. "But how will I find you?" The Empress gently leaned her cheek against his chest and softly responded, "At that time, Lu Jing will give you a token. When you arrive, just look for Lu Jing." "Won't you let me visit your home?" Gu Fei asked, somewhat puzzled, while playfully pressing his finger against her lips. "It's not very convenient. It would be better for you to find me in the palace." "Fine," Gu Fei thought to himself, realizing that this Lung Ling Shuang likely wasn't the daughter of Lung Hongi. Otherwise, given Lung Feng's attitude towards him, she would certainly ignore him. "Furthermore, if I need you to protect me, will you be able to appear by my side at the first moment? Then tell me now, am I not your husband?" Gu Fei teased, a smirk playing on his lips as he deliberately provoked her. The Empress lightly punched him, saying, "If you were not my husband, would I allow you to be so frivolous with me? Now that you say that, as a woman of Gu Fei, how could I not protect you?" Women universally appreciate sweet words, especially when uttered by the men they adore. The Empress gazed at Gu Fei with her expressive eyes, asking, "If you know something is dangerous, would you still come to protect me? What is danger? Look at me. I traveled from Shangyuan City, risking my life to bring you to the capital," he replied. "Even if you wish to eliminate the Empress and become the queen yourself, I would willingly assist you." Upon hearing this, Xiao Ling Shuang's heart skipped a beat, realizing that he truly was still that audacious rogue. "You can boast all you want, but if you dare say that, I intend not only to be the Empress of Beiheng, but also the Empress of Dahua. Let us see if you still dare to make such claims." Seeing the girl disbelieve his words, Gu Fei thought to himself that he was speaking the truth. Given the current capabilities of Shangyuan City, annihilating a capital would be a trivial task. However, conquering the entire nation was still a formidable challenge, as even if Shangyuan City deployed its entire army, it would amount to no more than 10,000 men. Capturing a city was one thing, but holding it required a substantial force. Noticing Gu Fei's silence, the Empress gently pinched his chin with her delicate hand, asking, "Why have you stopped boasting this time?" "This impudent girl dares to underestimate me," he thought, playfully swatting her backside and declaring, "As long as your husband desires, he can vanquish any kingdom in the world. However, maintaining control is quite another matter, as I know we have but a few people in Shangyuan City. But rest assured, Give your husband a few more years. And whether or not you wish to eliminate Beiheng, whichever neighboring country you desire, your husband will conquer it for you. Then we shall rule as emperors ourselves." Upon hearing Gu Fei's words, the empress's heart raced. Her large eyes fixed intently on Gu Fei, attempting to discern whether he was truly serious. His expression did not seem to suggest he was joking, and she found herself momentarily stunned. Does Shangyuan City possess many incredible things? The empress suddenly recalled the myriad extraordinary items he had produced along their journey, each one more astonishing than the last, and wondered if he might actually be capable of such feats. Incredible things? Every item in Shangyuan City is remarkable. I can't fully explain it now, but perhaps you will understand in the future. In any case, no army in this world can compare to us. The empress listened to his audacious claims, unsure whether to believe him. If she chose not to, their journey had indeed been astonishingly extraordinary. They had flown from Jiangnan to Jiangbei, a feat that would seem unbelievable to anyone else. Moreover, the telescope that allowed them to see far ahead was nothing short of a miraculous artifact. Everything she had witnessed in Shangyuan City was utterly inconceivable. Could she trust him to protect her? "Ling Shuang, can we not part tonight?" Gu Fei tightened his embrace around her, his tone filled with anticipation. Initially, the empress furrowed her brows, but upon considering their impending separation, she yearned to agree. Yet, she feared being discovered, and with an early morning court session ahead, staying out overnight was nearly impossible. The palace had officials who recorded her daily activities. If they found out she had not spent the night there, it would spell trouble. She still lacked full control over the palace, making it challenging to remain discreet. "I can't stay here too long, otherwise I'll be discovered, and it will cause trouble for both of us. When you come next time, I will surprise you." Gu Fei understood that it might be asking too much of her. In this era, it was indeed inappropriate for a girl to be away from home overnight. "In that case, let your husband indulge tonight," Gu Fei said, his hands once again reaching for the empress. Chapter 88. Buying gifts to take back. More than an hour later, Lu Jing and the others had yet to leave the dining table. The tavern owner, knowing that Lu Jing was the chief eunuch of the palace, dared not say anything, and the wine and meat continued to flow to their table. Zhang Biao and Lu Monru had grown increasingly anxious, wondering what the two were doing upstairs for so long. What could they possibly be discussing? Just as their impatience peaked, Gu Fei appeared, holding the empress's hand. When they saw the empress descending the stairs, her face flushed. Those who understood immediately grasped what had transpired. Even Zhang Biao sensed something unusual and thought to himself that the task his younger sister had entrusted him with was likely doomed to failure. Lu Monru felt a pang of jealousy, realizing that this was why Gu Fei had rejected her advances. He had been devoted to this cold young lady. The empress, upon reaching the bottom, instructed Lu Jing to give Gu Fei a token before boarding the carriage with Lu Jing, leaving without looking back. She was afraid that if she turned around, she would want to stay. "Sir, the cold lady has already left. Are you still watching?" Gu Fei gazed at the departing carriage, his heart heavy with melancholy. The barriers between them had finally vanished, yet they were now faced with the prospect of a long-distance relationship. How could he not feel sorrow? The journey from Shangyuan City to the capital was not an easy one. Traveling by water took at least 10 days, and traversing the mountains was even more arduous. Gu Fei kicked Zhang Biao lightly, exclaiming, "You're silent, and no one thinks you're mute. We haven't seen Xiao, Shi, and the others for days. Why don't you go find out what is happening?" "Sir, who says we haven't inquired? Xiao, Shi, and the others have already found us. We just haven't had the chance to inform you," Zhang Biao replied, looking at Gu Fei with a resentful expression. They were unable to enter the city with their supplies, and had to stay in a small town 5 li outside the capital. Upon hearing that Xiao, Shi, and the others were just 5 li away, Gu Fei sighed in relief. With them around, the journey home would be much safer. As long as they didn't encounter hundreds or thousands of pursuers, they would be unafraid. In that case, before the city gates close, Zhang Yong, hurry and notify Xiao, Shi, and Xiao Su. Let them bring a few people in. A journey necessitates that we bring something back. We shall depart early tomorrow morning. My lord, you promised to buy gifts for my little sister and Captain Yi. Do not forget. Zhang Biao aptly reminded him, provoking Gu Fei's desire to kick him. This rascal. Truly annoying. Zhang Biao, stay here and wait for Zhang Yong and the others. I shall accompany Miss Lu to select some jewelry to take back. Gu Fei wished to avoid this irritating fellow, as his presence would disturb their shopping. Lu Monru, noticing Gu Fei's intent to exclude Zhang Biao, stifled a chuckle. My lord, will it not be inappropriate to leave Brother Biao alone at the inn? Not at all. I find it quite agreeable, Gu Fei replied with a half-smile. Gome, help me choose a few pieces of jewelry to bring back. Your taste is surely impeccable. Upon hearing that they would be purchasing jewelry, Lu Monru brightened. I may lack skills in many areas, but selecting beautiful jewelry is certainly within my capabilities. After all, I have encountered countless people and was once a lady of refinement. The two departed, leaving behind a dejected Zhang Biao, laughing heartily as they went. My lord, what is the matter? He was not like this before. It is not spring now. Why does it seem as though my lord is smitten? No, I must buy something for my little sister, or he will not let me off the hook. Hey, you buy, I shall buy as well. I will do it discreetly. Zhang Yong and Xiao, she will be gone for at least an hour. There is ample time. Under Lu Monru's guidance, Gu Fei arrived at the finest jewelry store in the capital, the Longxiang Jewelry Store. Lu Monru was a regular here. This establishment had a century-long history and was the very place Gu Fei had promised to buy jewelry for Yi Anlin and Zhang Yao. He distinctly remembered that each girl would receive a beautiful hairpin. If he returned empty-handed, those two would ignore him for at least a week. The shopkeeper recognized Lu Monru's presence immediately upon their entry. Oh, Miss Lu, welcome. Lu Monru smiled slightly. Today it is not I who is buying, but this gentleman, Gu, who wishes to purchase some jewelry for his two ladies. Gu Fei interjected, two ladies? This was Lu Monru's intentional remark, as she sought to discreetly inquire if the remarkable Gu Fei had any women in Shangyuan City. The cold-hearted young lady from the capital seemed to be a recent acquaintance, suggesting that the two at home were indeed the legitimate ones. Seeing Gu Fei's lack of denial further convinced her that he had a wife in Shangyuan. Oh, so is Lord Gu, my apologies. Gu Fei nodded to the shopkeeper and turned to Lu Monru. Miss Lu, I know nothing of jewelry. I rely entirely on your expertise. Lord Gu, I shall choose according to my preferences, but if the two ladies do not like them, you cannot blame me. Gu Fei laughed heartily. Just go ahead and buy. If you find something you fancy, you may choose one for yourself. Let us select a set for each, including a necklace, bracelet, and hairpin. Gu Fei mused that while Shangyuan City had everything, jewelry was their weak point. It required considerable effort and yielded little profit, making it less preferable than weaving. Comparatively, the styles in the capital's jewelry stores were far more appealing. One set each, silver or gold. Lu Monru thought to herself, if gold, it would not be inexpensive. Naturally, it must be gold. She mused that if she suggested silver, the two would surely be displeased, especially that little girl. Yanlan. Upon hearing the request for gold, the shopkeeper recognized a significant customer had arrived. This transaction would surely exceed 1,000 taels of silver. Lu Monru's discerning eye quickly led her to select 2 sets of jewelry for Gu Fei, though she hesitated over one particular gold hairpin. Lord Gu, do you prefer the Cloud Phoenix pattern gold hairpin or the Rui Step Shake gold hairpin? Gu Fei thought, how would I know? Based on his own aesthetic, he found the Cloud Phoenix pattern more appealing. He pointed decisively. That one. Just then, a delicate hand reached out from the side and snatched the hairpin from Lu Monru's grasp. Shopkeeper, I will take that hairpin. Chapter 89. Encountering the third princess of Qinghua, Gu Fei did not need to turn around to recognize the voice. He never expected to encounter the third princess of Qinghua, Zhao Wan, while purchasing jewelry. When Gu Fei turned his head, Zhao Wan exclaimed, It's you. Gu Fei chuckled. Princess Zhao, what a serendipitous meeting. Indeed, I did not anticipate we would meet again. By the way, where's your third prince? Mind your own business. Zhao Wan huffed coldly. Shopkeeper, I demand that gold hairpin. Gu Fei swiftly reclaimed it. Do you understand manners? Are you unaware of the order of arrival? Zhao Wan's guard immediately moved to confront him, but was halted by Zhao Wan. Shopkeeper, how much for that hairpin? I will pay tenfold. Zhao Wan felt a surge of frustration. The shopkeeper was nearly stunned, recognizing the princess's generous nature. A businessman would never let such an opportunity slip away. Customer. That hairpin was priced at 100 taels. If you offer tenfold, that would be 1,000 taels. Do you still wish to purchase it? Yes, why not? Lu Monru whispered urgently to Gu Fei. My lord, please do not. Wait, I will offer 5,000 taels. The price shocked Lu Monru. The shopkeeper was equally astonished. Today would be remarkably profitable. Xiao Wan would not let him succeed, promptly retorting, the princess will offer 10,000 taels for it. Gu Fei laughed heartily. You have won. A gold hairpin multiplying 100-fold. Truly foolish. With that, he tossed down several banknotes, grabbed another hairpin, and took Lu Monru's hand as they left. The hairpin had already become a means to outwit Xiao Wan. So why linger? Xiao Wan, already irked, shouted in fury, block their way. Xiao Wan's 4 guards quickly drew their blades in an X formation to obstruct their path. Why do you buy your gold hairpin while I walk my own path? Do you intend to abduct me for a marriage proposal, princess? Do you think you are worthy? Today, at Tai Xin Palace, I'll let a coward like you escape. Now that I have you, I cannot let you go. What? Do you wish to wager with me again, princess? Indeed, Xiao Wan declared haughtily, frustrated for not having found an opportunity to eliminate Gu Fei earlier. If she could seize the chance now, the third prince would surely be pleased and perhaps even commend her. Hearing her challenge, Gu Fei thought, isn't this merely offering me money? Then I ask you, do you have 500,000 taels of silver on hand? Without 500,000 taels, I shall not wager. I have 100,000 taels on me. Should you win, I will compensate you later. Xiao Wan said with arrogance. Huh? You think I would trust your future compensation? Gu Fei ruthlessly exposed her lie. 500,000 taels would be more plausible if he sold her off. Surely, the Emperor of Qinghua would pay to redeem her. Lu Monru, overhearing their exchange, was astounded. The two were speaking of wagers in the hundreds of thousands of taels. Good heavens! And this proud woman is the third princess of Qinghua. The shopkeeper of Longxiang was anxious, having heard the princess offer 10,000 taels for the hairpin. He cautiously inquired, Princess, may we settle the bill for the small shop first? Xiao Wan's piercing eyes, brimming with menace, fixed upon him. You deceitful merchant, begone. The shopkeeper, chastened by her words, dared not utter a sound, instead cursing silently within. What right do you have to act so grandly without wealth? Xiao Wan turned to see Gu Fei unmoved, her heart racing with urgency. What would it take for him to gamble with her? Gu Fei audaciously surveyed her, making Xiao Wan feel as though her very being was laid bare. You scoundrel, what are you staring at? Beware, or I shall have your eyes. Gu Fei stroked his chin and clicked his tongue, contemplating her appearance. Not bad, and your figure is acceptable too. Perhaps I shall choose you as my wager, along with that 100,000 taels of silver. Presumptuous! How dare you belittle our princess? If you let us apprehend this rascal, you could impose any punishment you desire. Gu Fei scoffed. If you value your lives, best remain silent. At that moment, Zhang Biao and Xiao Shi's voices resonated from behind. Who dares to insult our master? Let me show you. With a resounding slap, Zhang Biao and his companions entered, striking the man who had dared to speak harshly to Gu Fei. With their presence, Zhang Biao felt emboldened, realizing that this ragtag group had made a grave mistake by threatening their master. They had just witnessed the top young master of Beiheng in action. What chance did they stand? The guard, clutching his cheek, was stunned and furious. He had intended to draw his weapon, but upon seeing the formidable men behind Zhang Biao, he hesitated, paralyzed by fear. The other 3 guards exchanged glances, the tension palpable in the air. You dare to harm my guards? Do you not realize that I could easily inform your empress, and she would order your execution? Zhang Biao smirked. Then go ahead and tell her. Spare us your lofty threats. Gu Fei observed the third princess, nearly driven to madness. It appears your guards are rather ignorant of the rules. Allow my people to educate them on proper conduct. Should you wish to express your gratitude, we would gladly accept. But do inform the empress. Ponder this. Who does she trust more, you or me? You wish to gamble, do you? Let's revisit that earlier proposal. If you lose, you shall serve as my bed warmer. Do not think it's unworthy. You are wagering your very life, after all. Furthermore, serving as my maid is quite the fortune, one you have earned through many lifetimes. You scoundrel! I am of noble lineage. How could I ever serve you? Ah, third princess, do you lack confidence in your victory? Perhaps you should retreat and rest. Gu Fei was deliberately provoking her, intent on securing the 10,000 taels she possessed. After several encounters with her, he was determined to extract some benefit tonight. Who says I can't win? I shall never be your maid. Very well, then let us write a contract. If you lose, you shall serve me as a bedwarmer for a year, or pay me 500,000 taels in cash. Chapter 90. The gamble continues upon hearing Gu Fei's words. Xiao Wan clenched her teeth, her face oscillating between pale and flushed, clearly infuriated by his audacity. To back down now would not only strip her of dignity, but would also grant this odious man the satisfaction of having belittled her. Moreover, this challenge was one that none could solve. If she were to lose, no, she could not fathom defeat. Very well, I shall sign this contract. But should you lose, I will take your life. Xiao Wan commanded the shopkeeper of Xiao Ling Shuang. Lend me your ink and brush. Though the shopkeeper was filled with disdain, he dared not refuse her request, grumbling inwardly about losing 2 sheets of paper without any sales. Soon, the 2 contracts were drafted and signed, bearing the fingerprints and names of both parties. Gu Fei accepted the contracts, perusing them with a smirk of amusement. The third princess is indeed forthright. He folded the document and tucked it away, confident that the princess would honor her word. For once spoken, a promise is not easily broken. I will certainly uphold my end of the bargain, Xiao Wan retorted, her disdain palpable. If looks could kill, Gu Fei would have perished multiple times over. Now, what shall we wager? You do not even know what I intend to challenge you with. Gu Fei, your fate is sealed. Feigning horror, Gu Fei exclaimed, "Oh dear, I am utterly at a loss. It seems I am doomed." As he put on an act of fear, Lu Monru discreetly tugged at his sleeve, whispering, "Sir, perhaps we should flee? As long as we live, our dignity is of little consequence." However, Xiao Wan's keen ears caught her words. "Flee? You wish for that? You are mistaken. I possess the contract and can easily demand your life from the Empress." Gu Fei replied nonchalantly, "Oh, your words only heighten my trepidation. But should I win, will you not flee? If you dare to renege, I shall seek your father's wrath." Why would I flee? You are the one who is doomed." As she spoke, she produced 2 golden lion figurines, each the size of an egg, shimmering in the light. Gu Fei reached out instinctively. "Are these not tokens of affection the princess bestowed upon me?" Zhao Qing scoffed. "Tokens of affection? You are hardly worthy. They are not tokens of love. Rather, they are treasures that could cost you your life. These lions were a gift from my father, and I have carried them for 17 years. Though they appear to be entirely made of gold, one is only half gold. Your challenge is to identify which is which within the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn. However, I have stipulations. Do not damage them, nor attempt to weigh them, as their sizes and weights are identical." Gu Fei nearly burst into laughter upon hearing the last instruction. Had the weights not been identical, he might have had to think creatively. Now that he knew they were equal, he needed only to consider their volume. Given that gold is denser than silver, the one that is pure gold will be smaller than the one containing silver, even if they weigh the same. As he accepted the warm lions from Xiao Wan, he was already devising a plan. Since their shapes were irregular, he could measure their volumes in water to determine which was the pure gold lion. Yet, he was wary of the possibility that the 2 lions might not weigh the same to begin with. A crowd had gathered, drawn by the stakes of 500,000 taels and a life. Even at night, the shop was filled with onlookers, eager to witness the outcome. Gu Fei, addressing the shopkeeper, asked, "Might you assist me in weighing these lions to confirm their weight is indeed equal?" Hearing Gu Fei disregard her advice and insist on weighing the lions, Xiao Wan felt more assured, convinced he was bound to fail. "You cannot find a solution, can you? I advise you to concede gracefully, and I shall grant you a swift death." The spectators murmured in agreement. "Indeed, she has warned you that their weights are the same. You are merely wasting time. Look how much incense has burned already. The audacity of this individual is astounding. He dares to gamble on such odds." As Lu Monru listened to the banter of the crowd, her palms grew clammy with anxiety. She thought to herself, how could this be resolved? No one has ever determined the presence of silver within gold without cutting it open. Only Zhang Biao and a few others remained unperturbed. They were aware that the master possessed various means, and as for the matter of gold and silver, they seemed capable of answering it themselves. The master had previously explained that gold is heavy due to its density, which relates to weight and volume, a lesson taught in the schools of Shangyuan City. The proprietor of Xiao Ling Shuang fetched an exquisitely delicate scale and, with a smirk, declared, "Lord Gu, this is the most precise scale in our establishment, guaranteed to measure without a single error." Gu Fei nodded. "Let us proceed with the weighing." Soon after, the proprietor chuckled. "What luck! Both of these small lions weigh precisely 5 taels without any discrepancy." Upon hearing this, Gu Fei inwardly mused about the woman's sanity. After all, who carries around a pound of gold without any purpose? Noticing Gu Fei's impassive expression, Zhao Wan's pride swelled further. "I told you these 2 lions weigh the same, yet you refuse to believe me. Look, the incense has burned an inch already. What other options do you have? Think quickly, lest you find yourself begging for mercy later. I assure you that will be impossible. We can prove it." This group of rascals thrived on the spectacle, igniting Gu Fei's ire. "What shall you prove? I require your assistance in proving something. Once I win, this woman shall become my maid." The crowd erupted with laughter, mocking the man who seemed on the verge of defeat, yet spoke so boldly. Unfazed by their jeers, Gu Fei turned to the proprietor of Xiao Ling Shuang with a grin. "Please bring me a bowl of hot water. A small one will suffice." The crowd roared with laughter at Gu Fei's request, speculating whether he intended to wash the gold away. Zhang Biao glared ominously, his eyes wide and fierce. "Which little rascal dares to mock our master again? I'll drag you out and trample you." Soon, a white porcelain bowl filled with steaming water was presented. Gu Fei gazed at it with satisfaction. However, his next action left the onlookers utterly astonished. He lifted the bowl and gulped down half of its contents in one go, smacking his lips in satisfaction. "Ah, my mouth is parched." The crowd erupted in disbelief. This fool was undoubtedly courting disaster tonight, yet he still had the leisure to drink tea. One voice chimed in. "Why not have a bowl of white liquor, as a toast to your impending doom?" Gu Fei shot a glance at the speaker, retorting coolly, "Simpleton." Then, he placed the remaining water on the table and declared, "Behold with your own eyes, I shall discern which lion is golden and which contains silver, relying solely on this half bowl of water." Ridiculous! Do you think you can differentiate gold from silver merely by using water? I could do that with a mere breath. However, Zhao Wan sensed an ominous portent. Gu Fei's calm demeanor was unnerving. "Zhang Biao, hand me your dagger." Disregarding the crowd's disdain, Gu Fei first submerged one lion into the bowl, then firmly etched a horizontal line on the water's surface with the dagger. He subsequently immersed the other lion, marking another line. "I have identified the lion containing silver." He triumphantly retrieved the lion whose water level was higher. The crowd was left speechless, astounded at how he had discerned the difference. Is this genuine? It cannot be possible. He simply placed them in water and drew 2 lines. And now he claims to know which is gold and which is silver. Princess Zhao Wan's face turned ashen, unable to accept such an outcome. How could she be defeated by such a simplistic method? This meant she would have to serve as a warm bed servant for an entire year. Observing her struggle to acknowledge the truth, Gu Fei wore a mocking smile. Come, princess, watch closely." He tossed the lion back into the bowl, pointing at the rising water level. Due to the greater density of gold compared to silver, the gold lion, weighing the same, would displace less water. "Everyone, observe and see if there is any change when these 2 equally weighted lions are submerged." The proprietor of Xiao Ling Shuang exclaimed, "Allow me." He tossed both lions into the bowl, immediately noticing the differing water levels. "Huh, how amusing. Princess, the stakes were made. You must honor your wager, and you cannot backtrack now. You just claimed you would buy my hairpin for 10,000 taels of silver." The proprietor was the first to pounce on Zhao Wan, thinking it fair retribution for her earlier indecision. "Indeed, from this moment forth, I become your master. Do you accept?" Zhao Wan staggered, shouting defiantly, "I refuse. I maintain that this lion is silver." "Very well. I shall slice it open to reveal the truth." The proprietor was now completely unrestrained. You dare destroy the gift bestowed upon me by my father, Xiao Wan protested. Ah, so this is merely an attempt to weasel out of your promise? You have reneged once today, but you cannot do so a second time with so many witnesses. You, the third princess of the Qin kingdom, cannot be so faithless. Gu Fei had anticipated her dishonesty. Compelling her to serve him for a year was a far worse fate than death. He understood she would stubbornly refuse to admit defeat. If he refused to cut the lion, then procure 2 identical gold and silver bars. Certainly, that is an easy task. Within half a tea session, 2 bars of identical weight, 1 gold and 1 silver, were weighed before the crowd and submerged in the water. Indeed, the silver caused the water level to rise significantly, precisely double that of the previous lion, confirming everything. The crowd erupted with excitement. Lu Monru joyfully embraced Gu Fei. Oh yes, we have triumphed. Facing the utterly bewildered Xiao Wan, Gu Fei asked, what more can you say? This cannot be. It is entirely impossible. Gu Fei nonchalantly pocketed the 100,000 taels of silver notes from the stunned Xiao Wan. Now, come along. We shall return for your service. How dare you touch our princess? The guards, prepared to defend her honor, were ready to risk everything, fearing that their master would be disgraced. Gu Fei scoffed. With so many witnesses, do you think the people of the Qin kingdom cannot accept defeat? Do you know what it means to wager and accept the consequences? Zhang Biao swiftly intervened, blocking the guard's path. Do you seek death? Allow me to grant you that wish. His fierce demeanor instantly quelled their fervor. No, I will not return with you. I refuse to be your warm bedmaid. Xiao Wan was on the verge of a breakdown. Gu Fei seized her, boldly planting a kiss on her luscious lips. Yet the crowd found no fault in his actions. Rather, they envied him, viewing the role of a warm bed servant as merely sharing a kiss. Xiao Wan, remember this. You are now my warm bed servant, Gu Fei's. Unless you can deliver 500,000 taels of silver to me within 2 months. Otherwise, your fate as my servant is sealed. No. Xiao Wan completely broke down. She pushed past the crowd and ran outside, crying as she went. How ridiculous. It turns out that the kingdom of Qin truly does not keep its word. The onlookers shook their heads in disdain, thoroughly scornful of Xiao Wan and her companions. Meanwhile, the shopkeeper of Xiaolongxiang was nearly beaming with delight. His losses paled in comparison to Gu Fei's 500,000. Damn, that's 500,000. Enough to open many branches for myself. My lord, would you be willing to let me open a jewelry shop in Shangyuan City? Gu Fei secretly derided the scheming merchant, who was adept at seizing opportunities. Nevertheless, he smiled at him and replied, of course. Go and announce my name. Shangyuan City had received official recognition and was soon to be bustling with business. The arrival of such premium shops would undoubtedly attract many visitors from afar. I'll take some time to check it out, the shopkeeper said, seeing that his objective was achieved. Gu Fei turned to Zhang Biao and said, Big Biaozi, let's go Xiaoxi. At this moment, Gu Fei's mind was racing with expansion plans, aiming to swallow up Shanshan County first. To the north, the mountains and rivers appeared unpromising in terms of development. Chapter 92. The Chongqing family arrives at Shangyuan City. Gu Fei, along with Xiaoxi and the others, took advantage of the absence of curfew to indulge in shopping. After all, they had won 100,000 taels of silver, which was a windfall. Meanwhile, the infuriated Xiao Wan had plunged into the Dahuang embassy, sobbing uncontrollably. Not only had she lost 100,000 taels, but she had also been publicly kissed by Gu Fei. This was just the beginning. She would now be his maid. How could she face this man, especially when she aspired to marry Li Ji and become a royal consort? No. This matter of being kissed by Gu Fei must remain a secret from Li Ji. Otherwise, he would surely have thoughts about it, perhaps even abandon her. Just then, Li Ji returned from outside and immediately spotted Xiao Wan looking utterly distressed in the hall. His expression tightened. Xiao Wan, what happened? Xiao Wan looked at Li Ji, pouting, and whimpered, Your Highness, I made a bet with Gu Fei and ended up losing 100,000 taels. Seeing her sobbing, Li Ji thought to himself, what a foolish woman, willingly giving away money at night. However, he feigned concern and said, A mere 100,000 taels is not worth you being so upset, is it? Woo. Besides that 100,000, I also owe him 490,000. Xiao Wan dared not mention her loss of becoming Gu Fei's maid. Thankfully, Gu Fei had allowed her to pay, simply stating that she had lost money. What? Li Ji was taken aback. You went out shopping and ended up losing 500,000 taels? Such a sum was beyond even Li Ji's means, unless he sold the Jing Wangfu. Xiao Wan's brows knitted together in distress. What should I do, Your Highness? What should you do? Just deal with it, Li Ji replied, exasperated. That guy must have pulled a fast one on you. Xiao Wan nodded, her lips pouting in dismay. So, you wrote an IOU? Xiao Wan lowered her head and murmured. Yes, I did. Li Ji sighed and cursed her again in his mind. A written agreement was binding. Xiao Wan, you were indeed too impulsive this time, he said, trying to comfort her. But now that the IOU exists, we must find a way to resolve this. Tell me how Gu Fei managed to find that silver lion. Xiao Wan recounted how Gu Fei had used principles of density to distinguish gold from silver. After listening, Li Ji's gaze flickered as he pondered. This man possesses some skill. Not only did he defeat Wu Daozi in painting, but he also devised such an ingenious method to identify silver and gold. As night fell, Li Ji decided to think of a way to retrieve the gambling contract the next day. You should go upstairs and get some rest. Meanwhile, Gu Fei, along with Zhang Biao and Xiao Si, reveled in the spoils of victory at the night market. Having gained such a fortune, Gu Fei insisted that Zhang Biao and Xiao Si buy plenty of items to take back. My lord, you truly shone in today's gamble, Zhang Biao praised. Gu Fei smiled slightly, thinking this was merely a minor episode. At the same time, Chongqing, accompanied by his wife Zhao Xiuxiu and their 2 children, Tiger Boy and Tiger Girl, as well as Wu Ziki and their companions, had just arrived outside Shangyuan City. Chongqing gazed at the towering city walls. Inside, lights twinkled, and the streets were wider than those in the capital. Even at this late hour, carriages bustled along the streets, and various travelers hurried along the sides, creating a vibrant scene. The buildings in the city appeared somewhat different in the darkness. In short, the city before them exceeded everyone's expectations. Zhao Xiuxiu, peering through the city gate, exclaimed, I never imagined the road outside would be so smooth. The architecture within the walls is truly remarkable. What a beautiful county. Who goes there? The guards at Shangyuan City, noticing Chongqing's group of men, a woman, and 2 children, immediately became vigilant. The 10 men looked anything but ordinary farmers. Chongqing quickly stepped forward, smiling at the guards. Brothers, my name is Chongqing. I come on behalf of Lord Gu Fei and Brother Zhang Biao, bringing my family and 10 brothers to Shangyuan City. I kindly ask for your assistance. What? Lord Gu sent you? Do you have any proof? Proof? It seems I don't. Lord Gu merely mentioned it verbally. Then why should I believe you? Also, outsiders cannot enter the city immediately. They need to be inspected. The guard's tone grew impatient as he realized Chongqing had no proof and was relying solely on a word of mouth to gain entry. They often encountered people trying to exploit the names of their superiors to gain special treatment. Chongqing felt a bit frustrated. Lord Gu said coming here would suffice. Yet he found himself turned away. Suddenly, Zhao Xiuxiu spoke up. Husband, don't you have the telescope that Brother Biao gifted you? It's a precious item. Surely this brother would recognize it. Upon hearing this, the guard was taken aback. What? Brother Biao gave you a telescope? Quickly, show it to me. The telescope was rare even in Shangyuan City, reserved for individuals of notable status. Only their captain possessed one. Chongqing carefully retrieved the telescope wrapped in cloth from his pocket. The guard took it and confirmed it was genuine, immediately bowing at a 45-degree angle. Brother Chongqing, I apologize. This is indeed Brother Biao's telescope. Since Brother Biao entrusted you with such a valuable item, it is clear that both he and the Lord hold you in high regard. Please wait here while I find Captain Yi to escort you into the city. The guard's demeanor softened considerably, and Chongqing, who had been somewhat downcast, felt a surge of anticipation. Being here meant they had a foothold. As news reached Yi Anlin, she hurriedly rode towards the gate. It had been over 10 days since Gu Fei had left, and she had missed him dearly. However, instead of Gu Fei's return, she awaited the arrival of others. She donned a crimson long skirt, riding her steed like a blazing flame, swiftly approaching the city gate. Chongqing observed the capable and spirited young lady striding towards them, a smile gracing her face. If he were not mistaken, she must be Captain Yi Anlin. "Oh, you know me?" she inquired. "Not quite, but Lord Gu Fei and Brother Zhang Biao have often mentioned you," he replied. Yi Anlin felt a surge of pride within. So, Lord Gu spoke of her even outside. "Chongqing, where did you encounter my lord?" she asked, her interest piqued. Noticing her concern for Gu Fei, Chongqing deduced her affection for him. "Ah, that's a long story," he said. "In that case, let us converse as we walk," she suggested to the guard beside her. "Open the gate and let them in." A group followed Yi Anlin through the city walls. Wu Ziki and Zhao Xiaoxiao exclaimed in unison, "Wow, she is truly stunning. Lord Gu did not deceive us." "Chongqing, how did you come to know my lord?" Wu Ziki inquired. Chongqing chuckled. "Well, it all began one fateful night when Lord Gu and his wife were pursued by assassins." Chapter 93. The honest Chongqing. Yi Anlin listened as Chongqing recounted the events in fragmented detail. She scoffed, "Humph, risking one's life for a woman. Captain Yi, I must disagree. The young lady is Lord Gu's wife. Who else should he protect?" Zhao Xiaoxiao interjected, unable to accept Yi Anlin's words. But that young lady is no longer Lord Gu's wife," Yi Anlin retorted, left speechless. Chongqing and his wife exchanged glances, thinking, but that's what Lord Gu himself said. Moreover, they had arranged for them to share the same quarters. Surely, they could not be anything but a couple. "Oh, it seems I have misunderstood," Zhao Xiaoxiao thought, vowing to herself that Yi Anlin must never learn that it was she who arranged for Gu Fei and the young lady to share a bed. Women understand women. It was evident from Yi Anlin's demeanor that she too harbored feelings for Gu Fei. "Chongqing, it is quite late, having traveled from afar. You are required by the rules of Shangyuan City to quarantine outside for half a month. However, considering your connection to the Lord, I shall arrange for you to stay in a courtyard. After 7 days, you will be free to roam," Yi Anlin declared. Captain Yi, what does quarantine entail?" Wu Ziki asked, puzzled. "Well, you see, there was an outbreak of plague in Qixin 2 months ago. My lord instituted this rule for the safety of the 70 to 80,000 inhabitants of Shangyuan City. Since you are arriving from the north, and travelers from Qixin might pass through your county, it is prudent to take precautions. However, do not worry. We shall provide you with food and necessities free of charge," she explained. "I see. Lord Gu is indeed quite cautious," Chongqing remarked with a smile. Initially troubled, his discomfort dissipated upon hearing the explanation. Listening to the quarantine policy, Yi Anlin admitted Gu Fei's vorsicht. This is indeed effective. Over these past 2 months, we had detected several cases of plague victims from Qixin attempting to escape. Had they entered the city, the consequences would have been dire. Indeed, I have heard that the situation in Qixin is quite tragic. Half the population perished, Wu Ziki commented. "No wonder. Yi girl and that guard were both masked. Now makes sense," Zhao Xiaoxiao said, a hint of remorse in her tone. Initially, she too had misinterpreted the situation. Being confined for 7 days upon entering the city would unsettle anyone. After all, she had sacrificed her home for Gu Fei. Zhao Xiaoxiao's beautiful gaze fell upon Yi Anlin's tall and graceful figure, pondering how a girl could serve as a county captain. Her skills must be formidable. Yi Anlin guided Chongqing and the others to a courtyard, stating, "This is Shangyuan City's guest house. You need only stay here for 7 days before you may freely roam." It was a 1-acre courtyard, adorned with white walls and black tiles, remarkably clean and tidy. Chongqing and Wu Ziki had never laid eyes on such comfortable lodgings. As Yi Anlin lit the candles within, they were astonished to discover that the windows were made of colored glass. Good heavens, glass windows of such size. Moreover, the floor was seamless. Aside from the wooden doors, windows, and beams above, everything else was constructed of stone, revealing many secrets to the others. Yi Anlin simidet. Outsiders often find their perceptions of Shangyuan City completely transformed. She led the group to the kitchen, pointing at a faucet. "In Shangyuan City, we are unlike other places. We do not fetch water. It comes to us." "What? Water comes to us?" Yi Anlin laughed as she turned on the faucet. "We call it running water. But remember to turn it off when you are done. Do not waste it, for this water is shared by the entire city. If you waste it, Others will go without. Yi Anlin feared they might playfully squander it. The water tower's water was drawn up with great effort, relying on several water buffalo working day and night along the Li River. The design of the pump had cost Gu Fei considerable thought, requiring intricate gear assemblies to ensure the buffalo exerted minimal effort while drawing the water. Upon witnessing such a miraculous invention as running water, Wu Ziki and Chongqing felt an overwhelming urge to taste it, eager to see if it truly was as wondrous as it seemed. Yi Anlin then led them to the bathing area and the latrine. Undoubtedly, all these places also boasted running water. Good heavens, even bathing has running water! Wu Ziki exclaimed, ready to try it out. After instructing them, Yi Anlin promptly left, unable to withstand the odor emanating from the group of men. During Gu Fei's absence, Yi Anlin had been residing at his home. When he was away, she moved in, as he had already arranged a room for her. Initially hesitant to take advantage of the situation, she now used the pretext of protecting the young ladies to justify her presence. She resolved not to leave, contemplating how easily a woman could become the mistress of the house, fueling her desire to confront Gu Fei. As Yi Anlin exited the courtyard, a commotion erupted among Chongqing and his companions. Wherever there was a faucet, it was crowded with eager hands, each person wishing to experience the novelty of running water, disregarding Yi Anlin's countless warnings. "I want tea wasted. I just want a drink," Zhao Xiuxiu exclaimed, preparing hot water for bathing in the kitchen, shooing Chongqing away to enjoy a moment of happiness with her family. "Husband, Lord Gu truly did not deceive us. Shangyuan City is indeed far superior to the capital, and everything here seems utterly astonishing. Look at the pot on the stove. It is unlike ours. How deep it is." Chongqing nodded, affirming, "Lord Gu would not deceive us after providing us with such generosity." Hua and Hunyu gazed at the moon through the window. "Father, mother, look, we can see the moon without even opening the window." Chongqing scooped Hua into his arms. "Do you like it here, Hua?" "Yes, father, Hua loves it here." "Wife, when Lord Gu returns, you should ask him to arrange a position for you. After all, you are quite capable." It would also be a good opportunity to find a role for Wu Ziki and the others. Chongqing nodded earnestly. "Xiuxiu, this place is so splendid. It truly compels me to stay. When Lord Gu returns, I will certainly discuss it with him. I aspire to diligently earn a living in this city of Shangyuan and procure a dwelling that belongs to us, a home we can call our own. My dear husband, did not Lord Gu bestow upon us over 10,000 taels of silver? That should be sufficient for purchasing a house, should it not? No, I shall return this silver to Lord Gu upon his return. I, Chongqing, shall not accept any undeserved rewards." A resolute glimmer shone in Chongqing's eyes. Zhao Xiuxiu sighed, pondering that her husband's character was indeed excessively straightforward. To amass such a considerable sum of over 10,000 taels solely through his own efforts would take an eternity. Chapter 94. What is the situation with the Empress Dowager the following morning? Upon awakening in Wangchuan Tower, Gu Fei and his companions began to pack for their departure. As they stepped out of the tavern, they were intercepted by the third prince of Dawang, Li Ji, along with his entourage. "What? Now that you've won, you wish to leave?" Zhao Wan, trailing closely behind Li Ji, remarked indignantly. "Hey, you little maid, do not mistake yourself. I am your master. Do you dare to challenge me, or shall I make you regret it?" Li Ji was momentarily taken aback by Zhao Wan's words. "Zhao Wan, were you not indebted to him? How have you now become his maid?" "Oh, as long as I pay him 500,000, I am no longer his maid. Why should I fuss over such trivialities?" Li Ji, observing Zhao Wan, scoffed coldly, realizing she had not even spoken the truth. "So, you admit you are my maid now? Yet you still refuse to come over and massage this lord's back? Or will you repay your debt? You wish for me to massage your back? Who do you think you are?" Gu Fei narrowed his eyes slightly. "If I, as the master, am deemed insignificant, then what are you? Do not forget, I possess a written contract binding you to servitude." "You? What do you mean by that? Have you come here this early to deliver me money?" Li Zi, unwilling to engage in verbal sparring so early, glared fiercely and declared, "Present your winning notes from yesterday. I offer you 100,000 taels in exchange. Do not overreach. Know when to retreat. Do you truly believe you can treat her as your servant?" Upon hearing Li Ji's audacious proposal to exchange 100,000 taels for 500,000, Gu Fei scoffed inwardly. When did the third prince of Dahuang become so devoid of integrity, attempting to forcefully exchange a mere 100,000 for 500,000? It goes without saying that it was impossible. Even if your father were to come, he could not achieve such a feat. Do you not realize how shameless you appear? What nonsense! Zhang Biao, let us depart. Princess of Qinghua, I advise you to prepare 500,000 taels promptly. Otherwise, I shall take a note and approach the gates of your Qinghua palace to demand payment, allowing the world to see your true nature. Li Ji was nearly incensed by Gu Fei's retort. Halt! Do not leave. Gu Fei's eyes narrowed. Zhang Biao, Xiao Shi, should anyone dare to obstruct us, beat them mercilessly. Xiao Shi had brought 6 companions last night, and with Zhang Biao and Zhang Yong, they totaled 8, equaling the number of Li Ji and Zhao Wan's guards. Should a conflict arise, the outcome was uncertain. Li Ji glared at Gu Fei with malevolence. Do you believe that if you do not hand over the notes today, I shall not obliterate Shangyuan City? I have learned that you are within the jurisdiction of Qingzhou, a mere 200 miles from the border of Qinghua and only 300 from Dahuang. If I dispatch cavalry for a surprise attack, I assure you that within 3 days, Shangyuan City will be reduced to ashes. Gu Fei laughed heartily, thinking that if he did not obliterate them first, they would be fortunate indeed to entertain thoughts of attacking Shangyuan City. Third prince, mark my words. If you do not come, you shall be deemed a beast. I shall await your esteemed presence in Shangyuan City. With that, he reached out and pinched Zhao Wan's cheek. Remember, you are mine. Should you betray me, I shall not spare you. Li Ji was taken aback by Gu Fei's words, shocked that this fellow dared to provoke and insult him. He quickly lost his composure. Young man, I advise you to first navigate the hunting competition with your emperor. I shall designate you to Dahuang, and then you shall witness how I deal with you. Huh, you think I will go just because you say so? Who do you think you are? Zhang Biao, let's leave. Gu Fei disregarded Li Ji's threats entirely, departing with his companions, laden with their belongings. Li Ji batcha wam fei's nonchalant exit, his expression fluctuating between fury and embarrassment. Zhao once softly inquired, Third prince, shall we simply let him go? What about my promissory note? Since you show such disdain for me, I shall ensure you meet your demise on the road. I shall seek out Yuan Bing. This fellow had been dealt a heavy blow. I cannot believe he does not seek revenge. Meanwhile, at Taishan Hall, tensions were high. The Minister of Revenue, Zhao Tianxing, and the Minister of Rights, Yu Shernan, presented a petition to dispatch officials to Shangyuan City for tax audits and personnel appointments. Upon hearing their synchronized entreaty, the Empress realized Gu Fei had previously mentioned that the treasury of Shangyuan City contained over 20 million in silver. Initially, she had thought Gu Fei was boasting, but now it seemed highly likely that this notorious bandit was not lying. If Zhao Tianxing were to discover such a vast sum, it would spell disaster. Even if the amount were merely in the millions, it would suffice to incite this old rascal to desperate measures. She was currently devising ways to strip him of his office. Yu Shernan's proposal regarding the appointment of officials did hold some merit, yet she had just granted him an edict for autonomy. If the court were to intervene now, it would surely displease this notorious bandit. I have recently issued a decree granting him autonomy. It would be inappropriate for the court to send officials now. What? Such a significant matter. And your majesty has not consulted us? What do you mean by autonomy? Does that imply the court shall not oversee him? What differs this from a den of bandits? The ministers began to murmur amongst themselves, deeming the Empress's decision rash. Observing the chaos below, the Empress cleared her throat, instantly silencing the room. Esteemed ministers, do you believe I have been overly lenient in granting Gu Fei autonomy? Furthermore, is there no precedent in history for such a decision? May I ask, can the cities of Yongyuan and Yonghe rival 10 Shangyuan cities? Do not forget, it was he alone who defended Beiheng on our behalf. Zhao Tianxing scoffed. Is it not expected to serve the sovereign and alleviate the burdens of the state? Zhao Tianxing, your argument holds merit. However, as my treasury is depleted, should you not be devising solutions? You yourself stated that one ought to serve the sovereign and relieve their burdens. The Minister of Revenue had not anticipated such a swift rebuttal would rebound upon him. The current situation was akin to swallowing a bitter pill. Moreover, the Empress Xiao Ling Shuang continued. Furthermore, prior to his accomplishments, he was not an official of the court. How then could he be said to serve my interests? Gu Fei is unlike you. You have witnessed his temperament. His abilities are as great as his disposition. Moreover, I intend to personally oversee Shangyuan City. What issue is there with that? How can it be said there is no supervision? Thus, the matter of dispatching officials shall be deliberated further. I concur with your Majesty's sentiments. Let us refrain from discussing this matter for now. The man has yet to return home, and you all are already plotting to reap the rewards. If it were you, how would you feel? The ministers, including the Empress, were astonished to find that the usually contrary Empress Dowager, Gu, unexpectedly aligned with the Empress's viewpoint. What on earth is happening? Zhao Tianxing gazed at Empress Dowager Gu, pondering what had come over her. Chapter 95. Dispatching officials to Lantian. Is there anyone else with differing opinions? The Empress now cast an imposing gaze upon the assembly of ministers below. Unexpectedly, the Rogue Mountain Bandit had an audience with the Empress Dowager, and this encounter swayed her completely to his side. This development filled the Empress with a sense of subtle satisfaction. Yu Shernan was taken aback to find his proposal abruptly thwarted. With a bitter smile, he conceded, "Since your Majesty has taken personal charge of the matter, I shall refrain from further comment. When the time comes for your Majesty to dispatch officials, a word to me will suffice." Indeed, Zhao Tianxing was indifferent to who would oversee matters, but he was determined to secure his foothold within the Daoist sphere. The annual tax contributions from each county were a crucial aspect that required his scrutiny. With a clever maneuver, he could ensure that their yearly returns fell short of what was owed, or perhaps orchestrate a deficit in the treasury, leading to accusations of embezzlement that would suffice to ruin anyone involved. As this thought crossed his mind, he clasped his hands together and stated, "Your Majesty, your reluctance to send officials to jointly govern Shangyuan City with Gu Fei shows great trust in him, which I do not oppose. However, the taxes from Shangyuan City must be submitted punctually." Zhao, the Minister of Revenue, made a valid point. Yet the Empress was keen to know how he planned to execute this. "The Empress shall thoroughly investigate all tax revenues since the establishment of Shangyuan City and collect them in full." The Empress coldly interjected, realizing Zhao Tianxing's ulterior motives. "Zhao Tianxing, I ask you, if they have been living in debt for years, do you intend to draw from the national treasury to provide them with relief funds? That, your Majesty, that would be utterly impossible. Furthermore, the treasury currently holds only 100,000 taels of silver. Even if we wished to assist, we could not." "Minister Zhao, your audacity is remarkable. You can demand back taxes from years past, yet why should they not be entitled to receive past relief funds from you?" The newly appointed Prime Minister, Lord Xiaoinan, grasped the Empress's intent and confronted Zhao Tianxing directly. It seemed necessary to remind him of his place. "Your Majesty, while I shall not dwell on the past, Shangyuan City must now accept oversight, whether it be for tax collection or disaster relief. We must keep track, mustn't we?" Indeed, Minister Zhao makes a valid point. Let the Ministry of Revenue arrange for tax officials to be stationed in Shangyuan City. The Empress readily agreed, knowing that with Gu Fei's disposition, the presence of tax officials would likely be futile. She could appoint officials directly, but ultimately, the tax issue could not be avoided. Zhao Tianxing felt a swell of satisfaction within him. He planned to assign a tax evader to Shangyuan City, anticipating that it would lead to Gu Fei's downfall, potentially allowing him to reap rewards from the situation. The Empress Dowager, Gu, remained silent upon witnessing the Empress's approval of tax oversight. Taxes were meant to be paid. She cared little about the management of the city itself, yet she was quite curious to see what Shangyuan City was truly like. It seemed she would need to find an excuse to pass through, conveniently as her family originated from Qingzhou. Unbeknownst to Gu Fei, who had yet to return home, others were already eyeing his assets. At this moment, he was 5 miles away in a small town, having reunited with his companions who were tending to the horses. They had procured items unavailable in Shangyuan City, such as local delicacies and jewelry. As for clothing and fabrics, they had no interest. Nothing could surpass the quality found in Shangyuan City. With the Empress and 12 others in their party, They were still 12 in number upon their return, having added Lu Monru to their ranks. Lu Monru was far more entertaining than their previous companion, Lung Ling Shuang, providing delightful songs along the journey, alleviating the tension. They mounted their horses and galloped away swiftly. However, Gu Fei warned Zhang Biao that they had offended many in the capital and should remain cautious. Zhang Biao nodded and shouted to the team, "Everyone, stay vigilant. Our journey may not be peaceful." His voice sobered the group, prompting them to scan their surroundings attentively. Lu Monru, who was not adept at riding, clung to Gu Fei's waist, relishing the moment. She softly inquired, "Lord Gu, are you worried that Li Ji might seek retribution against us?" Gu Fei, feeling the gentle warmth radiating from her, thought to himself that the girl was remarkably unreserved. Prolonged exposure to such environments could alter even the finest of women. It isn't just Li Ji, Cold Wind, Yuan Bing, Lu Xiaojie. Even others may pose a threat to us. Upon hearing these names, Lu Monru felt a chill run down her spine, fervently wishing to reach Shangyuan City as soon as possible. Meanwhile, in a room within the capital, Yuan Bing, Li Ji, and Zhao Wen were sipping tea. "Rest assured, Princess, my people will certainly help you retrieve that note," Yuan Bing assured her. "Moreover, the desire for this boy's demise is not solely in our hands. Others are involved as well." Though Zhao Wan felt a flicker of joy at this statement, doubt lingered in her heart. Yuan Bing had already contacted the capital's most formidable assassin organization, the Black Wolf Gang. This included the likes of Cold Wind and Shun Ernyang, who had not clashed with Gu Fei's group previously. Tian Jing, having sustained injuries, could not move his arm, so the second-in-command, Ning Jin Xian, a skilled warrior from the same school as Tian Jing, took charge of the mission. Originally, she was not meant to be on this assignment, but upon learning of Tian Jing's injury, she felt compelled to act. She firmly believed that the mishap on that day was due to the cramped quarters, which had allowed Gu Fei's subordinates to seize the opportunity. A contingent of over 30 riders surged forth from the capital's gates. Simultaneously, another group raced out, causing pedestrians to scatter in alarm. Recognizing the urgency, one exclaimed, "Heavens! First, the Black Wolf Gang, then the Qingfeng Gang. Two assassin factions are leaving the city at the same time. Are they planning to engage in a conflict outside? Who knows? The last time such a large-scale event occurred was years ago during the Chung family's extermination case. Keep your voice down. You want to get yourself killed? If the Black Wolf Gang and Qingfeng Gang hear you, you're finished." The passerby fell silent, though inwardly, they speculated about the increasingly unpredictable tides of change in the capital. Just days ago, rumors circulated that the Empress had perished. Little did they know she was quite well, shattering the second prince's dream of ascension. In the midst of this tense atmosphere, Gu Fei and his companions continued their journey. Lu Monru remained closely nestled against Gu Fei's back, her presence adding a touch of warmth to the otherwise tense situation. At that moment, Zhang Biao, peering through binoculars, announced, "My lord, a group is pursuing us from behind." Gu Fei glanced toward a nearby grove and promptly declared, "They may not come with good intentions. Let us seek refuge in the grove and assess the situation." Chapter 96. Encounter with pursuers in this era. Possessing binoculars felt akin to having cheat codes in a game. The binoculars provided Gu Fei and his companions with countless advantages and the ability to foresee danger, allowing them to gain the upper hand. As they took shelter in the grove, it took merely half a stick of incense for their pursuers to arrive. The newcomers, clad entirely in black and masked, were the epitome of assassin attire. Upon entering the grove, their horses slowed to a halt. "Second in command, despite our swift pace, we still haven't caught up. It's peculiar." A woman's voice, laced with murderous intent, echoed through. "They are accompanied by a woman. They cannot have gone far. They must be just ahead. Pursue them." With that, the 30-odd horses in the grove halted momentarily before surging forward once more, kicking up clouds of dust and exuding an air of lethal intent. "My lord, these rascals are indeed pursuing us," Zhang Biao whispered softly. Gu Fei nodded grimly, realizing that these rascals truly sought his life. "My lord, what shall we do now?" "Prepare for battle. They will inevitably return if they cannot find us. This time, I intend for them all to perish here." "Understood, my lord." Zhang Biao and his companions nodded, drawing guns from their coats. Upon seeing Zhang Biao and his crew, Lu Monru noticed each of them wielding the concealed weapons that had previously injured Tianjing, gradually calming her previously anxious heart. After all, Tianjing was the foremost swordsman in the capital, and she could hardly believe that those just now could evade capture. Gu Fei nudged Lu Monru's arm, smiling as he asked, "How do you feel? Are you afraid?" Lu Monru forced a smile, replying, "I am. But with you by my side, I feel braver. All right, if a fight breaks out, you must hide far away and ensure they do not see you. Understood?" "Yes, I shall remember." Gu Fei shouted, "Let's continue." Just as they were about to emerge from the woods, another group of 20 to 30 black-clad individuals passed by. "Move quickly. Today, we must eliminate Gu Fei and do not allow Ning Jinxian of the Black Wolf Gang to gain the upper hand. Otherwise, we will struggle to claim our reward." "Do not worry. They're merely a few steps ahead. We should catch up with them soon." The second group of assassins also intended to kill me. Gu Fei's eyes gleamed with murderous intent as he realized from their conversation that these two bands of killers were hired by different parties. Zhang Biao's fury boiled over. "My lord, shall we lead them together and eliminate them all?" Gu Fei nodded. "That is precisely my intention. Let us proceed 10 miles further. There lies a small valley where we can ensnare them. Who dares to seek our lives shall first pay with their own." Gu Fei spoke coldly. Hearing Gu Fei and Zhang Biao's exchange, Lu Monru thought to herself, with nearly 60 adversaries against their mere 12, a direct confrontation would be exceedingly difficult. However, she trusted Gu Fei's confidence in luring the assassins into the gorge. Gu Fei resumed his pace, this time urging them to run faster. They knew a path ahead would lead them toward Chongqing and their original home. Not only did they run swiftly, but they also aimed to keep the pursuers in sight. Losing them would make future tracking arduous. A mere group of 30 would not intimidate Gu Fei. He had no desire for a massacre on this road. Luring them into the mountains and using explosives would conserve ammunition, which was currently laborious to produce, while explosives could be easily concocted. In less than an incense stick's time, Gu Fei informed Xiao Shi and Xiao Suo of the valley's general location and instructed them to lead the assassins toward it. Zhang Biao then took the others to the valley. The path was arduous, and it took them half an hour to reach the designated spot. The valley was approximately 50 meters wide and 200 meters long, with one end blocked. Once the assassins entered, it would serve as their gateway to hell. Zhang Biao and the others quickly chose their positions, setting traps and explosives. Utilizing the valley's terrain, they strategically placed obstacles to compel the assassins along their preordained route and buried explosives at critical points, waiting to strike when the assassins fell into their trap. Gu Fei and Lu Monru stood beneath a large tree on the hillside. When Zhang Biao approached, Gu Fei inquired, "Are the preparations complete?" Zhang Biao nodded. "Everything is set. Once those rascals enter, they shall meet their doom." "Excellent," Gu Fei remarked with a cold smile. Turning to Lu Monru, "You must stay behind that rock wall. No matter what transpires outside, do not emerge." Lu Monru nodded, though fear lingered. Her trust in Gu Fei brought forth a faint smile. Meanwhile, Xiao Shi and Xiao Suo rode swiftly, relentlessly pursuing. Xiao Suo galloped ahead, avoiding revealing their lord's whereabouts to the Clear Wind Gang, heading straight for the Black Wolf Gang. At that moment, the two gangs were separated by mere hundreds of meters. Xiao Suo quickly caught up and shouted, "I believe I saw the person you're after hiding in that valley." Ning Jinxian, riding swiftly, suddenly reined in her horse, blocking the path. "How do you know who we are pursuing?" Xiao Suo retorted, "Naturally, it's someone from the capital. Our young master is worried you might lose the target, and lo and behold, you have." Ning Jinxian scoffed, "Your young master seems quite concerned. Where are Gu Fei and his party? Did I not mention they are in that valley? Do you expect me to lead you there?" "You guessed correctly. Since you know where they are, you must take us there." Ning Jinxian unsheathed her sword, its cold gleam glinting at Xiao Suo's throat. "Will you come or not?" I will go. But I insist when the time comes to fight. You must act. I cannot contend with them." Ning Jinxian coldly replied, "If you were of any use, your young master would not have to hire us." Everyone turn around. Upon seeing the Black Wolf Gang suddenly shift directions, the members of the Clear Wind Gang erupted in laughter. "Ning Jinxian, have you found them?" "Fan Gang, if you speak another word, I shall slay you this instant. Third master, this girl is rather fierce, one of the Clear Wind Gang's younger members commented. But before he finished his sentence, Ning Jinxian flicked her wrist, and a flash of white light silenced him as he fell from his horse, clutching his throat. Ning Yinchuan, how dare you kill my subordinate? Fang Gao Si Tu. He sought death. Do you believe I would hesitate to do the same to you? Fan Gang was momentarily speechless. Recognizing Ning Jinshuan's prowess with hidden weapons, rivaling that of Tianjing. Brothers, follow closely. Let's see who slays Gu Fei first. Chapter 97. Heavy losses for both gangs under Xiao Sua's guidance. The two groups of assassins steadily approached the predetermined valley trap, while Xiaoxi had long since returned on horseback. My lord, they have taken the bait, Xiaoxi exclaimed while running, peering through binoculars at the assassins advancing toward the valley. Gu Fei stood atop the valley, his gaze piercing as he surveyed Zhang Biao and the others. Confirming that everything was in order, he commanded, all team members, prepare for battle. After about the time it takes to burn an incense stick, Xiao Sua sped back, closely followed by Ning Jinxian of the Black Wolf Gang and Fan Gang of the Clear Wind Gang, a group of over 60 pursuing him. The first wave of black-clad assassins had caught up, their angry shouts echoing, "Hurry, do not let them escape." Gu Fei spotted the approaching group and immediately urged Lu Monru to hide behind a large rock. They are coming. It's the assassin group led by Ning Jinxian from the Black Wolf Gang. Zhang Biao cautioned in a low voice, gripping his weapon tightly, preparing for the impending confrontation. Xiaoxi dashed up the hillside and pointed towards the valley, declaring to Ning, "Look, they are right there. I shall refrain from joining the fray." Ning Jinxian followed Xiaoxi's direction, her gaze sharpening as she spotted Zhang Biao and his companions joyfully washing their faces and grooming their horses by the stream. Shun Eriang. Su Feng, do you recognize them? Shen Eriang noted Zhang Biao distinctly, her memory of him vivid. Indeed, it is them. A surge of murderous intent filled her, and she commanded her Black Wolf Gang brothers, prioritize the elimination of Gu Fei. Charge! Fan Gang of the Qingfeng Gang bellowed. The first to slay Gu Fei will be rewarded with 100 taels of silver. Move forward. Gu Fei's eyes narrowed at the mention of the Qingfeng and Black Wolf Gangs. This time, you shall all become mere corpses. At that moment, Ning Jinxian stepped forward to block the Qingfeng Gang's advance. Fan Gang, incensed by her attempt to monopolize Gu Fei, retorted, Ning Jinxian, step aside at once. We are merely fulfilling a task for our employer. Should you choose to oppose the Qingfeng Gang, consider your decision wisely. Ning Yinchuan scoffed, her eyes glinting with coldness beneath her mask. The Qingfeng Gang? The Black Wolf Gang does not fear you. Today I seek only Gu Fei's head. The rest should withdraw swiftly to avoid collateral damage. Fan Gang barked back. Do you think I will heed your words at this moment? Are you all dead? Can one person truly stop us? Charge! Seeing Gu Fei present, he felt emboldened, convinced that Ning Jinxian would not dare to harm him. Indeed, she was merely attempting to intimidate him. As the Qingfeng Gang surged toward Zhang Biao and his companions, she coldly remarked, I will settle accounts with your Qingfeng Gang in due time, before hastily rushing toward Zhang Biao and the others. They seemed to have just realized the imminent threat when Zhang Biao shouted, Send these rascals to their doom. Detonate. With his command, the explosives hidden in the valley were ignited, unleashing a deafening roar that reverberated through the gorge, shaking the ground beneath them. The foremost members of the Qingfeng Gang and the Black Wolf assassins were caught off guard, hurled into the air by the shockwave, dust and flames mingling with their cries of anguish. The valley transformed into a scene of carnage after the initial explosion. Fan Gang was thrown to the ground, bloodied and struggling to rise, bellowing, ambush, retreat. The explosive force was akin to divine retribution in their eyes, terrifying and overwhelming. Fan Gang cursed his own lack of agility as he experienced the earth-shattering chaos. Though Ning Jinxian emerged unscathed, witnessing the devastation that claimed 10 of her men, she believed it was fate intervening on behalf of Gu Fei. At that critical moment, Shun Eriang suddenly shrieked, Second Master, the youth who lured us here is not our employer's man. They're Gu Fei's subordinates. We have fallen into a trap. As the explosions continued, one particularly close blast nearly claimed Shun Eriang, though it did not kill her outright. A flying rock struck her back, sending her airborne, and upon landing, her injuries were severe. Ning Jinxian, wielding her sword, deflected a stone aimed at her, but the force was so great that it caused her weapon to slip from her grasp. The cacophony of explosions instilled a sense of despair among her gang. Initially perceiving the first explosion as divine punishment, the subsequent blasts revealed the truth that this calamity was orchestrated by man. In a frantic bid for survival, they scrambled towards the exit, only to be met with further detonations just as they had barely moved a few dozen paces. After multiple explosions, the ranks of the assassins dwindled, with only a few remaining, while others lay dead or grievously injured, moaning in agony. Ning Jinxuan's complexion turned ashen as she witnessed her comrades fall one by one, overwhelmed by an unprecedented fear and despair. She had never anticipated Gu Fei's subordinates wielding such devastating power. The boulders, once mere rocks, were transformed into lethal projectiles capable of obliterating lives. Realizing there was no time to linger, she seized the opportunity amidst the chaos and fled towards the valley's exit, her form flickering in and out of sight amidst the smoke and flames, like a desperate wolf on the run. Fan Gang, intending to guide his men in retreat, was unexpectedly struck down by a massive rock, pinning his legs and rendering him immobile. He could only watch helplessly as his gang crumbled in the explosions. His cries faded into a resigned sigh, leaving him bewildered until the end, unable to comprehend the nature of his demise. The once formidable Qingfeng Gang, with Fan Gang and over 30 of his followers, suffered total annihilation, with none surviving. Ning Jinxian, agile and light-footed, managed to escape this horrific scene, refraining from looking back. Fully aware that her men had mostly perished, all she could do was run, ceaselessly run. She understood now that this was all part of Gu Fei's scheme, and her negligence had led her into his trap. This defeat not only cost her numerous followers, but also tarnished the Black Wolf Gang's reputation in the martial world. With her eyes filled with hatred and resentment, she vowed that one day she would personally avenge her fallen brothers by slaying Gu Fei. In that moment, she transformed from the once proud second-in-command of the Black Wolf Gang into a solitary girl burdened by deep-seated enmity. Meanwhile, in the Taishan Hall of the Beiheng Imperial Palace, the third prince of Dahuang and Princess Xiao, one of Qingwu, once again graced the Grand Hall. The Empress Xiao Ling Shuang found Li Ji's smug face intolerable, perceiving him as arrogant and insufferable. To her, he was far less appealing than the stinky mountain bandit. A pang of longing struck her as she thought of the bandit, recalling the shared moments. With the weight of her thoughts lifted, memories flooded her mind, and Gu Fei's absence left her restless. Gazing down at Li Ji, the Empress inquired, "What brings the third prince here today?" Li Ji, indignant, retorted, "Is the Empress unaware of the chaos unfolding outside?" The Empress, caught off guard, wondered what significant event had transpired without her knowledge. She turned to her ministers, asking, "Do any of you know what great occurrence has taken place?" Xiao Yinan, Yu Shinan, Zhang Jia, and others shook their heads, replying, "Your Majesty, we are unaware." The Empress found this intriguing, pondering what Li Ji meant, suspecting he might be speaking without basis. Li Ji, irritated by the Empress's disdain, declared, "That Gu Fei, your county magistrate, has absconded with Princess Xiao, wants 500,000 taels of silver." What? The Empress nearly leapt from her throne at this revelation. Then, she reconsidered, realizing it was unlikely that Xiao had such a fortune for the bandit to steal. The expressions of astonishment were evident on the faces of Prince Xiao Yinan and the others. With a smile, Prince Yinan inquired, "From where does this claim arise? How could Princess Xiao possibly carry with her 500,000 taels of silver?" He continued, "Perhaps the princess herself should elucidate the matter." Upon being questioned, Zhao Wan's cheeks flushed as she recounted, "That scoundrel official wagered with me last night, won, and then forced me to write a promissory note for 500,000 taels. This surely counts as robbery, does it not?" The Empress was taken aback, realizing that after her departure the previous night, so much had transpired. "So, the vile mountain bandit has won such a substantial amount without even informing me. Does he still hold me in regard?" The Empress Xiao Ling Shuang was incensed, particularly as Zhao Wan and Li Ji had aggravated her with this incident. Li Ji cast a cold glance at the gathered individuals and dared to ask, "Your Majesty, does this not qualify as theft?" The Empress, upon hearing this, inwardly scoffed, thinking of the mountain bandit's audacity. Damn it! Let Lu Jing send someone to retrieve that promissory note. How could he dare take such a large sum? Clearing her throat, the Empress addressed Zhao Wan. Given the magnitude of your wager, it stands to reason that many onlookers would have witnessed it. However, I am well aware of Gu Fei's character. He would never resort to coercing you into writing a note. I shall investigate this matter thoroughly. I have reason to believe that the princess is merely seeking my assistance to rectify her discontent over losing. Oof. And what of it? Can he take that money away? Does he possess the gall to venture into my kingdom? I tell you this for your own good. Oh, so that is the case. I did not expect Gu Fei to wager with the princess elsewhere. Princess, let us not dwell on the question of the money's significance. One must accept the outcome of a wager. If he cannot afford to lose, why engage in gambling with him? Do not let such trifles tarnish the reputation of our kingdom, Xiao Yinan remarked with a broad smile. Trifles? How can you consider this trifling? Zhao Wan retorted, nearly exasperated. At that moment, the Empress Dowager, Jiyu, interjected, Princess, while this sum may not be insignificant for us in Beiheng, it is relatively minor for your kingdom. Jiyu had not anticipated Gu Fei's audacity. It seemed that whatever he did brought both delight and satisfaction. 500,000 taels, how could he have taken it so quietly? Jiyu found the little man amusing and had initially planned to visit Shangyuan City in 2 months. But now it seemed she could go next month. The Empress, Xiao Ling Shuang, smiled faintly at the dowager's comments, feeling both amused and vexed by Gu Fei's actions. This cunning mountain bandit seeks to gain wealth discreetly, she mused. Turning her gaze to Li Ji, she discerned a hint of mischief in his eyes. Your arrival today, third prince, appears to extend beyond merely informing me of the wager between Gu Fei and the princess. Realizing that the Empress had uncovered his intentions, Li Ji dropped the facade and stated, Your Majesty, you are indeed astute. I have come to invite you to attend the hunting contest in Dahu 3 months hence. Oh, the hunting contest? The Empress raised an eyebrow, but quickly shifted the conversation. Yet, this contest has never seemed to warrant your special attention before. What has prompted this eagerness? Li Ji chuckled lightly, surveying the hall before fixing his gaze on Zhao Wan, implying, this year's contest is unlike any before. I plan to invite all the sovereigns of the vassal states to partake, to showcase the might of Dahu and to foster communication and camaraderie among the nations. Furthermore, I shall petition my father to grant a year's grace on tribute for all attending emperors. All sovereigns must participate. A year's grace on tribute, this appears to be tailored for your benefit. The Empress remarked, her brows furrowing. While your words sound pleasant, I am aware you harbor ulterior motives. The Empress, Xiao Ling Shuang, scoffed, seemingly seeing through Li Ji's schemes. Indeed, due to the hunting contest, we have arranged an additional competition. Should one lose, an extra year's tribute shall be incurred. I kindly advise you to ensure Gu Fei accompanies you, lest you find yourselves at a disadvantage. Ah, so the crux of the matter lies with Gu Fei. This was indeed a case of hidden intentions. The Empress had her own plans regarding Gu Fei. Whether he would attend or not remained uncertain. She would never allow her man to face danger. Li Zi, seemingly wary that Gu Fei might not attend, coldly remarked, should you choose to leave Gu Fei behind, do not be surprised if I summon the legendary painter Wu Daozi to challenge you all again. Li Ji, with his narrow-mindedness and vengeful nature, incited Jiu's disdain. Third prince, if Gu Fei has bested you, there is no need for such elaborate schemes to regain face. You could simply challenge Gu Fei again in the capital. Li Ji observed Jiu defending Gu Fei and sneered inwardly, thinking, how could this widow comprehend my multifaceted strategy? Gu Fei is merely one component of it. Regardless, he had made his intentions clear. Whether they chose to attend was their affair, and they would bear the consequences of their decisions. Zhao Wan, let us depart. Before leaving, Zhao Wan shot a frosty glance at everyone in the hall, declaring, ensure Gu Fei is brought along, or or I shall demand my father personally retrieve that wager note." The Empress Xiao Ling Shuang huffed, "Do take care on your way out," as Li Ji led Zhao Wan and the others out of the hall. The imperial censor Zhang Jie interjected, "Your Majesty, the true culprit is Gu Fei. You must punish this rogue severely. Otherwise, such troubles will persist." Both the Empress and Ji Yu shouted in unison, "Silence." Zhang Jie, if you wish to retain your position as censor, you would do well to keep your mouth shut. Is it Gu Fei who instigated this? Clearly, they sought to provoke him. The Empress's tone was sharp. Chapter 99. The Empress's plans. Zhang Jie, realizing the gravity of the Empress's words, promptly fell silent. Is there anything further to report? If not, you may dismiss the court. At that moment, Zhao Tianxing stood up, stating, "Your Majesty, while the epidemic in Qixin has stabilized, the county is now facing famine. With the new year approaching, if we do not allocate disaster relief funds soon, the people of Qixin may not survive the winter." The Empress was in no mood to hear from this old man, having never heard him utter a single positive word since her ascension. "Why have you not allocated the disaster relief funds?" she snapped. "But your Majesty, the treasury is empty. We have neither food nor silver." Zhao Shangshu, "Is it necessary to even ask me? You are the Minister of Revenue. Is it not your duty to resolve this? If you cannot even manage this, what use are you to me? Your Majesty, is this not placing an impossible burden on an old minister?" Zhao Tianxing's face was ashen, filled with rage, yet unable to voice his frustrations. "Can you do it or not? If you cannot, I shall find someone among the lower officials who can." "I see that Zhang Jie would be suitable for the role of Minister of Revenue," the Empress declared. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jie's face beamed with delight. "Your Majesty, if Lord Zhao is willing to let me give it a try, I am more than willing. What say you, Minister Zhao?" The Empress's tone was laced with disdain. She had already sunk to such depths that whether or not she required him was truly inconsequential. "Today, I shall issue a secret decree for Zhang Jie to investigate what the Ministry of Revenue has been up to lately. Although Zhang Jie, this minister, possesses a sharp tongue, he is indeed diligent in his duties. Otherwise, he would not have attained the position of censor. Those with unclean hands ought not to cast stones at others, and thus, few who ascend to the role of censor are of simple character." Should Zhao Tianxing falter, Empress Xiao Ling Shuang would not hesitate to allow Zhang Jie to assume the responsibilities of the Minister of Revenue. Zhao Tianxing's face darkened to a shade reminiscent of liver, while the old minister pondered his next move. "Very well, since there is nothing further, let us conclude the court session." Lu Jing promptly shouted, "Court dismissed." Zhao Tianxing and the others exited the Taixian Hall with grim expressions. Just as Zhang Jie prepared to descend the steps, Lu Jing stealthily approached him and whispered, "Your Excellency, the Empress requests your presence in the imperial study." Zhang Jie felt a surge of anticipation and quickly followed Lu Jing to the imperial study. At this moment, the Empress was seated behind the imperial desk, poised to take up her pen. "Zhang Yezuriye the prophet. Your humble servant pays his respects to your Majesty." "Rise." Xiao Ling Shuang replied with an impassive expression. Lu Jing provided him a seat. "Thank you, your Majesty. May I inquire as to the purpose of your summons?" Zhang Aiqing, although your tongue is often sharp, I am aware that you remain loyal and trustworthy. Your Majesty, my loyalty is as steadfast as the heavens can attest. Though I may be somewhat stern in my demeanor, my intentions are always for the greater good. Zhang Jie mused to himself, wondering why the Empress broached this subject today. Did she intend to set a trap for him? That could not be the case. To his surprise, the Empress continued, "Zhang Aiqing, what I mentioned in the Taixian Hall was not mere rhetoric. I genuinely wish for you to oversee the Ministry of Revenue." "Ah, your Majesty, how can I, unworthy as I am, assume the position of minister?" Zhang Jie was momentarily taken aback, finding the leap rather substantial. "Whether you are capable or not is for me to decide. However, if you could assist me in investigating what the Ministry of Revenue has been engaged in over the past few years, as well as where their funds have disappeared to, it would lend further legitimacy to your position." Was the Empress preparing to take action against the Ministry of Revenue? Zhang Jie felt a stirring in his heart. "Your Majesty, it may be quite challenging for me to tackle this alone." Zhang Jie was no fool. He surmised that he would likely be eliminated before he could even commence his investigation. What if I were to enlist the cooperation of Old Wang and Duke Jiulu? Would that alleviate the difficulty? Upon hearing this, Zhang Jie instantly radiated confidence. If he had the support of Old Wang and Duke Jiulu, he would undoubtedly find a way to uncover the corruption within the Ministry of Revenue. What a jest, with the Chancellor and military backing him. What did he have to fear? Very well, this matter shall be entrusted to you, Zhang Aiqing. Whenever you manage to bring down Zhao Tianxing, that shall be your time to assume the role of Minister of Revenue. Rest assured, Your Majesty, I excel at finding fault, Zhang Jie declared with pride. The Empress thought to herself, indeed, this old fellow has sought to find fault with me countless times over the years. If it weren't for his expertise in this matter, it would not have fallen upon him. Zhang Aiqing, proceed boldly. Should any issues arise, I will shield you. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Jie felt invigorated, as if he had been infused with newfound energy. Then I shall take my leave. Zhang Jie exited the imperial study, his steps light and his mind racing with plans for the investigation into the Ministry of Revenue. As he walked, he reflected on the gravity of the situation. Once involved, he would be at odds with a multitude of officials within the ministry. To sever one's financial ties is akin to committing familial homicide. Such a grudge is unforgivable. Yet, this time was different. The Empress had granted him formidable confidence. Upon returning to the censorate, Zhang Jie immediately summoned several trusted aides to elaborate on his plan. Gentlemen, today the Empress has bestowed upon me a secret decree, commanding us to thoroughly investigate the Ministry of Revenue's accounts over recent years and uncover any illicit activities. If you assist me in subduing the ministry, the position of minister will be ours, and you shall be recognized as heroes. The others, upon hearing this, wore solemn expressions, yet could not hide their excitement. Should they successfully complete this task, they would not only rid the court of a significant parasite, but also elevate their own standing. Associating with the minister was far more advantageous than languishing within the censorate. The officials of the Ministry of Revenue were all excessively wealthy, living indulgently, unlike them in the censorate, who led a life of poverty and often offended others. This matter is of great importance. We must proceed with caution. Master Zhang, the Ministry of Revenue is a labyrinth of intricacies. Where shall we begin? One censor inquired. Zhang Jie pondered for a moment, a glint of determination in his eyes. We shall commence with the accounts, but we must tread lightly to avoid alarming the snakes. You shall infiltrate the ministry in small groups, quietly recording key accounts, especially those large expenditures and unexplained income. Additionally, document the officials' day-to-day conduct and their associations. Remember, the details dictate success or failure. Furthermore, do not forget that we, the censorate, are responsible for national oversight, impeaching corrupt officials and monitoring the judicial proceedings of the Supreme Court and the Ministry of Justice. Previously, we lacked support, but now the situation has changed. The Empress herself is our staunch ally, and we have gained the backing of Duke Jiulu and Old Wang. So, proceed boldly. Your words resonate deeply, Master. Since the establishment of the censorate, our mission has been to oversee officials and uphold the integrity of the court. This time, we shall not only reveal the truth, but also use this opportunity to intimidate those with nefarious intentions. Indeed, we cannot allow those corrupt individuals to continue their reckless ways, nor can we permit their crimes to tarnish the court of Beiheng. About an hour later, outside the Empress's imperial study, Cold Foam arrived. Hearing Lu Jing softly announce his presence, Captain Lung requests an audience. Xiao Ling Shuang furrowed her brow. What did he want? She had nearly forgotten about him these past few days. Very well, let him in. I am curious to hear what he has to report. Upon receiving the summons, Cold Foam felt a surge of excitement. As long as the Empress still wished to see him, there remained a glimmer of hope. He expressed his gratitude to Lu Jing and entered the imperial study quietly. The Empress was engrossed in reviewing memorials, her exquisite posture causing Cold Fang's heart to race. After several days apart, she appeared even more radiant, a beauty beyond compare. The Empress was aware of his entrance, but continued to focus on her documents. Your servant, Cold Foam, pays his respects to your majesty. Upon hearing his greeting, the Empress finally lifted her gaze. Captain Jinwei, Why are you not training with your troops, but have come to see me? According to protocol, this sixth-rank military officer should not have the privilege of an audience with the emperor. However, he had been granted a few opportunities in the past, and his father was Duke Jiulu, which compelled the court to extend him some courtesy. Otherwise, Cold Fong might not even have gained entrance to the palace. Upon hearing the empress's rather unwelcoming tone, Cold Fang's heart sank. He had hoped that after several days apart, her anger would have dissipated, particularly since Gu Fei had already departed, perhaps even passed away. Yet, she still addressed him with an air of distance. Your Majesty, I merely had a minor altercation with Gu Fei. Surely, you cannot still harbor resentment towards me? How dare you, Cold Fong? What I intend to do is not for you to judge. The Empress thought to herself, you fool, that was not a mere minor conflict. You sought to take the life of that scoundrel, and you even attempted to do so in Lu Jing's presence. Was that trivial? Upon hearing the Empress's words, Cold Fong felt despair wash over him. What was this all about? She had not been like this before. Captain Jinwei, if you have no further business, you may take your leave. The Empress's icy demeanor nearly caused Lung Fong to choke on his own blood. He had arrived brimming with enthusiasm, hoping to mend their strained relationship, only to be met with this. Contemplating this, Lung Fong felt somewhat vulnerable. Wasn't it because of Gu Fei that you were angry with me? Thus, I shall inform you that Gu Fei may already be dead, so you can feel a twinge of sorrow and frustration. With a tone dripping with sarcasm, he remarked, Your Majesty, I have just received news that dozens of assassins are pursuing Gu Fei and his entourage. What? How dare you not say this sooner? The Empress was instantly enraged, rising abruptly. Yet, the young man seemed utterly unfazed by her fury, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. This occurred 2 hours ago. Even if I had informed you, it would have been too late. Furthermore, when I entered the palace, it seemed there were continuous thunderclaps in the southern mountains. I cannot fathom what transpired. I intended to report to your Majesty and then head to the scene myself. If that is the case, Jinwei Xiao Wei, you must hurry. I have matters to attend to. Then I shall take my leave. Lung Fong thought to himself, smirking coldly. I will go shortly to collect Gu Fei's remains. I wonder what your expression will be when you see his corpse. If 2 waves of assassins cannot eliminate Gu Fei, then there is nothing more to discuss. Wait. The Empress spoke again. Upon hearing this, Lung Fong felt a flicker of pride. He mused that regardless of the situation, it was already too late. The one you cherish should be long gone. If you are considering reconciling with me, I might still forgive you. He slowly turned, inquiring, Your Majesty, do you have any further instructions? The Empress scoffed, Lu Jing, since Jinwei Xiao Wei was demoted, he is no longer qualified to enter the palace. Retrieve his insignia. You. Lung Feng's expression darkened dramatically. The Empress, with a mocking smile, added, The reason for taking your insignia is to encourage you to regain your rank as a 5th-grade scout general through merit. Lu Jing extended his hand toward Lung Feng with a grin reminiscent of a toad, speaking sweetly. General Lung. With a huff, Lung Feng handed over the palace insignia and walked away without looking back. As Lung Feng departed, Lu Jing placed the token on the table and murmured, Will this action anger Lord Jilu? The Empress chuckled. Honey should not be so petty. But what if he is? Lu Jing, immediately send someone to pursue southward along the route. I wish to ascertain whether Gu Fei is safe. As you command. If he is well, it will affirm that his words that day were true. If he is not, then my reign is in grave peril. On that day, Gu Fei had shared many thoughts with her about his desire to become an empress, confident in his aspirations, while she merely wished to preserve her position, which should be simpler for him. Meanwhile, Gu Fei was leading his companions back onto the main road. From the surviving assassins in the gorge, he learned that they had been hired by 2 young masters. Although he did not know their identities, Gu Fei surmised they were likely familiar faces. Lung Feng, being the most treacherous, must have had a hand in this, along with Yuan Bing and possibly Liu Xiaojia or the 3rd Prince of Dahua. Reflecting on his recent visit to the capital, Gu Fei realized he had offended numerous powerful families. Regrettably, several assassins had escaped, including a young woman named Ning Jinxian, the second in command of the Black Wolf Gang. Damn it, next time I return to the capital, I will bring people to eradicate both the Black Wolf Gang and the Qingfeng Gang. Lu Manru, having never witnessed such a gruesome scene, clung to Gu Fei from behind, trembling uncontrollably. Lu, you still have time to reconsider. Such events occur frequently in our Shangyuan city. Hearing this, Lu Monru was on the verge of tears. Lord Gu, do you believe there is still a path for me to turn back? If you abandon me, then I might as well be dead. Sweat. This woman wouldn't intend to cling to him, would she? He decided to wait until they reached Shangyuan city to address it. Moreover, he first had to contend with Zhang Yao and Yi Anlin. The two were often embroiled in both overt and covert rivalry, sometimes as close as sisters, other times wishing to eliminate each other. However, Gu Fei understood that once he accepted both of them, the turmoil would cease and they would not dare challenge him again. An hour later, the once explosive gorge was filled with people. Those who had rushed to the scene upon hearing the explosions were met with a horrific sight, gasping in shock. Some even collapsed in terror. The ground was littered with black-clad corpses, severed limbs scattered about, and blood mingled with dirt, creating a ghastly tableau. Some covered their mouths and noses, desperately suppressing the urge to vomit. Others,